Zhao Fang traverses the martial realm, awakening the supreme divine martial system, thus embarking on an extraordinary journey where slaying monsters enhances his cultivation and fortifies his power. On a moonless night, with the wind howling fiercely, several men are laboriously carrying a coffin along a muddy path. A young girl follows them, weeping inconsolably, desperately tugging at their sleeves. However, her frail form is easily brushed aside by one of the men. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning erupts from the darkened sky, illuminating the night like the sun, striking the coffin with a resounding crash. Startled, the men hastily abandon the coffin, scattering like frightened birds in all directions, while the girl stands frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear. At that moment, a youth, around 17 or 18 years of age, abruptly sits up within the coffin. What a thunderous roar! It nearly frightened me to death. Bang! Before he can finish his sentence, his head collides with the coffin lid, leaving a painful lump on his forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Where am I? Surveying the pitch-black walls of the coffin, Zhao Fang is taken aback. I was just gaming in my rented room. This is clearly not my room. It appears to be a coffin. Realizing his predicament, Zhao Fang grows even more bewildered. Wait a moment. I distinctly remember defeating a boss, and then a thunderclap echoed outside, followed by a mysterious lightning bolt striking my monitor. Could it be that I've been transported here by lightning? A seasoned gamer and avid consumer of numerous web novels, Zhao Fang swiftly comprehends the situation. Just then, a sharp pain pierces his head as fragmented memories surge into his consciousness like a torrential flood. At the age of 3, he became a one-star martial apprentice. Zhao Fang is truly a prodigy, even more remarkable than his father. His reputation as a genius has spread to the city of Biluo, where the patriarch of the Yan family wishes to marry his most beautiful and talented daughter to Zhao Fang, a perfect match of exceptional talents. Zhao Fang, the foremost genius of Yushui City, was grievously injured by a mysterious assailant, shattering his dantian and severing his meridians, rendering him a cripple. Alas, even our Zhao family's finest elixir, the Spring Breeze transformative pill, cannot heal Zhao Fang's afflictions. The Yan family even sent a supreme-grade spiritual pill, the Life Creation Pill, but it too proved futile. Zhao Fang is finished. Patriarch, I strongly oppose further expenditures of manpower and resources to treat Zhao Fang. He is truly beyond redemption. Moreover, he is now 16 years old. Even if he could be healed, he could never regain his former brilliance. Zhao Fang, weren't you quite impressive before? What happened? If you dare, come and confront me. He is now nothing but a waste. The Yan family has annulled his engagement to the Yan family's third young lady, who has never once visited him. The patriarch has entered seclusion, indicating his utter disappointment in this failure. From this day forth, cut off all support for Zhao Fang. Find an opportunity to eliminate him. Zhao Fang, remember, the one who will end you is me, Zhao Clan. As various fragments of memory gradually piece themselves together, the final scene reveals Zhao Fang being struck in the heart by a powerful blow, rendering him unconscious. At this moment, Zhao Fang, encased within the coffin, is utterly dumbfounded. Heavenly forces, must you be so cruel? I have never wronged you. Do you truly need to cast me into the body of such a waste? Zhao Fang is engulfed in despair, immensely frustrated. According to the memories, his current identity is one of the direct grandsons of the Zhao family patriarch. The Zhao family, though modest in size within Yushui City, boasts a prodigy. By 3, he had achieved the status of a one-star martial apprentice. By 7, he was a one-star martial master. And by 15, he ascended to the rank of one-star martial general. A martial general is a formidable existence capable of establishing a family single-handedly. In Yushui City, the title of martial general is synonymous with supreme power. Shortly after Zhao Fang attained the status of a one-star martial general, one of the 3 prominent families in Biluo, the Yan family, sought to form a marital alliance with him. This was an incredible honor. Regrettably, the good times were short-lived. Merely 3 months after his ascension, a mysterious assailant gravely injured him, shattering his dantian and severing his meridians, thus rendering him a cripple. From that point on, Zhao Fang's life took a turn for the worse. All members of the Zhao family began to shun him, while members of other families mocked and bullied him without restraint. The Yan family came to annul the engagement, and his fiancée never once visited him, declaring she would never marry a waste like him. He became the greatest laughingstock in Yushui City. Following the patriarch's seclusion, Zhao Xian, the third-generation direct heir of the Zhao family, even sent assassins after him. Thus, he finds himself confined within a coffin. Fortunately, he is still alive. Yet being sealed within a coffin and on the brink of being buried alive feels akin to death itself. Others who traverse realms often receive golden fingers, powerful allies, miraculous techniques, and abundant support. Yet here I am, not only transmigrated into the body of a waste, but also facing imminent burial. Is this a cruel twist of fate? Curse you, heavens! Zhao Fang laments in anguish, the throbbing pain from the lump on his head persisting. In the martial realm, the dantian is the source of true power, while the meridians serve as the channels for its flow. With a shattered dantian and severed meridians, he is destined to remain a cripple for life. In a realm where the strong readily kill, being a cripple is a death sentence. It would be better to die now. Damn the heavens! Do not let me find an opportunity, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you 1,000-fold. Zhao Fang, steeped in resentment, lies back and closes his eyes, awaiting death. Just then, he notices a brilliant golden light flickering at his brow. A chime resonates in his mind, detecting a significant surge in the player's soul strength, meeting the conditions for the activation of the Supreme Divine Martial System. Beep. The Supreme Divine Martial System is now active, binding to the player. Beep. The system grants the player a Novice Gift Pack. Beep. The Novice Gift Pack includes 1 point of luck and the martial skill Mighty Stone Slam, rewarding the player with a level up. Beep. The Novice Gift Pack has been delivered. Does the player accept? A series of cold, metallic notifications echo in Zhao Fang's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he responds, accept. Beep. The player has accepted the Novice Gift Pack. Beep. Congratulations. The player is now a 1-star martial apprentice. The martial realm consists of various ranks: martial apprentice, martial master, martial general, martial king, martial sect master, martial venerable, martial emperor, martial sage, martial god. Beep. Congratulations. The player has acquired 1 point of luck. Beep. Congratulations. The player has mastered the martial skill Mighty Stone Slam. As the notifications conclude, Zhao Fang feels a surge of powerful energy coursing through his previously weakened body, and a wealth of strange, enigmatic information floods his mind. Chapter 2. In this lifetime, no one shall bully you. The Divine Martial Supreme System? A Novice Gift Pack? Is this truly a game? A peculiar sensation welled up within Zhao Fang as he touched the coffin board beneath him. The tangible sensation made him realize that he was, indeed, in a real world. Could this be my golden finger? A super system capable of transforming the real world into a game? Recalling the cold, metallic prompt he had just heard, and reflecting on the countless game systems he had previously encountered, he felt an overwhelming surge of authentic power coursing through him, as well as an inexplicable familiarity with the technique of the powerful Stone Smasher. Zhao Fang was instantly exhilarated. Alas, while I may not excel in cultivation, I am invincible in gaming. With but one hand, I could dominate the world. With the Divine Martial Supreme System at my disposal, I am destined for greatness. However, after the initial excitement, Zhao Fang swiftly regained his composure. Before he could navigate this world of chaos, he needed to grasp the characteristics of the Divine Martial Supreme System. Divine Martial Supreme System, are you there? Please enlighten me on your functionalities, Zhao Fang silently called out. Yet, the previous metallic sound did not resound. He repeated his summons multiple times in his mind, but still received no response. How arrogant! Ignoring me like this, yet surely you must show me my attributes. Without them, how can I play the game? Zhao Fang grumbled internally. Ding! At that moment, he heard a ringing in his mind, and a clear attribute list materialized in his consciousness. Player, Zhao Fang race, human class, martial artist level, 1-star martial apprentice. The martial realm is divided into martial apprentice, martial master, martial general, martial king, martial sovereign, martial lord, martial emperor, martial saint, martial god. Each realm is further divided into 1 to 9 stars. Bone structure, 3,100, common people score 1 point. Comprehension, 5,100, common people score 1 point. Experience points, 0, can accumulate infinitely. Used for leveling up, true power value, 0 supreme currency, 0, can accumulate infinitely. Used to exchange for various system items, skills, Mighty Stone Smasher. Proficiency level, lucky value, 1 charm value, 0, common people score 0 points. Is this the game attribute panel? Zhao Fang was momentarily taken aback, but soon his joy erupted. Indeed, this is a true game attribute panel. This means that as long as I can defeat monsters, I can level up. The more monsters I vanquish, the more I can ascend from a 1-star martial apprentice to a 9-star martial god. I shall defy heaven. I am absolutely capable of defying heaven. Ha 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 ha. Having grasped the essence of the Divine Martial Supreme System, Zhao Fang laughed heartily. Yet suddenly, he felt the coffin shift slightly, as if it were being lifted by someone. Please, I beg you, the young master is not dead. Release him at once, or he shall suffocate within the coffin. Zhao Fang, that useless one, what sort of young master is he? In our Zhao family, it is Xian Xiao who is the true young master. Get away, you little vixen. Brother, this vixen is quite alluring. I've longed to taste her sweetness. Just focus on the task at hand, Burying Zhao Fang. That waste is priority. How we deal with this little vixen is up to us three brothers. The coffin was being carried forward, and the lewd laughter of the Zhao brothers mingled with the sorrowful cries of Zishan, resonating clearly in Zhao Fang's ears. You still want to bury me alive? You dare to lay hands on my maid? I shall not spare you. In a fit of fury, Zhao Fang slammed his palm onto the coffin lid. With the formidable technique of crushing the steel, he commanded, break. Once mastered, this technique could split stone. What could mere wooden boards possibly withstand? Bang! The coffin shattered effortlessly, and Zhao Fang leaped out. What happened? How did the coffin explode? Before the Zhao brothers could comprehend the situation, they found Zhao Fang standing before them. Young master, Zishan, upon catching sight of Zhao Fang, was instantly filled with joy. Her tear-streaked, pale face lighting up as she rushed towards him without a second thought. By heavens, a celestial being. At the sight of Zishan, Zhao Fang's eyes widened in astonishment. What did it mean to be as graceful as a startled swan, as agile as a soaring dragon? What of eyes like flowing waves, brows like distant mountains? Even though Zishan wore a tattered, patched dress, and her eyes were swollen from crying, her face devoid of color from prolonged malnutrition and deep sorrow, she remained ethereal and enchanting. At merely 15 years of age, still not fully matured, she could outshine all the actresses Zhao Fang had seen before his reincarnation. What a stroke of fortune! Zhao Fang wiped away a trickle of saliva from the corner of his mouth, memories of Zishan flooding his mind. She had been his devoted maid since childhood, sharing a bond akin to siblings. Even after his mysterious downfall, losing all his cultivation and being subjected to ridicule and scorn, she remained by his side unwaveringly. Such loyalty was profound. Zishan truly cared for him. As the memories settled, Zhao Fang's infatuation with Zishan's breathtaking beauty faded, replaced by a singular desire to cherish her. Abandoned by his parents since infancy and recently crippled by a mysterious assailant, he had faced countless tribulations. Even the clan elder, who had once shown him kindness, had begun to turn a blind eye. Only Zishan remained steadfast in her care for him. From this day forth, you shall be my only kin, Zishan. Zhao Fang gently grasped her hand, his voice tinged with emotion. Young master, what is wrong? Why are you speaking like this? Zishan was taken aback by Zhao Fang's sudden declaration. Your life is indeed resilient. You managed to leap out even after being nailed into a coffin. I am quite astonished. Zhao Dequan sneered, his gaze fixed on Zhao Fang. He was a trusted confidant of Zhao Xian, the eldest grandson of the Zhao clan. It was he who had ordered Zhao Fang's previous demise. No matter how resilient, he is still destined to perish. He is nothing but a waste. Can he truly turn the tide against us three brothers? Zhao Dai echoed with a cold chuckle. Brother, what do you think about us entertaining this little waste in front of the young lady? Zhao Durun leered. A splendid idea. Previously, with this waste protecting her, we could only watch and envy. But now, let us give this waste a show to behold. Perhaps it will drive him to his demise. Zhao Dequan's eyes sparkled with malicious delight. Not only can I accomplish the task entrusted by the young master, but I can also indulge myself. Marvelous! Marvelous! Zhao Dai exclaimed with excitement. You shameless individuals, Zishan retorted, but upon casting a glance at Zhao Fang, her expression shifted. Zhao Dequan, as long as you release the young master, I will comply with whatever you desire. Before Zishan could finish her sentence, Zhao Fang covered her mouth with his hand. Zishan, it was my inadequacy that caused you distress. I vow that from this moment forth, no one shall ever bully you again. Chapter 3, Divine Skill. 10 Meridians Divine, Sword. Zhao Fang stepped forward, positioning Zishan behind him. What audacity you possess, you little waste. I shall bully this little wretch before your very eyes. Let's see how you respond. Zhao Diren sneered as he charged towards Zhao Fang. Young master, flee, Zishan urged, tugging at Zhao Fang anxiously. Yet, Zhao Fang merely coldly regarded Zhao Diren. Among the Zhao brothers, the eldest, Zhao Dequan, was the strongest, a 2-star martial apprentice, while the second and third, Zhao Dai and Zhao Diren, were merely 1-star martial apprentices. Zhao Fang himself was also a 1-star martial apprentice. But it was evident that the Zhao brothers were unaware of his current prowess. Thus, he could catch Zhao Diren off guard and eliminate him. By doing so, he would likely level up, and after that, what need would he have to fear Zhao Dequan? You little waste, prepare to lie down. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Diren reached Zhao Fang, slapping towards his cheek, completely underestimating him and neglecting to defend himself. He merely aimed to push Zhao Fang aside and seize Zishan for his own pleasure. You think you can make me lie down? Die! Zhao Fang struck towards Zhao Diren's heart with a powerful palm, unleashing a force that shattered his heart. You little waste, what? Zhao Diren gasped. As did Zhao Dequan, Zhao Dai, and Zishan, all staring incredulously at Zhao Fang. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhao Fang, for slaying 1-star martial apprentice Zhao Diren, earning 100 experience points and 10 true power points. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhao Fang, for triggering the Divine Martial Supreme system. The Supreme attribute has revealed the Supreme Divine skill. 10 Meridians Divine Sword. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding. Congratulations, player Zhao Fang, for leveling up. You are now at level 2, a 2-star martial apprentice. A series of metallic notifications filled the air, igniting an overwhelming ecstasy within Zhao Fang. Just as I anticipated, defeating monsters leads to leveling up. These individuals before me are all akin to monsters, mere sources of experience points. A thought flickered in his mind. Cultivate. Instantly, a surge of even greater power coursed through his body, and his mind brimmed with countless insights regarding the supreme divine skill, 10 Meridians Divine Sword. As if he had been training in this technique since childhood, the Divine Martial Supreme system was truly unparalleled in its marvel. You little waste. I didn't expect you to conceal some ability. The power that enabled you to break the coffin earlier must have stemmed from this strength, but alas, it is only equivalent to a 1-star martial apprentice. Before me, it is insufficient. Zhao Dequan discerned Zhao Fang's true capabilities. Brother, why waste words on this little waste? Just eliminate him and avenge our third brother. Zhao Dai's expression was chilling. Zhao Dequan suddenly launched himself at Zhao Fang. His speed and power at least 3 times greater than that of Zhao Diran. Master, flee quickly. Zhao Dequan is far more formidable than Zhao Diran. The expression on Zishan's face shifted dramatically. No sooner had Zishan uttered these words than Zhao Fang abruptly pointed at Zhao Dequan midair. A brilliant crimson light surged from Zhao Fang's fingertip, piercing through Zhao Dequan's heart in an instant. How could this be? Zhao Dequan lunged toward Zhao Fang, only to collapse limply to the ground, gazing at Zhao Fang with eyes filled with disbelief. Bastard, it's your turn now. Zhao Fang turned his attention to Zhao Dai. Master, spare me. Everything was orchestrated by Zhao Xian. He desires your death, and we, as brothers, had no choice. Although Zhao Dai could not comprehend Zhao Fang's newfound strength, the consecutive deaths of Zhao Dequan and Zhao Diran made it abundantly clear that he stood no chance against Zhao Fang. He immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head fervently, pleading for mercy. Zhao Xian, he won't escape. As for you, you shall descend to hell. Zhao Fang pointed decisively at Zhao Dai's head, and the fierce sword energy pierced through, causing his brain to explode, a gruesome sight of red and white. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying the 2-star martial apprentice Zhao Dequan, earning 200 experience points, 20 true energy points, and 20 proficiency points in the 10 Meridians Divine Sword. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying the 1-star martial apprentice Zhao Dai, earning 100 experience points, 10 true energy points, and 10 proficiency points in the 10 Meridians Divine Sword. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for leveling up. He is now a 3-star martial apprentice. A series of system notifications resounded, and Zhao Fang's power surged dramatically. Yet, he paid little heed to the Divine Martial Supreme system. After eliminating Zhao Dequan and his companions, he approached Zishan, concern etched on his face. Zishan, are you alright? Master, how have you become so powerful? Have your Dantian and Meridians healed? Zishan's cherry lips formed an O shape, her expression one of astonishment. Of course, and I shall grow even stronger, Zhao Fang declared. With my protection, you shall never again be bullied by anyone. Zhao Fang jested. His identity and the Divine Martial Supreme system must remain concealed. Fortunately, this body had once belonged to a genius. Claiming that his Dantian had recovered could adequately explain his rapid cultivation. Wonderful, wonderful. Zishan unexpectedly burst into tears of joy. Silly girl, why are you crying? The best days are yet to come. From now on, follow me to enjoy a life of luxury and comfort. Zhao Fang wiped Zishan's tears away, unable to resist playfully pinching her delicate face, which turned a rosy hue. The true Zhao Fang had never displayed such intimate affection toward Zishan over the years. Yet, this new incarnation teased her without restraint. Zishan's heart raced. Master, having killed Zhao Dequan and the others, it seems we cannot return to the Zhao family. Where shall we go now? Zishan inquired. At present, the Zhao family was in turmoil, with the patriarch in seclusion and the family's authority seized by Zhao Xian's father, Zhao Hu. All the clan members supported Zhao Xian's ascension as the new master. With Zhao Xian as master, Zhao Fang's current identity had become a harbinger of doom. Thus, returning now would be akin to walking into a trap. What do you mean I can't go back? I must return. If Zhao Xian wishes to take my life, I cannot allow him to have the upper hand. And that wretched thing that shattered my Dantian, if I do not compel him to repay the debt with interest, how can I still call myself a time traveler, or even a man? Zhao Fang declared boldly, overflowing with newfound confidence. In the past, he had played games for years without ever unlocking a single legendary skill, yet after merely arriving in the martial realm and dispatching a few lowly henchmen, He had unlocked a supreme martial technique. This was truly a path defying destiny. Young master, do you believe you can surpass Zhao Xian? Zishan inquired, seemingly struck by a thought, covering her mouth in astonishment. Impossible, Zhao Fang replied resolutely. Zhao Xian, currently a 3-star martial artist, stood a full major realm above him, and 9 minor realms as well. Before his dantian was shattered and his cultivation diminished, defeating Zhao Xian would have been as easy as slaying a chicken. However, now he acknowledged that he was indeed no match for Zhao Xian. But with the supreme martial system at his disposal, was it truly a challenge to elevate his cultivation? A cold smirk graced Zhao Fang's lips. Zishan, let us venture forth and cultivate together. Chapter 4. The divine upgrade. Zhao Fang led Zishan into the Mo Yun Ridge. Mo Yun Ridge, alongside the 7-Kill Sea and the Abyss of Death, is renowned as one of the 3 most perilous locales in the martial realm, stretching for billions of miles and spanning tens of millions in width, resembling a colossal dragon that divides the entire martial world. Within Mo Yun Ridge lie countless treasures of heaven and earth, an abundance of wild beasts, spiritual creatures, and ferocious beasts. Given Zhao Fang's current cultivation level, he dared not venture into the heart of Mo Yun Ridge, confining himself to the outskirts to battle lesser foes. While engaging in combat, he was even reluctant to divert his attention to Zishan. Thus, he settled her in a hidden spot at the ridge's edge, crafting a small wooden cabin from felled trees for walls and beams. He assured her to remain there for 3 months while he pursued his training. Within that span, Zhao Fang was confident he could elevate himself to a 3-star martial artist or beyond. The night was dark, the moon high. Within Mo Yun Ridge, the wind howled through the mountains and forests, sending rustling leaves and stones into a frenzy, while the roars of beasts resounded like a tide. Zhao Fang was engaged in a frenzied slaughter amongst the trees. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhao Fang has slain a wild boar, earning 10 experience points, 0 true power points, and 1 proficiency point in the 10 Meridian's divine sword. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhao Fang has slain a mountain antelope, earning 10 experience points, 0 true power points, and 1 proficiency point in the 10 Meridian's divine sword. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhao Fang has leveled up, now a 4-star martial apprentice. 2 days passed. I cannot continue. The experience gained from slaying ordinary beasts is far too scant to elevate my level. I must begin hunting spiritual beasts or ferocious beasts to accumulate sufficient experience swiftly. In the martial realm, creatures are classified into wild beasts, spiritual beasts, and ferocious beasts. Wild beasts are akin to ordinary humans, devoid of true power, relying solely on physical strength. Spiritual beasts, on the other hand, resemble martial artists, possessing true power and a degree of intelligence, capable of absorbing and expelling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with their attack power and danger level far exceeding that of wild beasts. Ferocious beasts share similarities with spiritual beasts, yet they lack intelligence, driven solely by an instinctual urge to kill, and are inherently more dangerous than spiritual beasts. In the realm of the game, vanquishing formidable bosses yields far greater experience points and loot than defeating mere minions. When compared to beasts, spirit beasts and fierce beasts undoubtedly embody the essence of bosses. The wild creatures I have slain recently are ample sustenance for Zishan for the next 6 months, allowing me to venture deeper into the Mo Yun Ridge to hunt spirit beasts with confidence. Zhao Fang meticulously transported the remains of the beasts he had defeated over the past 2 days back to Zishan, then set off alone into the depths of the Mo Yun Ridge. Firecloud Rabbit, you are mine. Haha, little bunny, become my source of experience. Upon entering a slightly deeper section of the Mo Yun Ridge, Zhao Fang encountered 4 Firecloud Rabbits. As a first-tier spirit beast, they are akin to a 1-star martial apprentice. With Zhao Fang's current prowess, dispatching a Firecloud Rabbit posed no challenge whatsoever. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying a Firecloud Rabbit, gaining 100 experience points, 10 true power points, and 10 proficiency points in the 10 Veins divine sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying a Firecloud Rabbit, gaining 100 experience points, 10 true power points, and 10 proficiency points in the 10 Veins divine sword. Haha, hunting spirit beasts is far superior to hunting wild beasts. Zhao Fang laughed heartily. Yun White Snake, where do you think you're going? Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying an Yun White Snake, gaining 200 experience points, 20 true power points, and 20 proficiency points in the 10 Veins divine sword. Ding! Ding! A day later, Zhao Fang leveled up to a 4-star martial apprentice. 3 days later, he ascended to a 5-star martial apprentice. Not enough. Still not enough. I must continue leveling up. Deeper into the Mo Yun Ridge I go. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying a black-backed moonwolf. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying a multicolored rooster. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying a silver-scaled pangolin. Zhao Fang advanced into the depths of the Awaken ridge with a flamboyant demeanor, leaving a trail of spirit beast carcasses in his wake. 20 days later, Zhao Fang had leveled up to a 9-star martial apprentice. What a thrill! At this rate, in less than 3 months, I shall ascend to a 3-star martial master. And then I shall make Zhao Xian pay dearly. Zhao Fang took a hearty bite of the roasted black-backed moonwolf meat, savoring its richness. Zhao Xian is but a minor figure. The true boss is that despicable villain who struck me from the shadows. Even in my former state as a 1-star martial general, I could not discern how that scoundrel struck, nor could I catch a glimpse of his face, indicating that his cultivation must be at least that of a 3-star martial general or higher. My current cultivation is still insufficient. However, though my cultivation may be lacking, my martial skills compensate. With the supreme skill of the 10 Veins Divine Sword at my disposal, I can undoubtedly challenge foes of higher levels. No, I should say, I can eliminate them. Yet, the proficiency of this supreme skill is maddeningly difficult to enhance. Zhao Fang glanced at the attributes displayed in his mind. 10 Veins Divine Sword, proficiency, 1580-100000. Damn it. After toiling for 20 days, I have only amassed 1580 points in proficiency for the 10 Veins Divine Sword. At this rate, how long will it take to master it fully? Zhao Fang lamented. The 10 Meridians Sword, as its name suggests, is a technique that channels true energy through the intricate and profound pathways of 10 meridians within the body, subsequently unleashing a formidable sword aura from the 10 fingers to annihilate foes. Although Zhao Fang has mastered the 10 Meridian Sword, his proficiency stands at a mere 1580 points, which is but a fraction of the required 100,000. Thus, he can currently only manifest a single Meridian Sword aura. While this singular aura is undeniably terrifying, it pales in comparison to the might of the full 10 Meridian Sword energy. With determination, Zhao Fang quickly devoured the black-backed moonwolf meat in his hands and set off deeper into the Awaken ridge, intent on slaying higher-level spirit beasts to gain greater experience, true energy, and proficiency in his divine skills. Monsters, here I come. Prepare yourselves. Zhao Fang bellowed exuberantly. Meanwhile, within the Zhao Clan, Zhao Xian glared at Zhao Delu. His expression darkened. You are utterly useless, Zhao Delu. It has been 20 days, and you have yet to capture Zhao Fang. What purpose do you serve? Zhao Delu, berated, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. When Zhao Xian's fury subsided slightly, he cautiously replied, Young master, that waste Zhao Fang has fled into Awaken ridge, which is vast and difficult to search. Fool. How can a useless person kill Zhao Dequan and his companions? Zhao Xian's anger flared once more. Yes, within the depths of the Moya mountain range, Zhao Fang was fervently engaged in leveling up. Fortune had favored him these past few days. Although he ventured deeper into the mountains, he encountered only first-tier spirit beasts. With his current cultivation as a 9-star martial apprentice, coupled with the mastery of the 10 Meridian Divine Sword technique, he faced no peril whatsoever. He relentlessly racked up kills. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying the Azure Peak Red Ape, earning 900 experience points, 90 true power points, and 90 proficiency points in the 10 Meridian Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying the Green Feather Eagle, earning 900 experience points, 90 true power points, and 90 proficiency points in the 10 Meridian Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying the 3-hook Poison Scorpion, earning 900 experience points, 90 true power points, and 90 proficiency points in the 10 Meridian Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for leveling up. His current level is now a 1-star martial master. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for reaching the proficiency milestone in his divine technique, upgrading the 10 Meridian Divine Sword. He can now wield the 2 Meridian Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for triggering the divine technique Lucky Box, granting the 2 Meridian Divine Sword killing array. Will he cultivate it? A series of system notifications surged through Zhao Fang, igniting his fervor. Without hesitation, he declared, cultivate. In the next moment, Zhao Fang extended his right hand forward, and his thumb and index finger unleashed a crimson sword chi and an orange sword chi, respectively. The 2 streams of sword chi intertwined in midair, forming a complex and arcane net of red and orange sword chi, which surged forward, annihilating 3 ancient trees as thick as 5 men embracing, reducing them to mere fragments scattered across the sky. My goodness, this 2 Meridian Divine Sword killing array is astonishing. It can effortlessly annihilate 2-star martial masters. Just imagine what terror would ensue if I were to fully master the 10 Meridian Divine Sword and unleash the 10 Meridian Divine Sword killing array. Merely contemplating this sent a thrill coursing through Zhao Fang. He hastily checked his attribute panel in his mind. Primordial Divine Sword. Proficiency 10-0-3100-000. He realized he had a genuine opportunity to elevate his cultivation to 3-star martial master while boosting the proficiency of the Primordial Divine Sword to over 20,000 points. At that moment, launching the Primordial Divine Sword killing array would undoubtedly be an exhilarating experience. Onward to continue slaying monsters and leveling up. Zhao Fang gallantly raced deeper into the Moya mountain range. Another month passed, and Zhao Fang had ascended to the rank of 3-star martial master, with the proficiency of the Primordial Divine Sword accumulating to over 19,000 points. He was preparing to elevate it beyond 20,000 before returning to his wooden abode. Just then, an extraordinary fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Merely catching a whiff of this peculiar scent left Zhao Fang feeling euphoric, as if he were floating in bliss. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This was undoubtedly an exceptionally rare and valuable treasure. He resolved to find a way to acquire it. Even though his current level was low and he couldn't utilize such advanced treasures immediately, he could exchange such high-grade items for supreme coins, subsequently purchasing suitable items for himself from the system's marketplace. As Zhao Fang muttered to himself, he followed the direction of a peculiar fragrance that wafted through the air. He meandered through the misty cloud ridge for approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, until he stumbled upon a valley strewn with rocks, where a resplendent 7-colored spirit mushroom stood. The enchanting aroma emanated from this very mushroom, which was now radiating a kaleidoscope of light. What a treasure this 7-colored spirit mushroom is. Surely it must be worth thousands of supreme coins. Zhao Fang's mouth watered at the sight. However, he refrained from hastily entering the valley to pluck the mushroom. Every heavenly material and earthly treasure is invariably guarded by mystical beasts, and the more precious the treasure, the more ferocious the guardian. The 7-colored spirit mushroom was evidently no ordinary specimen, and the creature that protected it must be equally formidable. Zhao Fang's slender limbs would not withstand such a confrontation. Moreover, throughout his journey, he had encountered not even a single common beast, not even a mosquito, which further unsettled him. He surmised that he had wandered into the territory of a terrifying guardian beast, likely the very one that protected the 7-colored spirit mushroom. Patience is key. One must remain calm. Such a precious gem surely attracts more than one person or beast. I shall remain concealed, like a fisherman waiting for the opportune moment. Once the 7-colored spirit mushroom reaches maturity and the formidable guardian reveals itself in a fierce struggle for possession, I will stealthily emerge and seize the opportunity. Zhao Fang nestled among a thicket at the edge of the valley, covering himself and his face with mud, and tore off several leaves to cloak his body, leaving only his eyes exposed as he meticulously observed the 7-colored spirit mushroom. A day passed without a hint of movement in the valley. The brilliance of the mushroom intensified, and the fragrant aroma grew ever more potent. Days turned into 3, yet the valley remained eerily silent. The 7-colored spirit mushroom now shone like a radiant sun, nearly ripe for harvest. Could it be that I miscalculated? Are the legends of traversal mere fabrications? Perhaps this valley is not the domain of a fearsome beast, and no guardian lurks to protect the mushroom? Having lain in wait for 3 days and nights without sustenance, even with Zhao Fang's cultivation as a 3rd-tier martial artist, he began to falter. He pondered whether to rise and claim the 7-colored spirit mushroom. It is imperative to harvest heavenly materials at the moment of their maturity. Missing the timing would diminish their efficacy significantly. Zhao Fang felt his resolve wavering. Just then, a foul wind swept through, heralding the arrival of a creature the size of a small mountain, adorned with 3 lion-headed forms. It materialized before Zhao Fang in an instant. Upon seeing the creature, Zhao Fang unexpectedly burst into laughter, exhilarated. For through the divine martial supreme system, he discerned an overwhelming golden light shimmering atop the monstrous black beast's head. The boss has arrived. Chapter 6. Mutual Destruction. Wait, a boss? Could this be the very guardian of the 7-colored spirit mushroom? This is unfortunate. Witnessing the 3-headed black lion monster radiating with dazzling boss gold light, Zhao Fang's first instinct was one of ecstatic exhilaration. Defeating the boss would surely yield magnificent rewards. However, the terrifying pressure emanating from the 3-headed black lion beast instantly rendered Zhao Fang weak. He recognized this spirit beast. This was, without a doubt, a Tier 3 Level 7 spirit beast, the 3-headed black lion. Such a creature was equivalent to a terrifying 7-star martial general. With a mere breath, it could obliterate him in an instant. Was he really to kneel here? This was no game. Should he be vanquished by the 3-headed black lion, there would be no chance to respawn. Zhao Fang dared not even breathe, his body frozen in fear, especially as he observed the 3-headed black lion gradually approaching him. Every muscle in his body tensed, and he scarcely dared to exhale. Ding! Boss-level monster detected. 3-headed black lion. Ding. System notification. Currently, the player's abilities are far from matching the three-headed black lion. Would you like to consume a bit of luck to evade this life-threatening peril? Luck has such a function. The sudden system alert left Zhao Fang momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he quickly responded, I am willing to consume it. Ding. Luck consumed, fortune bestowed. An enigmatic sensation enveloped Zhao Fang's entire being. The three-headed black lion halted its steps, its three heads tilting to the left. All six eyes fixating on a particular spot deep within the forest, momentarily disregarding Zhao Fang. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared amidst the dense foliage. She was a young girl, perhaps 17 or 18 years old, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Her exquisite features were complemented by a flowing gown that billowed in the wind as she dashed through the forest towards a rocky valley adorned with colorful spirit mushrooms. As she ran, her dress fluttered elegantly, accentuating her figure, making her appear as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens. Zhao Fang's eyes widened in astonishment. System, are you certain this is the fortune brought by consuming luck points, and not a romantic encounter? The system's notification remained unresponsive to Zhao Fang's query. Roar, roar, roar. The three-headed black lion unleashed a series of ferocious roars. Abandoning Zhao Fang and charging directly towards the girl, the overwhelming power of the Tier 3 Level 7 spirit beast dissipating. Zhao Fang felt an immediate sense of relief. Yet he still dared not move. His attention was entirely fixated on the girl and the three-headed black lion. In the blink of an eye, the three-headed black lion and the graceful girl clashed. To his astonishment, the seemingly gentle girl was overpowering the beast. Goodness! She resembled a fierce dragon cloaked in the guise of a goddess. Zhao Fang's earlier fleeting thoughts of admiration for the girl vanished without a trace. Roar! Roar! The three-headed black lion's roars grew increasingly fierce, but the more ferocious it became, the harder the girl retaliated, wielding a long sword that glowed with a blue light. She left countless varying depths of scars on the three-headed black lion. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the three-headed black lion was left on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of defeat. The girl clearly had her sights set on the colorful spirit mushroom. And if the three-headed black lion could sense Zhao Fang's presence, then there was no reason the girl could not as well. If that female Tyrannosaurus harbors malicious intent towards me, I may not withstand her assault. It would be wise to take my leave while I can. Zhao Fang began to grasp the meaning of the system's notion of luck. It was designed to have that woman restrain the three-headed black Xian lion, granting him precious time to escape. Although he could not fathom how the system had so fortuitously summoned that graceful maiden, he had no time to ponder such matters now. Survival was paramount. Zhao Fang curled his body, attempting to sneak away, when suddenly, the maiden cried out, "Beast, perish!" The exclamation jolted him, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a vibrant azure light erupting from her form. The sword in her hand blazed with an intensity that extended several feet, and with a single strike, she severed one of the heads of the three-headed black Xian lion. The creature let out a wretched howl, but the maiden's sword did not waver. She continued her assault, swiftly decapitating the second head. In mere moments, the third head was on the verge of meeting the same fate. The dying three-headed black Xian lion roared in agony, and from its severed neck, a torrent of dark energy erupted, exuding an overwhelming aura. Zhao Fang was horrified to witness the severed neck writhing violently. In the blink of an eye, the two heads that had been lopped off regenerated. Additionally, a fleshy growth began to tremble beside the newly formed heads, swelling larger and resembling a lion's head. The three-headed black Xian lion's form expanded significantly, its dark fur radiating an eerie violet glow, and the aura it emitted became terrifyingly potent, inducing a sense of suffocation in Zhao Fang, who was hiding at a distance. Had it evolved into a four-headed purple Xian lion? In this moment of life and death, the three-headed black Xian lion had transcended? Zhao Fang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. A four-headed purple Xian lion was a fourth-tier spirit beast, comparable to a martial king-level powerhouse. Would the maiden be able to contend with it? Regardless of her capability, I must flee. Zhao Fang disregarded stealth, rose to his feet, and prepared to sprint towards the outskirts of Mo Yun Ridge. However, just as he had run several meters, a violent crash resonated, as if an earthquake had struck. The ground trembled violently within a radius of several dozen meters, and an invisible shockwave shattered the ancient trees in the vicinity. He was caught in the fierce turbulence, losing his balance and tumbling forward, rolling several times. In his disoriented state, he glimpsed the four-headed purple Xian lion losing three of its heads, while the fourth dangled precariously from its neck, about to fall. Its massive form collapsed to the ground, struggling pitifully yet unable to rise again. The graceful maiden lay on the ground, drenched in the black and purple blood of the four-headed purple Xian lion, her face pale, and her limbs convulsing as if she too had suffered grave injuries. Had they both been equally vanquished? Zhao Fang rose from the ground. Carefully concealing himself behind an ancient tree, his gaze fixated on the young maiden and the four-headed purple lion. He observed intently as time passed, noticing the lion's struggles diminishing, its vitality waning. The graceful maiden, too, was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Chapter 7. Slaying the boss. Zhao Fang felt a surge of excitement. Fortune, fortune. As the clam and the snipe contend, I shall reap the benefits. After what felt like the span of half a tea session, Zhao Fang confirmed that neither the maiden nor the four-headed purple lion posed any threat to him. He dashed from behind the ancient tree, racing towards the lion. Though the four-headed purple lion hovered on the precipice of death, Zhao Fang, through the divine martial supreme system, could still perceive the radiant golden light emanating from it. As long as it lived, it remained a boss. Defeating a boss grants magnificent rewards. With exhilaration coursing through him, Zhao Fang pointed at the lioness' forehead, unleashing a fierce crimson sword aura from his fingertip. Yet, upon striking the lion's fur, it dissipated instantly. Zhao Fang was taken aback. How could it still be so formidable? Even on the brink of death? I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. With a flurry of movements, Zhao Fang unleashed a torrent of crimson and orange sword energies, either piercing the lion directly or forming a dual-path sword formation to ensnare its body. However, all sword energies vanished upon contact with the lion's skin, failing to even pluck a single hair. Frustration surged within Zhao Fang. The lion's life force was dwindling. If he did not slay the four-headed purple lion before it succumbed, he would lose this hard-won opportunity to defeat a boss-level creature. Yet, the four-headed purple lion was a fourth-tier spirit beast, akin to an elephant compared to an ant for him. Even as the elephant neared death, could an ant truly pose a threat? Clearly not. How could I, renowned for seizing opportunities, let a boss escape my grasp? Such an act would tarnish my reputation. In a state of agitation, Zhao Fang paced back and forth, and suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the graceful maiden lying opposite the lion. Goodness, what a celestial beauty! His eyes sparkled, and a droplet of glistening saliva escaped from his lips as he approached her. He had no intention of behaving inappropriately. Zhao Fang prided himself on his integrity and virtuous nature. He would never take advantage of the maiden's dire state. Instead, he simply approached her, unable to resist the urge to gently touch her delicate form. Ah, how soft! How resilient! How delightful! Zhao Fang's eyes gleamed with a verdant light, and his heart soared at the sensation. The petite thief, what do you intend to do? I caution you. As Zhao Fang deliberately brushed against her, Mu Qingxuan's face flushed crimson. She, with her ethereal beauty and noble lineage, had always been elevated above others, possessing extraordinary talent since childhood. When had anyone dared to so blatantly demean her? Yet now, a mere one-star martial artist had the audacity to toy with her. Anger surged within her. However, she had just employed a forbidden technique to fend off the dying counterattack of 4 purple Xian lions, which left her meridians and dantian severely damaged, rendering her internal energy utterly depleted. She found herself devoid of any strength, utterly incapable of confronting this insolent youth before her. In a desperate bid to assert her identity and background, she attempted to intimidate him. But before she could complete her words, she witnessed this insolent lad seize the azure sword from her grasp, thrusting it towards the heart of the 4 purple Xian lions. Could he withstand the might of his own sword's aura? Could he resist the sharpness of this blade? Like cutting through tofu, the sword easily pierced the heart of the 4 purple Xian lions, transfixing it completely. A lamenting roar escaped the lions, their heads tilting as they succumbed to death, their remaining eyes fixed upon Zhao Fang, wide open even in demise. They could scarcely fathom that they would perish at the hands of a mere ant-like martial artist they had never regarded. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying the boss, the 4 purple Xian lions, earning 100,000 experience points, 10,000 true energy points, and 10,000 proficiency in the 10 meridians divine sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for ascending 7 levels, now at the rank of 8-star martial artist. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for meeting the proficiency requirements for the divine skill, upgrading the 10 meridians divine sword, enabling the use of the 3 meridians divine sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for triggering the divine skill lucky box, acquiring the 3 meridians divine sword formation. Would you like to cultivate it? Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for obtaining the supreme grade martial skill, golden lion roar. Would you like to cultivate it? Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for acquiring the 4-stage level 1 spirit core of the 4 purple Xian lions. Would you like to collect it? What does it mean to experience a frenzied explosion? This is what it entails. Only by defeating boss-level monsters could one witness such a violent eruption. Zhao Fang trembled with excitement, fervently wishing to cultivate and collect. In an instant, his strength and cultivation soared dramatically. Yet, he remained fixated on the 7-colored spirit mushroom. With a flash of his form, he unleashed the speed of an 8-star martial artist, darting like a phantom into the rocky valley. At that moment, the 7-colored spirit mushroom had fully matured. Ding! Discovered the fully matured, unclaimed, supreme-grade treasure, the 7-spirit mushroom. Would you like to collect it? Collect it and exchange it for supreme coins. Zhao Fang silently chanted in his heart. Supreme coins are the exclusive currency within the divine martial supreme system, allowing one to purchase various treasures from the system's marketplace. Acquiring supreme coins necessitates Zhao Fang selling various heavenly and earthly treasures and divine weapons that meet the system's standards to the divine martial supreme system. For instance, this 7-spirit treasure grass, with Zhao Fang's current cultivation level, is of no use to him whatsoever. He could easily sell it to the divine martial supreme system in exchange for supreme coins, which he could then utilize in the system's marketplace to procure various treasures that are beneficial to him at present. Ding! Exchange completed. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for possessing 903 supreme coins at this moment. What? Only 903 supreme coins? System, you've made an error. Zhao Fang's expression darkened instantly. In the martial realm, all manner of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, divine weapons, miraculous elixirs, and mystical formations are categorized into 9 levels: divine, celestial, earthly, profound, yellow, cosmic, and primordial, corresponding to the 9 great realms of martial cultivation. Moreover, the supreme coin prices for these treasures are set as follows: 0, 9, 10, 9, 99, 1000, 000, 999, 999, 9999. The 7-spirit treasure grass is classified as a cosmic grade treasure. It should be worth at least 1,000 supreme coins. Ding! System-friendly reminder. The treasures sold to the system incur a transaction fee of 10 after the system sets the price. Damn! Upon hearing this, Zhao Fang felt a pang of regret. A full 10. This is merely a cosmic grade treasure, and it deducted at least 100 supreme coins from him. If he were to sell higher grade treasures to the system in the future, how much would be deducted then? The more Zhao Fang pondered, the more pained he felt. Not just physically, but emotionally. His entire being was in agony. Even his backside ached. Chapter 8. I want you to be my wife. If I purchase treasures in the system's marketplace, will the system still take a cut? Zhao Fang inquired hesitantly. Ding. No. Zhao Fang finally felt a sense of relief and instinctively browsed the dazzling treasures available in the system's marketplace. Ancestral Witch Bloodline. 999999999 supreme coins. Great Azura Bloodline. 732844638 supreme coins. Primordial Divine Law. 999999999 supreme coins. Profound Yellow Opening Axe. 967233311 supreme coins. Ginseng Holy Fruit. 28174777 supreme coins. 3 Light Divine Water. 182774755 supreme coins. Transdimensional Great Teleportation Technique. 1137464744 supreme coins. Goodness, these are all extraordinary items. I want them all. The more Zhao Fang gazed, the more he drooled, but those lengthy strings of numbers dazzled his eyes. He currently possesses barely over 900 supreme coins, not even enough for a fraction of the cost. I must strive harder. If I wish to conquer this world, I cannot do so without acquiring good equipment. Just moments ago, Zhao Fang was in agony, but now he was filled with ambition. However, what about that girl? Zhao Fang glanced at the slender maiden lying outside the valley. Her aura was continuously diminishing, and she appeared to be on the brink of death. Should I save her? That girl is quite fierce. Although I have now advanced to an 8-star martial master, I am still evidently no match for her. It seems I may have inadvertently teased her earlier, but that was merely a normal physical interaction. Yet, should she perceive it as teasing, she might seek revenge once I rescue her, and I may not be able to withstand her wrath. However, if I do not rescue her, this ethereal young lady is likely to meet a tragic end in the wilderness, her lifeless body desecrated by wild beasts, which would be a true waste of divine beauty. Damn it, it's perplexing. Zhao Fang was in a state of turmoil. Encountering such a stunning woman for the first time was a monumental shock to his reclusive heart, having lived as a solitary bachelor for 2 lifetimes. Yet, it is often said that a woman's thoughts are deeply intricate. Even if one treats her well, she might not spare him a glance. Who knows if saving her would yield any reward? Nevertheless, the martial world is fraught with peril, and given his current weakness, he felt as fragile as a blade of grass, unable to withstand any adversity. It was wiser to proceed with caution and prioritize his own survival. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Fang steeled his resolve and decided to ignore the enchanting maiden. As for the gleaming sword in his possession, he thought, well, she is destined to perish. So this sword would be of no use to her. It might as well belong to me. He stepped out of the rocky valley, intending to delve deeper into the Moya Ridge, engage in battles, level up, and enhance the proficiency of his 10 Veins Divine Sword to over 30,000, thereby unlocking the 4 Veins Divine Sword and its accompanying formation before returning to the Zhao family to deal with Zhao Xian. Little thief, save me. Just as Zhao Fang emerged from the valley, a voice, gentle yet tinged with a chilling clarity, delicate as a yellow oriole's song, reached his ears. It was melodious yet frail, sending a tremor through his heart. He quickly suppressed the surge of emotions within him, recognizing it as the maiden's plea for help. However, he felt too intimidated to act. He even refrained from glancing at her again, fearing that the sight of her unparalleled beauty would soften his heart once more. Save me! Save me! The voice called out again as he took a few more steps, now even weaker, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Damn it! He was a man, and how could he allow such a delicate creature to perish before him? Zhao Fang felt a surge of agitation, muttering curses under his breath. Although she seemed extraordinary, he was a man equipped with a golden finger. How could he be afraid of her? Indeed, he should not fear her. So why not save her? As long as she promised not to harm him, that would suffice. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he broke into a mischievous grin. He turned and dashed back to the side of the exquisite maiden. At that moment, the young lady lay pale as paper, her complexion a ghastly shade with hints of ash, her breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible. How tragic! Zhao Fang examined her closely, discovering that her body was devoid of any true energy, her meridians severely damaged, with some even severed. Her dantian had also suffered significant harm. No wonder she could only lie on the ground, incapable of cultivating or recovering on her own. If he did not come to her aid, she would soon be beyond the reach of even the most powerful immortals. Help! Help! The delicate maiden cried out, her voice now barely more than a whisper, reminiscent of tender murmurs exchanged between lovers, stirring Zhao Fang's heart anew. Contemplating his intentions, Zhao Fang's heart fluttered even more. He spent 1 supreme coin to procure a life-extending pill from the system's marketplace for the maiden to consume. This life-extending pill could only prolong the life of one on the brink of death for half a tea session, rendering it rather inexpensive. However, in this instance, it was perfectly adequate. Half a tea session was sufficient for Zhao Fang to unravel his little scheme. Upon ingesting the pill, the maiden felt a surge of vitality. She slowly opened her eyes and beheld Zhao Fang. You saved me, little thief? She inquired. Are there any other people here? Zhao Fang retorted. The maiden's expression faltered, and she softly expressed her gratitude to him. Yet Zhao Fang waved her off, saying, Hold your thanks for now, sister. My assistance does not come without a price. Tell me, what do you desire? Upon hearing this, the maiden's demeanor grew frosty once more, and a hint of disdain flickered in her gaze. I am a true disciple of the Xuanji sect. Whatever you wish for, I can provide. The Xuanji sect? Zhao Fang was taken aback, realizing the magnitude of her background. The Xuanji sect was one of the 3 great sects of the Liang kingdom, with its leaders standing on equal footing with the ruler of Liang. A true disciple within the Xuanji sect held a status even higher than some princes and princesses of the kingdom. This maiden, appearing no older than 15 or 16, had already achieved such a remarkable position, truly a prodigy of her generation. By the heavens, I might just strike gold this time. Zhao Fang felt a surge of excitement within, though his expression remained solemn as he stated, What I desire is you. What did you say? The maiden's voice rose in astonishment, a blend of confusion and disbelief washing over her. It seemed she grasped the essence of Zhao Fang's words, yet at the same time, she did not fully comprehend him. Did you not hear me clearly? Allow me to reiterate. I want you to be my wife. Zhao Fang's gaze bore into her, filled with fervor. Chapter 9. The Oath of Heaven in the Martial Realm. You're dreaming. The maiden exclaimed, her frustration bubbling over, causing her to cough violently due to her injuries. Sister, in this world, one must understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Zhao Fang chuckled mischievously. You shameless cad. How can I be shameless? I am not forcing you. I merely remind you that the pill I just provided, the life-extending pill, can only stabilize your life for half a tea session and offers you no real remedy for your injuries. Thus, I advise you to make your decision swiftly. The maiden's expression darkened. Even without Zhao Fang's words, she could sense her condition deteriorating. The peculiar power of the pill merely sustained her life. She lacked the strength to rise. She glared at Zhao Fang with fierce intensity. Zhao Fang, however, wore a playful grin. Sister, I saved your life, and it is only natural for you to offer yourself in return. So, why not acquiesce to me, haha? You cough, dream on. Zhao Fang remained unperturbed, quietly waiting beside the graceful maiden, indulging in the exquisite beauty of her visage. Truly, she was breathtaking. The mere thought that such a stunning woman might become his wife left him feeling weak in the knees. Soon, a small portion of time had passed. Yet the enchanting maiden continued to fix her gaze upon him, her eyes seemingly capable of devouring him whole. Her expression fluctuated, yet she remained silent. Very well, fair maiden. You've bested me. Must I take my leave? Zhao Fang's patience began to wane. Though he was reluctant to watch her perish, he dared not act rashly to rescue her. In the perilous realm of martial arts, each step was fraught with danger. For the sake of his own life, he resolved to exercise caution. Rising to his feet, he turned away, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to force himself to forget the ethereal beauty before him. Yet, just as he was about to step away, the maiden finally spoke. Little thief, I agree to your request. A surge of elation washed over Zhao Fang as he turned back, returning to her side, and stammered, What did you say? Little thief, are your ears deaf? A faint blush crept across her pale face. Zhao Fang feigned ignorance. I truly did not hear you. Maiden, if you do not speak, I shall take my leave once more. I said I agree. The maiden's embarrassment turned into irritation. Agree to what? A mischievous grin spread across Zhao Fang's face. I agree to be your wife. The maiden exclaimed, as if she had resolved to abandon all reservations. Ha ha ha, wife. I finally have a wife. How wonderful. Who among you can boast a wife as beautiful as mine? Zhao Fang erupted into laughter. He then procured a stabilizing pill from his system and administered it to the maiden, ensuring her continued survival, before calming his excitement and inquiring, My dear wife. I am Zhao Fang, the young master of the Zhao family in Yishui City. Impressive, isn't it? What is your name, and where do you hail from? Who resides in your household? Zhao Fang embarked on a thorough inquiry. The maiden, however, remained silent. He furrowed his brow slightly, then employed his previous tactic. What is the matter, maiden? Do you still hesitate to become my wife? Very well, I shall take my leave. I am Mu Qingxian. I have no parents. My master raised me. The Xuanji sect is my home, and I am the second-ranked disciple of the sect. Mu Qingxian, what a melodious name. Zhao Fang exclaimed. Come now. Qingxian, call me husband, or, better yet, dear husband, so I may hear it. Dear husband? Mu Qingxian questioned, puzzled by the term's meaning. After a brief pause, she continued. Zhao Fang, you should carry me out of the Moya Ridge first and help heal my wounds. She resolved to let this audacious rogue have his moment of verbal triumph, intending to settle the score once they exited the Moya Ridge and her injuries were mended. Do not rush, murmured Mu Qingxian, her tone laced with curiosity. Hearing her address him as husband sent a shiver of delight through Zhao Fang. Initially, his desire for Mu Qingxian to be his wife stemmed from a primal urge that arose upon encountering an exquisite beauty. However, her calling him husband imbued his feelings with a newfound sincerity. In his past life, he was merely a penniless and faceless virgin, utterly devoid of allure. Which woman would ever wish to call him husband? Not to mention a celestial beauty like Mu Qingxian. Even those less fortunate in appearance would regard him with disdain. The struggle to find a partner was indeed formidable. Only in dreams could he ever hear the woman he cherished refer to him as husband. Though Mu Qingxuan's utterance was tinged with reluctance and uncertainty, it nonetheless fulfilled a cherished fantasy of his. Yet, despite the sweetness of the moment, Zhao Fang remained resolute, recalling his earlier intentions. Qingxian, my dear wife, you must first swear an oath to the heavenly Tao of the martial realm, he implored. Swear that you willingly accept me, Zhao Fang, as your husband, and that in this life and beyond, regardless of wealth or poverty, health or illness, joy or sorrow, you shall be my devoted wife. You must love me, cherish me, harbor no malice towards me, and bestow your affections solely upon me. As he spoke, his voice softened. These were words he had uttered countless times in his dreams. Yet in reality, no one had ever been inclined to listen. He yearned to cherish a woman, to love her faithfully throughout their lives, to care for her, to embrace her, to ensure her perpetual happiness. Regrettably, in his previous existence, he lacked the means to fulfill such desires. However, having traversed into the martial realm and being endowed with the supreme divine martial system, he felt empowered. Zhao Fang's declarations of love left Mu Qingxian utterly astonished. To swear an oath to the heavenly Tao of the martial realm, as the lecherous rogue before her suggested, would severely limit her options for reprimanding him. The oaths of the heavenly Tao were binding and absolute. Even the legendary martial saints and martial gods would never dare defy such vows. They were matters of life and death. Qingxian, my dear wife, swear your oath, and once you have done so, I will immediately heal your injuries, Zhao Fang urged. His underlying intention was clear. Once Mu Qingxian swore her oath, even if her martial prowess were to increase tenfold, she could never harm him again. After all, the heavenly Tao of the martial realm was supreme, transcending all beings and governing all things. It was not to be trifled with. Chapter 10. I have a wife. Mu Qingxian fell silent. Zhao Fang refrained from pressing her. As moments trickled by, over half a tea's worth of time elapsed, and the effects of the second calming elixir began to wane. Mu Qingxuan's breath grew faint once more, and Zhao Fang's expression shifted subtly. My dear Qingxian, this is our first encounter. You know little of me, and your status is exalted, while my origins pale in comparison. I understand that you may look down upon me and be reluctant to bind your life to one of such humble beginnings. Yet, as I reiterate, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you wish for my assistance, you must pay a price. And the price I demand is your commitment to become my wife. I trust you understand that unless you pledge to the celestial laws of the martial realm, I cannot possibly come to your rescue. After all, your status and martial prowess far surpass my own. Should I save you? What would prevent you from turning against me later? Young Master Zhao, I, Mu Qingxian, solemnly vow to the celestial laws of the martial realm that if you rescue me, I shall not trouble you in any way, and I will express my profound gratitude. I can effortlessly aid in the expansion of the Zhao family's influence in Yushui City, providing you with unimaginable resources for cultivation, Mu Qingxian implored eagerly. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Fang interrupted her, stating emphatically, No, I only require you. With approximately 20 breaths remaining, the effects of the second dying calamity pill would be entirely exhausted. Qingxian, your life is now reduced to merely 20 breaths. The choice between life and death rests in your hands. Zhao Fang's voice grew resolute. Mu Qingxian fell silent once more. In the depths of the mountains, the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the scene, while the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze lent an eerie tranquility to the atmosphere. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Mu Qingxuan's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet Zhao Fang managed a bitter smile. Qingxian, I comprehend your intent. I apologize. Perhaps my demands have indeed placed you in an awkward position. Let us consider ourselves fated but ultimately ill-suited. Zhao Fang was disheartened, lamenting the beauty and grace of the woman before him, questioning why she must bear such pride. Did he truly seem so inadequate? Was he not destined to become a formidable figure? Suddenly, he stood up, turned, and his footsteps felt heavily burdened, even devoid of the desire to level up through battle. Stop. I will agree. Zhao Fang froze, and a tremor coursed through him as he turned back to gaze at Mu Qingxian, incredulous. What did you say? Mu Qingxuan's expression was a tempest of emotions. She gazed deeply into Zhao Fang's eyes and declared, I, Mu Qingxian, with utmost sincerity, solemnly pledge to the supreme celestial laws of the martial realm. In that instant, an extraordinary and sacred invisible force surged from the heavens above, enveloping Mu Qingxian and distorting the very air around her. The oath proclaimed, I, Mu Qingxian, willingly become Zhao Fang's wife, for this life and the next. In poverty or wealth, in sickness or health, in joy or sorrow, I shall be Zhao Fang's wife. I shall love him, cherish him, harbor no malice toward him, and reserve my affection solely for him, indulging him and displaying my whims only to him. I wish to share my life with him, hand in hand, through all existence. Let the celestial laws bear witness. Should I violate this vow, I, Mu Qingxian, willingly accept the punishment of divine retribution, to be obliterated and cease to exist. My soul condemned to the depths of the abyss, enduring endless suffering, for all eternity, without escape. Boom. As soon as Mu Qingxian uttered her oath, the air before her erupted with a resounding explosion, and the scattered air converged once more, forming a chaotic orb the size of a fingernail. The orb flickered and then entered her brow. Meanwhile, Zhao Fang was suddenly and inexplicably struck by the sensation of an ethereal connection with Mu Qingxian, as if an invisible force was tightly binding their lives together. A surge of joy enveloped Zhao Fang. He understood that this was the magnificent power of the heavenly Tao of the martial realm, a testament to Mu Qingxuan's vow, which affirmed their marital bond. As spouses are inherently one, their lives would naturally intertwine. My dear wife, fret not. I shall heal your wounds post-haste. Zhao Fang's voice trembled with excitement. Can one imagine the feelings of a downtrodden, unattractive recluse who yearns for beauty and repeatedly faces harsh realities upon marrying a woman of noble lineage, formidable strength, and ethereal beauty? Zhao Fang was currently immersed in such emotions. His exhilaration felt as though it had lightened his very bones, prompting him to spend 499 supreme coins to procure a life-rejuvenating pill from the system's marketplace. This extraordinary elixir, a celestial-grade healing potion, could restore any martial artist below the rank of martial king to full health, provided they still drew breath. Here, my wife, swallow this pill quickly. Zhao Fang gently and cautiously offered the life-rejuvenating pill to Mu Qingxian. The vow of the martial realm's heavenly Tao seemed to have drained much of Mu Qingxuan's energy. leaving her in a state of shallow breaths. Yet, as the pill entered her mouth, her aura rapidly regained its robust essence, her pallid complexion transformed to a vibrant hue, and the dullness in her eyes reignited with brilliance. "My wife, how do you feel now?" Zhao Fang inquired with sincere concern. The life-rejuvenating pill, worth 499 supreme coins, had consumed more than half of his current fortune, yet Zhao Fang felt no regret. Rather, he was filled with unparalleled satisfaction. Mu Qingxian gazed at Zhao Fang in a daze, still silent, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. She had indeed married. Having never been touched by a man throughout her life, the reality of her marriage was almost unfathomable. Even with the vow sworn to the heavenly Tao, acceptance eluded her. "My dear wife, what troubles you? Speak to me," Zhao Fang urged once more, yearning to grasp Mu Qingxuan's hand. He had envisioned this moment countless times. However, as his fingers brushed against her own, she recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, swiftly withdrawing a few steps. Zhao Fang's countenance darkened considerably. In a flurry of panic, Mu Qingxian darted to the side of the four fallen purple-black lions, deftly leaping to lift their severed heads into the air. With a swift motion, she grasped the four heads and bolted towards the outskirts of Mo Yun Ridge. Zhao Fang stood in stunned disbelief. After much effort to win her affections, she had fled. Chapter 11. The ambush. Mu Qingxuan's speed was astonishing, surpassing even Zhao Fang at full throttle by nearly fourfold. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from his sight. The surrounding ancient forest was dense, the remnants of the setting sun casting a liquid glow, leaving only Zhao Fang's reluctant, frustrated, and exasperated voice echoing through this particular region of Mayun Ridge, lingering endlessly. She fled? She actually fled? What a blunder! Zhao Fang pounded his chest and stomped his feet, having meticulously calculated every possibility, yet he had not foreseen this outcome. Damn it, she may escape, but not the sect. The Xuanji sect, the second true disciple, right? Qingxian, just you wait. Once I elevate my status, I shall personally visit the Xuanji sect, ensuring you can never escape my grasp. Zhao Fang murmured to himself, attempting to console his disheartened spirit. After all, Mu Qingxian had sworn an oath to the celestial laws of the martial realm. In this lifetime, she could only be his wife, with no chance of entanglement with another man. With the divine martial supreme system at his disposal, he was confident he could elevate his cultivation level beyond Mu Qingxuan's, even surpassing the strongest in the Xuanji sect, in a remarkably brief period. At that time, oh, the thrill of leveling up. I shall be ferocious. I shall ascend. Zhao Fang shouted, plunging deeper into Mayun Ridge, sweeping through with the ferocity of a tempest. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying the azure-headed fierce tiger, earning 9,000 experience points, 900 true power points, and 900 proficiency points in the 10 Meridians Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying the scaled cloud python, earning 9,000 experience points, 900 true power points, and 900 proficiency points in the 10 Meridians Divine Sword. Stimulated by Mu Qingxuan's earlier actions, Zhao Fang was invigorated in his monster-slaying endeavors. By the time night fell, he had elevated his proficiency in the 10 Meridians Divine Sword to 31,800 points, successfully forging the 4 Meridians Sword Chi and the 4 Meridians Divine Sword Killing Formation. His own rank had ascended to the 1-star Martial General realm. It was time to return to the Zhao family. Zhao Xian. Although he had arrived about a month ahead of the 3-month agreement with Zishan, his current rank had already surpassed his initial expectations of a 3-star martial master. 1-star martial general status was considered top tier within the entire Yishui city. What was Zhao Xian? What was the Zhao family, in comparison? He hurried back to the small wooden cabin where Zishan resided, but as he approached within 100 meters, he paused momentarily, his expression shifting. Oh no, this is bad. How could there be an ambush outside the cabin? Zishan, please do not come to harm. Zhao Fang's heart raced as he sprinted toward the cabin, disregarding the individuals lying in wait around as Zhao Fang hastened to the door of the small wooden cabin. A flurry of dark figures surged towards him from all directions. A swift glance revealed that these shadowy forms were none other than familiar faces, members of the Zhao family. Zhao Xian's wretch, I have yet to seek you out, and yet you dare to provoke me. This enmity has escalated. A fierce glint flickered in Zhao Fang's eyes as he discerned the unsettling truth. The cabin was utterly devoid of any presence. Zishan had likely been captured by Zhao Xian's subordinates. Those scoundrels must not have located him, hence their decision to lie in wait around this cabin, hoping for an unsuspecting target. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Zhao family members confronted Zhao Fang, with a burly man launching a punch aimed at Zhao Fang's head. Huh, the head of this little brat is mine. No one dares to snatch it from me. The hulking figure, known as Zhao Dinyo, was Zhao Xian's top enforcer, possessing the prowess of a 4-star martial apprentice. far superior to Zhao Clan, who had once confined Zhao Fang in a coffin. "You fool," Zhao Fang replied coldly, remaining rooted in place. He merely pointed at Zhao Dinyo, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword energy that surged forth from his fingertip, piercing through the air like a scarlet rainbow. In an instant, a gaping wound appeared in Zhao Dinyo's brow, mere inches from Zhao Fang's head, before he crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon. "What is happening? Wasn't it said that this little brat could only muster the strength of a 3-star martial apprentice? Zhao Dinyo is a 4-star martial apprentice. This is peculiar. Brothers, advance together. 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. This little brat's meridians and dantian are damaged. Do you really think he could turn the tide?" The demise of Zhao Dinyo momentarily stunned the remaining 7 Zhao family members, yet it seemed to incite their ferocity further. They hesitated briefly before adjusting their stances, subtly forming a surrounding formation as they charged once more at Zhao Fang. Fools! Zhao Fang's fingers danced, unleashing a barrage of sword energies, crimson, orange, yellow, and green, each radiating with a vibrant hue, yet imbued with a palpable intent to kill. In mere moments, 6 Zhao family members fell, either pierced through the heart, skewered in the forehead, or shot through the throat, leaving only one survivor, whose limbs were pierced as well. After all, the Tenmi Zhao Fang struck Zhao Ming across the face, the sound chilling the air further. The capture of Zishan filled him with anxiety. Zhao Xian, that heartless wretch, would undoubtedly inflict untold suffering upon her during this time. "Young master, I beseech you, can you spare my life?" Zhao Ming pleaded, attempting to negotiate. "If you remain silent, I will swiftly end your existence. Do you believe that?" "Of course, I do believe, but if young master does not guarantee my life, then I am doomed to die sooner or later. It would be wiser to keep this secret and let Zishan accompany me to hell," Zhao Ming retorted. Chapter 12. Despair of Zishan. Zhao Ming's tone grew increasingly resolute. "I am not afraid to reveal to you, young master, that this ambush was orchestrated by that old schemer, Zhao Delu. You are aware of his cunning and tactics. Without my information, you might never find Zishan." As he spoke, Zhao Ming's confidence burgeoned. In the Zhao family, Zhao Delu was notorious for his treachery, and invoking his name would surely instill caution in Zhao Fang. However, Zhao Delu's misjudgment of Zhao Fang's strength had led to their heavy losses in this ambush, placing Zhao Ming himself in dire peril. Thus he harbored deep resentment towards Zhao Delu. "Are you threatening me?" Zhao Fang scoffed. "I would not dare," Zhao Ming replied, though he too wore a mocking smile. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Fang unleashed a formidable crimson sword energy from his fingertips, piercing Zhao Ming's throat in an instant. I. Zhao Ming stared at Zhao Fang in disbelief. How could he dare to strike me? Did he not wish for Zishan to live? As thoughts of the unbelievable flashed through his mind, Zhao Ming's eyes dimmed. "Fool, did you truly believe I needed you to speak?" Zhao Fang scoffed. "I could deduce that this matter involves that old scoundrel Zhao Delu and that dog Zhao Xian with but a thought. You are merely an inconsequential pawn. I offered you a chance to submit, yet you rejected it and dared to threaten me. You truly have a death wish." With a kick, Zhao Fang sent Zhao Ming's lifeless body flying and hurried towards the Zhao family in Yishui City. In Yishui City, at the Hongtai Guild, within the main chamber of Room 1, Situ Fang stroked his chin, leering at the beautiful girl on the bed, his mood exceptionally buoyant. He had not anticipated that this remote Yishui City would harbor such exquisite beauty. The girl's allure rivaled even that of Qing Xian. As for the Zhao family in Yishui City, Zhao Xian, this lad certainly knew how to navigate social dynamics. He might be worthy of a little support in the future, haha. Situ Fang was the second son of the city lord of Biluo County and an inner disciple of the Xuanji sect. Yishui City was merely a small, remote town under the jurisdiction of Biluo County, and under normal circumstances, Situ Fang would not deign to visit such a place. Yet, he had come upon hearing that Mu Qing Xian, the second true disciple of the Xuanji sect, was traveling alone to the Mo Yun Ridge for some special reason and would subsequently linger in Yishui City for a while. Ever since he entered the Xuanji sect, he had been infatuated with Mu Qing Xian at first sight. In truth, his infatuation was more a twisted sense of possession. He was born into nobility, wielding immense power. In the city of Biluo, he could command the winds and summon the rain. Yet, upon entering the Xuanji sect, he found himself merely a lowly outer disciple, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Despite his commendable talents that swiftly elevated him to an inner disciple, in the eyes of the illustrious Mu Qing Xian, he remained inconsequential. Mu Qing Xian had never regarded him with even a fleeting glance. No amount of fervent affection he expressed could ignite even the slightest stir in her heart. Nevertheless, he persisted, secretly vowing that he would undoubtedly possess Mu Qing Xian in this lifetime. Thus, he meticulously observed her every move, seeking every opportunity to his advantage. This time, Mu Qingshuan's visit to Yishui City and Mayun Ridge appeared to him as a monumental chance. Yishui City, under the jurisdiction of Biluo, was his domain. As the favored son of Biluo, he wielded considerable influence both there and in Yishui City. This time, he resolved to employ any means necessary, be it deception or seduction, to win Mu Qingshuan's affection. He believed that even the strongest of women could be swayed with the right words and actions, once he secured her physical presence. However, upon his arrival at Yishui City and settling into the Hongtai Pavilion, the young master Zhao Xian presented him with a stunning maiden. The girl was truly exquisite. Zhao Xian had grasped his intentions well. Gazing at the beauty sprawled upon the bed, her garments disheveled, revealing her flawless skin, Zhao Fang's eyes widened in astonishment. Excellent. As he observed the girl struggling in a mix of shame, anger, and despair, he felt a surge of excitement, his eyes glimmering with a faint crimson hue. With parched lips, he licked them, disrobing as he approached her. Zishan lay on the bed, despair weighing heavily upon her, her eyes clenched shut, bound by tough ropes. Her hands and feet were rendered immobile. Any attempt to struggle only tightened her restraints. She contemplated taking her own life by biting her tongue. But her jaw had been dislocated by Zhao Xian, rendering her unable to exert force. The sight of the lecherous young man drawing nearer, a depraved grin upon his face, filled her with a desire for death. Young master, I can no longer see you. Zishan, I am so sorry, this is goodbye. Tears streamed from her eyes as she realized she had never imagined that her sanctuary in Moyun Ridge would lead to her capture by Zhao Xian's minions in mere days. She never envisioned that Zhao Xian would treat her as a mere gift for this young man, allowing him to defile her. Zhao Xian, Zhao Xian. Her heart brimmed with venomous hatred. If given the chance, she would gladly die 1,000 or 10,000 times, dragging Zhao Xian down to hell with her. After presenting Zishan to Zhao Fang, Zhao Xian did not immediately depart from the Hongtai Pavilion. Instead, he reserved a private room, pouring himself a drink while quietly awaiting the outcome. He could tell that Zhao Fang was quite pleased with his offering. After all, Zishan is a beauty akin to a celestial being, were it not for the formidable stature of Zhao Fang, and the desire to leverage his influence for the Zhao family's rapid expansion. He would never part with such a stunning maiden. In the entirety of Yishui City, no beauty has emerged in the past 50 years to rival Zishan. Reflecting on this now brings an unsettling sense of regret. The image of Zishan's enchanting visage flickered in Zhao Xian's mind, and he suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He drained his cup in one go and began to consume his food with fervor. Meanwhile, within the Zhao household, Zhao Delu began to feel a surge of anxiety. It had been 2 whole months without a whisper from Zhao Dainiyu's side. Had they not yet awaited the return of that little wretch, Zhao Fang? This was illogical. The little scoundrel shared a deep bond with that little vixen Zishan. He could not possibly allow her to remain alone in the perilous confines of Mayun Ridge for 2 entire months. Could it be that the little wretch had perished in Mayun Ridge? Yet, why did a sudden sense of panic and dread arise within me? Seated in his chamber, Zhao Delu pondered deeply, his expression shifting intermittently. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgent trepidation pierced through the door. Steward, trouble is afoot. Zhao Fang, that little wretch, has returned with a vengeance. Chapter 13. Capturing Zhao Delu. What did you say? Zhao Delu sprang to his feet, flinging open the door and seizing the messenger by the collar, his demeanor somewhat fearsome as he demanded, repeat that. Steward, Zhao Fang has returned. Zhao Zhong stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Where is Zhao Dainiu? Where is Zhao Ming? Where is Zhao Hu? Zhao Delu queried incessantly. I haven't seen them. No wonder I felt such sudden disquiet. That little wretch. Zhao Delu's face darkened like ink, concluding that Zhao Dainiu and the others had likely met with misfortune. What hidden schemes could Zhao Fang possess to have dispatched Zhao Dainiu and still dare to return? Quickly inform the Jinwu army that there are intruders breaching the family estate. Let them take action and eliminate that little wretch. Zhao Delu commanded coldly. In Yishui City, families of even modest stature maintain a retinue of private soldiers, tasked with quelling rivals, safeguarding the family, and suppressing all insurrections. The Jinwu army serves as the private militia of the Zhao Clan, with its leader, Zhao Xiong, being one of the 3 most formidable members of the family. Only the reclusive patriarch and the long-absent elder could prevail over him. Regardless of the hidden cards Zhao Fang may hold, with Zhao Xiong in the fray, he would undoubtedly be subdued with ease. You little wretch. When heaven offers you a path, you refuse it, yet you dare to invade hell. Upon your return, do not expect to live another day. Zhao Delu chuckled ominously, his figure vanishing into the night, like a wraith. At the main entrance of the Zhao estate, over 20 members of the Zhao clan stood resolutely before Zhao Fang, while 6 or 7 servants lay upon the ground, wailing in despair. The servants of the Zhao family, all brought down by Zhao Fang, were nothing more than the henchmen of Zhao Xian. They were well aware of the series of ruthless tactics Zhao Xian had previously employed against Zhao Fang. Thus, upon witnessing Zhao Fang's return to the Zhao household, they immediately attempted to seize him, hoping to present him before Zhao Xian to claim credit. In their eyes, Zhao Fang was merely a worthless individual. Yet, little did they anticipate that this so-called waste would possess such formidable strength. With effortless grace, he dispatched them to the ground, leaving them gravely injured. In truth, Zhao Fang had not resorted to lethal force. After all, this was the Zhao residence. One of the ironclad rules of the Zhao clan forbids harm among kin. Although the clan leader had lost faith in Zhao Fang, he had yet to strip him of his title as the young master. Hence, Zhao Fang remained the nominal young master of the Zhao family. Given this status, it would be improper for him to violate the clan's laws in plain sight. Therefore, he refrained from unleashing the 10 veins divine sword, opting instead for the mighty stone-smashing palm to incapacitate Zhao Xian's lackeys. Nevertheless, even this technique, executed with the prowess of a one-star martial general, was far beyond the capabilities of the Zhao servants, who were merely martial apprentices. The vast disparity in their realms rendered Zhao Xian's minions as fragile as paper before him. "Get out of my way," Zhao Fang bellowed, clearing the throng of Zhao lackeys. The onlookers, merely spectators, instinctively recoiled in fear at Zhao Fang's sudden ferocity. Once a renowned prodigy, Zhao Fang's will was not something these ordinary clansmen could defy. The saying goes that even a tiger's might lingers after its death. Despite his recent setbacks, Zhao Fang's display of strength instilled trepidation among them. Amidst the commotion, the gathered Zhao clansmen parted, creating a path for Zhao Fang. However, just then, a chilling roar echoed from within the Zhao estate, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of heavy footsteps and the clanking of iron armor. Soon, a squad clad in bronze armor and wielding black iron spears appeared before Zhao Fang, blocking his path once more. The leader of the soldiers, spear pointed directly at Zhao Fang, was about to confront him when he suddenly froze. "Young master, is that you?" "Knowing I am the young master, how dare you obstruct me?" "Step aside," Zhao Fang commanded fiercely. His heart raced with urgency. He was unaware of when Zhao Delu had captured Zishan, nor did he know the torment she might endure at the hands of Zhao Delu or Zhao Xian. Both were known for their merciless nature, and Zishan, delicate and breathtakingly beautiful, had previously attracted unwanted attention from Zhao Xian, even when Zhao Fang was there to protect her. Now, Zhao Fang could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, for the more he contemplated, the more fear gripped him. His singular focus was to capture Zhao Delu in the shortest time possible. "Apologies, but duty calls. I cannot yield. I must request that you accompany me to report to the commander regarding this situation." Zhao Fang, the leader of this squad of the forbidden martial army, disregarded Zhao Fang's anxious expression and stern words. He cast a glance at the Zhao family servants moaning in agony before him and spoke in a deep voice. "The forbidden martial army is under the jurisdiction solely of the commander and the clan leader, even though Zhao Fang holds the esteemed title of Zhao family heir. In his eyes, it means little. Moreover, since Zhao Fang's meridians were severed and his dantian damaged, he no longer regarded him as a threat. In Zhao Fang's view, this heir would eventually be discarded by the clan leader. Furthermore, the clan leader's indifference towards Zhao Fang, especially after retreating into seclusion recently, served as clear evidence of his disinterest. Zhao Fang speculated that perhaps the clan leader had refrained from acting against Zhao Fang out of respect for Zhao Fang's father, who had mysteriously disappeared nearly 20 years ago. Zhao Zhan was an absolute powerhouse. Had he not vanished, Zhao Fang would not find himself in such a predicament, and the Zhao family's influence might have already extended beyond Yushui City into Biluo County. Alas, I shall not explain myself to you. Zhao Fang moved to force his way through. Given his current cultivation and combat prowess, no one in the Zhao family could hope to stop him. However, suddenly, he felt a twitch at the corner of his brow and directed his gaze towards a concealed corner over 50 meters to his left. A cold smile appeared on his face as he surged toward that hidden spot. How swift! Zhao Fang's expression changed dramatically at Zhao Fang's speed. "Do not be so audacious. Forbidden martial army, seize Zhao Fang." Zhao Fang also sprang into action. At that moment, a shadow burst forth from the hidden corner, racing towards Zhao Fang. "Zhao Delu, what is he doing lurking there?" In an instant, the gathered Zhao clan members recognized the shadow and gasped in astonishment. Just as they reacted, Zhao Delu, who had just emerged from the corner, was captured by Zhao Fang. Chapter 14, Interrogation. "Am I seeing things? Is that really Zhao Fang? How can that waste exhibit such speed? It seems to me that Zhao Fang's current speed surpasses his previous self." The crowd was astonished, as Zhao Fang's burst of speed was astonishingly swift, like a fleeting phantom. Most could barely discern his movements. Zhao Delu, too, was taken aback by Zhao Fang's velocity and realized he was racing towards him. Unsure if Zhao Fang had noticed him, he instinctively decided to approach Zhao Fang for safety. After all, Zhao Fang was one of the 9 captains of the forbidden martial army, and in terms of combat strength, he was superior. However, he never anticipated that as soon as he moved, Zhao Fang would apprehend him. He didn't even see how Zhao Fang had captured him. What on earth had this boy encountered in the past 2 months for his strength to escalate to such an alarming degree? Feeling the immense grip on his neck, Zhao Delu was filled with dread. At this very moment, he was utterly convinced that Zhao Dainiu and his companions, who had plotted to ambush Zhao Fang, had undoubtedly fallen victim to his schemes. Even if they had not been slain, they were certainly incapacitated by Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang, within the confines of his family and prior to the martial prohibition army, dared to commit such acts of violence. He even had the audacity to compel my surrender. Witnessing Zhao Fang seize Zhao Delu right before his eyes, Zhao Fang's expression turned exceedingly grim. He bellowed at Zhao Fang, though his face betrayed a hint of trepidation. The swiftness displayed by Zhao Fang truly unsettled him. At the very least, he knew he could not match such velocity. However, speed alone did not equate to combat prowess, and Zhao Fang harbored immense confidence in his own capabilities. Believing himself to be among the top 5 in terms of martial strength within the younger generation of the Zhao clan, Zhao Fang had already been rendered incapable. Even with fortuitous encounters, how much could he possibly recover in just 2 months? Surrounded by the martial prohibition army, Zhao Fang paid them no heed, even dismissing Zhao Fang entirely. "Old man, what have you done with Zishan? Where is she now?" Zhao Fang coldly inquired, gripping Zhao Delu by the nape of his neck. Lifting him up, "Captain Zhao, a traitor is committing violence right under your nose. Why do you hesitate? Do you not believe I will report you to Commander Zhao Xiong? Fulfill the duties of the forbidden martial army. What responsibilities must you undertake?" "Zhao Delu, that wretched dog, harbors ill intentions towards me, the young master, and has committed a grave offense. I shall deal with him. Is there any issue with that? Do you need to meddle? Yet there is no room for discussion. All of you, leave at once. If you continue to disturb me, do not blame me for disregarding our kinship." Zhao Fang's voice grew increasingly impatient, and Zhao Fang dared not engage further, for the pressure exerted by Zhao Fang was overwhelming, so much so that he could scarcely breathe. He dejectedly led the forbidden martial army away. "What about you? Do you wish to linger and witness the spectacle?" Zhao Fang coldly surveyed the assembly of Zhao clan members before him. In an instant, they scattered, for with the forbidden martial army yielding, they hardly dared to oppose Zhao Fang at that moment. "Now that it is quiet, old dog, it is your turn to speak." Zhao Fang's foot pressed down on Zhao Delu, his tone still icy. "Young master, spare my life. It is my folly to have offended you." But everything was instigated by Zhao Xian. Zhao Delu now appeared cowed. The unfolding events had utterly surpassed his expectations. He had originally concealed himself in the shadows, intending to witness Zhao Fang being apprehended by the forbidden martial army, after which he planned to leverage the influence of Zhao Xian and his father, Zhao Meng, to pressure Zhao Xiong, the leader of the forbidden martial army, into eliminating Zhao Fang in secret. Yet, he could not have anticipated Zhao Fang's current strength. Zhao Fang was a 3-star martial master, not inferior to Zhao Xian, yet before Zhao Fang, he seemed as fragile as paper. Given the circumstances, Zhao Fang now possessed at least the combat prowess of a 6-star martial master. Such power would undoubtedly sweep away all of the younger generation of the Zhao family, rivaling even some of the established strongmen within the clan. Being in his grasp now, Zhao Delu's fate appeared grim. Bang! Before Zhao Delu could finish his sentence, he received a kick to his abdomen from Zhao Fang, nearly expelling his last meal. "Are you deaf? I asked whether you have done anything to Zishan. Why do you speak of this? Young master, please calm your wrath. I assure you, Miss Zishan has been treated with utmost respect. I have provided her with the finest sustenance since capturing her. Is that so?" Zhao Fang lifted Zhao Delu once more, his gaze piercing as a blade. Zhao Delu's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. "Fool, how dare you lie?" Zhao Fang, having detected that glimmer of alarm in Zhao Delu's eyes, was instantly enraged. How dare this scoundrel deceive him now? Zhao Xian detested him to the core and would eagerly wish for his demise. Zhao Xian's grandson had long coveted Zishan. If she fell into their hands, what fate awaited her? "Young master, I have not lied. For over a month, I truly have not harmed Miss Zishan. But what? Speak quickly." Zhao Fang suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Chapter 15. Locate Zishan. Only that Zhao Xian has offered Miss Zishan to the second young master of the city lord of Biluo County, who has arrived in the city of Zhonglin. Zhao Delu stammered, his words cut short by Zhao Fang's interruption. "Offer? Damn it! Damn it!" Zhao Fang's face turned pale. As he comprehended the meaning of sacrifice, it was to offer Zishan as a gift to the debauched second son of the lord of Biluo County. Zhao Fang had heard of this second son, a man who was nothing short of a ravenous beast driven by lust. If Zishan fell into his grasp, what fate could she possibly expect? Outrage! Outrage! Zhao Fang trembled with fury, gripping Zhao Delu's throat tightly, his voice cold as ice. Tell me, when did that scoundrel Zhao Xian gift Zishan to the second son of the Lord of Biluo County? Where are they now? Just an hour ago. They are at the Hongtai Club? Spare me, young master. Zhao Delu gasped for breath, his face turning crimson from the pressure. In mere moments, he struggled for air, terror seeping into his very soul, leaving him no room for deceit. An hour, perhaps there was still time. Zhao Fang exhaled a sigh of relief, then pointed sharply at Zhao Delu's brow, a crimson sword aura piercing through. Zhao Fang, you dare to defy the ironclad rule against kin-killing. You shall meet a wretched end. You schemed against me and treated Zishan so cruelly. Do you think I would let you go? Nonsense. The family's ironclad rules are nothing but drivel. Zhao Fang cast a cold glance at Zhao Delu's lifeless body before turning and sprinting towards the Hongtai Club. At the Hongtai Club, in the premier room, Zhao Xian gazed upon Zishan's beautiful form sprawled across the bed, his eyes glinting with the ravenous hunger of a wolf spotting its prey. Situ Fang stepped forward, prepared to release Zishan from her restraints. Forgive me, young master. I am so sorry. Zishan can only serve you in the next life. Crystal tears streamed down Zishan's cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She had resigned herself to fate, yet remained unable to move. Suddenly, the tightly shut door of the premier room was violently flung open with a deafening crash, and a figure shot into the room like an arrow. Zishan, who dares to act so recklessly before me? Scoundrel, you deserve to die. The unexpected turn of events left Situ Fang momentarily stunned, quickly giving way to fury. As the second son of the Lord of Biluo County, his status far surpassed that of the Lord of Yishui City. In this small city, who would dare to offend him, especially at such a critical moment? It was a blatant provocation. Yet, the figure that burst into the room hurled a curse at him before charging directly forward, aiming a palm at his heart. Seeking death. Situ Fang scoffed, retaliating with a punch aimed at the intruder's hand. He was a disciple of the inner sect of the Xuanji sect. Having reached the rank of a one-star martial general, in the small city of Yishui, his prowess was unmatched. He would not fear this sudden intruder. With a thunderous impact, their hands collided, and the tremendous backlash sent Situ Fang staggering back several steps, tumbling off the bed. The sudden apparition was retreating in haste. However, Situ Fang observed that in the midst of this frantic withdrawal, the figure had managed to secure Zishan in his embrace and deftly wrap a sheet around her. Who are you, young man? Once steadied, Situ Fang finally discerned the figure, a youth of around 16, clad in deep blue martial attire, tall and strikingly handsome, exuding a formidable aura that indicated considerable prowess. When did such a prodigious talent emerge in Yishui City? Situ Fang felt a shiver of unease. Young master, is it truly you? Am I dreaming? Zishan nestled in Zhao Fang's arms, her eyes clouded with disbelief. The youth who had unexpectedly appeared in room 1 was none other than Zhao Fang. After defeating Zhao Delu, he had hastened to the Hongtai Guild, demolishing numerous guest rooms before swiftly locating Zishan. Thank heavens for my speed. As he gazed at Zishan in his arms, Zhao Fang was overwhelmed with dread. It had been a close call. Had she been violated by that scoundrel, her fiery spirit might have led her to choose self-destruction. By heavens, if my woman were driven to such despair by another man, I would not stand for it. Zhao Fang held Zishan tightly and gently reassured her. Zishan, you are not dreaming. This is all real. The young master has arrived, albeit late, and you have suffered unjustly. The mention of young master brought forth a torrent of tears from Zishan, who clung to Zhao Fang as if to confirm the reality of her situation. All her shame, grievances, fear, and terror transformed into crystalline tears at that moment. Young master, I am so sorry. I am no longer chaste. Zhao Fang's finger softly pressed against Zishan's delicate lips, silencing her. Silly girl, you are not unchaste. Do not entertain such thoughts. You are not at fault. The blame lies with me for leaving you alone on Mo Yun Ridge. Do you remember? I vowed that I would never allow you to suffer in this lifetime. Yet, that scoundrel has wronged you, and now I shall deal with him. As he spoke, Zhao Fang turned his gaze sharply towards Situ Fang, his eyes gleaming with a lethal intensity. Chapter 16. Your turn. Who dares to act so brazenly in the Hongtai Guild? Just as Zhao Fang prepared to strike Situ Fang, a thunderous voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from outside. Soon, a dozen armored soldiers surged into room 1. The leader, a burly middle-aged man with a square face, paused momentarily upon seeing Zhao Fang, then bellowed, Zhao Fang, you worthless fool, do you seek death by causing a ruckus in my Hongtai Guild? At the sight of this middle-aged man, Zishan began to tremble in Zhao Fang's embrace. She recognized him as the captain of the Thunder Army's 3rd Squad. Known for his ruthless nature among the 9 captains of the Thunder Army, the Han family, a prominent clan in Yishui City, was on par with the Zhao family, and the Hongtai Guild was indeed their property. The Thunder Army of the Han family bears a striking resemblance to the forbidden martial army of the Zhao family. These private armies, steeped in bloodshed, possess formidable strength and are quick to resort to violence. Had Zhao Fang remained the prodigious talent he once was, Zishan would have had no cause for concern. However, now that Zhao Fang has been rendered powerless and faces one of the most ruthless captains of the Thunder Army, Zishan dares not contemplate the outcome. Clinging tightly to Zhao Fang, she feels as though her purity has been irrevocably lost in the eyes of C2 Fang, leading her to a despair that makes death seem a worthy fate if it means departing alongside Zhao Fang. Amidst the turmoil of her thoughts, a flicker of happiness emerges, entirely overshadowing the terrifying potential of Zhao Fang's earlier display of strength upon entering room number 1. Do not fear, Zishan, for the young master is here. Zhao Fang reassures her, sensing her trembling form and the affection in her grasp. His emotions are a tangle of complexity as he gently pats her fragrant back in an effort to comfort her. Fool, what can you do with her by your side? Even as the young master of the Zhao family, you remain vulnerable on my territory. Come here. A middle-aged man, with hands as large as a folding fan, lunges towards Zhao Fang. Outside room number 1, numerous guests, drawn by the commotion caused by Zhao Fang's earlier destruction in the Hongtai Guild, crowd together to witness the spectacle. Zhao Xian also finds himself among the throng, observing Zhao Fang within room number 1 with a complex expression, his gaze shifting but refraining from entering. He is perplexed. He knows well the strength of C2 Fang, a figure at the pinnacle of power in Yishui City. Yet here stands Zhao Fang, unscathed and facing C2 Fang directly. This is undeniably peculiar. Even more baffling is C2 Fang's inaction towards Zhao Fang. What could possibly explain this? A sense of foreboding grips Zhao Xian's heart. Damn it! Zhao Fang retaliates, swiftly executing a powerful strike that lands squarely on the outstretched hand of the middle-aged man. The impact echoes like the swat of a fly, sending the man flying, his arm shattered and mangled. Am I hallucinating? The onlookers gasp in disbelief. Wasn't Zhao Fang supposed to be incapacitated by that mysterious figure? How could he, now seemingly weaker than an ordinary person, possess the strength to send the captain of the Thunder Army's 3rd squad flying with a single blow? The rumors must have been mistaken. Excitement stirs among the spectators. As Zhao Fang's formidable power unfolds, the crowd gasps in astonishment, while Zhao Xian's heart races, his legs almost giving way beneath him. No wonder the assassins sent to eliminate Zhao Fang never returned. What on earth is happening? Could it be that he was never truly incapacitated, but merely gravely injured by that enigmatic figure? With a sudden clarity, Zhao Xian turns and flees. Zhao Fang is no longer someone he can contend with. Considering C2 Fang's enigmatic demeanor, if he remains here any longer, his life may be in jeopardy. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and capture this insignificant waste. I shall end his life. The middle-aged man, furious after being struck aside by Zhao Fang, bellowed at the dozen or so Thunder Army soldiers. Instantly, they surged toward Zhao Fang with murderous intent, their chilling aura palpable. Scram, you rabble! Zhao Fang roared back, golden ripples emanating from his mouth, crashing into the approaching Thunder Army soldiers. This was the celestial-grade ultimate martial technique, Golden Lion Roar. It was a powerful skill unleashed after Zhao Fang vanquished the 4-headed purple mysterious lion in the Moya Ridge, a manifestation of the divine martial supreme system. This sound-based technique excels in group combat, and as a celestial-grade ultimate martial art, it is extraordinarily profound and fierce, even for formidable warriors of the Martial King realm. The Thunder Army soldiers, each merely at the martial apprentice level, could hardly withstand the might of the Golden Lion Roar. One by one, they were struck by the golden waves, grievously injured and sent flying, spitting blood. The door, windows, and furniture of the number 1 room were obliterated into dust by the resonating sound waves. Even the onlookers outside were mostly injured, and it was only their quick retreat that spared them from more severe harm. Such was the overwhelming power of a single roar. Only C2 Fang remained unscathed within the room, yet his gaze toward Zhao Fang grew increasingly solemn, tinged with trepidation. Young master, how have you become so powerful? Zishan exclaimed, her tear-streaked eyes wide with disbelief. Zhao Fang had shielded her ears with true energy during his roar, so she remained unharmed despite being close to him. Now, her concern for Zhao Fang's safety evaporated, replaced solely by her curiosity about his transformation. Of course, who is my brother? He is your young master. If he isn't formidable, how can he protect you, my dear girl? Noticing the fear on Zishan's face dissipate, Zhao Fang's spirits lifted. He gently touched her fair cheek with his finger, causing her to blush crimson. The beauty's shy visage was captivating, stirring Zhao Fang's heart. However, Zhao Fang had not forgotten that within this number 1 room, there was still a scoundrel who had nearly harmed Zishan. How could he, Zhao Fang, allow someone who sought to wrest women from him, employing such despicable and vile methods. To go unpunished? Certainly not. Thus, Zhao Fang's expression hardened, his eyes gleaming with menace as he fixed his gaze on Situ Fang, coldly declaring, "You wretch. It is your turn now. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Chapter 17. You are but a scoundrel, Zhao Fang. I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. Facing Zhao Fang's aggressive stance, Situ Fang's eyelids twitched violently, his eyes flashing with intense malevolence. His status was exalted. From a young age, he lived in luxury and privilege. When had he ever been subjected to such disrespectful insults? Yet, the strength exhibited by Zhao Fang filled him with trepidation. It was at least the power of a one-star martial general, and he had no absolute confidence in dealing with Zhao Fang. Moreover, he had heard of Zhao Fang's reputation. In his heyday, even the Yin family in the city of Biluo was moved by his fame, with the family head intending to betroth his most talented daughter to Zhao Fang. Although recent rumors suggested Zhao Fang had been discarded, the current Zhao Fang bore no semblance of a fallen man. This once glorious genius possessed unknown trump cards, leaving Situ Fang perplexed. With a mindset of caution, he forcibly suppressed his anger and attempted to temper his tone while communicating with Zhao Fang. Such a ridiculous misunderstanding. After what you did to Zishan, do you expect me to let you off? The malevolence emanating from Zhao Fang intensified. Just the thought of Situ Fang's earlier actions towards Zishan, nearly stripping her of even her innermost garments, ignited a restless fury within him. This scoundrel must die. Zhao Fang, hear me out. Situ Fang's eyelids twitched violently. He took several deep breaths to compose himself, stating, "I had no knowledge that this woman belonged to you. Upon my arrival in Yushui City, your Zhao family's Zhao Xian sent this woman to my bed. Given my status, surely you understand that I cannot refuse a woman presented to me by a mere small family. Moreover, you arrived just in time. This woman has not suffered at my hands. I propose we treat this matter as if it never occurred. What do you think? How dare you?" Zhao Fang had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Situ Fang. With a thunderous roar, a wave of golden sound ripples erupted from his mouth, surging towards Situ Fang. "You insolent fool, do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" Situ Fang was now utterly enraged. As the second son of the city lord of Biluo and an inner disciple of the Xuanji sect, he possessed his own pride. While he held Zhao Fang in regard, it did not equate to fear. He did not wish to engage in combat with Zhao Fang, but that did not imply he would refrain from retaliating if provoked. As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Having decided to strike, he would not afford Zhao Fang a chance to recover. Boom! Situ Fang extended his hand, slicing through the air and unleashing a series of explosive shockwaves. Circles of emerald light radiated from his palm, colliding with the golden sound waves. The Thunder Palm, a renowned high-tier martial technique of the Xuanji sect, wielded immense power, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the sky. It was both fierce and unyielding, capable of shattering anything in its path. When perfected, a single strike could easily slay a 9-star martial general. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the emerald thunder palm clashed with the golden sound waves, erupting in a series of thunderous booms that rattled the number 1 room, as if the very beams would collapse. Subsequently, the forces of the thunder palm and the golden sound waves neutralized each other, and a flicker of surprise flashed in Situ Fang's eyes, seemingly taken aback by the might of the golden sound waves. Yet, in an instant, he surged towards Zhao Fang, his right palm reaching out once more. A shimmering emerald aura emanated from his palm, coalescing into a small verdant cloud. An overwhelming sense of oppression immediately radiated from this emerald cloud, bearing down upon Zhao Fang. Subsequently, another emerald cloud emerged above the first, followed closely by a third. With each new formation of these clouds, the oppressive sensation intensified exponentially, converging upon Zhao Fang, causing the very air around him to thicken, as if ensnared by an invisible force. This was the famed 3 layers of cloud-dispelling palm, a supreme martial technique of the Yu class within the Xuanji sect. Such a technique is typically reserved for formidable warriors of the martial king realm. Situ Fang, of noble lineage and intricate connections within the Xuanji sect, was fortunate enough to cultivate this extraordinary skill. "You insolent fool, this is the consequence of provoking me. Prepare to meet your end." In the blink of an eye, Situ Fang's hand, enveloped by the 3 emerald clouds, crashed down upon Zhao Fang's head with the swiftness of the wind and the force of thunder. Should it land, it could shatter even a small mountain. "You think you're worthy to take my life?" Zhao Fang scoffed disdainfully, his right arm still cradling Zishan, his true energy surging forth to shield her from the oppressive might of the 3 layers of cloud-dispelling palm. With a gentle lift of his left hand, his index finger extended, pointing towards Situ Fang's palm. His movements appeared languid and effortless, yet in truth, they were executed with astonishing speed. Just as Situ Fang's palm was a mere foot from Zhao Fang's forehead, His finger struck the center of Situ Fang's palm. Whoosh! A pure, crystalline scarlet sword energy erupted from his fingertip, instantly piercing through Situ Fang's entire arm. In that moment, the 3 emerald clouds encircling Situ Fang's palm dissipated entirely. The invisible pressure that had enveloped Zhao Fang vanished in an instant. Situ Fang's hand fell limply to his side. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fang delivered a powerful kick to Situ Fang's abdomen, sending him flying. The sheer force of the kick churned Situ Fang's insides, and he hunched over. Clutching his stomach, sprawled on the ground, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. What kind of martial technique is this? He was certain that Zhao Fang's cultivation was merely at the 1-star martial general level, comparable to his own, with the full force of a U-class supreme martial technique. Even an ordinary 2-star martial general would struggle to withstand the assault. Yet, Zhao Fang, with a mere flick of his finger, effortlessly shattered his attack. Moreover, Zhao Fang had been holding a little girl devoid of any martial prowess while doing so. This indicated that Zhao Fang had not even exerted himself fully against him. If he could achieve such an easy victory without going all out, just how extraordinary was Zhao Fang? There was nothing impossible. Before me, you are but a trifling adversary. And you dare to seek my life? Zhao Fang cast a sidelong glance at Situ Fang, then turned his attention to the delicate Zishan in his arms, gently saying, Zishan, I shall take care of the scoundrel who has bullied you. You see, I have grown considerably stronger now. If you ever feel wronged in the future, do not hesitate to tell me. I will seek justice for you. Do you understand? Zishan nodded eagerly, akin to a devoted little kitten nestled against her master, her eyes shimmering with affection. Chapter 18. News of the mysterious figure. Enjoying a brief moment of Zishan's adoration, Zhao Fang pointed decisively at Situ Fang, unleashing a fierce scarlet sword energy that sliced through the air. Situ Fang, half crouched on the ground, turned pale with fright and summoned all his strength to narrowly evade the deadly force. Swish! The scarlet energy struck the very spot where Situ Fang had been lying, creating a gaping abyss in the floor. Situ Fang gasped in horror. If that energy had pierced his body, it would surely have been fatal. Scoundrel, struggling in vain. Do you think you can survive this? Zhao Fang scoffed, his hand moving again as 4 of his fingers radiated a brilliant sword energy. Zhao Fang, have you lost your mind? Do you dare to kill me? Do you wish for the Zhao family to be exterminated? Exterminate you? I am the son of the city lord of Biluo County. Even if you are the king of hell, I shall still end your life today. Zhao Fang paid no heed to Situ Fang's status. The 4 sword energies at his fingertips surged forth, poised to strike. Wait, stop. Zhao Fang, I have something to say. Situ Fang cried out desperately, realizing that a single sword energy had nearly claimed his life. If all 4 were unleashed, there would be no defense against them. Speak to your mother. Go tell the king of hell. Zhao Fang continued undeterred. Upon witnessing Situ Fang atop Zishan, he had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Do you not wish to know who severely injured you before? Situ Fang retreated in fear, his voice rising in pitch. What did you say? Zhao Fang's expression darkened instantly, and the 4 vibrant sword energies at his fingertips vanished in an instant. What do you know? Speak everything you know, Zhao Fang demanded, stepping closer to Situ Fang, his demeanor growing increasingly menacing. If there was anyone he loathed most, it was not Zhao Delu, nor Zhao Xian, nor Situ Fang, but rather that enigmatic figure who had, not long ago, shattered his meridians and devastated his dantian, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. Had it not been for that mysterious individual, would his recent tribulations have been so dire? If his circumstances had not been so tragic, would Zhao Xian dare to brazenly bind Zishan and deliver her to Situ Fang? The root of all his misfortunes lay with that mysterious figure. Yet, that figure remained shrouded in mystery. Zhao Fang possessed no inkling of who they were, nor could he discern what had provoked such ruthless retribution against him. Now that Situ Fang seemed to possess knowledge of this enigmatic figure, Zhao Fang could not possibly let him escape unscathed. To agree is possible, but first, you must swear to the way of martial realms that you shall not take my life. Situ Fang inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He was utterly terrified of Zhao Fang, who had proven to be a madman. He was certain that Zhao Fang had genuinely intended to kill him moments ago. The murderous intent emanating from Zhao Fang was undeniably real. With his noble status and a promising life ahead, he could not gamble his life on Zhao Fang's courage. Swear? Zhao Fang narrowed his eyes and sneered. Indeed, should you fail to swear to the way of martial realms, I shall divulge not a single word regarding that person. Situ Fang's countenance darkened. He glared at Zhao Fang with resentment. Zhao Fang, I acknowledge your strength, but I am not to be underestimated. My realm is equal to yours. If I fight with all my might, you will gain little from it. Do not forget, you carry a girl in your arms who possesses no martial prowess. Do you truly believe she would emerge unscathed if we were to clash? Do you dare to threaten me? Zhao Fang's eyes gleamed with cold light. This is no threat. I merely state a fact. Sensing he had grasped Zhao Fang's vulnerability, Situ Fang's voice gained confidence, and his emotions gradually stabilized, no longer in disarray. You have quite the audacity. Zhao Fang's eyes nearly narrowed to a slit as he advanced a few steps towards Situ Fang, causing the latter, who had just regained his composure, to retreat in haste. You possess only this measure of courage. You, Zhao Fang, call me a bastard repeatedly, igniting my fury. Yet I dare not display any displeasure, for I am aware of your overwhelming strength. I can concede to your request, and swear to the way of martial realms that I shall not harm your life, but you too must vow that after my oath. You will relay every detail about the enigmatic individual who injured me, without omitting a single word. Agreed. Subsequently, both men swore to the way of martial realms. Soon after, Situ Fang recounted the information regarding the mysterious individual word for word to Zhao Fang. It turned out that the one who had severely injured Zhao Fang was none other than Qin Kaishan, the foremost expert of the Qin family in Biluo County. The Qin family was one of the top families in Biluo County, on par with the Yin family. And Qin Kaishan was not only the strongest within the Qin family, but also the most formidable in all of Biluo County. Due to Qin Kaishan's presence, the Qin family now overshadowed the Yin family, subtly hinting at becoming the foremost family in Biluo County. Moreover, given Qin Kaishan's immense reputation in Biluo County, every move he made attracted significant attention. Thus, Situ Fang was able to ascertain that it was Qin Kaishan who had crippled Zhao Fang. Qin Kaishan. Zhao Fang murmured the name of the greatest expert in Biluo County, his eyes flashing with intense malice. I, Zhao Fang, have no enmity with Qin Kaishan. My Zhao clan of Yishui bears no relation to the Qin family of Biluo. Why would he strike me with such ferocity? You claim there is no animosity between your Zhao clan and the Qin family? Are you jesting? Situ Fang queried, puzzled. What do you mean? Are you truly unaware? Situ Fang grew increasingly perplexed, yet soon found solace in his thoughts. Indeed, that event transpired 18 years ago, a time before Zhao Fang's birth, rendering his ignorance of the matter quite understandable. Stop the cryptic hints and speak plainly. 18 years ago, your Zhao family produced a prodigious genius, a talent that ascended with unparalleled might, first dominating the entirety of Yishui City, then sweeping through the entire Biluo County. And it is said that he once stirred the winds and clouds within the royal city of Liang, astonishing his peers. At that time, Qin Kaishan was a renowned young talent within Biluo County, and naturally, your Zhao genius faced opposition from him during his conquest of the city. The outcome was evident. Qin Kaishan proved no match for your Zhao genius and suffered a crushing defeat, subsequently harboring resentment against your family, which is only natural. However, I find it quite strange that although your Zhao family produced such a monstrous talent, you have remained confined to Yishui City for the past 18 years. Moreover, it seems peculiar that Qin Kaishan chose to exact his vengeance only after you, Zhao Fang, became betrothed to the third young lady of the Yin family. This truly defies comprehension. Chapter 19. The downfall of Situ Fang. We had a monstrous genius in our Zhao family, and during his invincible journey, he dealt a severe blow to Qin Kaishan. Consequently, that Qin Kaishan came to trouble me, inflicting such harm upon me. Zhao Fang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He was caught in the crossfire, bearing the brunt of the repercussions for a relative he had never met nor heard of. Who was that person? Zhao Fang asked through gritted teeth. I cannot say for certain. He appears to be a taboo. Over the past 18 years, I have never heard anyone in Biluo County speak of him. However, you may inquire with the elders of the Zhao family. They should possess knowledge of him. Situ Fang cautiously replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. He then hesitantly added, Zhao Fang, I have shared all I know. May I take my leave now? Leave? Zhao Fang was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a sinister grin. Once again, the dissipated four-colored sword aura manifested around his fingers, swirling ominously. Zhao Fang, what do you intend to do? Do not forget that you have sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao of the martial realm. Situ Fang's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated, shouting as he did so. What of the oath? I merely vowed not to kill you. Not that I wouldn't harm you. Zhao Fang sneered coldly, extending his palm towards Situ Fang. The four-colored sword aura entwined around his fingers shot forth, forming a lethal array of four divine swords in the air, converging towards Situ Fang. You think you can leave unscathed after bullying Zishan? Dream on, you shameless rogue. I shall fight you with all I have. Situ Fang, filled with anger, fear, and frustration, felt the complex and formidable four-colored divine sword array closing in upon him. In a panic, he struck out with his palm, unleashing the full force of his three-layered cloud-pushing palm technique. 6 verdant clouds of true energy blossomed between his hands, exuding a powerful pressure. However, The 6 azure-green clouds of true energy had scarcely touched the 4-colored sword aura formation when they were instantly torn apart. In that fleeting moment, Situ Fang's palms were reduced to mere flesh and blood, his bones shattered and scattered. Subsequently, his arms were shredded into countless minuscule fragments of flesh. A chilling scream erupted from Situ Fang's lips, and then the formidable 4-colored sword aura formation vanished into thin air. This was due to Zhao Fang's control over the intensity of the sword energy. The 10-pulse divine sword was indeed a divine technique. The sword formation could unleash the full potential of this remarkable skill to an infinite extent, had he not regulated the sword energy's strength. This mere 4-pulse sword formation would have been sufficient to bring about Situ Fang's demise. Yet, he could not afford to kill Situ Fang, for he had vowed an oath to the heavens of the martial realm, and the repercussions of breaking such a vow were beyond his endurance. The sudden disappearance of the 4-pulse sword formation momentarily stunned Situ Fang. Yet he had neither the time nor the inclination to ponder the reasons. He immediately bolted towards the exit of room number 1, desperate to escape. Zhao Fang, you scoundrel, you wretch, if I manage to survive this ordeal, I shall ensure the annihilation of your Zhao clan, and you shall endure the most excruciating tortures, begging for life, yet unable to find death. The depths of resentment boiled within Situ Fang's heart. Swish, swish. 2 piercing sword energies sliced through the air, swiftly penetrating Situ Fang's legs, causing his frantic escape to come to a sudden halt as he collapsed to the ground. Did you think you could flee? Swish, swish. Another pair of fierce sword energies surged forth, piercing through Situ Fang's eyes. Your wretched eyes have seen what they should not have. Thus, they no longer warrant existence. Bang! The agonizing pain from his blinded eyes had scarcely begun to manifest when a tremendous force struck his mouth, shattering all his teeth into powder and even mangling his tongue. Your mouth has encountered what it should not have. Therefore, it too serves no purpose in existing. Zhao Fang's indifferent voice echoed in Situ Fang's ears, a sound more terrifying than that of death itself. Wail, wail. Situ Fang seemed to wish to utter something. Yet the excruciating pain rendered his mouth incapable of producing anything but incoherent whimpers. Boom. Another muffled explosion erupted from his dantian. Situ Fang's body trembled violently as he felt his true energy surge forth like a torrential flood, spilling out from his dantian. In the blink of an eye, all his true energy vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly drained of strength. He collapsed into a state of complete debilitation. You wail. Indeed, I have rendered your cultivation useless. I am averse to complications. Had I not done so, in a year or so, once you regained your strength, you would come seeking vengeance, and I simply do not have the time to entertain you. After thoroughly incapacitating Situ Fang, Zhao Fang gently released the girl in his arms. Zishan, and tenderly inquired, Zishan, do you still feel wronged? Not at all, not at all. The moment Zishan laid eyes on her young master, she felt that her life had been fulfilled. It was truly enough. Zishan's eyes shimmered with tears, fully aware of the formidable reputation of Situ Fang, and cognizant of the immense pressure Zhao Fang must endure for subjecting Situ Fang to such torment. Every action Zhao Fang undertook was in her defense. What merit did she possess? She was merely a humble servant girl. Yet, how foolish it was to dwell on such thoughts. As long as she felt no injustice, that was sufficient. Zhao Fang playfully pinched Zishan's delicate nose, and to his surprise, she not only did not blush, but also embraced him tightly, burying her head deep within his chest. The warmth and softness of the young girl enveloped him, and inhaling her enchanting fragrance, Zhao Fang, a man of 2 lifetimes untouched by love, felt his heart flutter. A shocking thought crossed his mind, an urge to claim Zishan as his own. How absurd! Where was his self-restraint? Zhao Fang mentally shouted in distress. He took deep breaths to quell the rising desires within him. Even if he were to consider pursuing Zishan, it must be with proper arrangements, complete with formal proposals and a lifetime of promises to bring her into his home. He was a man of integrity. He recited this mantra to himself as he departed with Zishan. He needed to prepare for battle. Chen Kaishan had already bested him once. It was likely he would return to wreak havoc upon hearing of Zhao Fang's resurgence. Moreover, he had unjustly borne the blame for the actions of a prodigious Zhao Clan genius from 18 years ago, and he needed to uncover the truth behind that figure. It was not in Zhao Fang's nature to accept blame without cause. Additionally, those who had bullied him and Zishan, including the Zhao Dequan brothers, Zhao Dainiu, and Situ Fang, had either been vanquished or rendered powerless by him. His anger had been partially alleviated, yet it still simmered within. To fully quell his wrath, he needed to settle accounts with Zhao Xian. Chapter 20. Dark Conspiracy. Zhao Fang strode out with Zishan. It was not until some time had passed after their departure from Room 1 at the Tianzi Pavilion and the Hongtai Guild that anyone dared to enter the room. The sheer force Zhao Fang had exhibited was terrifying. The guests who had initially come to witness the spectacle were now struck with fear. Inside room 1, Zhao Fang lay on the ground, his eyes blinded, feet severed, hands mangled, cultivation destroyed, blood gushing from his wounds, all while he let out pained cries. The brutality of it all sent shivers down T. However, he never anticipated that upon re-entering room 1, Zhao Fang would have vanished, leaving behind only a disfigured and wretched blind man, writhing on the ground in agony. What could have transpired? Why did this blind man appear so familiar? The captain of the Thunder Army's 3rd Squad was engulfed in confusion. Beside him stood a towering and robust young man, whose complexion abruptly shifted. This young man was Han Gang. Han Gang held a significantly higher status within the ranks of the Thunder Army than the captain of the 3rd Squad, possessing far greater discernment and understanding of certain high-level affairs. Thus, upon entering room 1 and witnessing the grievously moaning Zhao Fang sprawled on the floor, he felt an unsettling sense of recognition. After all, the Han family's influence was hardly inferior to that of the Zhao family. If Zhao Xian could ascertain Zhao Fang's arrival in Yishui City through his channels, the Han family could certainly glean the same information. Yet, due to Zhao Fang's esteemed status and Zhao Xian's advantageous position in establishing a connection with him, the Han family refrained from recklessly intruding upon Zhao Fang. However, refraining did not equate to a lack of desire. The Han family had long aspired to connect with Zhao Fang to extend their influence into Biluo County. Consequently, during this period, the Han family's upper echelons had been deliberating on how to approach Zhao Fang without causing offense. As one of the most promising youths within the Han family, Han Gang had indeed seen Zhao Fang's likeness and had even participated in discussions regarding how to engage with him. Thus, he recognized Zhao Fang. Upon entering room 1, he felt a sense of familiarity with the grievously moaning individual before him. Why did he not instantly recognize Zhao Fang? The answer lay in the fact that Zhao Fang had been so brutally beaten that he was unrecognizable, his face battered, his eyes bloodied, his visage utterly transformed. Taking a deep breath, Han Gang cautiously approached Zhao Fang, scrutinizing him intently. The more he observed, the more his skin quivered, and a flicker of fear ignited in his eyes. A calamity had befallen them. How could young Master Zhao be reduced to such a state? He needed to promptly inform Zhang, the city lord of Yishui City, and alert the clan elder. The very heavens of Yishui City were on the verge of collapse. Now, Han Gang was certain that the dismembered and disheveled blind man I have committed such heinous acts against him that he will undoubtedly not let me off the hook. Calm yourself. How can one achieve greatness if they panic at every turn? Zhao Ming bellowed coldly at Zhao Xian, his dissatisfaction with Zhao Xian's reaction palpable. At this moment, Zhao Ming's expression was grave. Zhao Xian had divulged to him everything he had done to Zhao Fang during this period. He understood that at this juncture, Zhao Xian and Zhao Fang were indeed irreconcilable adversaries, destined for mutual destruction. Previously, Zhao Fang had not been worthy of his attention. He was the foremost powerhouse among the 2nd generation of the Zhao clan, the strongest beneath the clan leader. Even Zhao Xiong, the commander of the forbidden martial army, paled in comparison to him. However, the current Zhao Fang was a figure even the likes of Zhao Fang regarded with trepidation. Zhao Ming was aware that while Zhao Fang's prowess was slightly inferior to his own, the gap was not significant. If Zhao Fang feared someone, it was uncertain whether Zhao Ming could contend with them. Cursed fate. 18 years ago, Zhao Zhan had suffocated me with his dominance. Though I was the legitimate eldest son of the Zhao clan's 2nd generation, the old man chose to establish Zhao Zhan as the young master. Just when Zhao Zhan encountered misfortune, his son now seeks to overshadow mine. This I shall never permit. Veins throbbed on Zhao Ming's forehead, while Zhao Xian beside him dared not breathe a word. The name Zhao Zhan echoed faintly in his memory from childhood, as if he were a legendary figure within the Zhao clan. Yet, that name felt like a taboo. The clan leader had issued a strict decree forbidding anyone from uttering it in any circumstance. Shinner, you have been by my side lately. I shall observe how that rascal Zhao Fang troubles you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's face brightened. Furthermore, did not Zhao Fang slaughter Zhao Dequan's 3 brothers, along with that group of Zhao Dainiu's brats and Zhao Delu? The 3 brothers of Zhao Dequan and Zhao Dainiu's group perished outside the family, leaving no one to attest that Zhao Fang was the assassin. However, Zhao Delu met his end within the clan, and many witnessed Zhao Fang threatening and holding him hostage before his demise. We shall firmly assert that it was that little rascal Zhao Fang who killed Zhao Delu. He will have no way to refute it. Humph. The clan's ironclad law strictly forbids kin from harming one Ano with his current cultivation and combat prowess. He could easily be regarded as the strongest in Yishui City, even if the forbidden military displayed such a grand spectacle. And even if there were those covertly scheming against him, in the face of absolute power, any intricate plot would seem utterly ridiculous. His return to the Zhao family had 2 objectives, one of which was to settle scores with Zhao Xian. Although he could not fathom why the forbidden military had meddled in matters concerning him, he was 6 parts certain that this elaborate setup was primarily orchestrated by Zhao Xian. You wretched dog, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you in a proper game, Zhao Fang thought to himself, a cold smile gracing his lips as he followed the troop of the forbidden military at a leisurely pace. The troop escorted Zhao Fang and Zishan to the law enforcement building. This building served as the venue for punishing Zhao family members who violated clan rules, housing various instruments of torture and the most iron-fisted, ruthless law enforcement elders within the Zhao clan. The Zhao descendants held a profound fear of the law enforcement building. For those who entered, at the very least, they would suffer a skinning, while a more severe punishment could leave them crippled, and an even harsher one might claim their very lives, leaving them forever trapped within its confines. The clan rules were strict to such an extent that the law enforcement building felt akin to a hell. Zhao Fang cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xian, his gaze akin to that of one observing a chicken destined for slaughter. In front of the gathered crowd, Zhao Xian felt the sting of Zhao Fang's disdain, his face flushing a deep crimson. Yet, he dared not retaliate against Zhao Fang and could only suppress his frustration as he turned to Elder Zhao Chuan, exclaiming, "Elder, behold how this scoundrel behaves before you, so brazenly threatening me. One can only imagine the extent of his lawlessness in his daily life." Zhao Chuan nodded slightly, his expression darkening. He addressed Zhao Fang with a cold voice. "Zhao Fang, you are being excessively brazen." "Excessive? I dare say it is you who has overstepped," Zhao Fang retorted sharply, fixing his gaze on Zhao Chuan. "I am the clan leader's appointed heir. Within the Zhao family, aside from the clan leader himself, who possesses the authority to judge me? You are but a mere enforcement elder. Do you truly believe you have such entitlement? How dare you order the martial enforcement corps to bring me to this enforcement hall? You, an old fool who fails to discern rank and propriety. Are you aware of your transgressions?" "You, what of me?" Zhao Fang interrupted. "As an enforcement elder, you are guilty of violating the law you are sworn to uphold. Your crimes deserve even harsher punishment." Zhao Chuan was momentarily silenced. As the enforcement elder of the Zhao family, he wielded authority over its rules and was known for his harsh judgments, instilling fear in nearly all the clan's younger members. When had anyone dared to chastise him so openly? When had anyone insulted him to his face? Nevertheless, Zhao Fang spoke the truth. Only the clan leader possessed the legitimate right to judge the heir of the Zhao family. Yet, the clan leader was currently in seclusion, preoccupied with his own affairs. Zhao Chuan, who prided himself on his esteemed standing within the Zhao family, had agreed to judge Zhao Fang without a second thought, believing himself to be of equal stature to the clan leader. After all, Zhao Fang, though still nominally the heir, was widely regarded as a waste of potential. Such a waste was unworthy of the title of heir, and his presence brought shame to the Zhao family. Thus, Zhao Chuan sought to seize this opportunity to bring Zhao Fang down a peg, even if he were the son of that individual. But who could have anticipated Zhao Fang's defiance, openly disregarding him in front of so many witnesses? "Zhao Fang, you have indeed crossed a line." Zhao Meng, who had been seated beside Zhao Chuan, suddenly interjected. "According to clan rules, the enforcement elder lacks the authority to pass judgment on you." "But, silence," Zhao Fang interrupted, cutting him off. "Zhao Meng, what status do you hold? Do you have the right to speak in this enforcement hall? You and your scheming son are cut from the same cloth. I will deal with you both in due time." Zhao Meng's face flushed a deep purple with anger. Zhao Fang was utterly unpredictable, even denying him the chance to speak. "Enough." Zhao Chuan slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Zhao Fang. "Zhao Fang, cease your arrogance. Do not presume that your status as heir grants you the license to act with impunity. The clan regulations state that if the clan leader violates them, they shall be punished equally as any ordinary clan member, and it is of no consequence that you are but a mere young master. Now, someone has accused you of slaying your own kin. Having transgressed the clan's laws, you must face consequences. The clan leader is in seclusion and cannot adjudicate your case. As the elder responsible for enforcement, I possess the authority to temporarily assume the role of the clan leader and preside over your judgment." Chapter 22. The accusation against the young master. What punishment awaits? Zhao Fang, your methods are ruthless and lawless. You have cruelly murdered Zhao Dequan, Zhao Duran, and Zhao Daniu, among others of your own clan. Do you acknowledge this crime? Zhao Chuan slammed the table once more, and several armed soldiers from the enforcement hall immediately closed in on Zhao Fang, their iron staves striking the ground with a piercing clang. An invisible, chilling aura filled the entire hall. Any martial artist lacking in fortitude or courage would likely be terrified to the core. Yet, Zhao Fang remained unfazed. He scoffed and replied, "What nonsense! You claim I killed Zhao Dequan and the others, but where is your proof? Did anyone witness me committing those acts? I could just as easily accuse you of murdering Zhao Guang and Zhao Jian. Zhao Guang and Zhao Jian were members of the Zhao clan who had ventured out for training a few years prior and had not returned since. Rumors suggested that they had met their demise outside, but no one knew who was responsible for their deaths. Thus, Zhao Fang directed the blame squarely onto Zhao Chuan. After all, when he had dispatched Zhao Dequan and his brothers, no one had been present to witness it. If Zhao Chuan insisted that he had slain Zhao Dequan, it was only fair for Zhao Fang to assert that Zhao Chuan had murdered Zhao Jian. Absurdity. Zhao Chuan's beard trembled in fury. What utter nonsense. The angrier Zhao Chuan became, the louder Zhao Fang's retorts grew. Since the mask of civility had been torn away, why should Zhao Fang show any respect to this old man? Zhao Fang, refrain from diverting the topic. What position does the elder of enforcement hold that he would slay his own kin? Zhao Ming interjected. Silence. I have stated that you have no place in this discussion. Zhao Fang dismissed him curtly, unwilling to engage further. This rascal sought to harm him, and he intended to suffocate him with his own schemes. Zhao Ming's face turned an even deeper shade of purple. Although he was Zhao Fang's senior, in terms of status within the clan, he was indeed inferior to him. In fact, the status of everyone present in the enforcement hall paled in comparison to that of Zhao Fang. Using his status to suppress, Zhao Ming left him with no room for rebuttal. Zhao Chuan continued, Zhao Fang, the one who reported you is Zhao Ming. According to clan regulations, he is entitled to confront you before me, laying out your charges until you are wholly convinced of your guilt. Very well, let him speak. I am quite curious to hear what nonsense he can conjure. Zhao Fang retorted, his words lacking any decorum, showing no regard for the dignity of the Zhao clan. Zhao Ming took a deep breath to calm the agitation in his chest, then coldly mocked Zhao Fang. Nonsense. You are simply intolerable. Zhao Ming was on the verge of losing his mind. He felt that he could no longer engage with Zhao Fang, lest he truly be driven to madness. He turned to Zhao Chuan and said, Elder of Enforcement, please allow me to state that this wretched Zhao Fang is not only a vicious murderer of Zhao Dequan and the others, but he has also brazenly held our steward, Zhao Delu, hostage in plain view of all. Zhao Fang, this wretched scoundrel, cunningly denies the heinous act of harming Zhao Dequan and others, even in the presence of the esteemed elder enforcer. However, his abduction and subsequent harm to Zhao Delu were witnessed by numerous clansmen. Zhao Feng, the captain of the second squad of the Forbidden Martial Army, can attest to this, along with over 20 other clansmen who have all seen Zhao Fang inflict injury upon Zhao Delu. There is no room for this wretch to continue his deceit. Zhao Chuan nodded repeatedly as Zhao Ming concluded his statement and then turned his gaze towards Zhao Feng. Indeed, this matter is true. Just a few hours ago, Zhao Feng, before my very eyes, grievously injured Zhao Delu. At that moment, I was unable to confront Zhao Fang as he overpowered me with his position as the young master, forcing me to retreat. As Zhao Chuan looked at him, Zhao Feng spoke in a deep voice. I felt that Zhao Fang's actions were unjust. So I promptly returned to the Forbidden Martial Army to report the incident to the commander, hoping for his intervention. Does this imply that Commander Zhao Xiong is aware of this matter? Zhao Chuan inquired as he directed his attention to Zhao Xiong, the commander of the Forbidden Martial Army. Indeed, I was informed of this matter by Zhao Feng, and I immediately took him to seek out Zhao Fang. However, upon our arrival at the location where Zhao Fang had held Zhao Delu captive, we found that Zhao Fang had already vanished, leaving only Zhao Delu's lifeless body behind. Zhao Xiong nodded in response to Zhao Chuan's inquiry. Prior to this, Zhao Ming had specifically visited him, insisting that he firmly assert that Zhao Fang was responsible for Zhao Delu's death. Zhao Ming and Zhao Xiong were brothers, sharing a close bond, and Zhao Xiong held a disdainful view of Zhao Fang, believing he had brought shame upon his lineage and was unworthy of being that man's son. Furthermore, he regarded the current useless Zhao Fang as unfit to continue as the young master of the Zhao family. Thus, he readily acquiesced to Zhao Ming's request, even though he had not directly witnessed Zhao Fang kill Zhao Delu. Zhao Fang, with the evidence mounting against you, what further words do you have? Shall I summon those 20 clansmen to testify against you one by one? Zhao Chuan fixed a cold gaze upon Zhao Fang. Of course, I have something to say. Zhao Fang pointed a finger at Zhao Feng, causing him to shudder and instinctively retreat several steps, fearful that a blade of energy might erupt from Zhao Fang's finger. He vividly recalled the previous instance when a lethal energy had surged forth, rendering him incapable of even grasping his iron spear, which later bore a hole from that very energy. The consequences of such energy striking a person were unfathomable to Zhao Feng. Yet, Zhao Fang did not attack Zhao Feng. He merely posed a question. You claim to have seen me threaten and injure Zhao Delu, but did you witness me kill him? Not that, Zhao Feng replied instinctively, relieved to find that no deadly energy was emanating from Zhao Fang's finger. Zhao Fang then pointed towards Commander Zhao Xiong and inquired, you assert you saw Zhao Delu's corpse. Did you see me kill Zhao Delu? Zhao Xiong hesitated for a moment. Speak. Zhao Fang thundered, his voice resonating like thunder, startling Zhao Xiong. No. Very well. Zhao Fang immediately retracted his imposing presence, expressing satisfaction as he turned his gaze back to Zhao Chuan. Elder Zhao, have you heard? No one has witnessed this young master slaying Zhao Delu, yet you audaciously declare that I did? This is nothing short of slander. Zhao Fang's voice rose once more as he took several steps closer to Zhao Chuan. Zhao Chuan, as the law enforcement elder, tell me, what punishment should befall those who defame the young master? Chapter 23. A display of might preposterous. Even if you did not take the lives of Zhao Dequan, Zhao Daniel, or Zhao Delu, the fact remains that you have harmed Zhao Delu. Zhao Chuan sprang to his feet, glaring at Zhao Fang with a thunderous voice. Injuring a clansman is a grave offense, and how dare you bellow at the law enforcement hall in my presence? Such disregard for decorum is also a serious crime. You compound your sins, you wretched creature. Kneel and submit to justice. Zhao Chuan's voice crescendoed, each syllable resonating like thunder within the law enforcement hall, seemingly intending to subdue Zhao Fang merely through the force of sound. Cease your nonsensical rant. Zhao Fang's voice grew equally loud, challenging Zhao Chuan. As for Zhao Dequan and Zhao Daniel, whether they live or die, I am unaware. However, Zhao Delu, that scoundrel, plotted against me before the eyes of many. Numerous clansmen bore witness to this. According to clan rules, any clansman who harbors malicious intent towards the young master commits treason, a capital offense. I did not kill him. I merely wounded him, which is an act of mercy beyond the law. How have I violated clan regulations? Your words are mere fabrications and a desperate defense. Guards, seize this wretch. Zhao Chuan was on the brink of fury, since assuming the role of law enforcement elder. No one had ever dared to confront him in such a manner, not even the clan leader, who would defer to him on certain matters. Yet Zhao Fang was utterly outrageous. If he did not deal with Zhao Fang severely, where would his authority as law enforcement elder stand? How could he command respect in the future? It was clear at that moment that Zhao Chuan was resolute in his intent to punish Zhao Fang. Even if Zhao Fang had not breached clan rules, he was determined to inflict severe penalties upon him. Just as Zhao Chuan finished speaking, the guards of the law enforcement hall advanced toward Zhao Fang, and the commander of the guards, Zhao Xiong, hesitated only briefly before taking action against Zhao Fang. After all, the law enforcement elder oversaw the clan's criminal laws, and the guards were essentially an extension of his authority. Zhao Xiong and Zhao Chuan had always acted in concert. Commander, be cautious. Zhao Fang is particularly formidable now. Zhao Fang quietly warned Zhao Xiong, having witnessed Zhao Fang unleash his sword aura previously, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Zhao Xiong, however, merely smirked coldly, dismissing Zhao Fang as concerns. Formidable? In the face of absolute power, what can any trickery amount to? I am the third strongest in the Zhao family. My prowess only subordinate to the clan leader and the elder. Before Zhao Fang was incapacitated, he was no match for me. And now I certainly do not regard him as a threat. As Zhao Xiong made his move, an intense excitement shone in Zhao Xian's eyes. He seemed to envision the scene of Zhao Fang being captured by Zhao Xiong and then subjected to severe punishment by Zhao Chuan. However, at this moment, Zhao Ming's expression grew unusually grave. Zhao Xian had once informed him that Situ Fang dared not act rashly in the presence of Zhao Fang. Although Zhao Xiong was formidable, he might not necessarily surpass Situ Fang. Even if Zhao Xiong could not suppress Zhao Fang, his strength was sufficient to force Zhao Fang's hidden cards to surface. Inside the law enforcement tower, there were elders of equal combat prowess to Zhao Xiong present, and with my presence. This young rascal Zhao Fang should not be able to stir up much trouble. As Zhao Ming contemplated, Zhao Fang had already engaged with the martial soldiers surrounding him. These ordinary martial soldiers were mostly martial apprentices. Even without utilizing the 10 Veins divine sword, Zhao Fang could easily dispatch them using the great force stone-slapping technique. What? Unable to contend with this young master, you resort to anger and aggression? Zhao Fang's voice was mocking, yet his movements were swift. As he unleashed the great force stone-slapping technique, a series of explosive sounds echoed, sending the ordinary martial soldiers flying. This scene astonished Zhao Chuan and Zhao Xiong. Wasn't Zhao Fang rendered a cripple by that mysterious figure? How could he still be so fierce? Nevertheless, despite their astonishment, Zhao Xiong did not regard Zhao Fang as a threat. You, the Scourge, do not act presumptuously. I shall take you down. With a hand resembling a large fan, Zhao Xiong struck towards Zhao Fang's shoulder blade, his palm radiating with a brilliant glow of true energy, exuding a formidable pressure, intending to force Zhao Fang to kneel. You are the Scourge. Your entire family is a scourge. Zhao Fang protected Zishan behind him, growling softly. As the Golden Lion's roar technique erupted, intense sound waves coalesced into concentric golden ripples, surging towards Zhao Xiong's hand. Subsequently, Zhao Fang directed a finger toward Zhao Xiong's clavicle, unleashing a crimson sword aura. Boom. In an instant, the golden sound waves collided with Zhao Xiong's palm, generating a tremendous shock that caused Zhao Xiong's arm to tremble violently, his entire body momentarily spasming. And his charge towards Zhao Fang was abruptly halted. Following this, the crimson sword aura pierced through his clavicle. The clavicle, also known as the collarbone, is situated atop the shoulders, adjacent to the neck. If a martial artist's clavicle is penetrated, they immediately lose all strength. Let alone, Zhao Xiong, who was now pierced through the clavicle by the 10-vein sword aura, suddenly collapsed to the ground, his gaze towards Zhao Fang filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Not only was Zhao Xiong shocked and incredulous, but Zhao Chuan and Zhao Xiong also appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Whether it was Zhao Fang's sound wave attack or the pure crimson sword aura, their overwhelming power far exceeded their expectations. This was Zhao Xiong, a 2-star martial general, the third strongest of the Zhao family. Yet, before Zhao Fang, he could not even endure a single exchange before being taken down. How could Zhao Fang be so terrifying? Now, it is your turn. Having dealt with Zhao Xiong, Zhao Fang strides toward Zhao Chuan. Zhao Fang, I am the elder of law enforcement in our family. You cannot harm me, for to do so would challenge the ancestral rules and be a grave act of disloyalty. Zhao Chuan, however, finds himself devoid of any thoughts on how to confront Zhao Fang. His combat prowess is inferior even to that of Zhao Xiong, who could barely withstand a single exchange with Zhao Fang. What could he possibly achieve against him? A chilling thought crosses his mind. Had the crimson sword energy Zhao Fang unleashed been directed at Zhao Xiong's heart rather than his shoulder, would Zhao Xiong still be alive? The prospect is terrifying. Zhao Chuan yearns only to navigate this peril safely. Compared to the danger of losing his life, maintaining his dignity seems utterly trivial. Chapter 24. The slaying of Zhao Meng cannot harm you? I am the young master of the Zhao Clan. How dare you threaten me? Why should I refrain from acting against you? Zhao Fang's palm pushes forward, his index finger piercing the air, as a crimson sword energy swirls and takes shape around it in an instant. To offend the young master is a transgression deserving of death. To slander the young master is a crime warranting execution. To strike at the young master is an unforgivable sin. 3 heinous crimes, compounded in their severity. Zhao Chuan, your sins are beyond redemption, and you shall perish. As he speaks, the crimson sword entered Zhao Fang's expression darkened as he faced Zhao Meng's formidable strike. Unyielding in his stance, he pointed a finger toward the blade of the steel knife. Whoosh! An orange sword aura erupted from his middle finger, striking the blade in an instant, causing it to bend and momentarily halt Zhao Meng's forceful strike, making his hand tremble violently. Whoosh! Another pure yellow sword aura shot forth from Zhao Fang's ring finger, swiftly colliding with the steel knife once more. Crash! The finely forged blade, crafted from high-quality steel, was shattered into 2 pieces by these 2 sword auras, and the force of the impact left Zhao Meng's grip injured, blood streaming from his hand. Yet, Zhao Meng's expression remained unchanged. At the moment the second pure yellow sword aura fractured the steel knife, his other hand hurled 3 small, finely crafted flying daggers toward Zhao Fang. The speed of those daggers was astonishing, rivaling that of Zhao Fang's 10 pulses of sword energy. As the 2 were now merely a few feet apart, this distance was negligible for the dagger's velocity, crossing it in less than the span of a breath. You little brat. This time you shall surely perish. Zhao Meng sneered, for these 3 flying daggers were his ultimate weapon. Having acquired a secret technique for flying daggers during his early days as a martial apprentice, he had honed the art of crafting, refining, and employing them for lethal purposes over the past 2 decades. His expertise in the 3-colored sword energy surged forth like 3 radiant rainbows, traversing the void with a formidable power that seemed capable of piercing through all. As the 3 flying daggers approached a mere 2 feet from Zhao Fang's brow, heart, and dantian, they were met with a decisive strike. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic reverberations resonated almost simultaneously, and the 3 daggers fell helplessly to the ground, each bearing a glaring sword hole. Is this the audacity you possess to strike at me? After effortlessly knocking down the daggers, Zhao Fang approached Zhao Meng with an air of nonchalance, his voice icy as he inquired. Zhao Fang, there has been a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhao Meng was in a state of despair. The trump card he had kept hidden failed to inflict any harm upon Zhao Fang, who had easily dispelled it. He felt utterly powerless. At that moment, engaging Zhao Fang in a direct confrontation would only lead to his demise. The sole hope for survival lay in pleading for mercy. After all, it was his son who had offended Zhao Fang. If necessary, he could sacrifice Zhao Xian to save himself. Misunderstanding, you say? Go to hell and explain it to the king of hell. Zhao Fang offered Zhao Meng no chance for explanation. A fierce green sword energy shot forth from his fingertips, swiftly piercing through Zhao Meng's brow. You. Zhao Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhao Fang, his finger trembling in accusation. Yet he could utter not a single word before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, silence enveloping him. Chapter 25, Zhao Zhengfeng Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying the 3-star Martial General Zhao Meng, earning 30,000 experience points, 3,000 true power points, and 3,000 proficiency points in the 10 Meridians Divine Sword. As Zhao Meng fell, the notification from the Divine Martial Supreme System echoed in Zhao Fang's mind. Simultaneously, gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the enforcement tower. Zhao Chuan was stunned. Zhao Xiong was aghast. The members of the Forbidden Martial Army, including Zhao Xian, trembled in shock. Rendered speechless, Zhao Fang's displayed combat prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. Even the long-absent elder rumored to be the strongest in Yushui City might not possess such strength. Zhao Chuan felt an intense hatred towards Zhao Meng. Seeking to confront Zhao Fang, without understanding his background, had dragged him into a quagmire, severely offending Zhao Fang. Foolishness. I have been utterly foolish. Zhao Fang is the son of that person, the one who once astounded with unparalleled talent, reigning supreme in Yushui City. And even across the entire Liang Kingdom, he was among the top tier. His son cannot possibly be an ordinary individual. I have truly acted without thought. The clan leader did not strip Zhao Fang of his position as the young master, which surely indicates some ulterior consideration. How could I have sought to prove my strength by joining forces with the fool Zhao Meng against Zhao Fang? Zhao Chuan lamented inwardly. Recognizing from Zhao Fang's ruthless and decisive actions against Zhao Meng that his own fate would likely be dire. After dispatching Zhao Meng, Zhao Fang turned his attention towards Zhao Xian. Zhao Fang, I was wrong. I am not a human, but rather a fool blinded by ignorance. I should not have plotted against you. Please spare me, and let me be dismissed like a mere breath. I truly regret my actions. Zhao Xian was utterly despondent, kneeling on the ground as he repeatedly bowed his head to Zhao Fang. His father, Zhao Meng's corpse, lay not far from him. Blood still oozing from the wound on his forehead, the pungent scent of blood instilling in him a deepening terror. Coward! How dare you, such a coward, conspire against me? Recently, I fell victim to your kind, suffering greatly. This is nothing short of disgrace. Go to hell and accompany your father. With a swift kick, Zhao Fang sent Zhao Xian sprawling. With a mere flick of his finger, 10 streams of sword energy surged forth, piercing through Zhao Xian's forehead in an instant. After vanquishing Zhao Xian, Zhao Fang turned his gaze towards Zhao Chuan. Zhao Fang, this is not my doing. Everything was instigated by Zhao Meng and his son. You know I serve as the enforcement elder of the family. When they claimed you murdered a clansman, I indeed had a duty to intervene. But I bore you no ill will. Zhao Chuan trembled involuntarily, hastily offering his fearful explanation. Zhao Fang remained silent, shifting his attention to the commander of the Forbidden Martial Army, Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong immediately lowered his head, despite being the third strongest of the Zhao clan. He dared not meet Zhao Fang's gaze. Zhao Fang did not linger on Zhao Xiong for long. He swept his eyes over the dozen or so soldiers of the Forbidden Martial Army, all of whom bowed their heads, fearing to attract misfortune. You are all a bunch of cowards. It is no wonder that those like you hold power within the Zhao clan. For the family has seen no progress over the years, and its influence seems to be waning. Humph. Zhao Fang scoffed coldly, yet no one dared to respond. Even though Zhao Chuan and Zhao Xiong felt a surge of indignation at his words, they remained silent. Subsequently, Zhao Fang departed from the enforcement hall. After all, Zhao Chuan and the others were merely pawns manipulated by Zhao Meng and Zhao Xian. He bore them no enmity and had no reason to eliminate them. Killing kin would violate the clan's rules, and slaying Zhao Chuan and Zhao Xiong would undoubtedly diminish the clan's power. As a member of the Zhao family, he would not engage in such self-destructive acts, even if it would grant him considerable experience points beneficial for his advancement. Zhao Fang adhered to his principles. Inside the enforcement hall, watching Zhao Fang's diminishing figure, Zhao Chuan finally exhaled, feeling a slight relief. At that moment, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Zhao Xiong's expression was complex as he stared in the direction Zhao Fang had departed, murmuring repeatedly, This Zhao Fang. This Zhao Fang. How could he be so terrifying now? Zhao Chuan sighed, saying, The Zhao clan may very well face a transformation from this point onward. Yongda Cottage. This was the retreat of Zhao Zhengfeng, the clan leader, where he was in seclusion. After leaving the enforcement hall, Zhao Fang first settled Zishan before making his way here alone. He was plagued by countless questions. Why? After being incapacitated by the foremost warrior of the Qin clan, Chen Kaishan, and subsequently ridiculed and bullied by others, did the clan leader not strip him of his title as the young master? If his position remained intact, why did the clan leader choose to ignore him, allowing other clan members and outsiders to torment him? Moreover, who was the Zhao Clan member, a prodigy who, 18 years ago, had defeated Chen Kaishan and made his way to the capital of the Liang Kingdom. Among so many members of the Zhao Clan, why had Chen Kaishan chosen to vent his humiliation upon him? He was determined to unravel these mysteries. By heavens, he refused to suffer in silence. That Zhao genius from 18 years ago had unjustly implicated him. If he did not investigate the truth and reclaim his honor, he would be unworthy of his status as a traveler from another realm. As for Chen Kaishan, the so-called strongest of the Chen clan, was he truly formidable? To dare to cripple him, it would not be long before he would render that man utterly inconsolable. Zhao Fang, steeling himself, disregarded whether Zhao Jingfeng's seclusion had reached a critical juncture. He boldly pushed open the main door of the Yongda cottage and strode inside, quickly locating the room where Zhao Jingfeng was in seclusion. Zhao Fang, what brings you here? Zhao Jingfeng was taken aback at the sight of him. However, Zhao Fang was even more astonished, for Zhao Jingfeng appeared pale, his aura weakened, resembling one gravely injured. Grandfather, are you all right? Is it that your seclusion has reached a crucial point, and my reckless intrusion has disturbed you? Observing Zhao Jingfeng's condition sparked a twinge of regret within Zhao Fang. Memories of the care Zhao Jingfeng had shown him flooded his mind, intensifying his guilt. Though Zhao Jingfeng had become distant after his fall from grace, displaying indifference to the humiliation he endured, he was, after all, his grandfather. For 16 years, he had called Zhao Jingfeng grandfather. Throughout those years, Zhao Jingfeng had treated him exceptionally well. When he was 1, Zhao Jingfeng played games with him. At 2, he took him to the market and bought him candied hawthorn. At 4, he had personally guided him in cultivation. Zhao Jingfeng had never imposed the airs of a clan leader, always prioritizing his needs and ensuring that ample resources for cultivation were provided to him. Having never seen his parents, Zhao Fang found that Zhao Jingfeng, and even other members of the Zhao clan, never spoke of them. Yet, Zhao Jingfeng had genuinely regarded him as a beloved grandson. This sentiment was palpable through the myriad memories he had inherited. However, the recent series of unfortunate events had ignited a fierce anger within Zhao Fang. He knew that his impulsive intrusion into Zhao Jingfeng's seclusion could potentially cause him harm, yet he pressed on regardless. Now, witnessing Zhao Jingfeng's state, he felt a pang of regret. Chapter 26. The Forbidden One. Grandfather is fine. It does not concern you. Zhao Jingfeng smiled, yet the gesture seemed to exacerbate his injuries, revealing a flicker of pain within his eyes. Grandfather, how could you sustain such severe wounds? Zhao Fang pressed, his keen perception discerning that Zhao Jingfeng's injuries had penetrated deeply, threatening his very life. This affliction did not appear to stem from a misstep in cultivation. Rather, it bore the marks of a brutal assault by a formidable force. Fanger, do not concern yourself with my matters for now. Instead, enlighten me. What prompted your urgent visit? Has Xianer been tormenting you excessively? And what of your uncle? Has he not offered you support? Zhao Jingfeng's expression darkened slightly as he spoke of Zhao Fang's uncle, Zhao Meng. As the patriarch, Zhao Jingfeng was acutely aware of all affairs within the Zhao clan, recognizing Xian's jealousy towards Fang and Meng's indifferent stance. Before Fang's downfall, he had the backing of Zhao Jingfeng, coupled with his own strength and talent, which kept Xian and Meng in check. However, with Fang now incapacitated and Jingfeng in seclusion, he found himself without allies, unable to contend with Xian and Meng's aggression. It would be peculiar if they did not take the opportunity to strike. Grandfather, it is not that. I have some questions that weigh on my mind and wish to seek your guidance directly, which is why I hastily intruded upon your retreat. I apologize for the disturbance. Zhao Jingfeng's tender concern filled Zhao Fang with a profound sense of guilt. Despite the fact that they were not truly grandfather and grandson in the traditional sense, this body undeniably belonged to the Zhao lineage, deeply affecting him. Moreover, Zhao Jingfeng's demeanor puzzled him. According to the memories of his predecessor, Jingfeng had been utterly disappointed after the latter's downfall, retreating into isolation and severing ties. If that were indeed the case, why was he now displaying such genuine concern? This seemed illogical. Coupled with Jingfeng's grievous injuries, Zhao Fang's confusion intensified. Grandfather, could you reveal to me who inflicted these wounds upon you? Zhao Fang inquired directly. Fanger, can you discern that my injuries are not the result of a miscalculation in my cultivation, but rather the consequence of an assault? Zhao Jingfeng's countenance shifted dramatically. As a 4-star martial general, the one responsible for his injuries must be extraordinarily powerful, at least a martial king. To alleviate the concerns of his clan, and under the threat posed by such a formidable opponent, Zhao Jingfeng had chosen to enter seclusion immediately after sustaining his injuries. He had concealed his condition so effectively that it appeared as though he had merely faltered in his practice, rather than being harmed by another. To pierce through the facade of his injuries, one would need to possess a cultivation level exceeding his own. Yet, even before his incapacitation, Zhao Fang was merely a 1-star martial general, and now he was akin to a cripple. How could he possibly unravel the truth behind Zhao Zhengfeng's injuries with a mere glance? Hence, Zhao Zhengfeng was taken aback. However, his astonishment was tantamount to acknowledging that the injuries he bore were the result of a severe assault. Zhao Fang's expression immediately darkened as he coldly inquired, "Grandfather, please tell me, who is it that has inflicted such harm upon you?" Witnessing Zhao Zhengfeng's demeanor, he naturally dismissed the elder's prior indifference towards him. He was convinced that Zhao Zhengfeng's previous aloofness was merely a facade. The kind and benevolent grandfather from his past memories was still present. Thus, he resolved not to harbor anger towards Zhao Zhengfeng any longer. As for the reason behind Zhao Zhengfeng's sudden coldness, it likely related to the grievous injuries he sustained. With the divine weapon system now at his disposal, Zhao Fang felt an immense sense of confidence. As for the one who dared to harm his grandfather, he scoffed at the thought. Yet, Zhao Zhengfeng fell silent, a bitter smile gracing his lips. After a considerable pause, he sighed deeply and remarked, "Fanger, let us not linger on my troubles. Rather, let us discuss you. Do you not have numerous questions to pose to your grandfather? Speak freely, and I shall elucidate any uncertainties you may have." "Grandfather." Zhao Fang's voice grew urgent. "Fanger, do you no longer heed your grandfather's words?" Zhao Zhengfeng's tone grew grave, followed by a fit of violent coughing. "Please do not agitate yourself, grandfather. I shall listen to your counsel." Zhao Fang hastily reassured him, then posed another question. "Grandfather, might you share with me whether our Zhao clan produced an extraordinary genius 18 years ago? One who ascended from Biluo County all the way to the royal capital of Liang? Nonsense. Fanger, from whom have you heard such absurdity?" Zhao Zhengfeng's face contorted with displeasure. "Grandfather, I assure you, I am not speaking in jest. Please tell me, who is that person?" "Preposterous. Our Zhao clan has no such genius. If we did, we would not be in our current predicament, languishing in the small town of Yishui." Zhao Zhengfeng's voice was filled with urgency and intensity, glaring at Zhao Fang like a lion poised to pounce. "Grandfather, do not conceal the truth any longer. You may be unaware of the tribulations I have faced recently. I can assure you that our Zhao clan must have harbored such a prodigy 18 years ago. Moreover, your reaction only solidifies my conviction." Zhao Zhengfeng's countenance fluctuated. "Grandfather, is it truly taboo to mention that individual?" Zhao Fang pressed on, curiosity gnawing at him. He recalled that Situ Fang once mentioned that the genius of the Zhao clan was seemingly a forbidden topic in Biluo County, with anyone privy to that information remaining silent for 18 years. "Enough. This matter ends here. Fanger, do not inquire further. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave from Yongda Villa." Zhao Zhengfeng replied coldly. "Grandfather, do not chastise me for my defiance. This matter must be clarified. As it pertains to the lineage of the Lord of Biluo County, the Chun clan, and even my recent disgrace." Zhao Fang did not retreat. Instead, he confronted Zhao Zhengfeng head-on. "Thus, I must inquire thoroughly. What did you say?" "This matter involves the Chun clan of Biluo County." Zhao Zhengfeng's complexion instantly turned ashen. Chapter 27. The Secrets of the Zhao Clan. Fanger, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Zhengfeng took a deep breath, his tone unprecedentedly grave. In the memories of Zhao Fang's predecessor, he had never witnessed such a countenance on Zhao Zhengfeng. In the past, regardless of the gravity of the situation facing the Zhao clan, Zhao Zhengfeng remained unperturbed, as steadfast as a mountain, able to endure even the collapse of the heavens. Yet now, his demeanor was troublingly altered, prompting Zhao Fang to adopt a serious demeanor as well. He meticulously recounted his previous encounter with Situ Fang, the events that transpired, and the words spoken by Situ Fang. A curse, a calamity. With each detail Zhao Fang conveyed, Zhao Zhengfeng's pallor deepened, until he appeared utterly drained of color. "It seems the Zhao clan may very well face extinction. Grandfather, what is the true nature of this situation? Can you elucidate all the antecedents and consequences for me?" "Fanger, there are certain matters best left unknown to you, for some individuals and forces are beyond our capacity to offend. Even if you were to learn of them, it would only serve to amplify your fear, burdening you with immense pressure throughout your life." Zhao Zhengfeng's eyes appeared vacant as he murmured, "Previously, we merely incurred the wrath of the Qin clan, but now, Fanger, you have also antagonized the lineage of the Lord of Biluo County. You have severed the limbs of the Lord's second son, Situ Fang, blinded his eyes, and crippled his cultivation. This is a blood feud that cannot be reconciled. The Qin clan, the lineage of the Lord of Biluo County, either of these factions is one that our Zhao clan cannot afford to offend. Fanger, do not press further. Quickly leave Yishui City, depart from the Liang Kingdom. The farther away, the better. Find a place where neither the Chun clan nor the lineage of the Biluo County Lord can reach you, and live well. In doing so, the Zhao clan may still preserve a trace of our bloodline." Zhao Zhengfeng struggled to rise. "No, I must make preparations. I shall disperse our clan members. I cannot allow the Zhao clan to face annihilation under my watch. His expression grew increasingly grim, and his voice heavier, with each word he uttered. It seemed to demand great exertion. Grandfather, why must I leave? Why must we disperse our kin? Why is it that we cannot afford to offend the Qin clan or the lineage of the Lord of Biluo County? Zhao Fang chuckled lightly, his tone devoid of any pressure. Why, Fanger, do you remain oblivious? The Qin clan is a prominent family within Biluo County, where powerful individuals abound. A mere high-ranking martial artist from their ranks could easily obliterate our entire Zhao clan. As for the lineage of the Biluo County Lord, they are even more formidable. Not only supported by the royal family of Liang Kingdom, but also rumored to have deep ties with one of the three great sects of Liang Kingdom, the Xuanji sect. Such forces can our Zhao clan provoke? By what right can we not provoke them? Zhao Fang stood tall, addressing with clarity, Grandfather, do you not find it peculiar that I could incapacitate C2 Fang and render his cultivation useless? Zhao Jingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Zhao Fang had been rendered powerless, had he not? C2 Fang was a formidable warrior. What could have empowered Zhao Fang to defeat him? Zhao Zhengfeng's eyes began to gleam with realization as he looked at Zhao Fang and asked tremulously, Fanger, has your cultivation been restored? It was only then that he noticed Zhao Fang's bright eyes, vigorous spirit, and the robust aura radiating from him. He exuded confidence. Completely devoid of any signs of being a failure, Zhao Fang remained silent, yet a slight tremor coursed through his body, releasing a formidable presence that belonged to a first-star martial general. A first-star martial general? How is this possible? Fanger, not only has your cultivation been restored, but it has surpassed your previous state. How could this be? Before his downfall, Zhao Fang had barely touched the threshold of martial general. Yet the energy now emanating from him was unmistakably comparable to a late-stage first-star martial general. How little time had passed since Zhao Fang's incapacitation? Not even 2 months? In such a brief span, even the most exceptional genius could hardly hope to achieve such a level of cultivation anew. And Zhao Fang, with a body once deemed a failure? Grandfather, you can now unveil the entire story, can you not? Zhao Fang smiled. Fanger, during my reclusive period, what on earth have you encountered? What could have brought about such a transformation in you? Zhao Jingfeng inquired urgently. Grandfather, what I have experienced cannot be divulged. I can only assure you that from this point onward, my cultivation speed shall surpass that of the past 2 months. The insignificant Bai Luo Qin family and the Lord of Bai Luo County are utterly inconsequential before me. You need not concern yourself with them any longer. Is that truly so? Zhao Jingfeng gazed intently into Zhao Fang's eyes, his voice grave and solemn. Indeed, Zhao Fang replied with equal seriousness. Excellent. Excellent. Praise the heavens. Praise the heavens. Suddenly, Zhao Jingfeng was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Genre, do you see? Fanger has made remarkable progress. Zhao Fang, perplexed, wondered who this genre was. For within the Zhao clan, there was no one by such a name. However, he refrained from questioning, knowing that Zhao Jingfeng would eventually reveal everything. For he now possessed the strength and confidence to bear it all. As expected, once Zhao Jingfeng regained his composure, he began to narrate everything to Zhao Fang. It turned out that the Zhao clan was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. In the Liang Kingdom, there were 3 major families that wielded control over the political, economic, and military lifelines of the realm. These families were so powerful that their influence surpassed even that of the 3 greatest sects in the kingdom. The current royal family, the Awaken clan, was one of these 3 major families. The Zhao clan was equally among them. Certainly, the Zhao clan of the giants stands in stark contrast to the Zhao clan of Yishui City. In truth, the latter is but a single branch among the myriad offshoots of the formidable Zhao lineage. Countless branches of the Zhao clan aspire to return to the ancestral main line, namely the giant Zhao clan, and the Zhao of Yishui City is no exception. However, for a branch to reclaim its connection to the main lineage, it must produce a member who can rank among the top 30 in the triannual clan martial gathering. The clan martial gathering of the giant Zhao clan is a grand assembly of youthful martial artists under the age of 30 from both the main lineage and hundreds of branches. Each gathering sees participation exceeding 300 individuals. Imagine, each young martial artist competing is undoubtedly a paragon of their respective branch, alongside numerous prodigies from the main lineage. The challenge of securing a position within the top 30 in such a competition is indeed monumental, practically akin to scaling the heavens. The Zhao branch of Yishui City has resided in its namesake for over 2 centuries, yet during this extensive period, its best achievement in the clan martial gathering has merely been a modest 132nd place. The aspiration to return to the main lineage is fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, this challenge transformed 18 years ago with the emergence of an extraordinary genius from the Zhao of Yishui City. Chapter 28. Zhao Fang's father. This unparalleled genius exhibited brilliance from a tender age, becoming a martial apprentice at 3, a martial master by 7, and a martial general by 12. At the age of 22, 18 years ago, he had already ascended to the formidable realm of 7-star martial king. He truly overshadowed his contemporaries, rendering them hesitant to even breathe freely in his presence. Even the seasoned warriors of the older generation dared not act recklessly in his company. He was indisputably the preeminent powerhouse of Yishui City. The emergence of such a prodigy from the Zhao Clan of Yishui City rekindled hope for a return to the main lineage. This genius was wholeheartedly determined to lead the Yishui Zhao Clan back to its roots. Thus, when the giant Zhao Clan convened its 138th clan martial gathering, he resolutely participated. To amass the strongest fighting spirit and momentum, this genius journeyed from Yishui City and fought his way to the royal capital of the Liang Kingdom. His journey was nothing short of resplendent, as he remained invincible, facing no rival among his peers throughout the entire kingdom. His remarkable achievements at that time astonished the entire Liang Kingdom. Chen Kaishan, of the Chun family in Biluo County, was merely one of the countless defeated opponents of this extraordinary genius. Alas, Zhao Zhengfeng suddenly sighed deeply, casting a forlorn glance at Zhao Fang. What a pity! Zhao Fang inquired. What is so regrettable? It is a lament for our Yishui Zhao clan's prodigy, who, despite shining as brightly as the sun, was born in an inopportune time, encountering an even more astonishing and formidable contemporary within the main lineage. What is there to lament? Even if within the main lineage of our clan, there exists someone stronger than the extraordinary prodigy of the Zhao family from Yishui City, did you not say, grandfather? That as long as someone from the branch lineage can place among the top 30 in the clan martial assembly, that branch can be reinstated into the main lineage? With the combat prowess of our Yishui Zhao family's prodigy, it is certain that in the clan martial assembly 18 years ago, securing the second or third position would have posed no challenge at all. Zhao Fang continued to inquire, though a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. Given that such a prodigy had emerged from the Yishui Zhao family 18 years ago, why does the Yishui Zhao family still remain as it is, without being reinstated into the main lineage? If our Yishui Zhao's prodigy had participated in the clan martial assembly, it would have been without question, but cough. Zhao Zhengfeng's emotions suddenly surged. Yet, in reality, our Yishui Zhao's prodigy was unable to attend that martial assembly. What could have transpired? Because of Zhao Yuanhao? Zhao Yuanhao, the formidable being who defeated our Yishui Zhao family's prodigy, is heralded as a once-in-a-millennium genius of the main lineage, a true paragon of the age, destined to ascend like a dragon amidst the tempest. Zhao Zhengfeng's voice was cold and firm, each word laced with profound resentment. 18 years ago, after Zhao Yuanhao vanquished our Yishui Zhao family's prodigy, he ruthlessly took matters into his own hands and killed our prodigy. What? Zhao Fang's eyes widened in astonishment. My poor genre. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Zhengfeng's face was once again dampened by tears. Zhao Fang, however, remained silent. It was the second time he had heard the name genre from Zhao Zhengfeng. Previously, he had not known who genre was. But now he was almost certain that genre was the extraordinary prodigy from Yishui City 18 years ago. Yet, what was the relationship between that prodigy and Zhao Zhengfeng? Why did Zhao Zhengfeng exhibit such strong emotional reactions whenever he mentioned him? What connection did they share? Why, after Zhao Yuanhao defeated the prodigy, did he choose to retaliate against him? After about half a tea time, Zhao Zhengfeng's emotions finally stabilized, and he continued to recount all that transpired back then in detail to Zhao Fang. It turned out that the extraordinary prodigy was named Zhao Zhan. Moreover, Zhao Zhan was none other than Zhao Zhengfeng's own son, and thus Zhao Fang's biological father. 18 years ago, Zhao Zhan had fought his way to the imperial capital of the Liang Kingdom, only to be defeated by Zhao Yuanhao, and thereafter, he vanished without a trace. The reason Zhao Zhengfeng claimed that Zhao Zhan was killed by Zhao Yuanhao and did not participate in that martial assembly was due to Zhao Zhan's prolonged absence. Zhao Zhengfeng had personally traveled to the Liang Kingdom's imperial capital to inquire about his whereabouts. At that time, everyone in the imperial capital said the same. The battle between Zhao Zhan and Zhao Yuanhao was earth-shattering, darkening the skies and eclipsing the sun. Zhao Zhan was truly remarkable, a paragon of excellence. Although Zhao Yuanhao ultimately emerged victorious, it was a hollow triumph, as he appeared to fear being surpassed by Zhao Zhan in the future. Consequently, Zhao Yuanhao took the drastic step of eliminating Zhao Zhan, subsequently discarding his lifeless body into the depths of Mo Yun Ridge. When Zhao Zhengfeng received this disheartening news, he was engulfed by despair, yet he lacked the courage and means to seek retribution against Zhao Yuanhao. Thus, he returned to Yishui City, drowning his sorrows in alcohol day after day. Before long, a burly man, claiming to be a friend of Zhao Zhan, appeared before Zhao Zhengfeng, presenting him with two infants, a boy and a girl. The man did not disclose the origins of the girl, but stated that the boy was Zhao Zhan's son. He had been entrusted by Zhao Zhan to deliver the boy back to the Zhao family in Yishui and requested that Zhao Zhengfeng care for the girl as well. Zhao Zhengfeng was taken aback and urgently inquired about Zhao Zhan's fate, but the man remained tight-lipped, simply asserting that Zhao Zhan would return when the time was right. With that, the man departed. Utilizing special means, Zhao Zhengfeng confirmed that the boy was indeed Zhao Zhan's son. Thus, he channeled all his guilt, longing, and sorrow for Zhao Zhan into nurturing the boy. As the boy grew, he exhibited extraordinary talent for cultivation, though he could not rival Zhao Zhan. He became the unequivocal champion among his peers in Yishui City. Zhao Zhengfeng devoted himself to the boy's development. 18 years swiftly passed, and the boy matured into a young man, his reputation resounding throughout Yishui City. He even caught the eye of the Yin family from Biluo County, whose patriarch intended to marry his third daughter to the young man. Zhao Zhengfeng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, fate is oftentimes unkind. Just as everything seemed harmonious and promising, an adversary from Zhao Zhan's past, Chen Kaishan from the Qin family in Biluo County, suddenly targeted the young man. Chapter 29. Discussing strategies. Zhao Fang's body trembled slightly. He was enraged. He was furious. At this moment, he realized that the boy Zhao Zhengfeng spoke of was none other than himself. It became clear why he had never met his father, why Zhao Ming had always treated him with disdain, and why Chen Kaishan chose to strike at him. Many mysteries that had weighed heavily on his heart since childhood were now unraveling before him. His father had been slain by Zhao Yuanhao, and from that day forth, he had vanished without a trace, making it impossible for Zhao Fang to see him. Zhao Ming, being the legitimate son of Zhao Zhengfeng, was the firstborn among the second generation of the Yishui Zhao clan. According to family tradition, he should have been the rightful heir to the position of clan leader. However, with a father as extraordinarily talented as Zhao Zhan, it was clear that the leadership role would not fall to Zhao Ming. Consequently, Zhao Ming harbored resentment toward his father. Yet unable to confront him, he redirected his bitterness inward. Zhao Ming's attitude had influenced Zhao Xian, leading Zhao Xian to harbor malice toward Zhao Fang as well. Nevertheless, the previous inhabitant of this body had also displayed exceptional talent and had the protection of Zhao Zhengfeng, rendering the Zhao Ming father and son unable to do anything against him. Recently, however, with Zhao Fang being incapacitated and Zhao Zhengfeng in seclusion, the opportunity for Zhao Ming and his father had finally presented itself. Acting rashly and striking down oneself not only serves to vent one's pent-up frustrations, but also facilitates the usurpation of the position of the Zhao family's young master, thereby allowing one to ascend as the patriarch of the Zhao clan. Such a double-edged opportunity would surely entice Zhao Ming and his son. However, Zhao Fang remained perplexed regarding Chen Kaishan's intentions towards him. Despite his remarkable innate talents and the protection he received from Zhao Zhengfeng since childhood within the Zhao clan, there was no one, apart from his unseen father, who could rival Chen Kaishan. The Zhao family of Yishui was, by far, inferior to the Biluokan clan. If Chen Kaishan sought to take action against him as revenge for his father's defeat, he could do so at any moment. Why then did he choose to strike precisely when Zhao Fang had just broken through to the martial general realm and garnered the favor of the Yin family head? Was there a hidden agenda at play? Countless thoughts raced through Zhao Fang's mind in that moment. Zhao Zhengfeng continued his narrative, and the words that followed only intensified Zhao Fang's fury. It turned out that not long ago, Zhao Zhengfeng's sudden coldness and his decision to retreat into seclusion were also born from Chen Kaishan's coercion. Chen Kaishan had threatened Zhao Zhengfeng that should he offer even the slightest protection to Zhao Fang, he would immediately take action to erase the Zhao clan from Yishui City. The wounds on Zhao Zhengfeng were inflicted by Chen Kaishan himself. Moreover, Chen Kaishan had personally abducted the esteemed elder Zhao Taichu, declaring that if Zhao Zhengfeng dared to play both sides, he would instantly kill Zhao Taichu. Under such a dual threat, even though Zhao Zhengfeng cared deeply for Zhao Fang and was aware of Zhao Ming and his son's nefarious intentions towards him, he could only remain in seclusion, unable to assist Zhao Fang any further. Outrage! Outrage! That Chen Kaishan deserves to perish. A thick, malevolent aura surged from Zhao Fang, his eyes tinged with a trace of crimson. He indeed deserved to die. Alas, my child, our Zhao clan lacks strength, and under the eaves, one must bow their head. Zhao Zhengfeng's voice was a mixture of anger and despondency. Present weakness does not dictate future impotence. One must bow their head under the eaves. But if one can shatter that eve, they need not bow any longer. My dear, do you possess the confidence? Grandfather, what realm is Chen Kaishan currently at? Uncertain. Although Chen Kaishan personally injured me, his realm surpasses mine by a great margin, rendering him inscrutable to me. However, it is rumored that Chen Kaishan has become the strongest in Biluokan City, compelling even the city lord, Situ Haojia, to yield before him. Situ Haojia, a formidable warrior of the 8-star martial king realm. Thus, my grandfather surmises that Chun Kaishan is at least at the 9-star martial king realm. And there is a possibility he has transcended the confines of the martial king realm, advancing to the martial sovereign realm. Zhao Jingfeng's voice was dry, his words slow and heavy with gravity. After he finished speaking, he struggled to swallow. The pressure exerted by Chun Kaishan was overwhelming. The martial sovereign, a figure who could be considered one of the pinnacle warriors even within the royal capital of the Liang kingdom. Such a formidable being would undoubtedly be invincible within a county. Martial sovereign? Martial sovereign. Hee. Zhao Fang chuckled coldly. Grandfather, 1 year. At most, within a year. I shall ensure that Chun Kaishan kneels before you, repenting for all he has done to the Zhao family. Zhao Fang, brimming with confidence, had previously ascended from a mere 1-star martial apprentice to a 1-star martial general, traversing 3 significant realms in less than 2 months. The transition from a 1-star martial general to a 1-star martial sect master required merely 2 more realms. Indeed, while the path of martial arts grows increasingly arduous with each advancement, Zhao Fang possessed the divine martial supreme system, which rendered any ascension through the martial tiers effortlessly attainable. It was merely a matter of accumulating experience points. Even though subsequent breakthroughs demanded greater experience, with his fervent monster hunting and leveling up, a year would suffice. Child, are you certain you are not speaking nonsense? Zhao Jingfeng's voice trembled slightly. Were it not for Zhao Fang's current status as a 1-star martial general, Zhao Jingfeng would undoubtedly deem him mad. To elevate from the martial general realm to the martial sect master realm within a year was a feat beyond even Zhao Fang. His father Zhao Zhan, or the unparalleled prodigy Zhao Yuanhao of the Zhao family's main lineage, who was said to appear only once in a millennium. Grandfather, I am fully aware of what I am asserting. If you find it hard to believe, I understand, but just watch. Time will vindicate my words today. Zhao Fang spoke solemnly before setting the matter aside to discuss future plans with Zhao Zhengfeng. However, the more they deliberated, the deeper the frown etched upon Zhao Zhengfeng's face became. Offending Chun Kaishan was already a burden too great for the Zhao family of Yishui to bear, and now, Zhao Fang had thoroughly antagonized the ruling lineage of the Biluojun city. To sever the limbs of Situ Fang, to gouge out his eyes, and to cripple his cultivation, this was a blood feud beyond reconciliation. One could only imagine the thunderous wrath that would erupt from Situ Haojia, the lord of Biluojun city. Upon learning of Situ Fang's tragic fate, such fury could compel Situ Haojia to ruthlessly eradicate the Zhao family from Yishui city entirely. Even if Situ Haojia were to acknowledge that the Zhao family of Yishui was a branch of the Liang Zhao family, there were numerous branches of the Liang Zhao family, and the Zhao family of Yishui was merely, and when Han Gang, the captain of the Han family's Thunder Corps, discovered the dire situation of Situ Fang, he immediately reported it to his superior. Without hesitation, he also conveyed the news to Shun Guangping. In Yushui City, beneath the rule of the city lord Shun Guangping, 2 prominent families have long been locked in a relentless rivalry, the Zhao family and the Han family. For decades, their power has been evenly matched. And despite their fervent desire to annihilate one another and seize all resources within Yushui City, neither has possessed the strength to vanquish the other. The successive city lords of Yushui City have relished the ongoing conflict, as the mutual strife served to weaken both families, ensuring that their influence would not pose a threat to the lord's authority. Shun Guangping previously adopted a similar strategy towards the Zhao and Han families. However, the circumstances have now drastically changed. With Situ Fang suffering such a calamity, Shun Guangping must provide an explanation to the lord of Biluo County. In other words, Shun Guangping is compelled to take action against the Zhao family to appease the lord of Biluo County. Failure to do so could incite the lord's wrath, potentially sealing Shun Guangping's fate. At this critical juncture, the Han family merely needs to lend their support from the sidelines to effectively obliterate the Zhao family. This presents a tremendous opportunity. Realizing the significance of this moment, Han Chu swiftly brought the beleaguered Situ Fang before Shun Guangping. Cursed be Zhao Fang. Cursed be the entire Zhao family. Shun Guangping roared in a low, ferocious tone, akin to a bloodthirsty beast howling in rage. Where's Dichio, the commander of the city guards? Here I am, your humble servant. A robust man clad in blood-black armor hurriedly approached Shun Guangping, kneeling before him with respect. The sight of this formidable figure, Dichio, commander of the city guards, ignited a spark of hope in Han Chu's eyes. Dichio is the most powerful individual beneath Shun Guangping, rumored to have reached the realm of a 4-star martial general, rendering him nearly invincible in the entirety of Yushui City, aside from a few exceptions. It appears that Shun Guangping intends to unleash Dichio against the Zhao family. With Dichio's intervention, success is all but assured. After all, in the past 15 years, Dichio has rarely engaged in battle, yet each time he has accomplished his mission flawlessly. Dichio, I command you to swiftly lead all city guards to march upon the Zhao family, eradicate every last one of them, and bring Zhao Fang, that wretched scoundrel, before me. I shall obey your orders, my lord. Dichio rose respectfully and departed with a resolute demeanor and swift, decisive movements. After Dichio's departure, Han Chu and Shun Guangping conversed for a while longer before Han Chu took his leave to return to the Han family. Upon his return, Han Chu's first order was to command Han Chong, the leader of the Thunder Corps, to rally all forces and surround the Zhao residence, ensuring that any Zhao clan members who might attempt to escape the onslaught of the city guards are utterly exterminated. To eradicate the roots of the problem, he shall provide no opportunity for the Zhao family to recover. Subsequently, Han Chu made his way directly to the Yangxin Pavilion. This pavilion is the secluded place of cultivation for Han Guangling, the esteemed elder of the Han family. Within the Han clan, apart from Han Chong, no one else possesses the privilege to enter. Han Guangling, the absolute strongest among the Han, has achieved the realm of a 5-star martial general, making him one of the only 3 5-star martial generals in the entire Yushui city. He is the true powerhouse of Yushui city, capable of overwhelming anyone, with the utmost possibility of achieving a stalemate. What brings the clan leader to seek an old man? Upon encountering Han Chong, Han Guangling expressed mild surprise, which was quickly replaced by a solemn demeanor. He understood that Han Chong would not disturb him unless it were of utmost importance, especially since he was striving to break through to the realm of a 6-star martial general. Once he achieves this breakthrough, the Han family will become the unequivocal leading force in Yushui city, leaving the Zhao family and the city lord's mansion in the dust. He desires to request the elder's intervention to strike the Zhao family with a thunderous blow. Han Chong respectfully bowed slightly to Han Guangling, articulating the plight of Situ Fang and Shun Guangping's reaction, detailing everything carefully. The Zhao family has been a formidable rival to the Han for nearly a century, a long-standing power within Yushui city. Zhao Jingfeng, the clan leader, is a 4-star martial general, while the elder Zhao Taichu stands as a 5-star martial general, capable of contending with Han Guangling. While Dichio alone may be able to suppress Zhao Jingfeng, he would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat against Zhao Taichu. Within the entire Yushui city, only Shun Guangping and Han Guangling can match Zhao Taichu in combat. Very well. After listening to Han Chong's account, Han Guangling softly closed his eyes before reopening them, his formerly murky gaze suddenly igniting with 2 piercing glimmers, akin to sharp swords. In the Zhao residence, Yongda Cottage, Zhao Fang and Zhao Zhengfeng deliberated for half an hour, but could not devise an effective countermeasure. Ultimately, they decided to lead the Zhao clan in retreat. The chosen refuge would be the Moyan Ridge outside Yushui city. Fanger, time is of the essence. We must depart at once, Zhao Jingfeng instructed Zhao Fang. At this moment, Zhao Jingfeng's gaze towards Zhao Fang was complex, as he had just disclosed the matter of Zhao Meng and Zhao Xian's demise to him without reservation. Though Zhao Jingfeng dotes on Zhao Fang and favors his father, Zhao Zhan, he is acutely aware of Zhao Meng and his son's nefarious intentions towards Zhao Fang. Nevertheless, Zhao Meng is still his biological son, and Zhao Xian his grandson. The deaths of Zhao Meng and his son must surely evoke sorrow and fury within him. Moreover, they fell by Zhao Fang's hand. The anguish of kin turning against kin, of family inflicting harm upon one another, is the most heartrending of all. At that moment, Zhao Jingfeng nearly wished to enforce the clan's laws and strike Zhao Fang down with a single palm. Chapter 31. The thoughts of Zishan. The Zhao family now finds itself besieged by both the Biluoqing Chen clan and the lineage of the city lord of Biluoqing. With the impending doom of annihilation looming ever closer, Zhao Fang stands as the sole hope for the Zhao family, possessing the potential to challenge both the Biluoqing Chen clan and the city lord's faction. While eliminating Zhao Fang may uphold the clan's rules, it would simultaneously spell the end for the Zhao lineage of Yushui city. Moreover, even if Zhao Fang were to be killed, Zhao Meng and his son would not survive, and Zhao Jingfeng would undoubtedly suffer the agony of having slain his own grandson. Thus, Zhao Jingfeng could only forcefully suppress his burgeoning fury and temporarily set the matter aside. Subsequently, Zhao Fang presented a pill to Zhao Jingfeng, which he consumed. This pill miraculously restored Zhao Zhengfeng's injuries in an instant, leaving him astonished. As a 4-star martial general, Zhao Zhengfeng's injuries had severely affected his dantian, jeopardizing his very life. To achieve such rapid recovery, at the very least, a mid-grade cosmic-level healing pill would be required. To restore him instantaneously would necessitate a high-grade, or even an exquisite-grade cosmic-level pill. Such high-grade pills are considered priceless treasures in Yushui city, often unattainable even with substantial wealth. After all, Yushui city is too remote and barren, resulting in the Pill Treasure Pavilion of Liang Country never establishing a branch there. The pills available in Yushui City were concocted by amateur alchemists experimenting on their own, far inferior to those produced by established alchemical sects with complete lineages. The ease with which Zhao Fang produced a high-grade cosmic-level healing pill, coupled with the recent transformations surrounding him, left Zhao Jingfeng's gaze towards Zhao Fang imbued with complexity. Yet, it was precisely due to this pill that Zhao Jingfeng found renewed confidence in Zhao Fang's assertion that within a year, the Biluoqing Qin clan and the city lord's lineage would be eradicated. Grandfather, you are correct. Yushui City falls under the jurisdiction of Biluoqing. The maiming of Situ Fang is undoubtedly a monumental event here. It will not be long before the city lord learns of it. The city lord will certainly realize that the incapacitation of Situ Fang will incite the wrath of the Biluoqing city lord, and to mitigate this anger, the Yushui city lord will undoubtedly take action against our Zhao family. Our time is limited. We must depart Yushui City post-haste. While Zhao Fang echoed Zhao Jingfeng's sentiments, his heart ached painfully. The healing pill he provided to Zhao Jingfeng was, in fact, purchased with supreme coins from the system's marketplace. Zhao Jingfeng's deduction was accurate. It was indeed a high-grade cosmic-level healing pill, and acquiring it had nearly depleted Zhao Fang's remaining few hundred supreme coins. Damn it. I toiled hard and risked nearly being slain by that four-headed purple mysterious lion to obtain the 7 spirit treasure grass, which exchanged for over 900 supreme coins. Now, I am almost out of supreme coins. All of this is the fault of that wretched Chen Kaishan and the lineage of the city lord of Biluoqing. If I do not make them repay me tenfold or 100-fold for this loss, I would be a disgrace as a transmigrator. As Zhao Fang resolutely followed Zhao Jingfeng out of Yongda Shaozhu, he summoned the members of the Zhao clan. It was indeed peculiar. The clan leader had been in seclusion for nearly 2 months, so why did he suddenly emerge now? Moreover, upon his exit, he sought to gather the entire clan. What could have possibly transpired? I could almost envision Zhao Fang trailing behind the clan leader, for in recent days, he had stirred up quite a tumult within the clan, even causing the commander of the forbidden martial army and the law elder to suffer at his hands. Now, with the clan leader at his side, what new antics could this young man be plotting? Within the Zhao residence, a throng of clan members converged from all directions towards the Zhao martial arts arena, engaging in animated conversations, their faces predominantly displaying expressions of bewilderment. In the serene courtyard of Qingfeng, Zhao Fang had long made this exquisite little estate his home, the most refined and elegant abode within the Zhao family. However, following his disgrace and Zhao Jingfeng's retreat into seclusion, Zhao Fang had been ousted from this charming dwelling by Zhao Meng and his son. With Zhao Fang's resurgence, having vanquished Zhao Meng and asserting his dominance over the Zhao clan, Qingfeng courtyard naturally reverted to his possession. Zhao Fang settled Zishan within this very courtyard. In truth, Qingfeng courtyard was also Zishan's home. For as long as Zhao Fang resided there, so too had Zishan. She was intimately familiar with every blade of grass, every flower, and every stone in this place. At this moment, Zishan stood dazed beside the artificial hill in the central courtyard, gazing at the trickling water flowing from its summit. Her thoughts swirling. The events of the past 2 months, and even the last few hours, felt nothing short of surreal. The young master had been disgraced, and Zhao Xian had mercilessly turned against him. She had believed the young master was doomed, and had even prepared to sacrifice her life in his defense. Yet, the young master had unexpectedly risen once more, swiftly eliminating the 3 Zhao brothers and taking her to the Mai Mountains. Subsequently, she was captured by Zhao Xian's men and shamelessly offered to Situ Fang, the lord of Biluo County. Just as her chastity seemed at risk, the young master descended like a savior, disregarding Situ Fang's status, severely injuring him, and brazenly returning with her to the Zhao household, where he eliminated Zhao Meng and his son, subduing the commander of the forbidden martial army, Zhao Xiong, and the law elder, Zhao Chuan, who dared not resist. Young master, Zishan murmured softly, her eyes shimmering with profound emotion. She was not naive, observing Zhao Fang's recent dramatic transformations. She could surmise that he had encountered a tremendous opportunity. Yet, what did it matter? As long as Zhao Fang continued to treat her with kindness, that was sufficient. Regardless of how the young master changed or the fortunes he encountered, he would always remain her young master. However, it seemed that the young master's demeanor towards her had grown strangely different of late. Reflecting on 2 months past, when Zhao Fang had just escaped from that coffin, the first glimpse of him had sparked a moment of sheer astonishment in his eyes. I recall how he had embraced me, his gentle caress lingering on my face. I remember the fury that erupted within him, tinged with an odd emotion, upon witnessing me pinned beneath Situ Fang. In that instant, my cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Has the young master truly changed? It seems he no longer regards me as a sister. Miss Jishan. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. And soon a servant from the Zhao household, breathless, rushed to the entrance of the Qingfeng courtyard. The servant bowed respectfully to Zhishan, proclaiming, "Miss Zhishan. The clan leader has emerged from seclusion and is now summoning all members of the Zhao family and servants to the training grounds." Chapter 32. The city guard approaches. Zhishan followed the servant to the Zhao family training grounds. The servant led the way with deference, uttering flattering remarks, his demeanor replete with obsequiousness. Upon Zhishan's arrival at the training grounds, most of the Zhao household's servants bowed deeply in her presence, lowering themselves significantly. Even some of the clan members dared not maintain their airs before her. This was a result of Zhao Fang's previous outbursts, for at this moment, within the Zhao estate, aside from the clan leader and the rarely seen elder, none could suppress Zhao Fang. As Zhao Fang's personal maid, Zhishan's status naturally soared. Moreover, everyone knew that Zhishan had grown up alongside Zhao Fang. Though their titles implied master and servant, their bond was akin to that of siblings. Zhao Fang was fiercely protective, and in this context, who would dare provoke Zhishan? The crowd at the training grounds continued to swell. After a brief interval, all members of the Zhao family and their servants had gathered. Zhao Fang and Zhao Jingfeng then appeared before the assembly. Esteemed members, Zhao Jingfeng cleared his throat, casting a commanding gaze over the crowd before addressing them directly, his voice heavy with gravity. The Zhao family must flee. As soon as Zhao Jingfeng's words fell, the training grounds erupted in chaos. Clan leader, are you certain you haven't misspoken? Is there truly anyone within Yishui City who could compel the entire Zhao family to flee? The disbelief was palpable. We, the Yishui Zhao family, have resided in this city for over a century, deeply rooted. Even the city lords have accorded us respect. What sort of enemy could force us to abandon our vast estate and leave as a whole clan? It would be a tremendous loss to forsake such wealth. Silence. Zhao Jingfeng roared, his voice resonating with the force of a thunderclap, as the power of a 4-star martial general surged forth, shaking the very ground of the training grounds. In an instant, the clamor was quelled by his ferocious command. Zhao Jingfeng again surveyed the assembly with a cold glare, continuing to elaborate on the calamity that now threatened their lineage. As the head of the Zhao clan for over 40 years, Zhao Jingfeng possessed a profound understanding of his kin's sentiments. The Zhao family had long established their dominion over Yishui City, their influence deeply intertwined with the interests of numerous clan members. The allure of profit is potent, and not every member possesses the fortitude to relinquish those gains without hesitation. He was compelled to adopt a drastic approach, believing that under the pressure from the Biluo clan and the lineage of the city lord of Biluo County, those still wavering would swiftly make a choice. The training grounds erupted in commotion once more. Could it be that the Biluo clan and the lineage of the city lord of Biluo County sought to eradicate the Zhao family from Yishui City? Among the fearful, a voice trembled with despair. Cursed be this fate. Is this calamity solely the doing of Zhao Fang? Why not hand him over to the Biluo clan and the city lord's lineage? Sacrificing him would preserve the entirety of the Zhao clan, rather than fleeing in disgrace. Discontent brewed among the assembly, voices rising in anger. After all, Zhao Jingfeng had made it abundantly clear. The intent of the Biluo clan and the city lord's lineage to obliterate the Zhao family stemmed from Zhao Fang, or rather, from Zhao Fang and his estranged father, Zhao Zhan. Indeed, clan leader, our Zhao family is vast and prosperous. To abandon it now would be a grievous error. Furthermore, with so many of us, a mass exodus would inevitably be sluggish. The Biluo clan and the city lord's lineage possess overwhelming power under their combined assault. The Zhao clan would find no escape. Clan leader, we implore you to reconsider. The cries of dissent echoed. Fools, fools. You only think of handing over Fang to evade disaster. Truly a band of cowards, devoid of responsibility. Zhao Jingfeng's fury was palpable, his brows furrowed. Yet the elder Zhao Chuan and the commander of the martial forces, Zhao Xiong, remained silent. They had witnessed Zhao Fang in action, aware of his formidable prowess, and thus understood that even the clan leader might struggle to subdue him. They speculated that perhaps Zhao Jingfeng realized his inability to capture Zhao Fang, which forced him to consider leading the clan in flight. After all, Zhao Fang would never willingly sacrifice his life for the Zhao clan's survival. As long as he resisted, no one within the Zhao family could compel him to confront the Biluo clan and the city lord's lineage alone. Hence, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. To align with the sentiments of the other clan members would not only be futile, but would also surely offend Zhao Fang. At such a tender age, his strength was remarkable, and his future appeared boundless. As long as one had their wits about them, this was evident. Moreover, Zhao Fang was known for his ruthless methods and vengeful spirit. To incur his wrath was utterly unwise. Yet, the other clan members remained oblivious to these truths. Thus, Their clamor against Zhao Fang grew louder, demanding his surrender to quell the wrath of the Zhao clan and the city lord's lineage. Even now, many who had once clustered around Zishan began to distance themselves, casting malevolent glances in her direction. Some members of the Zhao clan gazed at Zishan with eyes reminiscent of famished wolves, their green glimmers both eerie and menacing. Zhao Fang observed everything in silence. Having traversed through time, he felt no sense of belonging to the Zhao family, despite being influenced by his predecessor. His sentiments were reserved solely for Zishan and the former patriarch. Thus, the reactions and attitudes of these Zhao clansmen held little significance for him. As long as they did not provoke him, they were free to voice their thoughts. Silence, he demanded. Zhao Zhengfeng thundered once more. Quelling the clamor of the Zhao clansmen, the decisions of this clan leader are unalterable. The Zhao family possesses its own integrity. We will not sell out our lineage for survival, nor is there a precedent for such a disgrace. The Biluakins and the Lord of Biluo County would soon take action against us, and the peril looming over the Zhao clan is imminent. Our time is dwindling. Therefore, I hereby announce that the Zhao clan shall abandon its possessions and depart from Yishui City at once. What? Leave immediately? Our family's century-old legacy. Are we truly to forsake it? Clan leader, this is utterly unacceptable. Silence. I am not here to negotiate. This is an order from your clan leader. Should you refuse to comply, I shall deal with you myself, sparing you the shame of confronting the Biluakins and the Lord of Biluo County in the future. Zhao Zhengfeng's voice turned icy, emanating a palpable aura of menace, rendering the Zhao clansmen speechless with fear. Boom. At that very moment, a resounding crash accompanied by a voice brimming with murderous intent erupted from the main entrance of the Zhao residence. Zhao Zhengfeng, you need not raise a hand. I, Di Qiu, shall claim the lives of your Zhao clansmen. Chapter 33. The terrifying Di Qiu thud. Thud, thud, thud. As the voice filled with malice fell, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, and a battalion clad in blood-black armor surged forth through the main gates of the Zhao residence, swiftly converging at the edge of the training grounds. This contingent, numbering over 1,000, encircled the Zhao clansmen, each soldier emanating a chilling aura of bloodlust, gazing at the Zhao family as if they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The city guards, a total of 1,139 members, heavens. The entire city guard of Yishui City has been mobilized. No wonder the clan leader emerged from seclusion so hastily, and upon his emergence, he insisted we flee Yishui City without taking any possessions. These wretched city guards arrived far too swiftly. What are we afraid of? The Zhao clan is not to be trifled with. We shall confront them head-on. Indeed, the commander of the city guards, Di Qiu, is merely a 4-star marshal general, while our clan leader also holds the rank of 4-star marshal general. Among the city guards, the 3 commanders beneath Di Qiu are 2-star marshal generals. Yet our Zhao clan's commander of the martial enforcement, Lord Zhao Xiong, alongside the law elder and the transmission elder, are also 2-star martial generals. In terms of elite combat strength, the Zhao clan need not fear the city guards. We also have the Grand Elder. The power of the Grand Elder surpasses even that of the clan leader, rendering the insignificant Di Qiu mere ants in his presence. Di Qiu. Zhao Zhengfeng gazed at the commander of the city guards, Di Qiu. His countenance darkened. He had long anticipated that the lord of Yishui City, Shen Guangping, would turn against the Zhao clan. However, he had not foreseen that the city guards would arrive so swiftly. It had been less than an hour since Sidu Fang was incapacitated by Zhao Fang. Zhao Zhengfeng. Di Qiu fixed a cold stare upon Zhao Zhengfeng, his expression grave. Yet a glimmer of cruelty flickered in his eyes. By the order of the city lord, the entire Zhao clan, with the exception of Zhao Fang, is to be exterminated. To me, commander, kill. Di Qiu wasted no time and issued a lethal decree. Kill, kill, kill. Behind Di Qiu, the leaders of the 3 city guard divisions bellowed in unison, and over 1,000 guards swiftly drew their long blades, charging towards the Zhao clan members in the training grounds. The unsheathing of 1,000 blades caused the temperature in the arena to drop, the blinding flashes of steel striking terror into the hearts of those present. All clansmen, follow this old man and slay these city guards, driving them from Yishui City. Zhao Zhengfeng roared, leading the charge towards Di Qiu. By targeting Di Qiu, he hoped to strike a blow to the morale of the city guards. Their cultivation levels were comparable, but only moments ago, after consuming the elixir provided by Zhao Fang, his injuries had healed, and his cultivation had advanced to the pinnacle of a 4-star martial general. He was confident that he could decimate Di Qiu within 100 moves. Old fool, do you not know your own worth? How dare your Zhao clan attempt to slay my city guards? How dare you extend your claws towards me, the commander? Di Qiu sneered, facing the advancing Zhao Zhengfeng without flinching, drawing his long blade to cleave at Zhao Zhengfeng's head. Swish. The speed of Dichio's strike reached an unimaginable peak, producing a sound that sliced through the air. The blade's light resembling a white rainbow as it descended upon Zhao Zhengfeng's head in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? A look of horror flashed in Zhao Zhengfeng's eyes. The speed at which Dichio wielded his blade far surpassed the limits of a 4-star martial general. A velocity only achievable by a 5-star martial general. Such swiftness left no room for evasion. Even though he had struck first, Dichio had seized the initiative in an instant. Why could it not be possible? Do you think I am still the same 4-star martial general of the past? To be truthful, I broke through to the 5-star martial general realm a month ago. Otherwise, how could the city lord have entrusted me with the task of eradicating your Zhao clan, given your clan's resources and strength? Your esteemed grand elder, Zhao Taichu, is already a 5-star martial general. If I lack the corresponding power, well, although Dichio was a 5-star general, it was inconceivable that he could slay his opponent in a single strike. However, his underestimation of Dichio proved fatal. He believed Dichio's combat prowess was inferior, leading him to attack recklessly, leaving himself vulnerable to Dichio's unexpected counter. A series of unfortunate events culminated in the dire situation he now faced. Fanger, flee quickly. Do not concern yourself with grandfather or the Zhao family. Your life is paramount. Survive, and in the future, when your strength is sufficient, return to Yishui City to avenge grandfather and our Zhao kin. Zhao Zhengfeng's anguished roar echoed, his expression fierce as he faced the descending steel blade without flinching. Instead, he extended his fingers like claws, aiming directly for Dichio's heart. He was prepared to exchange his life for a wound, doing everything in his power to delay Dichio and grant Zhao Fang a chance to escape. After all, within the city guard, only Dichio possessed the ability to overpower Zhao Fang. The other 3 commanders might not even be his match. As long as he could hold Dichio at bay, Zhao Fang's chances of survival would significantly increase. Just then, a crimson sword energy suddenly pierced through the air from behind Zhao Zhengfeng. The speed of this scarlet energy was astonishing, intercepting the blade just before it struck Zhao Zhengfeng's head. A resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of metal colliding, as the force of the steel blade was deflected. In that instant, 3 additional sword energies, orange, yellow, and green, shot forth from behind Zhao Zhengfeng, consecutively striking the steel blade. The continuous metallic clashes reverberated, each impact causing the blade's trajectory to waver, ultimately redirecting its lethal arc away from Zhao Zhengfeng's head and towards his left shoulder blade. Although Zhao Zhengfeng could not ascertain the source of the 4 airborne sword energies, his extensive combat experience allowed him to seize the opportunity presented by the blade's momentary deviation. He deftly sidestepped, evading Dichio's attack. Excellent. Very well. Dichio's strike had failed, and as he watched Zhao Zhengfeng escape, he refrained from pursuing him further, instead casting a cold smirk at Zhao Fang, uttering the word good 3 times. With each utterance, Dichio's aura grew more profound and menacing. Chapter 34, Frenzied Slaughter. Frenzied Ascendancy, Part 1. The 4 streams of colored sword energy that had erupted from behind Zhao Zhengfeng had gone unnoticed by him, yet Dichio observed their source clearly. The wielder of those 4 energies was none other than Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang's combat prowess exceeded Dichio's expectations. It was this unexpected turn that had caused Dichio's blade to be deflected. Otherwise, the strength of that sword energy would have had no hope of altering his attack. Zhao Fang, it was rumored that you had been rendered incapacitated, but it seems such rumors are utterly unfounded. Nevertheless, whether you are incapacitated or not, today, you shall not escape from my grasp. Prepare to fall. Dichio spoke little, directly charging towards Zhao Fang, disregarding Zhao Zhengfeng beside him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zhao Fang's expression grew grave as he raised his hand, unleashing 4 streams of multicolored sword energy that surged forth from his fingertips, aimed at Dichio. However, employing the same tactics once more proved futile. Dichio wielded his long blade with precision, cleaving through the 4 streams of sword energy, shattering them into fragments, all the while maintaining an unyielding momentum towards Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang's countenance darkened further. Dichio was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had encountered since his arrival in this realm. Swish. Again, 4 streams of sword energy erupted from his fingertips, intertwining in an extraordinarily intricate manner, forming a miniature tornado of sword energy that surged once more towards Dichio. The 4-pulse divine sword-killing formation. This time, it bore a semblance of significance, yet still fell short. Sensing the overwhelming might and lethal intent emanating from the 4-pulse formation, Dichio finally adopted a serious demeanor. Nevertheless, his charge towards Zhao Fang remained unabated, raising his long blade high, a luminous emerald hue suddenly flickering across his arms. Almost instantly, this ethereal glow enveloped Dichio's blade, causing it to radiate a brilliance akin to the sun. A terrifying aura of death emanated from the emerald light, causing the air around the blade to resonate with explosive sounds. Shatter! Dichio roared, his blade descending as the emerald radiance cascaded down like a waterfall, crashing upon the four-pulsed divine sword formation. Boom! It sounded like thunder erupting from the ground, the tremendous noise causing the entire Zhao family training ground to tremble slightly. The four-pulsed divine sword formation disbanded in response, yet the emerald brilliance upon Dichio's blade merely dimmed considerably, not extinguishing entirely. At this moment, Dichio had closed the distance to within 2 feet of Zhao Fang, the icy glimmer emanating from the blade's tip, causing Zhao Fang's muscles to twitch uncontrollably. Kid, is this all you can muster? If so, prepare to lie down. I'd rather not. Zhao Fang retorted with wide eyes, turning abruptly to flee. This reaction left Dichio momentarily stunned. Not only him, but also Zhao Zhengfeng, along with the majority of the Zhao clan members and city guards engaged in combat on the training ground, were momentarily taken aback. Just seconds prior, Zhao Fang had been engaged in a fierce contest with Dichio, his multicolored sword energy and the swirling tornado of sword energy exuding immense lethal intent and formidable power. It was evident to any observer that Zhao Fang's combat prowess surpassed that of an ordinary 3-star general, and even a 4-star general might struggle against him. The crowd was still in awe, finding Zhao Fang to be even more extraordinary than rumored, and they had harbored expectations of witnessing a fierce clash between Zhao Fang and Dichio. Yet, just as Dichio had approached Zhao Fang, having not even properly engaged him, Zhao Fang had inexplicably chosen to flee. Was this truly acceptable? A 4-star general in Yushui City was regarded as a true powerhouse. What happened to the dignity of a strong warrior? What of their honor? A multitude of members from the Zhao clan were utterly mortified. For heaven's sake, Zhao Fang, can we maintain some semblance of dignity? The young lad attempted to flee, but Dichio quickly regained his composure and pursued Zhao Fang. Grandfather, delay this scoundrel for as long as you can. If you can no longer hold him back, then retreat. Zhao Fang did not even glance at Dichio, calling out as he fled. Dichio, do not harm my grandson. Your adversary is me. Zhao Zhengfeng also reacted swiftly, drawing a finely crafted soft sword from his waist and charging toward Dichio. He believed that Zhao Fang sought to escape. Though somewhat disheartened that Zhao Fang was only concerned about his own survival during the Zhao clan's dire moment, he had intended for Zhao Fang to flee. Given the current circumstances, it was impossible for the Zhao clan to escape from Yushui City, and he himself would likely be unable to escape as well. Zhao Fang was the sole hope for the resurgence of the Zhao clan. He must not come to harm. As long as Zhao Fang could successfully escape, he would willingly sacrifice his own life. He was confident he could delay Dichio for half a tea time. Previously, he had almost been slain by Dichio due to his own carelessness and ignorance of Dichio's true strength, which had taken him by surprise. But now, he was fully prepared. A newcomer to the 5-star martial general realm would find it no easy task to slay an experienced 4-star martial general. Very well, Zhao Zhengfeng. If you seek death, I shall oblige, commanded Feng Yong. Wang Zhaolai, intercept that little brat Zhao Fang while I deal with Zhao Zhengfeng. As Zhao Zhengfeng charged at Dichio, Dichio immediately abandoned his pursuit of Zhao Fang, commanding 2 of the 3 leaders of the city guard to intercept Zhao Fang, while he himself turned to confront Zhao Zhengfeng. Each of the 3 leaders of the city guard was a peak 2-star martial general. Although they were not Zhao Fang's equals, their combined strength was sufficient to block him. Upon hearing the order, Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai abandoned their original opponents, Zhao Xiong and Zhao Chuan, and lunged towards Zhao Fang. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiong and Zhao Chuan, seemingly indifferent to the situation, allowed Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai to attack Zhao Fang while they hastily retreated towards the entrance of the Zhao residence. Scoundrels! Traitors! Cursed be! Zhao Zhengfeng's fury ignited upon witnessing Zhao Chuan and Zhao Xiong's betrayal, yet he was currently engaged in combat with Dichio and could not extricate himself. In contrast, Zhao Fang remained unfazed as he observed Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai charging at him. He extended both hands, fingers splayed, unleashing 4 radiant sword energies that soared through the air like a long rainbow, each aimed directly at Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai. Not this move again, Zhao Fang. It is ineffective. Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai scoffed, mirroring Dichio's approach by attempting to cleave through the 4-colored sword energies. However, as their steel blade struck the first sword energy, the blade was repelled by the force of the energy. How is this possible? They were both instantly filled with dread, and before they could react, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sword energies pierced through their necks, hearts, and dantians. Thus, the 2 leaders of the city guard, both possessing the strength of 2-star martial generals, met their untimely demise. Ding! Congratulations to the player for slaying 2 second-tier generals. earning 40,000 experience points, 4,000 true power points, and 4,000 proficiency in the 10 Veins Divine Sword. As Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai fell, the cold metallic notification of the supreme divine weapon system echoed once more in Zhao Fang's mind. Chapter 35, Frenzied Slaughter, Frenzied Leveling, Part 2. Diqiu was momentarily stunned. Zhao Zhengfeng was also taken aback. The Zhao Clan members and the city guards engaged in fierce combat on the training grounds were equally dumbfounded. These were Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai, seasoned second-tier generals. How could they simply vanish? It was inconceivable, no matter how terrifying Zhao Fang was. It was impossible for him to eliminate both in an instant, was it? Yet, the lifeless bodies of Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any breath. The reality was undeniable. Zhao Fang, however, wore a cold smile. The 10 Veins Divine Sword was a divine technique, possessing formidable lethality, capable of dominating among practitioners of the same tier and easily slaying those of higher ranks. Diqiu could effortlessly disperse the sword energy of the 10 Veins Divine Sword due to his vastly superior cultivation realm compared to Zhao Fang. Yet, Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai were only a minor realm above Zhao Fang. Did they truly believe they could withstand the onslaught of the 10 Veins Sword energy? Not long ago, Zhao Meng had faced the sword energy head-on, even employing a thunderous technique to wield flying daggers. Yet he too fell victim to the 10 Veins Divine Sword. Zhao Meng's cultivation was even superior to that of Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai. All of you shall perish. Zhao Fang charged into the throng, his hands dancing, unleashing the 10 Veins Sword energy. Each blade of energy seemed like a soul-reaping chain from the depths of hell, piercing through the bodies of city guards and claiming their lives. Ding! Congratulations to the player for slaying 7 8-star martial apprentices, earning 5,600 experience points, 560 true power points, and 560 proficiency in the 10 Veins Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the player for slaying 3 4-star martial masters, earning 12,000 experience points, 1,200 true power points, and 1,200 proficiency in the 10 Veins Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the player for slaying 5 7-star martial masters, earning 35,000 experience points, 3,500 true power points, and 3,500 proficiency in the 10 Veins Divine Sword. Zhao Fang was consumed by a frenzy of slaughter with each wave of his hand. He released 4 razor-sharp streams of multicolored sword energy, each capable of piercing the body of a city guard with pinpoint accuracy. Although the city guards engaged in the fray were battle-hardened veterans, fierce and ruthless, their cultivation was ultimately lacking, with the strongest among them merely a second-tier general. Even the city guard leader could not withstand a single strike from Zhao Fang. How could the ordinary city guards hope to resist? In just a few breaths, more than 40 city guards had been slain by Zhao Fang, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Zhao clan. Meanwhile, the city guards, paralyzed by fear, began to retreat, unwilling to draw too close to Zhao Fang, terrified that they might be pierced by the strange sword energies he unleashed, leading to their untimely demise. Stop, you little wretch. Cease at once. I will. Diqiu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared fiercely at Zhao Fang, who, in contrast, laughed heartily and exerted every effort to keep Diqiu at bay, preventing him from troubling Zhao Fang. As for Zhao Fang, he paid no heed to Diqiu and continued his relentless slaughter. The city guards before him appeared merely as monsters. He was engaged in a relentless hunt, defeating foes to level up and ultimately to confront the formidable beast, Diqiu himself. Though he was currently no match for Diqiu, he harbored aspirations of advancing to a 2-star general or even a 3-star general, while enhancing his mastery of the 10 Meridian Divine Sword to the point where he could unleash the power of 5 meridians simultaneously. At that juncture, he was confident he could vanquish Diqiu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah, hiss. The 4-colored sword energy crisscrossed like a net, accompanied by the anguished cries of the guards. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for leveling up to a 2-star general. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for surpassing 40,000 points in the mastery of the 10 Meridian Divine Sword, reaching the upgrade standard, now able to execute the 5 Meridian Divine Sword. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for triggering the Divine Skill Lucky Box, acquiring the 5 Meridian Divine Sword Killing Formation. Would you like to cultivate? Ha ha ha, of course. I will cultivate. The metallic chimes of the Divine Martial Supreme System echoed like a tide in Zhao Fang's mind, igniting his excitement and laughter. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the training arena fell into a stunned silence. In less than half a tea break, over 1,000 city guards had already lost nearly 100 men to his blade. Zhao Fang alone seemed like a demon on a rampage. instilling fear in the city guards who dared not strike against the Zhao clan, lest they attract his attention and lose their lives. Indeed, many guards began to contemplate retreat. However, the strict military discipline of the city guards dictated that those who fled the battlefield faced certain death. Thus, they all fervently hoped for Dichio to recognize the grim situation and command a retreat, or for him to swiftly eliminate Zhao Fang before personally dispatching Zhao Fang. In any case, as long as Zhao Fang remained in the training arena, the city guards dared not act against the Zhao clan members. Even Zhou Qianjun, the last remaining commander among them, refrained from making any rash moves. The might of a single individual had reached such a magnitude. Previously, those who had blamed Zhao Fang for bringing calamity upon the Zhao clan and argued for his surrender to avert disaster now cast complex glances at him. Among the crowd, Zishan stared at Zhao Fang in a daze, her bright eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Young master, he has truly changed. Fanger, why are you still lingering in the estate? Is it of any use to slay these worthless foes? Grandfather can hardly hold on any longer. You must escape. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's anxious voice broke through. Escape to where? Zhao Fang must die. And as for you, old man Zhao Feng, step aside. Dichio's voice, filled with rage, reverberated simultaneously. Then, with a thunderous crash, the crowd beheld Zhao Feng being cleaved away by Dichio's blade. Ignoring Zhao Feng's fate, Dichio surged towards Zhao Feng with even greater speed, his overwhelming aura akin to a mountain, capable of forcing ordinary warriors to kneel before him. Come for as Dichio charged forward, Zhao Feng did not retreat, but instead advanced towards him. Fanger, are you insane? Quickly escape. Zhao Zhengfeng exclaimed, panic-stricken. Despite having just sustained an injury to his internal organs from Dichio's strike, he mustered his strength and rushed towards Dichio. Although Zhao Fang had previously demonstrated remarkable prowess, Zhao Zhengfeng did not believe him capable of matching Dichio. After all, being able to slay 100 low-tier warriors did not guarantee victory against a high-tier opponent. Moreover, Zhao Fang had previously been utterly defeated by Dichio without the ability to retaliate. Dichio, your opponent is me. If you possess any true valor, direct your efforts at me rather than attacking the younger generation. Zhao Zhengfeng, this old man, had seemingly lost his senses. Would he allow Zhao Fang, a mere boy, to assault the city guards without consequence? Commander, how formidable you are. Quickly eliminate that little brat, Zhao Fang. Without him, we shall easily obliterate the entire Zhao clan. The city guards were invigorated, while the Zhao clan members began to feel anxious. Zishan, in particular, watched Zhao Fang with trepidation, fearing for his safety. Chapter 36. The Demise of Dichio, Arrival of the Han Clan. Swish. 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 With merely 3 meters separating Zhao Fang from Dichio. For beams of sword energy, red, orange, yellow, and green, erupted from his fingertips, hurtling towards Dichio. You little wretch, this time you shall not escape. Dichio's expression twisted in rage. His earlier miscalculation had led to Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai attempting to intercept Zhao Fang while he targeted Zhao Zhengfeng. However, upon turning, both Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai lay dead, and nearly 100 city guards had perished at Zhao Fang's hands. The morale of the city guards plummeted due to Zhao Fang's solitary assault. Yet, he had still failed to eliminate Zhao Zhengfeng. He had erred severely, but this time, it would be different. No matter the cost, he needed to eliminate Zhao Fang first. Even if Zhao Zhengfeng was now charging toward him, what of it? He would confront both Zhao Fang and Zhao Zhengfeng without fear. Zhao Fang was destined to perish. Whoosh. Dichio wielded his blade like a white rainbow piercing the sky, the downward strike resembling a cascading waterfall. The blade glimmered with a chilling emerald light as it directly cleaved towards the 4 beams of sword energy aimed at. However, he now found himself bereft of the time to ponder these perplexities. A blade of sword energy was perilously close to his heart, causing his flesh to quiver with trepidation. Should he fail to evade this strike, it would surely cost him his life. In a state of profound fear and doubt, Dichio desperately sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Yet, the subsequent waves of orange, yellow, and green sword energies followed in swift succession, compelling even the highly skilled Dichio into a frenzy of defense. Deep gashes marred his arm and the side of his left thigh, blood flowing freely as excruciating pain assailed his senses. His gaze turned towards Zhao Fang, no longer filled with malice but rather laden with gravity. The present Zhao Fang demanded his utmost attention. A moment's negligence could very well lead to his demise at Zhao Fang's hands. Swish, 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 swish. Another 5 streams of sword energy surged forth. Zhao Fang was now brimming with confidence. Previously uncertain whether he had truly mastered the 5 veins divine sword and ascended to the rank of a 2-star martial general, he was now assured that he could eliminate Dichio. Witnessing how merely 4 veins of sword energy could force Di Qiu into disarray and inflict injury upon him solidified his belief. Di Qiu was doomed. The 5 veins sword energy coalesced like 5 radiant dragons, red, orange, yellow, green, and blue, roaring through the heavens towards Di Qiu. The ferocious sword intent and overwhelming force left Di Qiu with no means of counterattack, rendering him defenseless. In a mere breath, 3 sword energies disarmed him of his steel blade, pierced through his right arm, and created a gaping wound in his abdomen. Death, with a single hand. Zhao Fang unleashed a powerful push, and 5 streams of sword energy erupted forth from his fingertips, intertwining in the air and manifesting an unprecedentedly terrifying sword force. This was the 5 veins divine sword killing formation. The might of this formation eclipsed that of 5 separate 10-vein sword energies, boasting at least 3 times their strength. The sword formation swept towards Di Qiu, mercilessly shredding him apart, with flesh and blood raining down like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying the 5-star Martial General Di Qiu, earning 50,000 experience points, 5,000 true energy points, and 5,000 proficiency points in divine skills. This, hiss. Flee. At this moment, Zhao Zhengfeng had yet to reach the confrontation between Di Qiu and Zhao Fang, but he stood utterly dumbfounded. All the members of the Zhao clan were equally astonished. The city guards gaped in disbelief. Moments later, a chorus of gasps pierced the air, followed by the swift retreat of the city guards, scattering like frightened birds towards the main gate of the Zhao residence. Do they wish to escape? Such a fantasy. They would obediently become the experience points for my ascent. Zhao Fang's expression turned cold and fierce as the 5 veins divine sword unleashed a relentless torrent, claiming the lives of countless city guards. Ding. Congratulations to the player for slaying 13 6-star martial disciples, earning 7,800 experience points, 780 true energy points, and 780 proficiency points in the 10-vein divine sword. Ding. Congratulations to the player for slaying 9 3-star martial masters, earning 27,000 experience points, 2,700 true energy points, and 2,700 proficiency points in the 10-vein divine sword. Ding. Congratulations to the player for slaying 12 2-star warriors, earning 24,000 experience points, 2,400 true power points, and 2,400 proficiency in the 10 meridians divine sword. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for leveling up. He is now a 3-star general. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for surpassing 50,000 proficiency in the 10 meridians divine sword, meeting the upgrade criteria, and now capable of wielding the 6 meridians divine sword. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for triggering the divine skill lucky box, acquiring the 6 meridians divine sword killing array. Will you cultivate it? A series of metallic sounds brought Zhao Fang immense joy. The newfound and formidable sense of power coursing through his body post-upgrade was exhilarating. Close the door. I shall slay them all, Zhao Fang shouted with excitement. The Zhao clan members shared in his exhilaration. What they had anticipated as a calamity for their clan had turned into a display of Zhao Fang's formidable strength. The young master is right. Those daring to assault the Zhao residence must pay the price. Close the door. They all must die. A dozen quick-witted Zhao clan members rushed toward the entrance, while those less astute also surrounded the retreating city guards. As for the city guards who had already fled to the entrance, they were met with a surge of 10 meridians sword chi, piercing through them, leading to their demise. Out of over 1,000 city guards, few were upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the Han family members, accompanied by hundreds of fully armed soldiers from the Han Thunder Army. Zhao Fang momentarily fell into a daze, only to be swiftly engulfed by elation. He had been lamenting his insufficient strength, unable to withstand the machinations of the Billowing Chun clan and the City Lord's faction. Now, a multitude had come to him, ripe for slaughter, providing him the opportunity to ascend in power. It was as if a pillow had been delivered to him just as he was about to doze off. Zhao Fang continued his relentless assault, sword energy roaring and sweeping across the Zhao residence, each wave claiming the life of a city guard soldier. In a brief span, over 30 city guards perished at his hands. Patriarch Han, your timing is impeccable. Please, lend us your aid. Zhou Qianjun, scrambling towards Han Chu, wore a face of anguish, urgency and fear evident in his voice. Initially, he had watched as Zhao Fang decimated the guards rushing towards the Zhao residence, with the Zhao clan members preparing to shut the gates. Despair had consumed him. Zhao Fang was far too formidable. In mere moments, the city guard commander Di Qiu, along with 2 other leaders, Feng Yong and Wang Zhaolai, alongside over 200 guards, had fallen before Zhao Fang. How could he possibly stand against Zhao Fang? His demise seemed inevitable. Yet, At that critical juncture, Han Chu appeared, flanked by the esteemed elder Han Guangling, along with several other elders from the Han clan, the commander of the Han Thunder Army, and the entirety of their forces. The Han family had mobilized completely. Zhou Qianjun could only speculate on the Han family's intentions. But at that moment, his sole focus was on survival. He was certain that even the Han clan would struggle to withstand Zhao Fang. However, they would likely hold him off for a brief period. If he could escape the Zhao residence within that fleeting moment, his life would be preserved. As for the cost the Han family might incur in their attempt to resist Zhao Fang, or whether they would face total annihilation, it was of no concern to him. Captain Zhou, what on earth is happening? Stepping forward, Han Chu furrowed his brow as he inquired of Zhou Qianjun. The scene unfolding within the Zhao residence was entirely contrary to his expectations. He had believed that with Di Qiu leading the city guards, they would effortlessly suppress the Zhao clan. Although Di Qiu was not a match for the elder Zhao Taichu, the Han clan was still present. Han Guangling, their esteemed elder, would undoubtedly be able to restrain Zhao Taichu with ease. Once the Han clan and the city guards combined their forces to eliminate all ordinary Zhao clan members, they would then join forces to besiege Zhao Taichu. At that point, even if Zhao Taichu possessed extraordinary abilities, his death would be inevitable. Thus, after Di Qiu led the city guards into the Zhao residence, Han Chu had positioned the Han clan members in ambush around the estate, awaiting the opportune moment. When he witnessed Zhao Chuan and Zhao Xiong fleeing in panic from the Zhao residence, he believed the moment had finally arrived. If the timing had not been right, how could Zhao Xiong and Zhao Chuan, pillars of the Zhao clan, have chosen to flee? It was evident that the Zhao clan had been utterly defeated by Di Qiu, and only in the face of certain destruction did Zhao Xiong and Zhao Chuan opt for escape. Thus, Han Chong swiftly took action, joining forces with Han Guangling to slay Zhao Chuan and Zhao Xiong, before leading the Han family's Thunder Army into the Zhao residence. However, upon entering, they were met with the sight of the city guards utterly defeated and slaughtered by the Zhao clan. The bodies of hundreds of city guards lay strewn throughout the estate, and one of the three leaders of the city guards, Zhou Qianjun, came running towards him in a state of utter panic. Han Chong even spotted the lifeless forms of Di Qiu, Feng Yong, and Wang Zhaolai. He witnessed Zhao Fang engaged in a brutal massacre, while the other members of the Zhao clan stood idly by, merely observing. Despite this chaos, the hundreds of city guards could not withstand Zhao Fang's onslaught, fleeing in disarray. It was evident that the city guards had lost all morale and fighting spirit. Yet, Han Chong could not find the Zhao clan's elder, Zhao Taichu. What was going on? A sense of foreboding began to rise within Han Chong. Members of the Han family, heed my command. Strike with all your might to eliminate the Zhao clan. He ordered. Elder Guangling, please take action to slay Zhao Fang. Captain Zhou, do not flee any longer. Swiftly regroup the city guards and join forces with us to annihilate the Zhao clan. Though a sense of unease lingered in his heart, Han Chong continued to issue commands to his comrades. Leading the Han family in their assault against the Zhao clan had irrevocably severed their ties. Retreat was not an option. After the Zhao clan had dispatched all the city guards, would they spare the Han family? It was clearly impossible. It was better to quickly unite with the remaining city guards and deliver a decisive blow to the Zhao clan. Even in the wake of Di Qiu and the other two leaders' demise, there were still over 700 city guards remaining. This was a force that could not be overlooked. By consolidating such strength, along with the power of the Han family, Han Chong felt confident in suppressing the Zhao clan. After all, the Han family had elder Han Guangling on their side. Although Zhao Fang currently displayed unparalleled might, he had only slain ordinary city guards. Zhao Fang might not necessarily be a match for elder Han Guangling. As soon as Han Chong's words fell, the elders of the Han family, along with the Thunder Army, surged forth to attack the Zhao clan. Han Guangling moved with the speed of a tempest, charging directly at Zhao Fang. Han Chong himself, however, when he beheld the two severed heads, he felt as if struck by lightning. Zhao Xiong, Zhao Chuan. Those two heads belonged unmistakably to Zhao Xiong and Zhao Chuan, who had just forsaken their kin and fled from the Zhao residence. Ha ha ha, the heads of ordinary folk are of no consequence to you. But what of the heads of Zhao Xiong and Zhao Chuan? Han Chu grinned malevolently. After uniting with Han Guangling outside the Zhao estate to slay Zhao Xiong and Zhao Chuan, he had taken their heads and hung them at his waist, intending to use them as a weapon against the Zhao clan. Zhao Xiong and Zhao Chuan were pivotal figures within the Zhao lineage. Any of their kin, upon unexpectedly encountering these heads, would undoubtedly be struck with shock and fury, leading to a momentary stupor. This was precisely the moment he sought. In battles among masters, victory often hinges on the slightest of margins. Should the Zhao clan engage him while caught in this stupor, he would seize the opportunity to take the life of any Zhao clansman. Initially, he intended to employ this tactic against the venerable elder Zhao Taichu. However, with Zhao Taichu absent, he had to settle for targeting Zhao Zhengfeng instead. In his eyes, Zhao Zhengfeng was the second strongest among the Zhao. By eliminating him, the threat posed by the Zhao clan to the Han family would significantly diminish. As for Zhao Fang, who was currently wreaking havoc, Han Chu paid him little mind. Convinced that Zhao Fang could yet, just as the blade was a mere inch from Zhao Zhengfeng's neck, the edge even breaking the skin, a trickle of blood emerged. At that moment, a sharp whoosh echoed fiercely beside Han Chu's ear. Subsequently, Han Chu witnessed a piercing and brilliant red sword energy slicing through the air before him, heading straight for the long blade in his grasp. The speed of this crimson sword energy was astonishing, reaching him in an instant and colliding with his long knife. With a deafening metallic clang, Han Chu's long knife was cleaved into two, the blade splintering as it grazed Zhao Zhengfeng's neck. Although it still managed to cut through Zhao Zhengfeng's skin, it failed to end his life. Han Chu was taken aback. He recognized this red sword energy. Just upon leading the Han family into Zhao's residence, he had witnessed Zhao releasing a frenzy of 6 colored sword energies, reaping the lives of numerous city guards. This red sword energy was one among those 6. Yet, Han Chu could never have fathomed that the 6 colored sword energies could be so formidable. The strike he aimed at Zhao Zhengfeng was executed with all his might. To deflect such a powerful blow, it would require the intervention of at least a 5-star martial general. Moreover, the long knife in his hand was a top-grade cosmic weapon. Such a weapon could only be severed by high-tier divine armaments. Otherwise, even a 5-star, 6-star, or even 7-star martial general could not hope to break it barehanded. How could this be possible? Unease grew heavier in Han Chu's heart. Yet, gazing at the bloodied Zhao Zhengfeng, who showed no signs of resistance, Han Chu's expression hardened. He raised his hand like a blade and struck once more at Zhao Zhengfeng's neck. At this juncture, he could not allow Zhao Zhengfeng to survive. Even if Zhao Fang's combat prowess exceeded his expectations, killing Zhao Zhengfeng would still lead to a significant decline in the Zhao family's strength. At worst, he would join forces with Han Guangling to deal with Zhao Fang later. Just as Han Chu prepared to strike down Zhao Zhengfeng again, another violent whoosh resonated behind him. Han Chu's expression changed drastically as dread coursed through him, his skin prickling with cold. He was certain that yet another sword energy was rushing toward him, this time not targeting his long knife, but him. He dared not linger on killing Zhao Zhengfeng. Instead, he quickly listened for the sound's origin, shifting his body to evade the impending sword energy. That kind of sword energy could easily sever even a top-grade cosmic weapon, and should it pierce him, he would be utterly defenseless. However, just as he attempted to move, the sword energy pierced his abdomen, penetrating through him. The strength within Han Chu seemed to ebb away like receding tides, leaving him feeling weak. In that moment, he began to understand why Di Qiu and the 2 captains of the city guards had perished. He also grasped why Zhou Qianjun and over 700 city guards had fled in utter desperation. He dared not entertain the thought of slaying Zhao Zhengfeng any longer. A sense of retreat began to take root in his heart. Gathering his strength, he turned his body to signal the members of the Han family to withdraw. However, as he turned, the sight that greeted him rendered him utterly speechless. In Chapter 39, A Killing Frenzy, the 10 Meridians' divine sword achieved. He beheld the horrifying spectacle of Han Guangling, pierced through the shoulders, hands, and feet by 6 hues of sword energy: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo. Following this, a terrifying amalgamation of sword energies, far more fearsome than the single colors, ensnared Han Guangling, reducing him to mere fragments of flesh and blood. To his astonishment, he observed that Zhou Qianjun was not regrouping the city guards to engage in combat with the Zhao clan, but was instead continuing his frenzied flight. At this moment, he had already reached the entrance of the Zhao residence, with one foot poised to cross the threshold. Yet, a green sword energy shot towards his back, piercing through his heart and transfixing him completely. Zhou Qianjun's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The 6 colored sword energies continued to dance wildly around him, their wielder being Zhao Fang, who was now in a state of bloodlust, his killing pace growing increasingly terrifying. In the brief encounter with Zhao Zhengfeng, over 100 corpses of city guards now littered the ground, mingled with several bodies of the Han family's Thunder Army. Even an elder of the Han family and the commander of the Thunder Army had met their demise at the hands of a single-colored sword energy. Amidst this chaos, a chilling metallic notification echoed incessantly in Zhao Fang's mind. How could this be possible? It was inconceivable. Zhao Fang, how could he possess such formidable strength? If he had such prowess, Zhao Zhengfeng would have undoubtedly launched an attack against my Han family long ago. He could not possibly remain in hiding. What on earth was happening? A myriad of questions surged forth, bombarding Han Chu's mind, rendering it akin to a muddled mass. He felt that in his entire life, he had never encountered so many questions in such a brief span of time. Yet, these questions bore no answers, unless he confronted Zhao Fang directly. But even if he were granted 100 lives, he would not dare approach Zhao Fang. In his eyes, Zhao Fang had transformed into a demon risen from hell. A peerless killer emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. Flee! Members of the Han family, retreat! Han Chu cried out. In that moment, despair engulfed him. The desire to annihilate the Zhao clan and dominate Yishui's city evaporated. He could not even muster the ambition to contend with the Zhao clan. With a prodigy like Zhao Fang among them, he felt the Han family could not possibly compete, much like 18 years prior when Zhao Zhan emerged within the Zhao clan. At that time, not a single family dared to challenge the Zhao clan, not even within the city of Biluo County. However, Zhao Zhan was but a fleeting phenomenon, vanishing without a trace upon reaching the royal capital of the Liang kingdom. Yet, Zhao Fang was different. He was undeniably present before him. Who could say whether Zhao Fang would, like Zhao Zhan, be merely a transient blaze? Moreover, the aura that Zhao Fang emanated towards Han Chu was far more terrifying than that of Zhao Zhan in the past. The murderous intent of Zhao Fang was utterly chilling. Flee! It was imperative to escape, especially from the city of Yishui. After calling out, Han Chu hastily withdrew, fearing even the slightest delay, lest he be struck by the deadly sword energies or become the target of Zhao Fang's attention. The Thunder Army of the Han family, along with the few surviving elders, were thoroughly intimidated at this moment. Not only did Han Chu shout for retreat, but even without his command, they would have fled. The Zhao residence had transformed into a veritable hell, with the six-colored sword energies darting about like chains that sought to claim lives. Remaining there would only lead to death. The crowd scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions, some towards the main gates of the Zhao residence, others bursting through doors, while some sought to scale the towering walls surrounding the estate in a desperate bid for escape. The scene was utter chaos. Leave them all for me, Zhao Fang bellowed with exhilaration. The more he killed, the more his excitement surged, for each life taken granted him greater experience points, propelling him towards rapid advancement. To him, the city guards and the members of the Han family were not human, but mere monsters offering experience points. Zhao Fang's eyes gleamed with a sinister green light. His hands moved with frenetic energy, and from his fingertips, the six-colored sword energies shot forth without pause. The sword energies, sharp as blades, claimed the life of Han Guangling, the esteemed elder of the Han family. Han Guangling was only slightly stronger than Di Qiu, who could not withstand the 5 Veins Divine Sword. Thus, how could Han Guangling hope to endure the 6 Veins Divine Sword? Therefore, the moment Zhao Fang struck at Han Guangling, the latter's fate was sealed. That fate was death. After dispatching Han Guangling, Zhao Fang continued his rampage, slaughtering Zhou Qianjun, the elder of the Han family, the commander of the Thunder Army, and the Thunder Army itself. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying 35 4-star martial artists, earning 140,000 experience points, 14,000 true energy points, and 14,000 proficiency in the 10 Veins Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for surpassing 60,000 proficiency in the 10 Veins Divine Sword, reaching the threshold for advancement, and currently able to wield the 7 Veins Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for triggering the Divine Skill Lucky Box, acquiring the 7 Veins Divine Sword Killing Formation. Would you like to cultivate? Yes, Zhao Fang roared, his body undergoing another transformation, his power surging anew, and 7 streams of colorful sword energy erupted forth in a frenzy. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying 48 7-star martial artists, earning 336,000 experience points, 33,600 true energy points, and 33,600 proficiency in the 10 Veins Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for leveling up, now a 3-star martial general. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for surpassing 70,000 proficiency in the 10 Veins Divine Sword, reaching the threshold for advancement, currently able to wield the 8 Veins Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for triggering the Divine Skill Lucky Box, acquiring the 8 Veins Divine Sword Killing Formation. Would you like to cultivate? Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for surpassing 80,000 proficiency in the 10 Veins Divine Sword, reaching the threshold for advancement, currently able to wield the 9 Veins Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for triggering the Divine Skill Lucky Box, acquiring the 9 Veins Divine Sword Killing Formation. Would you like to cultivate? Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for reaching the rank of 4-star general. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for surpassing 90,000 proficiency points in the 10 Veins Divine Sword, meeting the upgrade criteria, and now able to wield the 10 Veins Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for triggering the Divine Skill Lucky Box, obtaining the 10 veins divine sword killing array. Will you cultivate it? Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Zhao Fang shouted excitedly, feeling the transformative energy surging within him, the powerful force intensifying, causing his face to flush with exhilaration. The 10 veins divine sword, in its 10 vibrant colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, and gray, whistled fiercely, traversing the Zhao estate, mesmerizing yet instilling profound fear. The sword energy, like a radiant rainbow, spread to every corner of the Zhao residence. Under Zhao Fang's masterful control, no Zhao clan member was harmed by the 10 veins sword chi, yet members of the Han family and city guards were relentlessly felled by its lethal embrace. This resplendent sword energy had become a nightmare for the Han family. They were utterly broken by the terror it instilled. Chapter 40. The brothers should draw aggression everywhere. Spare us, spare us. Clan leader Zhao, we were wrong. We should not have troubled your Zhao family. But we acted under orders. We truly do not wish to be at odds with your esteemed family. Clan leader Zhao, please command Zhao Fang to cease. Grant us our humble lives. Zhao Fang, have pity on us. Do not strike again. I do not wish to perish. The distressed members of the Han family and city guards knelt, repeatedly bowing in supplication to Zhao Zhengfeng, while some pleaded to Zhao Fang for mercy. Yet Zhao Fang paid them no heed. The esteemed Zhao has his principles. Damn it, if you think I am weak, you come to provoke and bully me. And when you realize I am not to be trifled with, you grovel and beg for mercy. If our Zhao clan were truly weak and you had genuinely bullied us, would you spare us then? Not a chance. Look at your group, swaggering in with such ferocity and murderous intent. You would have struck first without hesitation. Eager to erase the Zhao clan from Yishui City, Zhao Fang's hands moved ever faster, fingers dancing like a sieve, unleashing a torrent of 10-colored sword energy. Confucius said, repay virtue with virtue, and resentment with honesty. The esteemed Zhao declared, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. He further proclaimed, to eradicate the roots of a problem, otherwise, it will sprout anew with the spring breeze. These individuals had forged blood feuds with the Zhao family. If they were not eliminated, would they not seek revenge in the future? Moreover, this was all free experience points being delivered to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy continued to ravage, and the cries of agony echoed as the kneeling city guards and Han family members fell one after another. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying 163 9-star martial apprentices, earning 173,700 experience points, 17,370 true power points, and 17,370 proficiency points in the 10 veins divine sword. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for achieving mastery in the divine skill 10 veins divine sword. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for leveling up, now a 5-star general. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for vanquishing 235 5-star generals, earning 175,000 experience points, 117,500 true power points, and 117,500 mastery points in divine skills. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for defeating 193 2-star martial artists, acquiring 386,000 experience points, 38,600 true power points, and 38,600 mastery points in divine skills. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying 5 2-star generals, garnering 100,000 experience points, 10,000 true power points, and 10,000 mastery points in divine skills. Ding. Congratulations to Zhao Fang for leveling up to a 6-star general. Ding. In merely half a stick of incense. Over 700 city guards, along with nearly 400 members of the Han clan led by Han Chu, have perished. Among them were Han Chu, the 4-star clan leader, 5 2-star elders, and Han Guangling, the 5-star supreme elder. All of them are dead. All of them. This is utterly terrifying. In the history of Yishui City, such a formidable individual has never before emerged, nor has such a horrifying event ever transpired. Silence. A deathly stillness envelopes the area. All eyes are now fixed upon Zhao Fang, reflecting a myriad of emotions, shock, fear, disbelief, and trepidation, all evident in the gazes of the Zhao clan members. In this moment, the Zhao clan can no longer harbor any resentment towards Zhao Fang. The thought of binding Zhao Fang and dragging him to the Bai Luochen clan or the city lord's mansion to seek forgiveness has vanished without a trace. With such formidable strength, who could dare to bind Zhao Fang? At such a young age, possessing such immense power, one cannot fathom just how terrifying he may become with time. The Bai Luochen clan, the lineage of the city lord? 18 years ago, Zhao Fang's father, Zhao Zhan, was able to silence all the powerful figures within Bai Luo County with just a glance, a topic spoken of only in hushed tones. who can definitively say that Zhao Fang cannot achieve the same. Moreover, Zhao Fang appears even stronger than his father, Zhao Zhan. Is it possible that the clan leader was already aware of Zhao Fang's terrifying potential? Is that why he chose to abandon the family's legacy and relocate the entire clan out of Yishui City to protect Zhao Fang? At this moment, such thoughts resonate in the hearts of many Zhao clan members. Yet, Zhao Jingfeng stands utterly dumbfounded. He acknowledges Zhao Fang's strength. After all, how could Zhao Fang have incapacitated the city lord's second son, Situ Fang, if he were not powerful? But he can scarcely imagine that Zhao Fang could be this formidable. Furthermore, it seems Zhao Fang grows stronger amidst combat. Initially, he struggled against Di Qiu, yet only a short while later, even Han Chu, the clan's supreme elder, could not withstand a single round against him. According to ancient legends, there are methods that allow warriors to grow stronger as they battle. However, such techniques are exceedingly rare, even in an era teeming with powerful beings. It is said they are invaluable treasures. Zhao Fang could not possibly possess such a technique. Incorrect. Fang Er once mentioned that he encountered a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to restore such formidable strength in such a short span of time, having once been a mere wastrel. Although Fang Er did not divulge any details regarding this grand opportunity, the undeniable truth is that his escalating prowess in battle is undoubtedly linked to it. This extraordinary opportunity, possibly connected to the ancient supreme techniques or even legendary figures of yore, is something that the Zhao family has never experienced before. Oh, the revival of our Zhao clan in Yishui seems to be within reach. Indeed, the more Zhao Zhengfeng pondered, the brighter his eyes gleamed. Not far away, Zhao Fang gently clapped his hands, surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he had ascended 5 levels, becoming a 6-star martial general, and had perfected the 10 Meridian's divine sword technique. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. By the heavens, this wave of upgrades was truly delightful. It appears that I must find the time to cultivate some enmity, merely in this small city of Yishui. My confrontation with Situ Fang left him gravely wounded, yet I have not yet finished him off. This alone has prompted the city guards and the Han family to mobilize, delivering themselves to me for experience points. If I were to venture into the larger cities, mercilessly slaying the talented descendants of noble families, or even infiltrating major sects to eliminate their prodigious heirs, the experience points would undoubtedly multiply. Zhao Fang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his smile broadened. What a splendid idea. This is precisely the course of action I shall take. Moreover, during this process of attracting hostility, I must refine my techniques, ensuring that the enmity I cultivate is artfully executed. The more ire I provoke from those great families and major sects, the greater my rewards will be. The Chun family of Biluo, the ruling lineage of Biluo County, shall be my first target. Chapter 41. I come to escort you to the underworld. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Fang felt invigorated. His thoughts began to shift. Previously, he had agreed with Zhao Jingfeng to withdraw the entire Zhao clan from Yishui City into the depths of Mayun Ridge, waiting until his strength was sufficient to single-handedly eradicate the Chun family of Biluo and the ruling lineage of Biluo County before leading the Zhao clan back into the world. However, he now deemed such a retreat unnecessary. With his current cultivation as a 6-star martial general, coupled with the perfected 10 Meridian's divine sword technique, he estimated that he could potentially defeat even 8-star or 9-star martial generals. He might even contend with a 1-star martial king, a figure considered formidable within Biluo County. Though the Chen family and the ruling lineage of Biluo County wield considerable influence, the number of martial kings within their ranks may not be as numerous as one might think. Even if Chun Kaishan is regarded as the most powerful individual in Biluo County, nearing the realm of the martial sage, what does that matter? Zhao Fang firmly believed that, by targeting the majority of martial artists in the Chun family and the ruling lineage who were inferior to him, his cultivation would surely surge to unprecedented heights in a remarkably short time. When that moment arrives, exacting revenge upon Chun Kaishan would be a matter of course. If that is the case, why should the Zhao clan be forced to migrate from Yishui City once more? Zhao Fang approached Zhao Jingfeng, intending to share his thoughts with him. Zhao Jingfeng was currently issuing commands for the Zhao clan members to gather together, preparing for an immediate exodus from Yishui City. The clan members moved swiftly, devoid of any grievances. With a prodigy like Zhao Fang among them, the Zhao clan was destined to rise and effortlessly surpass its current scale. In due time, what could not be reclaimed? Why bother to concern themselves with trivial gains that were no more than a speck of dust, risking Zhao Fang's ire in the process? Once Zhao Fang pulled Zhao Jingfeng aside and conveyed his newly formed ideas, Zhao Jingfeng pondered briefly before acquiescing to Zhao Fang's proposal. After all, He had witnessed the entirety of Zhao Fang's recent battle and had observed the rapid pace of his development. Zhao Fang's growth rendered the previously formidable Zhao Clan and the Lord of Biluo County mere ordinary adversaries in his eyes. Moreover, he suspected that Zhao Fang had acquired a legendary ancient cultivation technique. With such a technique at his disposal, it was not merely Biluo County that Zhao Fang could contend with. He could indeed challenge the entirety of the Liang Kingdom. Fanger, once you arrive in Biluo County, exercise utmost caution. Chun Kaishan is a superlative powerhouse, nearing the martial sovereign realm, significantly stronger than you at present. Additionally, the Lord of Biluo County, Situ Haojia, is rumored to be a 9-star martial king and is quite formidable. Until your strength surpasses theirs, you must avoid direct confrontation, understand? Zhao Zhengfeng meticulously advised Zhao Fang, concerned for his well-being, as he had never ventured beyond Yishui City. He imparted wisdom from his own youthful experiences, detailing various precautions to take in Biluo County, even instructing him on how to respond to potential challenges. Zhao Fang listened attentively as Zhao Zhengfeng lectured for nearly half an hour. Afterward, he spent a brief time with Zishan before departing from the Zhao residence. It was not that Zhao Fang did not wish to linger with Zishan. In fact, he yearned to be by her side at every moment, for her beauty was unparalleled, and her kindness toward him was cherished. However, he recognized his own inadequacies and strength. In his previous life, Zhao, the esteemed gentleman, had consumed countless words of literature and viewed thousands of films and dramas. Becoming well acquainted with the ebb and flow of human emotions, he understood deeply that a man without the power to protect his beloved would most likely meet a tragic end. He wished to avoid such a fate. Thus, the urgency to enhance his strength was paramount. In Yishui City, within the Lord's mansion, Shun Guangping sat regally in the central chair of the banquet hall, beside him a splendid jade bed adorned with exquisite decorations. Situ Fang reclined upon the bed, groaning incessantly, attended by 4 stunning maidservants who catered to his needs. Yet, Situ Fang's countenance was grim, radiating an aura of fury that made even the beautiful maidservants tremble in fear, causing Shun Guangping to feel a twinge of apprehension himself. Logically, Shun Guangping should have immediately arranged for Situ Fang's return to Biluo County. Due to the barren and desolate nature of Yishui City, it lacked the miraculous elixirs capable of healing Situ Fang's grievous injuries. Every moment Situ Fang lingered in Yishui City was a moment of suffering. However, Shun Guangping dared not return Situ Fang to Biluo County City at this juncture. Who could predict whether Situ Haojia, the Lord of Biluo County City, would, in a fit of rage upon witnessing Situ Fang's wretched state, execute him on the spot? He could only wait for Dichio to annihilate the entire Zhao clan and capture Zhao Fang alive. Only after he procured the heads of the Zhao clan members and Zhao Fang himself could he safely escort Situ Fang back to Biluo County City. Only in this manner could he ensure that his life would not be jeopardized by Situ Haojia's wrath. Yet now, more than half an hour had elapsed, and Dichio had yet to return, causing a slight unease to creep into Shun Guangping's heart. This was peculiar. Several days prior, Dichio had ascended to the rank of a 5-star martial general, leading over 1,000 city guards into action. By all logic, he should have already decimated the Zhao clan by now. Why had he not returned? Was there perhaps some unforeseen complication? No, at this critical moment, there could be no room for error. The city lord must immediately visit the Zhao clan. Shun Guangping abruptly rose from his grand chair, instructing the 4 beautiful maidens. You 4, tend to young Master Situ with utmost care. Should he express the slightest dissatisfaction, I shall take your lives. Yes, yes, the 4 maidens replied, trembling in fear. Just then, a sharp, piercing sound of air being sliced through reached Shun Guangping's ears. He turned to see a figure suddenly appear at the entrance of the Lord's Hall. The figure was tall, seemingly youthful, and upon entering the hall, Shun Guangping discerned its true form. His expression changed dramatically. Zhao Fang, what brings you here? Shun Guangping asked coldly, recognizing the figure as Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang was renowned in Yishui City. Though he was a junior, Shun Guangping was well aware of his identity. The moment he laid eyes on Zhao Fang, the flicker of unease in his heart expanded infinitely. Dichio had led his forces to eliminate the Zhao clan and capture Zhao Fang. Yet here stood Zhao Fang before him. What did this signify? What had happened to Dichio and his men? Shun Guangping's voice suddenly turned hoarse. They are already walking the path to the Yellow Springs. And as for why I am here, it is to escort you to join them. As he spoke, Zhao Fang closed the distance to Shun Guangping, his voice icy, sending a chill through the very marrow of Shun Guangping's bones. Chapter 42. Biluo County City. Zhao Fang's arrival at the Lord's Hall in Yishui City was suggested by Zhao Zhengfeng. Having dealt with Shun Guangping for decades, Zhao Zhengfeng understood him all too well. Dichio's sudden assault on the Zhao residence, intent on exterminating the Zhao clan, was undoubtedly at Shun Guangping's behest. Otherwise, Diqiu would not have possessed such audacity. The reason why Shun Guangping is so recklessly opposed to the Zhao family must be attributed to an immense shock he has experienced. Coupled with Zhao Fang's revelation that he has severely injured the second son of the city lord of Biluo County, Sidu Fang, the nature of this shock becomes evident. Shun Guangping must have witnessed the tragic state of Situ Fang and feared that the city lord, Sidu Haojia, would unleash his wrath upon him. Thus, he feels compelled to eliminate the Zhao family, hoping to redeem himself through such acts. Therefore, until the Zhao family is eradicated, Shun Guangping will undoubtedly refrain from returning Situ Fang to Biluo County and will certainly not report the grievous injuries inflicted upon him to Situ Haojia. Consequently, Situ Haojia remains blissfully unaware of the dire condition of his second son, which is fortuitous for the Zhao family. After all, the longer Situ Haojia remains oblivious to the events concerning Situ Fang, the longer he will delay any retribution against the Zhao family, thereby granting Zhao Fang additional time for cultivation. Thus, Shun Guangping must perish. Only in his demise can the information regarding Situ Fang be kept from reaching Situ Haojia. Are you implying that you wish to kill me? Ha ha ha, you intend to kill me? Shun Guangping suddenly erupted into laughter. He could somewhat comprehend Diqiu's failure to slay the Zhao family, as there are formidable individuals among them, such as Zhao Taichu. Diqiu could at most achieve a stalemate with Zhao Taichu, and with the clan leader Zhao Zhengfeng present, it was entirely reasonable that the city guards could not subdue the Zhao family in a short span. However, for Zhao Fang to attempt to kill him was utterly absurd. Who is he? The city lord of Yishui, a 5-star martial general, one of the 3 most elite powerhouses in Yishui, commanding respect for decades. And who is Zhao Fang? Merely a boy born 16 years ago. Though a genius, he is at most a 1-star martial general. Does this inexperienced youth truly believe he is qualified to challenge the city lord? Unbeknownst to him, he is destined to perish. Shun Guangping's expression twisted into a snarl as he lunged at Zhao Fang, transforming his palm into a blade aimed at Zhao Fang's neck. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Although Shun Guangping was certain Zhao Fang could not be his match, the mere fact that Zhao Fang appeared here, or rather, that Zhao Zhengfeng acknowledged his presence, indicated that Zhao Fang must possess a hidden card capable of threatening him. Therefore, he unleashed his full strength in this decisive strike. Humph, little brat, what does having a hidden card matter? You will have no opportunity to reveal it before me. Shun Guangping scoffed inwardly, resolute in his intent to slay Zhao Fang, and then promptly proceed to the Zhao family. He would allow no room for error in the assassination of the Zhao family. However, just as Shun Guangping charged towards Zhao Fang, he beheld a brilliant crimson sword aura erupting from the tip of Zhao Fang's right index finger. The sword aura was incredibly fierce, as sharp as an unparalleled edge. Its speed was astonishing, reminiscent of a fleeting light across the heavens. His palm blade was still several feet away from Zhao Fang's neck when the crimson sword aura had already pierced through his heart. Blood gushed forth from Shun Guangping's mouth. Surging from his chest, he stammered, gazing incredulously at Zhao Fang. He wished to utter something, yet ultimately, not a single word escaped his lips before he collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Beside the jade bed, the 4 beautiful maidens screamed in terror, while on the bed, Situ Fang, though unseen, seemed to sense something upon hearing the commotion and began to struggle violently. Leave at once. Remember, forget what you have just witnessed. And do not utter a single word to anyone, or beware for your lives. Zhao Fang coldly admonished the 4 maidens, then hoisted Situ Fang and returned to the Zhao residence. He had sworn an oath to the heavenly path of the martial realm that he could not kill Situ Fang. However, he could eliminate others of the Zhao clan. After all, he was already entangled in an unyielding feud with the lord of Biluo County. Thus, Situ Fang's continued existence was rendered unnecessary, becoming a mere nuisance. Upon returning to the Zhao residence, Zhao Fang hastily departed again, leaving Yishui City for Biluo County City. Biluo County City, one of the 9 major cities of the Liang Kingdom, is situated in the southwestern region of the kingdom, encompassing an area of nearly 100 miles. It is interspersed with 3 large canals and governs over 30 small towns akin to Yishui City. This land is vast and abundant, with convenient transportation and a large population. Numerous formidable factions, including Dambao Pavilion, Artifact Tower, Zunhua Guild, and the Slaughter Tavern, all maintain branches here. Daily, countless travelers, martial artists, and merchant caravans from the surrounding small towns flock into Biluo County City, rendering it a hub of prosperity. The wealth of resources, exceptional talents, and vibrant culture create a lively atmosphere, leaving Zhao Fang with a profound first impression of Biluo County City. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Fang had spent 2 days in Biluo County City. During this time, he diligently sought information regarding the Chun family of Biluo and the lineage of the county lord. After all, to rise as a prominent family within such a grand city as Biluo County City, the influence of the Chun family might well surpass his expectations. Not to mention the power of the county lord's lineage. With caution guiding his every step, Zhao, the esteemed official, was not one to gamble with his life. Zhao Fang conducted his inquiries meticulously. The Chun family and the lineage of the county lord were exceedingly well known in Biluo County City. Hence, 2 days were ample for Zhao Fang to discern all the overt strengths of both the Chun family and the county lord's lineage. The head of the Chun family, Chun Chantian, is a 5-star martial king, with the 7 elders of the Chun family all being 4-star martial kings. The supreme elder, Chun Wenjian, is a 7-star martial king, while the foremost champion of the Chun family, Chun Kaishan, is a 9-star peak martial king, verging on the threshold of martial sovereign. Additionally, among Chun Kaishan's contemporaries, there are several lower-tier martial kings. As for the lineage of the county lord, Situ Haojia, the lord himself, is a 9-star martial king, supported by 4 attendants, all of whom are 6-star martial kings, and a senior attendant, an 8-star martial king. The commander of the city guards, a 7-star martial king, oversees 5 eagle generals, each a 3-star martial king. Indeed, the power of the lineage of the county lord is somewhat more formidable than that of the Chun family. The situation with the Wu kings is quite formidable, particularly with the Chun family and the lineage of the lord of Biluo County, whose power is indeed substantial and not easily overcome. Chapter 43. The awakening of forging skills. Though daunting, I shall not shy away. My teeth are strong enough to gnaw through even the toughest of bones. After discerning the superficial truths regarding the Chun family and the lineage of the lord of Biluo County, Zhao Fang stepped outside, determined to first confront the lord's faction. The city guards, known as the Golden Wu Army, boast a strength of 20,000, commanded by a general of the 7-star martial king realm. Beneath the general, 5 esteemed eagle generals each lead 4,000 soldiers. Each eagle general commands 4,000 soldiers, and daily, the 1,000 captains under them train their respective 1,000 soldiers in various martial arenas throughout the city. Zhao Fang's objective lies with these captains and their troops. Currently, he is not a match for the eagle generals or the commanding general, but defeating these captains poses no challenge. After all, the strongest among these captains is merely a 1-star martial king, while the majority are just martial generals. Given Zhao Fang's current combat prowess, he stands unrivaled among the martial generals. He intends to gradually erode the strength of the Golden Wu Army. The more he diminishes their power, the stronger he becomes. In this ebb and flow, it is only a matter of time before he vanquishes the lord of Biluo County. At that point, the Chun family will be insignificant in his presence. With such thoughts, Zhao Fang entered a blacksmith's shop. The task he was about to undertake was sinister, targeting the lord's men. He could not afford to act openly. Thus, he needed to procure a mask for himself. Adorning a finely crafted mask and exquisite garments, he would disguise his true identity while performing his nefarious deeds. Just envisioning this scenario filled him with excitement. "What weapon do you wish to forge, esteemed guest?" A shirtless old blacksmith greeted him warmly as he entered the shop. This establishment has been a reputable fixture in the western district of Biluo County for over 20 years, known for its quality and integrity. Whether it be swords, spears, axes, or any other weaponry, I can forge it for you. Zhao Fang paid little heed to the old blacksmith as he surveyed the modest shop. It was small and somewhat out of the way, with a rather simple layout. The old blacksmith appeared to be the sole occupant, indicating that the business was not as prosperous as he claimed. Many items in the shop bore the marks of age, confirming its status as an established establishment. However, that mattered little to Zhao Fang. The more unassuming and poorly managed the shop appeared, the better it suited his needs, for the less conspicuous it was, the easier it would be for him to operate undetected. Thus, the act of crafting a mask in his presence would remain a closely guarded secret. In truth, Zhao Fang had deliberately sought this place out, for it was the most secluded blacksmith shop he could find in the entire Biluojun city. "I wish to create a golden, dazzling mask," Zhao Fang declared. The old blacksmith was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. "A mask, you say? How much profit can be made from that?" Observing this elegantly dressed youth, exuding an air of nobility, I had anticipated a substantial commission. Alas, a mask is merely a mask. Even the thinnest mosquito leg is still flesh. Forging a mask may at least provide a few days' worth of sustenance. "May I inquire?" "Esteemed guest, what do you mean by dazzling?" With a newfound perspective, the old blacksmith inquired earnestly. Dazzling signifies an extraordinary beauty, something uniquely exquisite, a blend of allure and nobility, a mixture of majesty and defiance. In essence, it must be exceptionally distinctive, unforgettable at a mere glance. Zhao, the nobleman, attempted to articulate his vision of a striking mask with his limited vocabulary, then inquired, "So, is it feasible?" The old blacksmith was momentarily speechless. Is there truly such a multitude of requirements for merely crafting a mask? Why come to my humble workshop with such intricate demands instead of visiting those grand smithies? Is it feasible? If it can be done, money is no object. Zhao, the nobleman, produced a gold ingot from his pocket and placed it before the old blacksmith. As a member of the Zhao family, he lacked not for wealth. It can certainly be done, rest assured, esteemed guest. I will ensure your satisfaction, the old blacksmith replied, his eyes gleaming at the sight of gold. Swiftly, he tucked the ingot away and began to stoke the fire, using the finest materials in the shop to commence the forging process. Ding! Discovered an exceedingly rudimentary forging technique. Would the player like to learn? Suddenly, the notification sound of the divine martial supreme system echoed in Zhao Fang's mind. He was taken aback. An exceedingly rudimentary forging technique? Is the old blacksmith's method of crafting a metal mask a forging technique? Zhao Fang's eyes sparkled with realization. In the martial realm, master craftsmen capable of forging high-grade divine weapons held a prestigious status, often possessing formidable connections and being esteemed guests of powerful factions. Now that the divine martial supreme system offered him the opportunity to learn this rudimentary forging technique, it would undoubtedly enable him to master more advanced techniques in the future. With the aid of the divine martial supreme system, Zhao Fang was destined to become a highly skilled master craftsman. The saying goes, skills never weigh one down. Now, with just a glance at the old blacksmith's work, he could learn the forging technique. If he were to seize the opportunity to observe alchemists at work, would he not also acquire the art of alchemy? Would he not become a master alchemist as well? At that time, with unparalleled skills in both forging and alchemy, the vast martial realm would surely bow before him. Zhao Fang's heart raced with excitement as he fervently proclaimed within, "Learn! Learn immediately!" Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for mastering the exceedingly rudimentary forging technique and successfully unlocking the forging skill. Ding! The current forging level of player Zhao Fang is 0. With forging experience at 0. As the metallic chime narrated, a mysterious sensation enveloped Zhao Fang entirely, accompanied by a torrent of unfamiliar information flooding his mind. Simultaneously, he discovered that within his mental interface of the divine martial supreme system, a new category regarding forging had appeared in his attributes. With closed eyes, Zhao Fang attuned himself to the transformations within his body and mind. After approximately 5 breaths, a smile graced his lips. So that was it. He approached the elderly blacksmith, who was still diligently crafting a mask, and said, "Old sir, why don't you take a break? Allow me to take over." Chapter 44. The beastly young man honored guest. Are you suggesting that you will do it yourself? The blacksmith paused his work, questioning with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, I shall do it myself. Are you certain? I am certain. Zhao Fang gestured for the blacksmith to hand him the hammer and tongs. Seeing the determination in Zhao Fang's demeanor, the blacksmith ceased his objections. After all, the gold ingot Zhao Fang had given him was more than sufficient to purchase half of his smithy. These young nobles, with their proclivity for fanciful endeavors, had the means to indulge in such whims. The blacksmith mused silently, stepping aside. How peculiar, a young nobleman. Could he truly forge? As the blacksmith retreated, he observed Zhao Fang wielding the hammer and tongs with an adeptness that hinted at experience, standing confidently by the anvil. This posture was clearly characteristic of a seasoned blacksmith. Would a young gentleman clad in fine silks ever stoop to learn the arduous craft of forging? It seemed implausible. The blacksmith rubbed his eyes, striving to discern the reality before him. Clang, 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 clang. Yet, what he witnessed was Zhao Fang striking the iron with remarkable speed and precision. Each blow and placement of the tongs executed flawlessly. Zhao Fang's forging prowess was undeniably on par with his own. How could this be? The blacksmith felt his worldview shatter. A seemingly carefree young master, who casually produced a gold ingot, actually possessed such exceptional skill in forging? Little did he know, Zhao Fang had, in an instant, absorbed a lifetime's worth of forging experience and techniques through the divine martial supreme system. The profound sensation he had felt earlier was the system imparting the blacksmith's expertise and artistry to him, allowing his body to acclimate to this newfound craftsmanship. The obscure information now residing in his mind was, in fact, the entirety of the blacksmith's forging knowledge. At this moment, Zhao Fang was effectively a replica of the seasoned blacksmith. Clang, 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 clang. The hammer struck the anvil, resonating with metallic clangs as Zhao Fang immersed himself in the creation of the metal mask, his spirit soaring with exhilaration. This divine martial supreme system was utterly remarkable. Just as he grasped the hammer and aimed it at the anvil, a new sublist manifested in his mental interface regarding forging. Forging metal mask, 0100. Upon completing a full metal mask, a chime resonated. Congratulations to the player Zhao Fang for successfully forging a complete metal mask, thus gaining a point in metal mask forging proficiency. Subsequently, the newly emerged subsection of data transformed into Forging Metal Mask 100. Then, an enigmatic sensation enveloped Zhao Fang's body and mind. Once this mysterious feeling subsided, Zhao Fang distinctly perceived that his proficiency in forging metal masks had increased by at least 2- or 3-fold compared to before. Indeed, he was not mistaken. This skill in crafting could also be enhanced. Now, each time he forged a metal mask, his proficiency in that craft would increment, thereby significantly elevating his overall forging capabilities. Just imagine, should he fully develop this proficiency in metal mask forging, how extraordinary would his skills become? If in the future he were to master the art of forging other divine weapons and mystical treasures, upgrading in a similar manner, how remarkable would he ultimately be? He would undoubtedly ascend to become the pinnacle of masters in the realm of crafting. As Zhao Fang pondered these possibilities, his excitement surged, and he fervently wielded the hammer in his hand, continuing to forge the metal mask. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for forging a complete metal mask, gaining a point in metal mask forging proficiency. His current proficiency now stands at 100. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for forging a complete metal mask, gaining a point in metal mask forging proficiency. His current proficiency now stands at 100. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for forging a complete metal mask, gaining a point in metal mask forging proficiency. His current proficiency now stands at 100. Old man, I'm out of materials. Bring me more? Zhao Fang shouted excitedly, hammering away without pause. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for forging a complete metal mask, gaining a point in metal mask forging proficiency. His current proficiency now stands at 1,700. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for forging a complete metal mask, gaining a point in metal mask forging proficiency. His current proficiency now stands at 24,100. Old man, I'm out of materials again. Keep them coming. Zhao Fang continued to shout with fervor. The old blacksmith, however, appeared green with distress. The lavishly dressed youth before him was akin to a beast of burden, since he had taken up the hammer. He had been tirelessly forging for nearly 2 hours, striking over 1,000 times, and producing 32 metal masks. It is worth noting that the hammer weighed a staggering 100 pounds. Even a muscular blacksmith could not possibly endure such intense labor. Yet, the young man in splendid attire seemed utterly unfazed, brimming with exhilaration. Was this even a normal person? In truth, this was of little concern to the old blacksmith. However, the key point was that this opulently clad youth had arrived with the intent to forge the finest metal masks and had generously provided a gold ingot to commence his craft. Thus, the venerable blacksmith utilized the finest tier gold iron from his forge to craft the metal masks. This tier gold iron was renowned, valued at 7 taels of silver for a single tael of gold. Ordinarily, forging a single metal mask would require no more than 5 taels of tier gold iron, equivalent to 3 taels and 5 chen of gold. The youth in splendid attire had provided a gold ingot weighing approximately 20 taels, meaning the blacksmith would undoubtedly profit handsomely. However, the young gentleman proceeded to commission 35 tier gold iron masks, totaling 245 taels of silver, or 24 taels, and 5 chen of gold. Consequently, this transaction had resulted in a loss for the blacksmith. Furthermore, judging by the youth's demeanor, he appeared intent on forging even more, which indicated that the blacksmith's losses would only deepen. To his dismay, he had initially perceived this patron as a lucrative opportunity, only to discover that he was a ravenous wolf, threatening to consume the very capital he had set aside. The blacksmith's business, already modest and yielding slim profits, could scarcely withstand such tumult. With a mournful countenance, he heard Zhao Fang's call yet remained utterly motionless. Master, do not dawdle. Quickly fetch the materials. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you, Zhao Fang urged, reveling in the exhilarating thrill of his recent advancement. He would not permit the old blacksmith to interrupt him. With a swift motion, he released the gold ingots from his waist, allowing them to tumble before the blacksmith. Ah, noble guest, fear not. I shall procure the tier gold iron at once. The blacksmith's face brightened like a blooming chrysanthemum upon sighting the golden ingots, and he hurriedly retrieved all his stock of tier gold iron from the forge. He was eager to witness this splendidly dressed youth continue his forging. The young gentleman demonstrated remarkable vigor, seemingly imbued with boundless energy. Astonishingly, with each mask he forged, his own skills appeared to ascend to new heights. He wielded the hammer with the swiftness of the wind. The nearly 100-pound hammer felt weightless in his hands as it followed an almost mystical trajectory, striking the anvil and casting shadows while igniting a flurry of sparks. One by one, The metal masks gradually took shape upon the anvil, each mask more intricate, more resplendent, and more enchanting than the last. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed continuously within the humble forge. Over time, what initially sounded like discordant clatter began to evolve into a harmonious melody, imbued with an ethereal power. Upon hearing this extraordinary symphony of metallic resonance, the old blacksmith felt a surge of vitality. The fatigue of his labor vanished in an instant, and he felt as though he had shed several years. Could this truly be? The blacksmith's eyes widened in astonishment. This was utterly remarkable. The young man, adorned in splendid attire, not only honed his forging skills to an extraordinary level. Merely observing the process made him feel as though his own craftsmanship had significantly improved. The myriad of confusions he previously encountered during his own forging endeavors seemed to dissolve into clarity. Moreover, the sound of the hammer striking the anvil, emanating from the young man, resonated with an enigmatic quality. Could it be that he embodied the legendary forging masters of ancient times, whose skills reached the zenith of perfection, allowing them to evoke the essence of the Tao during their craft? Such mastery could enlighten onlookers about the profound intricacies of forging and the artistry of weapon creation. For a blacksmith, or indeed, for any craftsman, such a spectacle would be akin to a sacred vision. Yet, how could the young man before him possibly be a master of such pinnacle skill? Furthermore, the old blacksmith was certain that when the young man commenced his forging, his techniques were merely on par with his own. The metallic clangs continued to reverberate. The old blacksmith's mind was a tumultuous haze. Time gradually slipped away, and soon, over half an hour had passed. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for successfully forging a complete metal mask, gaining a point in metal mask forging proficiency. Now reaching a proficiency level of 100. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for achieving full proficiency in metal mask forging, earning the title of Master Forge Master. As the resonant sound of the supreme system echoed in his mind, Zhao Fang's final strike fell into place. Following this, an ethereal and wondrous sensation enveloped his entire being. Subsequently, a resplendent and exquisitely crafted metal mask materialized upon the rough iron anvil. The mask, a deep golden hue, boasted intricate blood gold patterns along its edges, exuding an air of majesty intertwined with elegance, a blend of grandeur and brilliance, sacred yet alluring. It was nothing short of a flawless masterpiece. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Splendid! Zhao Fang exclaimed, holding the metal mask in his hands, growing increasingly satisfied. With this mask, he envisioned donning a striking dark gold embroidered robe, grasping a jug of wine, reveling in both libations and the thrill of combat, ascending levels through conquest. The feeling was exhilarating. In the city of Biluo, at the eastern edge, the Eagle 3 training grounds, Hu Dong, bare-chested, was vigorously training the city guards of the Golden Crow Army. It was now dusk, the sun nearing the horizon. As the night gradually cloaked the sky, according to the regulations of the Golden Crow Army, this was the designated time for the troops to disperse, allowing the ordinary guards to return home for rest. However, Hu Dong paid no heed to this. He was a centurion under the command of General Blood Eagle, ranking third among the 4 centurions. Thus, his usual training grounds were within the Eagle 3 training grounds. Yet, Hu Dong was not content. Due to his formidable combat prowess, he confidently stood as the second among the 4 esteemed 1,000-man commanders under General Blood Eagle, closely rivaling the top-ranked commander Nie Dao. Therefore, he could not resign himself to being third. However, the ranking of the commanders was not solely based on their individual strength. It heavily depended on the overall combat capability of the 1,000 ordinary city guards under their command. The collective strength of Hu Dong's 1,000 city guards fell short when compared to that of the second commander, He Hai. Hence, despite Hu Dong having attained the 9th star martial general realm, his prowess surpassing that of He Hai, he remained the third commander under General Blood Eagle. The monthly salary and the training resources obtainable from the city lord's mansion for the third commander were considerably inferior to those of the second commander. Even the size of the Eagle 3 training ground and the various training apparatuses available there paled in comparison to those of Eagle 2. This disparity fueled Hu Dong's frustration. Faster. Move swiftly. Anyone slacking off shall face my wrath. Continue running. After 100 laps, each of you must practice 1,000 thrusts with the iron spear. If you cannot finish, you shall not return home tonight. Hu Dong, with fiery eyes, bellowed at the 1,000 city guards on the training ground, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the entire Eagle 3 training ground to tremble slightly. It was at this moment that a shadow, shimmering in dark gold, unexpectedly came into Hu Dong's view, moving rapidly from a distance towards the Eagle 3 training ground. Halt! Who goes there? Hu Dong's gaze sharpened as he shouted at the dark golden figure. However, the figure seemed oblivious to Hu Dong's command, continuing its advance towards the training ground. Impudent. This is a military stronghold. Trespassers shall be executed without mercy. Hu Dong's expression darkened, a fierce killing intent surging within him. Chapter 46. A bloodbath, ascending 3 levels recently. Hu Dong had been irked by the second commander, He Hai, and was equally displeased with his own 1,000 city guards. This pent-up frustration ignited a desire for violence within him. Yet, with no battles to engage in, he could only channel his irritation into rigorous training for his soldiers. Now, however, someone dared to provoke him. Rat's attack. Eliminate the intruder, and the figure clad in gold abruptly halted, seemingly rendered speechless by shock. Hu Dong's lips curled into a cold smirk, as he envisioned the scene of the golden-faced man being torn to shreds by a hail of bullets. Yet, in the next moment, he beheld the golden-faced man extending his arms, his fingers radiating a brilliant spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, and gray, shooting forth towards the thousands of city guards surrounding him. The 10-colored rays emanated with an incredibly sharp aura, akin to the swift thrust of a sword, piercing through the bodies of the 10 nearest soldiers in an instant. The onslaught did not cease. As the throng of city guards surged forward, the proximity was too close. And within moments, another 10 soldiers fell victim to the onslaught of those vibrant rays. The air was filled with the sound of slicing energy and the anguished cries of the guards, a cacophony that merged into a haunting symphony. All the soldiers struck by the 10-colored rays collapsed, lifeless and still, succumbing directly to death. In that singular initial wave of the 10-colored swords unleashed from the mysterious figure's fingers, over 100 lives were extinguished. Hu Dong gasped in disbelief, his complexion turning pale. The soldiers who had been attacking the enigmatic figure were similarly paralyzed by fear, halting their advance and retreating in panic. How could this mysterious golden-faced man have slain so many with but a single strike, with their total number barely reaching 1,000? How could they withstand multiple onslaughts from such a formidable foe? Another barrage of 10-colored rays erupted from the golden-faced man's fingertips, scattering with lethal precision, claiming the lives of dozens more city guards. The mysterious figure's hands danced in an intricate pattern, unleashing wave after wave of vibrant swords that cascaded like a torrent from his fingertips, weaving an intricate web of deadly light across the training ground. In mere moments, those ensnared within this radiant web were utterly annihilated, their bodies reduced to nothingness. In a span of just a few breaths, the once 1,000-strong contingent of city guards dwindled to a mere handful. This individual was overwhelmingly powerful. They had to flee. In that fleeting interval, Hu Dong's garments were soaked with cold sweat. Any lingering thoughts of hostility towards the mysterious golden-faced man were replaced entirely by sheer terror. Such a method of killing, such speed. Not even General Blood Eagle could achieve such feats. Without hesitation, Hu Dong turned to flee. Though he could not comprehend why the golden-faced man had unleashed such carnage upon his guards, nor could he recall ever provoking such a formidable enemy in his lifetime, he had neither the inclination nor the time to ponder it. If he did not escape now, he would surely meet his demise. The sounds of slicing energy and the cries of the city guards continued to resonate in the air. In an instant, the chilling cries of agony nearly vanished entirely. Soon after, Hu Dong heard a piercing sound of sword energy slicing through the air, rapidly approaching him from behind. Following that, he felt a sharp pain in his right knee, and immediately, the strength in his right leg ebbed away like a receding tide, causing him to stagger. Amidst this unsteady motion, Hu Dong noticed blood gushing from his right knee, which had been penetrated by the very sword energy. It was over. A wave of despair washed over Hu Dong's face. At that moment, the enigmatic figure with the golden mask appeared before him, silent yet menacing, pointing a finger towards his forehead. "Stop. I am the captain of the Golden Guard of the City Lord of Biluo County. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, City Lord Situ will not let you go." Hu Dong screamed hoarsely. "Fool." The mysterious figure finally spoke, his voice clear and with a certain crispness, suggesting he was still quite young. Young? How is that possible? Hu Dong thought instinctively. How can someone so young possess such terrifying combat prowess? Yet soon, he could think no more, for the sword energy emitted from the mysterious figure's fingertip had pierced through his forehead. "The Golden Guard is nothing but this," the masked figure muttered to himself after dispatching Hu Dong. This enigmatic figure was none other than Zhao Fang. After forging the dark golden mask and acquiring an exquisite dark golden robe, Zhao Fang executed his plan and arrived at the Eagle 3 training ground. According to his investigations, among the 5 Eagle generals of the Golden Guard, namely Yi, Xiao, Shui, Shan, and Yu, the weakest was General Shui. The 4,000-man teams under General Shui were also the least formidable. Selecting the softest target was his strategy, so Zhao Fang naturally aimed for the team under General Shui. Most of the soldiers in this 3,000-man team were merely martial masters, and even their captain was only at the 9th star martial general level. far from being his match. Furthermore, the 10 Meridian Divine Sword was renowned for its prowess in mass slaughter. With such a technique at his disposal, a mere 1,000 soldiers were no challenge at all. In less than half a T-session, the entire Eagle 3 team was obliterated by Zhao Fang. The lives of these 1,000 soldiers granted Zhao Fang hundreds of thousands of points in true power and skill proficiency, allowing him to ascend 3 levels and become a 9th-star martial general. Chapter 47. Fury in the Army. The immense power gained from his promotion filled Zhao Fang with unparalleled confidence. Originally, he intended to lurk in the shadows, systematically eliminating the 20,000-man teams under the 5 Eagle generals of the Golden Guard to enhance his strength. Once powerful enough, he planned to confront the city lord of Biluo County and the Zhao Clan. But now he had changed his mind. Merely slaughtering 1,000-man team had propelled him up 3 levels. If he were to persist and eliminate several battalions of 1,000 men each, to what heights might his prowess ascend? Perhaps by tonight, his strength could indeed reach a level sufficient to rival the lord of Biluo County and Shan. If so, why should he continue to act in secrecy? Zhao Fang promptly departed from the Eagle 3 training grounds, heading towards other military training arenas of the city guard, where he would continue his massacre. Within the Biluo County city, the 20 military training grounds of the city guard were widely dispersed, and Zhao Fang's speed in slaying was astonishingly swift. Thus, by the time Zhao Fang had decimated an entire battalion of 1,000, the remaining battalions of the city guard exhibited no reaction whatsoever. It was only after Zhao Fang had eliminated 4 more battalions that the other city guard forces finally reacted, beginning to converge in an attempt to capture him. However, by that time, Zhao Fang had already made his retreat. In the headquarters of the city guard, chaos reigned. How utterly disgraceful. In less than an hour, the mighty city guard had lost 5,000 soldiers without even gathering any intelligence on their assailant. Nor had they glimpsed even a shadow of him. You are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. The commander of the city guard, Pei Zhiqiu, erupted in fury. The 5 generals, Zui Yi, Xiaolang, Shui Ying, Shan Hu, and Yu Jiao, kneeled before Pei Zhiqiu, not daring to breathe a word. They too were filled with rage. The lineage of the city lord wielded considerable power within Biluo County. As the strongest armed force under the command of the city lord, Situ Haojia, the city guard had operated with impunity. Even the Biluo Chun and Yin clans dared not provoke them. When had anyone ever dared to challenge the city guard within Biluo County, let alone slaughter 5 battalions of city guard soldiers, totaling 5,000 men, in the span of merely 1 hour? This was an undeniable slap in the face for the city guard. If they did not swiftly address this matter, apprehending and punishing the assailant, how would the Biluo Chun and Yin clans perceive the city guard? How would the lesser families and the common folk of Biluo County view them? They would undoubtedly believe the city guard had become incapable, unworthy of the title of the foremost armed force in Biluo County. Once such thoughts took root, would the Biluo Chun and Yin clans continue to yield to them? Would the ordinary citizens of Biluo County still regard them with reverence? Certainly not. Place the entire city under martial law. Deploy all forces, and any suspicious individuals related to this incident must be eradicated without hesitation. I would rather mistakenly execute 1,000, even 10,000, than let a single one escape. Pei Zhiqiu's voice was as cold as ancient ice, and the murderous intent radiating from him chilled the very air within the city guard headquarters. The 5 generals, Zui Yi, Xiaolang, Shui Ying, Shan Hu, and Yu Jiao, shivered in unison, preparing to take their leave. Yu Jiao, hasten to the city lord's residence and report this matter to the lord, Pei Zhiqiu commanded once more. The 5 generals trembled, their faces betraying their trepidation. Having suffered such a significant setback, it is likely that, given the lord of the city's cold and ruthless temperament, he may exact his vengeance by taking the life of one among them. Reporting this matter to the lord now would be tantamount to courting disaster, and it is highly probable that one might not return. My lord, do you not think it prudent to capture that group of individuals first before proceeding further? Pei Zhiqiu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the 5 generals of the Eagle Brigade. A band of cowards. Do you truly believe that I, as your commanding officer, am unaware of your thoughts? Or do you think that even if you choose not to inform the lord, he remains oblivious to the situation? The faces of the 5 generals turned ashen. Indeed, this matter is so grave that it has likely become common knowledge throughout the city. As the ruler of this city, it is inconceivable for the lord to be unaware of such occurrences. Failing to report would be a dereliction of duty. Having suffered a significant loss, compounded by negligence, would be a grave offense. The 5 generals exchanged glances, their mutual fear intensifying. They understood the reasoning, yet dared not act. Very well, given your status, you cannot bear the weight of this issue. I shall personally speak to the lord. The 5 generals sighed in relief, their resolve hardening to track down the audacious provocateurs swiftly and to punish them with the most severe of torments. leaving no trace behind. In the Lord's mansion of Biluo County, within the study, Situ Haojia sat in a grand chair of golden nanmu inlaid with jade. Furrowing his brow as he listened to the report from the chief steward, Situ Feng, regarding recent developments in Biluo County. Once Situ Feng concluded his report, Situ Haojia narrowed his eyes and inquired, "How fares Cheng?" Cheng Er, full name Situ Cheng, is Situ Haojia's eldest legitimate son, born a prodigy with unparalleled martial aptitude. At the tender age of 10, Situ Haojia entrusted him to the Xuanji sect. Now, Situ Cheng stands as one of the 5 true disciples of the Xuanji sect. It was due to Situ Cheng's influence that Situ Feng swiftly ascended the ranks within the sect, even developing an infatuation for Mu Qingxian. Reporting to the Lord, the young master has recently made a breakthrough in his cultivation, achieving the rank of 9-star martial general, and is preparing to challenge Feng Xiu for the position of the 3rd true disciple of the Xuanji sect. Situ Feng respectfully replied, "Excellent. Splendid." Situ Haojia's face lit up with joy. He was aware of Feng Xiu, a genius from the Feng family in the capital of the Liang Kingdom, currently ranked 3rd among the 5 true disciples of the Xuanji sect. The Xuanji sect is one of the 3 great sects of the Liang Kingdom, and its true disciples hold a status even higher than that of ordinary princes and princesses of the kingdom. Situ Cheng, now the 4th true disciple of the Xuanji sect. If he can defeat Feng Xiu and ascend to the position of 3rd true disciple, the influence of the Situ lineage in the entire Liang Kingdom will undoubtedly rise to new heights. And what of Fenger? How has he fared in recent days? Understanding the situation of Situ Cheng, Situ Haojia inquired about Situ Feng. The second young master had been missing for 3 consecutive days without a trace. What? Situ Haojia's expression shifted slightly. It was implausible that there would be no news regarding Mu Qingxian, which puzzled Situ Haojia. I have heard that Mu Qingxian ventured to the remote city of Yishui after receiving a mysterious directive. Could it be that she has already rendezvoused with the enigmatic figure who issued that command in Yishui? And perhaps Feng has also crossed paths with this mysterious individual, which is why he is yet to return. Situ Haojia furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, while Situ Feng stood respectfully beside him, refraining from interrupting. The Yin family had recently allied with the Zhao family, one of the 3 foremost families in the imperial capital. In the coming days, the Zhao family would send envoys to Biluo County to assess the Yin family. Biluo County is the territory of our Situ clan. The arrival of the Zhao family presents an opportunity for us. If we could seize this chance to connect with the Zhao family, our Situ clan's influence would undoubtedly flourish. In such a crucial moment, how could Feng not be present? Feng is indeed a remarkable talent with commendable martial aptitude. Should he establish a connection with a woman from the Zhao family, it would be even more advantageous. A glimmer of hope shone in Situ Haojia's eyes. Often, promptly send a message to Feng, instructing him to return to Biluo County at once. Yes, Situ Feng replied dutifully, then retrieved a palm-sized piece of bright yellow jade from his sleeve. He gently tapped the jade with his left hand, infusing it with a vibrant azure light. The jade then transformed into a streak of yellow-green radiance, soaring from Situ Feng's palm, exiting the study, and vanishing into the sky in an instant. Reporting to the city lord, Commander Pei seeks an urgent audience, claiming he has a matter of utmost importance to discuss. At that moment, the voice of a servant from the city lord's residence echoed from outside the study. Pei Zhiqiu, a matter of such urgency? Situ Haojia was taken aback. Pei Zhiqiu commanded the city guard's Golden Eagle Army and was a 7-star martial king. In all of Biluo County, only a handful could pose a threat to him. Logically, nothing should occur within Biluo County that would warrant Pei Zhiqiu's urgency. Yet, he had made such a claim. Pei Zhiqiu was not one to speak lightly. Instantly, Situ Haojia's brow furrowed deeply. He commanded the servant to usher Pei Zhiqiu into the room. City Lord, calamity has struck. As soon as Pei Zhiqiu entered the study, he solemnly relayed the news of Zhao Fang's massacre of the city guard's Golden Eagle Army. Situ Haojia's expression grew darker with each word. Scoundrel. Useless. Damn it. Once Pei Zhiqiu finished, Situ Haojia slammed his palm onto the sturdy wooden desk before him, shattering it into SPL. My lord, please quell your thunderous wrath. This incident occurred unexpectedly, and I never could have anticipated that someone would dare to act so audaciously, committing such acts of slaughter against the city guards and the Golden Armored Army within the confines of Biluojun City. I have mobilized the city guards and the Golden Armored Army with all my strength. It is better to mistakenly kill than to allow the perpetrator to escape. We must capture that scoundrel tonight. If, after tonight, you have not apprehended him, do not show your face to me again. The voice of Situ Haojia was frigid. Yes, I shall not permit you to be disappointed again. Begone. Situ Haojia did not even cast a glance at Pei Zhiqiu. Understood. Pei Zhiqiu, filled with murderous intent, could only retreat in dejection. In Biluojun City, Zhao Fang was still engaged in a frenzied slaughter. He had slain 5,000 members of the city guards and the golden armored army, allowing him to ascend to the rank of 4-star martial king. The surge in power bolstered his confidence immensely. Initially, he intended to stealthily eliminate his foes, gradually enhancing his strength to systematically annihilate the city guards and the golden armored army before turning his attention to the Zhao Clan of Biluojun and the city lord, Situ Haojia. However, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. His strength was escalating too rapidly. At his current level, only the commander, Pei Zhiqiu, surpassed him, and even he was merely a 7-star martial king. The city guards and the golden armored army comprised a total of 20,000 soldiers. After his onslaught, there remained 15,000. Among them were 5 eagle generals of 3-star martial king level and 15 captains nearing the martial king realm. Should he eliminate these 5 eagle generals, the 15 captains, along with the remaining 15,000 soldiers, his cultivation would surely reach at least 7-star martial king. And it might even be possible to attain 9-star martial king. Thus, Zhao Fang promptly altered his strategy. Hiding? Stealthy assassinations? To hell with that. He now sought to kill openly. As the city guards and the golden armored army converged upon him, he could unleash a torrent of carnage and ascend even further. Brothers, he is but one man. Quickly, let us slay him. It would be a monumental achievement. You little wretch, perish. Swish, swish, swish. In the heart of Biluojun CI, congratulations to player Zhao Fang for vanquishing 357-star warriors, earning 499,000 experience points, 249,900 true power points, and 249,900 mastery points in divine skills. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for surpassing 1 million mastery points in divine skills, thus qualifying to unlock the divine skill gift box. Will you open the divine skill gift box? The notification from the Supreme Divine Warrior system momentarily stunned Zhao Fang, who was fervently slaughtering the city guards of the golden armored army. Over 1 million mastery points in divine skills? A divine skill gift box? Previously, his monster slaying had yielded only mastery points for the 10 Meridians divine sword. However, since achieving complete mastery of the 10 Meridians divine sword, he had only received mastery points for divine skills. Yet, he could not comprehend the purpose of these divine skill mastery points. After all, the only divine skill he possessed was the 10 Meridians divine sword, and these mastery points seemingly offered no enhancement to it. Zhao Fang found this utterly perplexing. However, he soon realized that these mastery points could indeed unlock the divine skill gift box. Did this imply that as long as he accumulated sufficient mastery points, he could unlock the divine skill gift box indefinitely and acquire divine skills without limit? This was truly extraordinary. Zhao Fang trembled with excitement, immediately declaring in his heart, "Yes, I shall open the divine skill gift box at once." Ding! The divine skill gift box has been opened. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for obtaining the divine skill, Celestial Cloud Step. Chapter 49. Slaying the Eagle General. A wondrous sensation enveloped Zhao Fang in an instant. In mere moments, he comprehended the entire essence of the Celestial Cloud Step. Simultaneously, information regarding the Celestial Cloud Step materialized in his mind. Ding. Celestial Cloud Step. 1, 145. 310, 000,000. With a glance, Zhao Fang grasped the implications of these figures. No wonder the divine skill gift box only opened after accumulating 1 million mastery points. It became clear that mastering the Celestial Cloud Step required a staggering 10 million mastery points. 1 million mastery points was merely the beginning. Zhao Fang's initially fervent excitement gradually cooled. The second divine skill required a starting point of 1 million mastery points, and reaching full mastery demanded 10 million mastery points. How many mastery points would be needed to acquire a third divine skill? Not to mention the fourth divine skill and those that followed. Such figures would be astronomical. As I suspected, acquiring divine skills is no simple feat nonetheless. The second divine skill was now in hand, significantly enhancing my strength and increasing the likelihood of overcoming the Zhao Clan of Biluo and the city lord of Biluo County. This is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. I shall first test the power of the Celestial Cloud Step. Zhao Fang promptly activated the Celestial Cloud Step. Although it was his first time employing this skill, he executed it effortlessly, as though he had mastered its myriad intricacies throughout a lifetime. With a single step, he traversed a distance of over 100 meters. Appearing ethereal and divine, his movements as elusive as smoke, leaving others baffled by his trajectory. With the ethereal elegance of the Lingyun Celestial Steps, paired with the formidable prowess of the 10-pulse divine sword, Zhao Fang unleashed a barrage of lethal 10-pulse sword chi amidst a myriad of intricate movements. This rendered his onslaught upon the city guards of the Jinwu army a swift and effortless endeavor, akin to harvesting wheat. Within mere breaths, hundreds of the Jinwu soldiers fell beneath his blade, bestowing upon him millions of experience points and hundreds of thousands of proficiency in the Lingyun celestial steps. Ah, a devil! That man is a devil. We cannot withstand him. Flee. The soldiers trembled in fear, recognizing their utter inability to confront the golden-masked figure. Only General Yinglang might be capable of subduing this golden-faced demon. The Jinwu army was paralyzed with terror as they witnessed Zhao Fang systematically eliminate nearly 1,000 of their comrades in the span of a brief tea time. While he remained unscathed, although over 2,000 Jinwu soldiers surrounded Zhao Fang, none dared to engage him further. They retreated cautiously, their eyes fixed on him, fearful of the ominous and razor-sharp 10-pulse sword chi that could obliterate them in an instant. From a distance, waves of Jinwu soldiers continued to converge upon the scene. The esteemed Eagle generals, Zui Yi and Xiao Lang, also rushed to the fray. Upon their arrival, the beleaguered Jinwu soldiers found a semblance of courage once more. Vile beast, where do you think you can escape? You wretch, surrender your life to me. Zui Yi and Xiao Lang bellowed in unison upon seeing Zhao Fang and the countless corpses of their fallen comrades. They were certain that the figure clad in an extravagant dark golden robe and an extraordinarily enchanting golden mask, surrounded by the slain, was indeed the one who had decimated their ranks. If it were not for him, how could so many have perished in such a short span? Slay that golden-faced fiend, and I shall claim the credit before the commander. Perhaps even the lord of the city will reward me. That fiend is mine, Zui Yi insisted. Both he and Xiao Lang exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual understanding. They surged toward Zhao Fang with utmost speed, their hearts filled with anticipation. For the command had been given to secure the city and capture the murderer. The 5 Eagle generals, each leading their own troops, were diligently patrolling the vicinity. Blood Eagle, Mountain Tiger, and Ghost Serpent were still engaged elsewhere, while their respective troops had caught wind of the killer's trail. This glory would be theirs. As Zui Yi and Xiao Lang approached, an overwhelming aura of true martial power surged forth. They resembled 2 shooting stars, closing the distance to Zhao Fang in an instant. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were met with 2 utterly fierce sword energies shooting forth from Zhao Fang's fingers, aimed directly at them. Child's play. A desperate struggle. Xiao Lang, this wretch's life is mine. Ha ha ha. Zui Yi and Xiao Lang dismissed the sword energies with contempt, preparing to counter with their fists. Aiming to disperse the oncoming attack, Zui Yi, in a twist of his body, punched with his left hand while extending his right toward Zhao Fang, gaining a slight edge in speed over Xiao Lang as he drew nearer. He had regarded Zhao Fang as a mere pawn. 2 fools. Zhao Fang remained unmoved. Having long seen through the true capabilities of Zui Yi and Xiao Lang, they were merely 3-star martial kings. Ever since Zhao Fang had slain 5,000 city guard troops, he had ascended to the rank of 4-star martial king. Now, having dispatched over 1,000 more city guard soldiers, he was on the brink of another breakthrough. Coupled with his 2 divine skills, he dismissed the 3-star martial kings as inconsequential. With a sharp sound, 2 strands of 10-pulse sword energy collided with the fists of Xiao Lang and Zui Yi. As the piercing noise resonated, those 2 strands of divine sword energy effortlessly pierced through the true energy enveloping their fists, breaking through the skin of their hands and directly shattering their arm bones. The sword energy did not dissipate. After penetrating their arm bones, it shot out from their shoulder blades. Instantly, the arms with which they had struck fell limply to their sides. How is this possible? This bastardess combat prowess surpasses ours. It's peerless. Retreat at once. Inform the commander immediately. Only he can subdue this abomination. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Lang and Zui Yi discerned Zhao Fang's true power, their faces paling as they halted their advance. Zui Yi even forcefully withdrew his hand, which had aimed to capture Zhao Fang. They intended to flee. But why flee? Could they escape? Since they had come, they were destined to perish. Zhao Fang's voice was cold and piercing. Multiple strands of 10-pulse sword energy erupted from him, targeting Xiao Lang and Zui Yi. Terrified, they did their utmost to evade, but the speed of the 10-pulse sword energy was too swift. Even as they pushed their agility to the limits, they could not entirely avoid it, sustaining numerous injuries as several strands of sword energy tore through their flesh, causing blood to flow profusely. Then, as their vision blurred, they found Zhao Fang had already appeared beside them. I warned you, you must die? Zhao Fang extended his hands towards Xiao Lang and Zui Yi, his fingers shimmering like a rainbow, and in an instant, dozens of multicolored sword energies pierced through them, rendering them into a sieve. Chapter 50. The commander approaches Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying 2 3-star martial kings, earning 600,000 experience points, 60,000 true energy points, and 60,000 proficiency in Lingyun steps. TCH, slaying 2 martial kings was hardly worth the effort compared to eliminating hundreds of ordinary city guard soldiers. Killing martial kings is not cost-effective, Zhao Fang murmured to himself, redirecting his gaze towards the surrounding city guard troops, who were now paralyzed with fear. These densely packed soldiers were nothing but experience points and skill points. Flee. We must escape. General Ying Lang is no match for this demon. If we linger, we will face certain death. Quickly inform the other 3 generals. We must reveal this demon's true nature to them. No, we must notify the commander. Only he can subdue this monster. In an instant, the thousands of city guard troops erupted into chaos, witnessing the demise of both Yi and Xiao at Zhao Fang's hands. Even the formidable Eagle generals could not withstand a single exchange. The confidence they had painstakingly regained shattered in an instant, causing them to scatter like frightened birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Let them serve as mere experience points for me. Zhao Fang, treading the ethereal steps of Lingyun, moved with a grace akin to a celestial being, instantly plunging into the throng. His 10-pulse sword energies erupted, claiming the lives of these city guards of the Jinwu army. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying 168 9-star martial artists, earning 512,000 experience points, 151, 200 true power points, and 151, 200 proficiency in Lingyun steps. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying 352 6-star martial artists, earning 112,000 experience points, 211, 200 true power points, and 211, 200 proficiency in Lingyun steps. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying 113 2-star generals, earning 260,000 experience points, 226,000 true power points, and 226,000 proficiency in Lingyun steps. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for leveling up. His current level is 5-star Martial King. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for reaching 2 million proficiency in Lingyun steps, upgrading to 2nd-tier Lingyun steps. Current data, 2,011, 310, 000, 000. The incessant notifications from the Divine Martial Supreme System echoed in Zhao Fang's mind, amplifying his strength. With the upgrade of Lingyun steps to the 2nd tier, his movements became not only exquisitely refined but also allowed him to traverse 200 meters with a single stride. With such agility, coupled with his lethal speed, the fleeing city guards of the Jinwu army stood no chance of escape. Within the span of a short tea break, over 3,000 city guards fell to his blade. The lives of these soldiers granted Zhao Fang yet another level up. Now, he stood as a 6-star Martial King, with Lingyun steps elevated to the 3rd tier. Yet, Zhao Fang felt little exhilaration. Previously, as a 6-star Martial General, slaying 1,000 ordinary city guards would elevate him by 3 levels, transforming him into a 9-star Martial General. After dispatching 4,000 city guards, he had only ascended 4 levels to become a 4-star Martial King. Now, after yet another slaughter of nearly 4,000 city guards, he had only risen 2 levels, becoming a 6-star Martial King. What did this signify? It indicated that while leveling up remained a possibility, the challenges only grew more formidable as one progressed. Half of the Jinwu army had already fallen to his might. Zhao Fang estimated that the remaining half might only elevate him to 9-star Martial King, or perhaps merely to 8-star Martial King. An 8-star Martial King might not stand a chance against the Lord of Biluo County. Zhao Fang furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast. Even if he could only achieve the rank of 8-star Martial King and lack the confidence to defeat the Lord of Biluo County, Sidu Haojia, possessing 2 divine skills, he still held a fighting chance. Furthermore, even in defeat, could he not escape? Now, with his Lingyun steps allowing him to cover 200 meters in a single bound, possibilities lay before him. As he ascends to the rank of an 8-star Martial King, mastering the celestial steps, he could potentially elevate himself to the 7th, 8th, or even 9th tier. At that point, each stride would span 7, 8, or even 900 meters. He is confident that the Lord of Biluo County cannot match his speed. Even if he were to lose, he could still escape. Thus, why not take a gamble? Should fortune favor him, he could eliminate both the Lord of Biluo County and the Chun clan tonight. If he were to lose, it would merely entail a slight delay. As night deepens, the chilly wind blows, and the starless expanse of the heavens looms above. Zhao Fang stands resolutely in the city center of Biluo County. A figure as steadfast as a pine and as imposing as a mountain. The street is strewn with over 4,000 lifeless bodies, each marked with at least 1 sword wound. Blood gushes from these wounds, pooling into a crimson stream that flows along the cobblestones. The stench of blood rises to the heavens. The residents nearby huddle together, trembling in fear. Some, in their cowardice, are so frightened that they lose control of their bowels. How could this happen to the city guards of the Golden Armored Army? Over 4,000 of them, slain in mere half an hour? Among them were 2 eagle generals. Most horrifying of all, they perished at the hands of a single individual. It is utterly terrifying. The commotion from Zhao Fang's massacre was so loud that it echoed through the city, prompting the curious residents to peep through windows and door cracks to witness the unfolding chaos. To their astonishment, they beheld the entire battalion of over 4,000 city guards, along with the 2 eagle generals, dispatched within a brief half-hour by a mysterious figure clad in an opulent dark golden robe and adorned with a lavish golden mask. The street was awash in blood, yet the enigmatic man remained unscathed. Is this even human? How could such power exist? The ordinary citizens were paralyzed with fear, terrified that the masked figure might not be finished and could invade their homes to slay them as well. Zhao Fang had stood on the street for over 10 minutes. Strangely, no other members of the Golden Armored Army had appeared before him during this time. However, after 15 minutes, a distant yet synchronized sound of heavy footsteps suddenly resonated. The sound grew closer and more thunderous until a throng of city guards materialized before Zhao Fang. In terms of numbers, this contingent exceeded 10,000. And at the forefront stood a formidable general clad in dark golden armor, robust in stature, exuding a powerful aura. Riding a fearsome beast that resembled both a tiger and a leopard, with antlers sprouting from its head and hooves beneath its feet. The aura emanating from the general was truly terrifying. After casting a glance over the corpses strewn across the street, his gaze fixated on Zhao Fang. A sight even more dreadful. Chapter 51. The massacre of the entire army. The general clad in dark golden armor, mounted upon a fierce beast, was none other than Pei Zhiqiu, the commander of the city guard's Jinwu army. Upon emerging from the lord's residence, Pei Zhiqiu returned to the barracks of the Jinwu army to coordinate the search, commanding the 5 leading generals to scour the city for the mysterious individual who had dared to provoke them. However, after merely a brief interval, he received urgent messages from the generals Zui Yi and Xiao Lang, indicating that the enigmatic figure had been located. This mysterious individual donned an exquisitely ornate dark golden robe and a resplendent, bewitching golden mask, presenting as a youth. The prowess of this mysterious figure was formidable. Even the combined forces of Zui Yi and Xiao Lang found themselves outmatched. Within the span of a mere half-tea time, over 1,000 soldiers of the Jinwu army had already perished at the hands of the masked youth. Zui Yi and Xiao Lang emphasized in their correspondence that deploying regular soldiers would be futile against this golden masked youth. Even summoning the 5 leading generals might not suffice to subdue him. Perhaps only the commander himself could achieve victory. This alarming message reached not only Pei Zhiqiu, but also the generals Blood Eagle, Mountain Tiger, and Ghost Flood, who promptly inquired how to proceed. Pei Zhiqiu immediately commanded Blood Eagle, Mountain Tiger, and Ghost Flood to refrain from acting independently, instead gathering their forces and awaiting his arrival. Pei Zhiqiu swiftly departed from the military encampment, dispatching messages to Zui Yi and Xiao Lang to delay the golden masked youth. His speed was remarkable. From the moment he sent out the message to the assembly of 10,000 soldiers, it took less than half a tea time. Yet, upon reaching the city center, the sight that greeted him was one of utter devastation. They were all dead. Nearly 5,000 soldiers of the Jinwu army had perished. Zui Yi and Xiao Lang as well. All were lost. You wretched brat, you shall pay for this. Pei Zhiqiu fixated his glare on the figure in the dark golden robe not far away, his throat constricting as he spoke, his voice akin to rusted metal grinding against itself. A sound grating to it is no wonder that both Zui Yi and Xiao Lang met their demise at the hands of the golden-masked man. The 5 eagle generals are merely 3-star martial kings, rendering them incapable of matching such a formidable opponent. Yet, what perplexes me is that even if the golden-masked man were indeed a 6-star martial king, it would be inconceivable for him to have slaughtered nearly 10,000 city guard troops in such a brief span of time. Can it be that his martial prowess does not wane? This seems rather implausible. A sense of doubt flickered within Pei Zhiqiu. After all, even if he personally intervened, it would be impossible for him to eliminate 10,000 city guard soldiers in such a short duration. It is crucial to remember that these are not mere commoners. Each soldier in the city guard is a skilled warrior. Such a scenario defies all logic. There must be some hidden agenda at play. Pei Zhiqiu's brow furrowed in contemplation. Furthermore, why did the golden-masked man not flee after slaying Zui Yi and Xiao Lang? Does he believe he can triumph over me? Yet, even if he could best me, I am not alone. There is the city lord and the grand offering behind me. Can it be that the golden-masked man dares to challenge the city lord? To contend with the grand offering? This is utterly impossible. The city lord is a 9-star martial king, and the grand offering is an 8-star martial king. Shuiying, Shanhua, and Youjiao heed my command. Rally your troops and annihilate this scoundrel. Pei Zhiqiu suddenly issued a solemn decree. His initial intention was to personally capture the golden masked man, subjecting him to relentless torment until he faced an inescapable dilemma of life and death. However, the more he pondered, the more uncertainty clouded his mind. The elusive nature of the golden masked man left him apprehensive. Thus, he hesitated to act personally, fearful that the golden masked man might conceal his true strength and lay a trap for him. Consequently, he opted to alter his strategy, entrusting Shui Ying and the others to lead the charge with nearly 10,000 city guard soldiers. Even if Shui Ying and his companions proved no match for the golden masked man, the sheer number of soldiers would surely compel the revelation of the man's true capabilities. Should it become evident that the golden masked man's strength surpasses his own, he would retreat and leave the matter to the city lord. Conversely, if the golden masked man were merely posturing, possessing no more than the strength of a 6-star martial king, then Pei Zhiqiu's expression grew fierce, his disdain palpable as he fixed his gaze upon the golden masked man. Shui Ying, Shanhua, and Yo Jiao had already set forth, leading nearly 10,000 soldiers toward their adversary. Come forth. In the face of the overwhelming advance of the city guard, which seemed poised to collapse the very street beneath them, Zhao Fang exhibited not a trace of trepidation. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. This 10,000-strong city guard, alongside the 3 eagle generals, appeared as an unstoppable force, yet in his eyes, they were not but a mere assemblage of insignificant entities. Among them, only the commander of the city guard warranted his respect, if only for the present moment. Once he had dispatched a few thousand of the city guard, that perception would surely change. With a resounding roar, Zhao Fang unleashed a series of golden ripples from his mouth, radiating outward like ripples upon a tranquil surface, directed at the oncoming city guard soldiers. Soundwave killing technique. Golden Lion roars to the heavens. With Zhao Fang's current cultivation level, the Golden Lion roar technique could effortlessly obliterate even a 9-star martial general. The thunderous battle cries of the 10,000 city guard Jinwu army, though astonishing, were utterly suppressed by his single roar. The foremost ranks of the city guard Jinwu army were the first to be struck by the resonating waves of sound, resulting in the instantaneous explosion of hundreds into a crimson mist. This terrifying and surreal spectacle caused the initially aggressive city guard Jinwu army to falter, while those who remained unscathed by the golden sound waves hesitated, retreating in panic as if fleeing from ghosts or disease, desperate to avoid the lethal resonance. Even Blood Eagle, Mountain Tiger, and Ghost Serpent dared not confront the golden sound waves directly, opting instead to withdraw. The strangeness of the golden sound waves was overwhelming. In a single strike, they had caused hundreds of fatalities, coupled with the over 4,000 corpses of the city guard Jinwu army already strewn across the long street. An instinctive dread of the golden-faced man took root in the hearts of Blood Eagle, Mountain Tiger, and Ghost Serpent. They were genuinely afraid. Chapter 52. The Might of One. Decimating an entire army. With a single roar, he quelled the charge of an entire 10,000 men. What sheer authority! What terror! The city guard Jinwu army disbanded in chaos. Zhao Fang took a step and instantly vanished from his original position, plunging into the disarray of the city guard Jinwu army, his 10 meridian divine sword energy radiating fiercely. Roaring incessantly, the golden sound waves surged like a tidal wave, cascading outward. The 10-colored sword energy, vibrant and resplendent, traversed the skies with unparalleled grace. Hundreds of lives from the city guard Jinwu army were abruptly severed. Within mere breaths, over 1,000 soldiers perished at Zhao Fang's hands. A demon. This man was nothing short of a demon. Had he risen from the depths of hell, a harbinger of death? Such terror was insurmountable. Commander, please act swiftly. No one dared to strike at Zhao Fang anymore, despite him being alone. The once 10,000 now dwindled to merely 7,000 city guard Jinwu soldiers, utterly paralyzed by fear of Zhao Fang. His initial attack had claimed hundreds of lives, the act of killing akin to mowing grass. Who could remain unafraid? Blood Eagle, Mountain Tiger, and Ghost Serpent fled in all directions, no longer daring to approach Zhao Fang, calling out to Pei Zhiqiu for assistance. Previously, they had dismissed the messages from Zui Yi and Xiao Lang as exaggerated. After all, how could one person stand against 1,000 troops? How could a solitary individual contend with an iron-blooded army? Yet at this moment, they finally comprehended that Zui Yi and Xiao Lang's warnings had been devoid of any embellishment. The golden-faced man before them was truly terrifying. A being so fearsome he seemed beyond human comprehension. You little bastard. I thought you were merely bluffing. But it turns out you are just an ignorant fool staring into a well. Pei Zhiqiu finally made his move. He propelled himself off the beast beneath him, transforming into a streak of dark green light as he charged towards the golden-faced man, his speed astonishing and the emerald glow radiating blindingly. He pondered deeply. convinced that he had thoroughly discerned the true nature of the golden-masked figure. Although the figure exuded an aura of ferocity that instilled fear, the actual combat prowess displayed was merely that of a 6-star martial king. A 6-star martial king, audacious enough to act with such arrogance? Pei Zhiqiu no longer doubted that the golden-masked individual was concealing their strength, not solely due to the level of combat power exhibited, but also because of the youthful timbre of their voice. That voice was undeniably youthful. From it, Pei Zhiqiu surmised that the golden-masked figure was likely no older than 16 or 17. How formidable could one be at such a tender age? To achieve the rank of 6-star martial king by the age of 16 or 17 was already astonishingly extraordinary. Could one possibly attain an even higher level of cultivation? Such a feat seemed utterly implausible. At the very least, Pei Zhiqiu had never heard of anyone reaching the status of 6-star martial king at such a young age. In fact, across the entirety of the Liang kingdom, there had not been a single instance of a martial king of that age in the past several decades. Thus, Pei Zhiqiu concluded that the golden-masked figure's cultivation was, at most, that of a 6-star martial king. Pei Zhiqiu further comprehended that the reason the golden-masked figure had managed to slay thousands of city guards from the Jinwu army in such a brief span was not due to superior cultivation, but rather the two martial techniques they wielded. The soundwave technique and the one that unleashed a spectrum of sword chi were both area of effect skills, exceedingly profound. The ordinary city guards possessed insufficient cultivation to withstand such overwhelming techniques, rendering them akin to ants, easily dispatched. However, such area of effect skills would be utterly ineffective against him. With a mere gesture, he could dismantle the golden-masked figure's martial techniques. In an instant, Pei Zhiqiu closed the distance to Zhao Fang, launching a powerful punch aimed at his solar plexus. Yet, just as Pei Zhiqiu materialized before Zhao Fang, the latter abruptly vanished from sight. Zhao Fang was not inclined to engage Pei Zhiqiu directly. Despite the rampant carnage, he remained acutely aware of Pei Zhiqiu's every move. His current cultivation was insufficient to subdue Pei Zhiqiu. He needed to continue his slaughter. The golden lion's roar persisted, and the tin-colored sword chi continued to surge forth, as the massacre of the city guards also pressed on. "You insolent brat! How dare you?" Pei Zhiqiu bellowed, his eyes reddening as he witnessed Zhao Fang evade his strike and reappear elsewhere to continue decimating the city guards. Enraged, his murderous intent intensified, transforming him into a streak of dark green light as he charged towards Zhao Fang. Yet, upon reaching Zhao Fang's previous location, the latter again vanished, only to reappear in another spot. "Any deserters shall be treated as traitors, and I shall personally dispose of them." Pei Zhiqiu bellowed in fury. Blood Eagle, Mountain Tiger, and Ghost Zhao were the first to react, realizing that the golden-masked figure was indeed fleeing in terror from Pei Zhiqiu, not daring to confront him. Had it not been for the figure's extraordinary agility, which prevented Pei Zhiqiu from grasping even the hem of his garment, he might have already slain him. Thus, if we can intercept the golden-masked figure's escape route, forcing him to engage in combat with the commander, his demise would be inevitable. Soon, other soldiers of the city guard and golden-armored army recognized this as well. Although they still feared Zhao Fang, these soldiers, forged in the crucible of battle, quickly reformed their ranks, encircling Zhao Fang from all directions to block his escape. "Ha ha ha, you little wretch, where do you think you can run now?" Pei Zhiqiu exclaimed with delight upon witnessing this. Yet, Zhao Fang's expression remained unchanged. He continued to roar as 10 streams of colorful sword energy poured forth from his fingers, wreaking havoc upon his foes. Hundreds of soldiers from the city guard fell beneath his strikes. Nevertheless, the remaining soldiers, seemingly undeterred by death, pressed forward, narrowing Zhao Fang's area of movement. "Die, you little wretch!" Pei Zhiqiu charged towards Zhao Fang once more, unleashing a dual-fisted assault akin to twin dragons emerging from the sea. One fist aimed at Zhao Fang's heart, the other at his dantian. His speed, force, and ferocity were absolute. Even a fellow 7-star martial king would not dare to face his onslaught head-on. At this moment, both he and Zhao Fang found themselves encircled by nearly 7,000 soldiers of the city guard, confined to a space of merely several dozen meters. In this limited area, Pei Zhiqiu was filled with confidence that he could vanquish Zhao Fang. Chapter 53. Advancing to 7-star martial king. How large is a space of several dozen meters? Merely a small area of about 100 square meters. Within such confines, Pei Zhiqiu's speed would allow him to reach any point in an instant. Even if the golden-masked figure's movements were intricate and enigmatic, he was confident in his ability to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as his fists surged towards the golden figure, the latter vanished from his sight once more. "Where are you fleeing to?" Pei Zhiqiu roared, disappearing from his original position as he relentlessly pursued the golden-masked figure. "Flee!" Zhao Fang smirked, a look of disdain upon his face. He continued to shout, his sword energy weaving like a net, his heart devoid of any panic. The remaining nearly 7,000 soldiers of the city guard encircled him, although this reduced his mobility. It also made it easier for him to eliminate his foes. Golden sound waves surged forth like a tide, each wave capable of claiming the lives of numerous soldiers. The sword energy surged, with a single strike capable of piercing through the bodies of dozens of soldiers. His killing speed intensified, and the proficiency of his Lingyun immortal steps accumulated at a frenzied pace. After 3 more breaths, his proficiency finally reached 3 million points. Ding! Congratulations to the player Zhao Fang, whose proficiency in the Lingyun celestial steps has accumulated to 3 million points, unlocking the 3rd tier of the technique. The current data of the Lingyun celestial steps stands at 3,045,000 out of 10,000,000. The alert sound of the divine martial supreme system resonated once more in Zhao Fang's mind. In that fleeting moment, he fully grasped the profound intricacies of the 3rd tier of the Lingyun celestial steps. With a stride, he covered 300 meters. His form danced and shifted with an enigmatic grace, even as the surrounding city guards of the Jinwu army grew increasingly reckless, encircling him and constricting his movement. Yet, his figure became ever more ethereal, rendering Pei Zhiqiu unable to perceive his whereabouts, let alone engage him in direct combat. The chaos of battle persisted, with anguished cries echoing through the air. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 soldiers of the Jinwu army perished at Zhao Fang's hands. Commander, please unleash your lethal strike and eliminate this fiend. Commander, we can scarcely hold on any longer. Commander, if this continues, our Jinwu army may face total annihilation. Blood Eagle, Mountain Tiger, and Ghost Flood Dragon were on the verge of madness. They dared not confront Zhao Fang head-on like the ordinary soldiers, for that would mean certain death. Instead, they flitted around him, launching aerial assaults in an attempt to corner Zhao Fang and slow his evasive maneuvers, hoping to force him into a direct confrontation with Pei Zhiqiu. Yet their attacks failed to even graze the edges of Zhao Fang's attire. As the number of Jinwu soldiers dwindled, the bodies surrounding Zhao Fang multiplied. The hearts of the 3 grew ever colder. You little bastard. If you have the courage, face our commander directly. Preying on ordinary soldiers is no true skill. Coward. Do not flee. I will have your head. Pei Zhiqiu, too, was frantic. He could see that if the golden-masked man continued his slaughter, within the span of a tea time, the remaining thousands of Jinwu soldiers would all fall to him. At that point, he, the commander of the Jinwu army, would be left as a mere figurehead. What alarmed him further was the realization that once the golden-masked man had eliminated all the soldiers, he would undoubtedly escape with ease. For his movements were so exquisitely elusive and his speed astonishingly swift that Pei Zhiqiu knew he could never catch him. Even more terrifying was the observation that the golden-masked man showed no signs of fatigue after dispatching thousands of soldiers, and his movements seemed to grow increasingly perplexing. How is this possible? How can this be? Pei Zhiqiu was incredulous, but the reality before him left him no choice but to believe. Reluctantly, he resolved to swallow his pride and seek assistance from the esteemed patrons. A sense of humiliation washed over him, yet he recognized that alone. He was powerless against this youthful golden-masked adversary. A jade pendant materialized in his hand, and in an instant, it transformed into a beam of light, soaring toward the city lord's mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the player Zhao Fang on his promotion. He is now a 7-star martial king. As Pei Zhiqiu activated the communication jade pendant, the alert tone of the divine martial supreme system resonated within Zhao Fang's mind. Immediately, an overwhelming force enveloped Zhao Fang entirely, seamlessly integrating into his blood, bones, and sinews. At that moment, Pei Zhiqiu noticed that the golden-masked figure, which had been fleeing, suddenly ceased its movement. Elated, Pei Zhiqiu, though puzzled by the figure's abrupt halt, dismissed the thought. In confrontations between masters, victory or defeat often hinges on the briefest of moments. The time the golden-masked figure paused was sufficient for him to close the distance and strike, delivering a fatal blow. You little wretch, die for my army. Pei Zhiqiu's visage twisted into a snarl as he closed in on Zhao Fang, launching a dual assault. One fist aimed at Zhao Fang's head, the other at his throat. This time, Zhao Fang did not employ the Lingyun immortal steps to vanish. Instead, he countered, extending his palm to meet Pei Zhiqiu's fists. Great force stone-slaying palm. Bang! Bang! The clash of palm and fist echoed, resonating like thunder. Pei Zhiqiu felt as though his strikes had collided with 2 colossal mountains. The immense backlash coupled with the golden-masked figure's formidable power reverberating through his fists, cascading up his arms, and surging into his chest. In an instant, his internal organs roiled, and his complexion flushed crimson as the surge of energy coursed through him. Pei Zhiqiu staggered backward, barely managing to diffuse the overwhelming force. Otherwise, the sheer might could have resulted in internal bleeding. How is this possible? How do you possess such tremendous strength? This is beyond what a 6-star martial king could wield. Pei Zhiqiu exclaimed in disbelief. Who told you I am a 6-star martial king? Zhao Fang replied coldly. The divine martial supreme system truly lived up to its reputation as a miraculous entity. Upon his advancement, he had instantly reached the pinnacle of the 7-star martial king realm. Even a commonly known technique like the great force stone-slaying palm in his hands was sufficient to effortlessly repel Pei Zhiqiu. You are not a 6-star martial king. Impossible. I have seen clearly. It cannot be. Pei Zhiqiu's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face. How did you transform into a 7-star martial king? It cannot be. Were you concealing your true cultivation before? That is inconceivable. Under the full assault of the city guard's golden armored army, even the city lord would not be able to hide their cultivation. They would have to strike with all their might. Such a plethora of questions. Save them for your descent to hell, where you may inquire of King Yama. Zhao Fang retorted fiercely, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, the 10 meridians, sword chi, shooting forth like blinding light, dense as a net. Chapter 54. The whole city trembles if the great force stone-slaying palm could easily send Pei Zhiqiu reeling. How could he withstand the onslaught of the 10 meridians, sword chi? Pei Zhiqiu had witnessed the terrifying power of this sword energy, capable of claiming hundreds of lives in the blink of an eye. Such a divine technique was not something he dared to confront head-on. Moreover, in his perception, the current 10 meridians sword chi was at least several times more formidable than before. This sword energy was now a genuine threat to his life. He retreated frantically, desperately evading the impending doom. However, the 10 meridians sword energies moved with the swiftness of light and the density of a net. How could he possibly evade them? In an instant, his entire body was pierced by countless sword marks from the 10 meridian sword energies. His left scapula and right thigh were even penetrated by an orange and a crimson sword energy, causing blood to gush forth. His body lost its balance in that fleeting moment, and the unsteady state rendered his speed significantly slower. The oncoming 10-colored sword energies surged forth with even greater ferocity and density. Moreover, a cluster of 10-colored sword energies intertwined, seemingly forming a mysterious and profound formation. This formation of 10-colored sword energies swept across the sky, unleashing immense power that enveloped him entirely, pressing down upon him like a colossal mountain, freezing his movements. Even if he were uninjured, under the oppressive might of such an enigmatic formation, he would find no reprieve, unable to evade its grasp, forced to endure the onslaught. And now, in his wounded state, it was over. A sense of despair blossomed within Pei Zhiqiu. He understood too well the significance of the phrase that in battles between masters, victory and defeat lay within a mere hair's breadth. Now, he was suppressed by that terrifying formation of 10-colored sword energies, his movements severely hindered. Taking advantage of his predicament, the relentless surge of 10-colored sword energies was more than sufficient to slay him tenfold, 100-fold. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 10-colored sword energies tore through the air, as he had anticipated, effortlessly piercing through his entire body. His throat, heart, dantian, and the center of his brow were all penetrated by the 10-colored sword energies. I hate. In that fleeting moment, Pei Zhiqiu was as dead as one could be. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying a 7-star martial king, earning 700,000 experience points, 70,000 true power points, and 70,000 proficiency in the Lingyun celestial steps. The notification from the divine martial supreme system echoed in the air. Simultaneously, the once fearless city guard army, which had rushed towards him with reckless abandon, suddenly crumbled. Blood Eagle, Mountain Tiger, and Ghost Flood Dragon also fell into despair. The death of Pei Zhiqiu acted as the last straw, obliterating the remnants of hope that lingered in their hearts. If Pei Zhiqiu had perished, who could possibly restrain that golden-masked figure? Perhaps the Grand Offering could subdue him. Perhaps the City Lord could manage it. Yet, both the Grand Offering and the City Lord were not present at this moment. They could send messages to the Grand Offering and the City Lord, but by the time those two arrived, they feared they would have already been slain by that god of death and golden mask. Thus, the only option for preserving their lives was to flee. Thousands of city guard soldiers scattered in all directions. Zhao Fang moved like a ghost among the fleeing soldiers, harvesting their lives. He targeted the groups of soldiers that had managed to escape furthest first. For those who had not fled far enough, he used his golden lion's roar and 10 meridian sword energies to block their path. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Roars of slaughter shook the heavens. The scent of blood filled the air. My lord, spare me. General Blood Eagle, caught by Zhao Fang, was instantly paralyzed by fear, his legs trembling, lacking the courage or will to confront Zhao Fang, and he fell to his knees, begging for mercy. As soon as his words left his lips, his brow was pierced by a blade of sword energy. Not long after, the mountain tiger eagle general was also caught up by Zhao Fang. Witnessing the fate of the blood eagle, with no thoughts of surrender remaining, the mountain tiger launched a desperate assault against Zhao Fang. Yet as he struck, he too was met with a piercing green sword energy that pierced his heart. The city guards of the Golden Crow army fell like wheat before Zhao Fang. Their lives reaped mercilessly, while Zhao Fang's experience points and proficiency in the Lingyun celestial steps surged uncontrollably. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for accumulating 4 million points in Lingyun celestial steps proficiency, unlocking the 4th tier of Lingyun celestial steps, with current data at 4051. 00010, 000. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for accumulating 5 million points in Lingyun celestial steps proficiency, unlocking the 5th tier of Lingyun celestial steps, with current data at 5002, 00010, 000. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for accumulating 6 million points in Lingyun celestial steps proficiency, unlocking the 6th tier of Lingyun celestial steps, with current data at 6035, 00010, 000. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for leveling up. Now an 8-star martial king, with the advancement of the Lingyun celestial steps and the elevation of his own cultivation. The fleeing guards of the Golden Crow army could no longer escape Zhao Fang's wrath. The scent of blood grew increasingly pungent, as the long street became entirely submerged in blood, littered with corpses. The residents near the long street were paralyzed with terror. The city guards pleaded in anguish for mercy, while Zhao Fang enacted his bloodthirsty slaughter like a demon. The city of Biluo trembled. A massacre unfolded in broad daylight, targeting the once formidable city guards of Biluo, whom few dared to provoke. In a single sweep, all guards were exterminated, including the 5 great eagle generals and their commander, Pei Zhiqiu. Such an event had never transpired in the history of Biluo, nor had anything so heinous been recorded in the annals of the Liang kingdom. This incident was monumental. The residents of Biluo, situated at a distance from the long street, remained largely unaware of the happenings, only hearing the thunderous cries of battle and catching a whiff of blood. However, the various families within Biluo were fully aware of the unfolding events. Shortly after Zhao Fang dispatched the first batch of the city guards, these families sent scouts to search for Zhao Fang's whereabouts within Biluo. After all, one who dared to brazenly slaughter the city guards in such a manner must surely be a peerless fiend. How could these families not be terrified? Thus, they sought to gather information about this villain, hoping to negotiate with him or at least devise effective means of protection. Yet, they could never have imagined that the figure clad in dark golden robes, adorned with an exquisite and enchanting golden mask, was capable of such brutality, annihilating the city guards in an instant. This was nothing short of the methods of a hellish demon. Upon receiving reports from their scouts, the patriarchs of these families were instantly paralyzed with fear. Subsequently, the patriarchs of these families promptly recalled their scouts. They dared not send out any more spies to gather information on the formidable individual, and hastily convened all members of their clans, cautioning them with great care, fearing that any misstep could provoke the wrath of that fearsome being, bringing catastrophic ruin upon their families. After all, to annihilate the entire city guard in such a brief span of time, such a ruthless figure could only be rivaled by the lord of the city, the Yin clan, and the Chun clan within the entire Bailuo County city. Chapter 55. Wuzong Chun Kai Shan in the Chun clan's hall within Bailuo County. The clan leader Chen Chong Tian sat upright, facing Yin Dong Han, the leader of the Yin clan, in the lavish and spacious Chen hall. Only the two of them occupied the space. Both wore grave expressions, and after a moment of silent exchange, Yin Dong Han spoke in a deep voice. I wonder, Brother Chong Tian, what is your perspective on that cloaked figure with the golden mask? Chen Chong Tian remained silent. This night, Bailuo County was far from tranquil. An unprecedented calamity had occurred, as a figure clad in dark gold robes had committed a massacre in the streets, eliminating a staggering 20,000 members of the city guard. This was a tragedy that defied description. The magnitude of such a disaster had reverberated throughout Bailuo County, instilling fear in all who dared to confront the golden-masked figure. Every family trembled, terrified that the mysterious and brutal figure might pay them a visit. Though all families were certain that they bore no grudges against the golden-masked individual and had never offended such a powerful being, none could decipher how the city guard had incurred the wrath of this formidable entity. The thoughts of a powerful being are inscrutable. Legends tell of unparalleled warriors who, on a whim, could devastate an entire city, and of evil sovereigns who could bring down a nation for their own selfish desires. Thus, for all families, the enigmatic golden-masked figure represented a precarious bomb, one that could detonate within any clan at any moment. Yin Donghan had come seeking counsel regarding this mysterious figure. He seemed intent on forming an alliance with the Chun clan to confront the golden-masked individual together. After all, given the exhibited prowess of this figure, the Yin clan alone would likely find it difficult to withstand such a force. Yet, could the Chun clan alone hope to resist this enigmatic being? Chun Chang Tian pondered inwardly, anxiety gnawing at him. After gently sipping his tea, Chun Chang Tian finally spoke. That individual is exceedingly fearsome, their combat prowess immeasurable, and their actions unpredictable. I cannot fathom them. I cannot either. Yin Donghan sighed softly, then continued, since we are both at a loss, why not support each other and advance together? Chun Chang Tian remained silent. Brother Chang Tian, why do you hesitate? Do you truly believe that the Chun clan alone possesses the strength to contend with that golden-masked figure? Yin Donghan's tone grew urgent. Why not? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from outside the hall. Both Chun Chang Tian and Yin Donghan's expressions shifted slightly. As their countenances changed, a tall figure unexpectedly appeared before them. Chen Kaishan. Upon seeing him, Yin Donghan's expression turned somewhat grim. Kaishan, you have emerged from your seclusion? Chun Chang Tian, on the other hand, looked pleasantly surprised. 20 days prior, Chun Kaishan unexpectedly proclaimed his intention to break through his cultivation, announcing his retreat into seclusion. It is noteworthy that Chun Kaishan had already attained the pinnacle of a 9-star martial king. Should he achieve further advancement, he would undoubtedly ascend to the revered rank of martial zone. In the entire realm of Liang, the martial zone stands as a paragon of strength, unparalleled by any other. Since the founding of the Liang kingdom, apart from the 3 colossal families within the royal capital, no other faction has ever produced a martial zone. Should Chun Kaishan attain this status, the influence of the Bai Luochen clan would soar to unprecedented heights. This explains why Yin Donghan hesitated when suggesting mutual assistance between the Chun and Yin families. Not only are the Chun and Yin families natural rivals, but the Chun clan also possesses a slight edge in power. Furthermore, with Chun Kaishan's seclusion, if he succeeds in his endeavor, the Chun clan would be utterly incomparable to the Yin clan. The Yin clan would lack the qualification to ally with the Chun clan. Moreover, if Chun Kaishan successfully breaks through, he might not even require assistance to vanquish the enigmatic figure with the golden mask. At that point, what need would the Chun clan have to collaborate with the Yin clan? Kaishan, have you succeeded? Chun Changtian inquired cautiously, suppressing his excitement. Of course. Chun Kaishan replied with a calm demeanor, yet an overwhelming aura erupted from him, swirling like a tempest and causing the entire hall to resonate with a thunderous sound. Yin Donghan's expression shifted dramatically, betraying disbelief, intertwined with a hint of trepidation. He pointed at Chun Kaishan, stammering, "Why, you have actually broken through to the realm of martial zone? Is there a problem?" Chun Kaishan shot a sidelong glance at Yin Donghan. "No, there is absolutely no problem. Chun Kaishan, you truly deserve the title of the foremost genius of Bailuo County. You are formidable, truly formidable." Yin Donghan sighed deeply, his countenance tinged with a hint of melancholy. The existence of Chun Kaishan alone had already overshadowed the Yin clan, yet with their centuries of familial heritage, the Yin clan had managed to contend with the Chun clan. However, now that Chun Kaishan had become a martial zone, the Yin clan's capacity to oppose the Chun clan had evaporated. Would there still be a place for the Yin clan in Bailuo County? Perhaps, before long, the Yin clan would be relegated to a second-rate family, no longer among the elite of Bailuo County. No, I will not allow this to happen. The union between Wanwan and the Zhao clan of the royal capital must be fervently pursued. If this were to succeed, with the Zhao clan as a backing, even if Chun Kaishan is a martial zone, he would be unable to stir a tempest. Yin Donghan's thoughts raced. Chun Kaishan regarded Yin Donghan with increasing disdain, stating, "Well then, Yin clan leader, what are you still doing here? You should leave at once. The Chun clan does not welcome you." "Please, Yin clan leader," Chun Changtian interjected. With Chun Kaishan's ascension to martial zone, Chun Changtian's resolve solidified. Even against the formidable golden-masked figure, could he truly pose a challenge to a martial zone? Even hypothetically, that mysterious figure might not even seek to trouble the Chun clan. "Humph, I take my leave." Yin Donghan huffed coldly, casting a resentful glare at Chun Changtian and Chun Kaishan before storming out. What a mere jester. Observing the retreating figure of Yin Donghan, Chun Kaishan scoffed. "Kaishan, you are aware of the matter concerning the enigmatic golden-masked individual, are you not?" Chun Changtian's expression turned serious once more. Despite Chun Kaishan being a martial master, he still regarded the mysterious golden figure with caution. "Naturally, I wonder how the clan leader intends to respond." Chun Kaishan nodded. I wish to hear your thoughts on this matter first. My thoughts? Indeed. Then let us remain uninvolved and indifferent. That is a sound perspective. I share the same sentiment. Chen Changtian concurred. After all, we are uncertain of the golden figure's true nature, and he has not displayed any hostility towards our Chen clan. Thus we need not provoke him. In truth, I find the golden figure rather intriguing. Chen Kaishan's face suddenly exhibited an enigmatic expression, causing Chen Changtian to tighten his features. Chapter 56. The Four Great Offerings. Chen Changtian was aware of Chen Kaishan's pride since childhood, unwilling to be overshadowed by others. 18 years prior, when a prodigy from the Zhao Clan waged war in Biluo County, silencing all the local talents, Chen Kaishan had audaciously confronted this Zhao prodigy. Therefore, Chen Changtian feared that Chen Kaishan might rashly engage the golden figure. Just as he contemplated advising him, Chen Kaishan continued, "Never mind, let us observe the unfolding events. Once the golden figure incident has passed, I shall stretch my limbs. By then, what concern is there for the Yin clan or the city lord's manor to persist? Clan leader, you may continue with your tasks. I will check on my toys. It has been over 20 years. I wonder how that old fellow is faring." In an instant, Chen Kaishan vanished from the hall, leaving Chen Changtian perplexed. Toys? What sort of toys could Kaishan possibly have? Wait, could it be that the toy he refers to is the elder of the Yushui Zhao clan? In a secluded wooden cabin within Biluo County, an elder sat cross-legged, his true energy radiating like the sun, illuminating the entire room. The elder emanated an intangible profoundness that caused the cabin to tremble, as if it might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, a stream of dark green light darted in from outside, merging with the elder's waist. Subsequently, a bright yellow jade talisman at his waist glowed brilliantly, its light soft and warm, resembling a miniature sun. The elder's tightly closed eyes abruptly opened, and the brilliant radiance of his true energy came to an abrupt halt. Interesting, Pei Zhiqiu would seek my assistance. This is truly unprecedented, the elder murmured, then closed his eyes once more. I wonder what predicament Pei Zhiqiu has encountered to compel someone of his stature to seek help so desperately. Very well. I shall grant Pei Zhiqiu the courtesy. We all serve under the lord of Sidu City, and it would be ill-advised to refuse him outright. In an instant, the elder transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the wooden cabin, racing towards a certain long street in Biluo County. Simultaneously, in 3 other locations within Biluo County, 3 figures also transformed into beams of light, racing towards the same long street. The night remained shrouded in darkness, and the stars and moon offered no light. Zhao Fang continued his relentless slaughter. The anguished cries of the city guards echoed like a hellish chorus, and the blood of nearly 10,000 corpses had completely flooded the long street. The thick, metallic scent of blood was overpowering, reminiscent of a mortal purgatory. Approximately half a tea's worth of time had passed since Zhao Fang had slain Pei Zhiqiu. In that brief span, Zhao Fang had decimated the vast majority of the 7,000 city guards. At this moment, Zhao Fang had ascended to the rank of an 8-star martial king. In terms of cultivation, an 8-star martial king was indeed the pinnacle of martial prowess within the city of Biluo. Only the grand offering from the lord's manor could match his cultivation level. Only the city lord, Situ Hujia, and Chen Kaishan, renowned as the strongest in Biluo, could surpass him in martial rank. However, considering Zhao Fang's combat abilities, with his 8th-tier Lingyun celestial steps and the perfected 10 meridians divine sword, even Situ Hujia and Chen Kaishan might struggle to contend with him. Excellent. Excellent. Feeling the surging power within him, Zhao Fang was in high spirits. Even surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, it did not affect him in the slightest. In his eyes, these lives, if allowed to persist, would only pose a threat to him and the Zhao family. Moreover, he regarded them merely as monsters that would facilitate his ascension. Thus, despite the carnage, he felt no discomfort. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of 10 meridians sword chi shot forth from his fingers, dispatching the remaining city guards. The expansive long street now lay devoid of any living soul besides him. It was time to cleanse the lord's manor of the final boss. A cold smile crept upon Zhao Fang's lips. At this moment, he felt no fear towards Situ Hujia, the lord of Biluo, just as he was about to set forth. For streaks of light rushed toward him from the distance. Intriguing, there were still those bold enough to approach this place? Not just one, but several. Zhao Fang halted his movement. The 4 streaks of light, moving with incredible speed, crossed 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, halting just before him. As the brilliance faded, 4 figures emerged. They were elderly men, each with white hair, yet youthful faces, exuding a profound aura that signified remarkable cultivation. This is impossible. 1,000 city guards utterly annihilated. I saw Pei Zhiqiu's corpse. He has perished in battle. Could it be true? I had heard that not long ago. A fierce individual had appeared in Biluo, daring to provoke the city guards and indiscriminately slaying thousands of them. The city lord was furious and ordered Pei Zhiqiu to apprehend this menace swiftly. Pei Zhiqiu had sent me a message requesting assistance, under the impression that his guards had located the culprit, but that he was momentarily unable to capture him. I never anticipated that Pei Zhiqiu would fall. The 5 great eagle generals and a full 20,000 city guards. Just like that, they are dead. This unparalleled fiend, as ferocious as a demon, strikes with the ruthlessness of a devil. Could it be that this golden-masked figure before me is the infamous murderer? Cursed be the fate, faced with such a fiend. How could Pei Zhiqiu seek assistance from us instead of the city lord? Is he not pushing us towards our doom? Flee. Upon the emergence of the 4 elders, their initial shock transformed into horror at the sight of the slain city guards and golden-armored troops strewn across the ground. Their gazes shifted towards Zhao Fang, engaging in swift, frantic communication that only deepened their dread before they attempted to retreat. Halt! Zhao Fang commanded. The 4 elders trembled, rooted to the spot, unwilling to flee any further. Over 10,000 city guards and golden-armored troops, alongside Pei Zhiqiu and the 5 great eagle generals, had all perished at the hands of this enigmatic golden-masked figure, with not a single soul escaping. How could they hope to evade such a fate? Pei Zhiqiu's prowess far surpassed theirs. Are you for the esteemed protectors of the city lord's mansion in Biluo County? Zhao Fang inquired. He had never encountered the 4 esteemed protectors before, yet upon his arrival in Biluo County, he had meticulously investigated the city lord's mansion and the Qin family of Biluo. Beneath the city lord, there existed 1 grand protector and 4 additional protectors. All 4 were 6-star martial kings, and the 4 elders before him possessed such formidable strength. It was inconceivable that they were not the protectors of the city lord's mansion, particularly at this very moment. Chapter 57. Directly assaulting the heart of the matter, Your Excellency. What command do you have for us? One elder trembled in response, inadvertently confirming Zhao Fang's suspicions. Indeed, they were the 4 esteemed protectors of the city lord's mansion. I have no commands, Zhao Fang replied coolly. Then may I inquire why you have detained us? Another elder spoke, hastily adding, Please understand, we do not come here to oppose you. We serve under City Lord Situ. Yet we do not belong to his faction. If you have grievances with the City Lord, I beseech you to exercise mercy and not to blame us. What purpose does your pleading serve? Zhao Fang's voice remained unyielding. In any case, I am aware that you are protectors of the City Lord's mansion, and you have acknowledged it. Therefore, you shall all perish. As his words fell, 10 streams of sword energy erupted forth. In an instant, the 4 elders met their demise. They were merely 6-star martial kings, incapable of withstanding the 10 streams of sword energy unleashed by Zhao Fang. Even upon realizing Zhao Fang's murderous intent, they attempted to flee. But their fates were sealed. The moment they moved, the sword energy pierced their foreheads, hearts, dantians, and throats. The 4 esteemed protectors, for 6-star martial kings, were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying 4 6-star martial kings, earning 400,000 experience points, 240,000 true power points, and 240,000 proficiency in the Lingyun steps. Ding! Congratulations to the player Zhao Fang for accumulating a proficiency of 9 million points in the Cloud Ascension step, unlocking the 9th tier of this skill. The current data for the Cloud Ascension step stands at 9,040,000 out of 10,000,000. The alert from the Supreme Divine Weapon System echoed once more as Zhao Fang stepped forward, covering 900 meters in an instant, his figure resembling that of an immortal, vanishing in the blink of an eye from the blood-soaked street littered with corpses. In the Lord's residence, within the study, Situ Haojia wore a grim expression. Is there still no news of Fanger? He inquired in a low, serious tone. No, Situ Feng replied, somewhat apprehensive. I have already sent a message to the 2nd young master and conveyed the master's intentions verbatim. The communication jade pendant indicates that the 2nd young master received the message, yet there has been no response from him. This wretched child. Is Mu Qingxian more important, or the Zhao Clan? What a ridiculous situation. Situ Haojia's anger intensified. Moreover, does he truly believe he is worthy of Mu Qingshuan's attention? What news from Pei Zhiqiu? He asked, taking a few deep breaths to calm his rising fury. The massacre of the city guard by the golden armored army that had transpired that night felt exceedingly unusual to him. He prided himself on his prudence, never provoking those powerful figures he could not afford to offend. Thus, it defied reason for such a massacre to occur within the confines of his jurisdiction, the Biluo County city. Moreover, he was acutely aware that within the entire Liang kingdom, there existed no individuals of such strength capable of annihilating thousands of the golden armored army in such a brief span. These powerful figures had no cause to target him. Who could this sudden adversary be? Situ Haojia felt a disquieting premonition brewing within him, sensing that he was being specifically targeted. Damn it, regardless of who you are. For having offended me, I vow you shall meet a most unfortunate end. I, Situ Haojia, am no mere clay figure. A fierce glint flashed across his face, his brows twitching incessantly. Commander Pei had already led all the city guards of the Golden Armored Army towards Jinwu Street, as it was reported that two of his Eagle generals, Zui Yi and Xiao Lang, had caught sight of the perpetrator's trail there. Situ Feng's voice grew increasingly cautious. He had served Situ Haojia for Ma indeed. Misfortune often arrives in the darkest of hours. As the brutal murderer of the city guards and the Golden Armored Army remains at large, chaos has erupted within the city lord's residence. This stronghold, an absolute domain of Situ Haojia, is now besieged by audacity. Who dares to disturb his realm? Such insolence is a direct affront to his authority. I shall investigate this matter at once, exclaimed Situ Feng, his countenance pale with alarm. He recognized that Situ Haojia was consumed by rage. Lingering any longer could spell his own demise. Situ Feng's eyes were filled with incredulity. It was unfathomable that anyone would dare to cause a ruckus within the city lord's palace. This residence not only housed the formidable palace guards, superior to the city's Golden Armored Army, but also the esteemed high priest. More alarmingly, Situ Haojia himself dwelled here. The city lord's residence was, without a doubt, the most perilous lair within the Biluojun city. Even Chen Kaishan, the most powerful figure in Biluojun, would not dare to act recklessly here. To do so would be akin to inviting calamity. In a frenzy, Situ Feng hurriedly opened the study door, intending to ascertain the situation. However, just as the door creaked ajar, two streams of sword energy, one crimson and the other azure, surged through the air with astonishing speed. The sword energies were honed to perfection, their swiftness beyond belief. Before Situ Feng could react, he was pierced through the FO. This is his profound foundation, one that possesses immense potential for growth. Should all these provincial soldiers attain the rank of martial king or even martial sovereign, the lineage of Situ will undoubtedly ascend to become a premier force within the Liang Kingdom, no longer confined to the boundaries of Biluo County. Yet, at present, there are only 1,000 provincial soldiers, and over 400 have already fallen to this enigmatic figure with a golden mask. The rhythmic sound of footsteps reverberates through the air as more provincial soldiers rush from various corners of the city lord's estate, charging toward the mysterious golden-masked individual. However, not a single soldier can breach the Wenzhong distance to the masked figure, whose 10 fingers unleash a kaleidoscope of sword chi, resembling chains of soul-snatching doom from the depths of hell. Each sword chi threatens to claim at least one soldier's life. In mere moments, nearly 100 more provincial soldiers have been slain by the masked figure. Vile wretch, perish. Situ Haojia's eyes burned with fury as he lunged toward the golden-masked individual. He discerned that although the masked figure dispatched foes with the ease of harvesting grass, his true cultivation was merely that of a peak 8-star martial king. As a 9-star martial king, Situ was more than capable of subduing him. With a speed akin to lightning, he closed the distance in an instant. His fingers curling like eagle talons, aimed the inky black true power surged violently, unleashing the boundless mysteries of the true energy field. The resounding echoes resembled the heartbeat of deities and demons, distorting the very space enveloped by this true energy field, creating an eerie sensation. The scene was both astonishing and terrifying. However, at the moment when Situ Haojia unleashed the true energy field, Zhao Fang had already activated the Lingyun Immortal Steps, propelling himself to a distant location. Zhao Fang's expression grew grave. He could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the dark true energy released by Situ Haojia. He felt that if he were to be ensnared within it, a great crisis would surely ensue. Upgrade. He needed to elevate his powers swiftly. Only by becoming a 9-star martial king could he hope to shatter that abyss of dark true energy and eliminate Situ Haojia. Otherwise, his only option would be to flee. He stood no chance against Situ Haojia. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 10 streams of sword energy erupted from Zhao Fang's fingertips with increased frequency and velocity. His lethality intensified. One by one, the soldiers of the garrison fell like blades of grass before a tempest, their lives extinguished. In truth, the appearance of these soldiers brought Zhao Fang unexpected delight. His initial plan had been to storm the Lord's manor, eliminate the grand offering with 8-star martial king cultivation, and then confront Situ Haojia. Confident in his Lingyun Immortal Steps, he believed that even if he could not defeat Situ Haojia, the latter could not harm him. Yet, he had not anticipated the enigmatic prowess that Situ Haojia possessed. This mysterious skill left him perturbed. He was further astonished that, at this moment, the grand offering had yet to reveal himself, while nearly 1,000 soldiers, whom he had not even investigated, emerged. Although these soldiers were stronger than the city guards, They were no different from ants in Zhao Fang's eyes. The streams of sword energy swept through, continuously slaying the garrison soldiers, bestowing Zhao Fang with a wealth of experience points and enhancing his mastery of the Lingyun immortal steps. Perhaps, by vanquishing these nearly 1,000 soldiers, he would achieve another upgrade. Once he leveled up, he would. Zhao Fang chuckled coldly, merciless in his slaughter. Situ Haojia roared in fury, the true energy field reaching its zenith, relentlessly attempting to envelop Zhao Fang within its grasp. Yet, Zhao Fang's Lingyun immortal steps were too profound. Despite Situ Haojia being a level above Zhao Fang, his speed and the finesse of his movements fell woefully short. He could not even touch the hem of Zhao Fang's garments, and the unleashed true energy field failed to reach him. He could only watch helplessly as Zhao Fang continued to decimate the garrison soldiers, witnessing their numbers dwindle while the bodies piled up. "Impudent wretch, I shall end you." Suddenly, an ancient voice thundered, resonating like a clap of thunder, causing the entire lord's manor to vibrate. Following that, a frail figure darted out from a hidden corner of the manor, charging towards Zhao Fang. Chapter 59. The Grand Offering. Ling Hu Hao, a slender figure, darted forth with the swiftness of lightning and the cunning of a specter, appearing before Zhao Fang in the blink of an eye. It was a diminutive old man, standing less than 5 feet tall, clad in a gray robe, his body little more than skin and bones. His hands resembled those of a withered chicken, yet the aura emanating from him was profoundly dense, akin to a great mountain, causing the air around him to ripple. Zhao Fang, however, remained unfazed. He discerned the old man's true nature with a single glance. He was merely an 8-star martial king, insignificant. Indeed, with his left hand outstretched, fingers splayed, he unleashed a torrent of 10 streams of sword energy, continuing to eliminate the remaining 100 or so soldiers of the city guard. His right hand, meanwhile, was flattened as he hurled it toward the old man. The great strength stone-slapping technique. Though initially a mere ordinary martial skill, in Zhao Fang's capable hands, it could shatter not just a stone tablet, but even a small mountain. In the face of this formidable and weighty strike, the old man's expression remained unchanged. His bony claws reached out, one grasping for Zhao Fang's right wrist, the other aimed at his right shoulder. "Ling Hu Hao, why have you chosen this moment to appear? You are utterly detestable. Do you realize the extent of the losses suffered by my city's forces due to your tardiness? Almost the entire army has been annihilated." Upon seeing the suddenly materialized old man, Situ Haojia was initially taken aback, but soon his expression darkened as he bellowed. This Ling Hu Hao was the Grand Offering of Biluo County, residing within the city lord's manor year-round. Logically, he should have appeared long before now, given the tumultuous events unfolding within the manor. Had he arrived sooner, with his prowess, he could have at least subdued the golden masked man, if not defeated him outright. Once restrained, Situ Haojia was confident he could ensnare the golden masked man within the true force field. At that moment, the fate of the golden masked man would rest solely in his hands. If that were the case, how could the city lord's forces have suffered such grievous casualties? "My lord," the old man had his reasons for not revealing himself earlier, which cannot be easily articulated. "Now is not the time for such discourse. I must devote my full strength to restraining the golden masked man. I beseech you, act swiftly. Once the golden masked man is dispatched, I shall then apologize to you." "My lord." Ling Hu Hao spoke in a deep voice, yet his hands remained swift. In an instant, his left claw had grasped Zhao Fang's right wrist, while his right claw reached for the scapula. A glimmer of joy appeared on his face. He had not anticipated it would be so effortless to secure the joints of this golden masked man. With this hold, how could the golden masked man possibly evade capture? Once the city lord arrived to envelop him within the true force field, the golden masked man would surely meet his demise. As this thought crossed his mind, the delight on Ling Hu Hao's face intensified, and he exhaled a gentle sigh of relief. In truth, he had no insurmountable reasons for his previous absence. He had sensed the arrival of the golden masked man the moment he entered the city lord's manor, wreaking havoc and slaughtering the city guards. However, the formidable aura and lethal force exuded by the golden masked man were utterly terrifying, so much so that even the city lord, Situ Haojia, could not match such swift and decisive slaughter of the city lord's guards. The dread was palpable, even for one possessing the cultivation of an 8-star martial king, causing a shiver of trepidation. A mere moment of contemplation revealed to him that he was no match for this golden figure. He even questioned whether Situ Haojia could subdue the golden masked man. Consequently, he refrained from revealing himself, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. The chaos wrought by the golden masked man within the city lord's estate was too significant to ignore. Situ Haojia was bound to confront him. Should it come to pass that Situ Haojia too proved unable to contend with this golden figure, he would make his escape at the first opportunity. Conversely, If the golden masked man were to falter before Situ Haojia, he would emerge to strike down the defeated. Thus, he concealed himself in the shadows, stifling his presence and watching intently. To his astonishment, he witnessed Situ Haojia unleashing a previously unseen pitch-black true force field, which sent chills down his spine merely by its sight. The golden masked man, apprehensive, dared not engage Situ Haojia directly, resorting instead to his elusive movements to evade capture. It became evident to him that the golden figure was assuredly no match for Situ Haojia. Once ensnared within that intricate true force field, death would be inevitable. Yet, this hinged on the golden masked man falling into Situ Haojia's grasp. If he could intercept the golden figure, that condition would be fulfilled. Though he might not be the golden masked man's equal, with the prowess of an 8-star martial king, he deemed it feasible to restrain or at least impede him. Therefore, he stepped forth, unwittingly locking the golden figure's wrist and scapula in an astonishing display of strength, which left him incredulous. He struggled to comprehend how such an outcome was possible, yet he dismissed the thought. The distance between the golden masked man and Situ Haojia was but a few paces, a span that Situ Haojia could traverse in an instant. Once Situ Haojia approached and enveloped the golden figure within that enigmatic true force field, his involvement would become irrelevant. There would be time to settle scores later. Situ Haojia, too, recognized that now was not the moment to confront Ling Hu Hao, as neutralizing the golden masked man was of utmost urgency. Just as Ling Hu Hao secured his hold on the golden figure, Situ Haojia materialized before him, the dark true force field vibrating with intent to ensnare the golden figure. At that precise moment, the golden masked man unleashed a thunderous roar. Old fool, perish. This bellow reverberated like the roar of an ancient beast, shaking the heavens and earth, transforming sound into a tangible force that rippled outward in golden waves. In an instant, the surrounding corridors and balconies crumbled under the weight of the sound. Ling Hu Hao found himself before the golden figure, abruptly subjected to this seemingly cataclysmic sonic assault, leaving him momentarily stunned. Even his facial skin exhibited fine cracks, with splatters of blood appearing in patches across his visage. At the moment when Ling Hu Hao was momentarily stunned by that deafening roar, Zhao Fang unleashed a powerful smashing the steel technique, striking directly against Ling Hu Hao's chest. The impact was akin to a thunderbolt, causing Ling Hu Hao to expel a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhao Fang smirked. Did this foolish old man truly fail to recognize that he had intentionally allowed himself to be captured, were it not for his own volition? Could Ling Hu Hao truly have restrained his right wrist and shoulder blade in the blink of an eye? And yet, he had the audacity to summon Situ Haojia to apprehend him. How reckless. Chapter 60. Instantaneous movement. Zhao Fang had calculated meticulously. Ever since he had broken through to the 9th tier of the Lingyun Celestial Steps, after entering the city lord's mansion and encountering those previously uninvestigated mansion guards, he had been engaged in careful calculations. According to his analysis, he required merely 1 million points of proficiency in the Lingyun Celestial Steps to elevate it to the 10th tier. The guards he had previously slain had already accumulated over 950,000 points of proficiency. He merely needed to eliminate a few more guards to achieve perfection in the Lingyun Celestial Steps. Just then, Ling Hu Hao unexpectedly leapt into action. Upon first sight of Ling Hu Hao, Zhao Fang discerned that he was a high-ranking elder within the city lord's mansion, with the cultivation of an 8-star martial king. Residing within the city lord's abode, who else could he be but a high-ranking elder? Thus, the moment Ling Hu Hao charged towards him, Zhao Fang resolved to eliminate this individual first. Slaying Ling Hu Hao would undoubtedly lead to the consummation of his Lingyun Celestial Steps. Furthermore, after dispatching Ling Hu Hao, he would find himself in a more advantageous position against Situ Haojia. Otherwise, regardless of whether he remained merely an 8-star martial king or advanced to a 9-star martial king, facing the combined assault of Situ Haojia and Ling Hu Hao would likely render him powerless. As for the menacing dark force field that Situ Haojia was currently manifesting, once the Lingyun Celestial Steps reached perfection, the subtlety of those steps would enable him to breach that force field. Thus, he devised a strategy, allowing Ling Hu Hao to capture him. Once captured, Ling Hu Hao's vigilance would inevitably wane, at which point he would strike unexpectedly, employing the Golden Lion Roar technique to subdue him, inflicting injury with the smashing the steel technique, and ultimately delivering the fatal blow with the 10 veins divine sword. The progression of events unfolded entirely within Zhao Fang's calculations. At present, Ling Hu Hao had been wounded and was utterly bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fang continued his onslaught, twisting his right wrist, and unleashing a torrent of 10 veins sword chi from his 5 fingers. The fierce sword energy instantly pierced through Ling Hu Hao's body, leaving 5 gaping wounds in his chest. Ah! Ling Hu Hao shrieked, finally roused from his stupor. In a state of panic, he recoiled in terror. Yet Zhao Fang was swifter. After releasing 5 strands of 10-veined sword chi with his right hand, he simultaneously unleashed 5 more with his left, targeting Ling Hu Hao's dantian, lower regions, heart cavity, throat, and the center of his brow. Ling Hu Hao was merely a stone's throw away from Zhao Fang, yet severely injured. How could his speed surpass the piercing velocity of the 10 meridians sword chi? In the blink of an eye, his dantian, lower abdomen, heart cavity, throat, and the center of his brow were all pierced through. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. Ling Hu Hao's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, as his body slumped helplessly to the ground. Having meticulously plotted every move, believing he had everything under control, he was left with nothing but death and despair. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for slaying an 8-star martial king, earning 800,000 experience points, 80,000 true energy points, and 80,000 proficiency in the Lingyun celestial step. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for accumulating 10 million proficiency in the Lingyun celestial step, unlocking the 10th tier of Lingyun celestial step, with current data standing at 10. 030, 00010, 000. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for achieving perfection in the divine skill Lingyun celestial step. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhao Fang for acquiring the hidden skill of teleportation within the divine skill Lingyun celestial step. With but a thought, he can instantaneously traverse a radius of 1,000 meters. A series of metallic notification sounds echoed in Zhao Fang's mind as he was enveloped by a subtle force, and profound information seamlessly integrated into his consciousness. Zhao Fang was overjoyed. He had anticipated that the Lingyun celestial step would become even more profound upon reaching the 10th tier, but he had never expected that its perfected form would possess the ability to teleport within a radius of 1,000 meters. A mere thought would allow him to arrive in an instant. What does this signify? This transcends mere martial techniques by several levels. It resembles divine powers. At that moment, Situ Haojie finally lunged toward Zhao Fang, his body radiating a dark, thunderous field of true energy that enveloped Zhao Fang. Bastard die? Situ Haojie's eyes burned with fury. The speed at which this golden-masked figure killed Ling Hu Hao was astonishing. Almost as soon as Ling Hu Hao had subdued Zhao Fang, he was swiftly slain in retaliation. The speed was such that he could not act. He could only watch helplessly as Ling Hu Hao perished. First, he watched as his meticulously nurtured troops were slaughtered, and now, Ling Hu Hao died in such a helpless manner before him. Situ Haojie felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He had never felt so constrained or so enraged. Fortunately, the true energy field had enveloped the golden figure. He was confident he could slay this intruder. He roared like thunder, his martial king true energy surging to its peak, and the true energy field was unleashed to its fullest extent. The ground beneath the true energy field began to collapse, forming a pit nearly a foot deep in an instant. Situ Haojie raised his palm like a blade, aiming to slash the golden figure's neck. But in the next moment, no, almost simultaneously as the true energy field enveloped the golden figure, Situ Haojie was stunned. The golden figure had vanished from his sight, as if the terrifying suppressive force of the true energy field had no effect whatsoever on him. No, this is impossible. I refuse to believe it. Situ Haojie felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He had never encountered such a predicament before. Ever since he successfully cultivated the true force field, it had never failed him. Regardless of how formidable an opponent was, once ensnared within the true force field, they would be subdued without exception. Yet now, the golden-masked figure vanished into the true force field, only to reappear almost instantaneously 10 meters to his left, unleashing an astoundingly sharp 10-colored sword aura, ruthlessly slaughtering the remaining dozens of guards. The guards screamed in agony as they succumbed to a swift demise. Situ Haojie, however, was enveloped in confusion. What was he to do? Even the true force field could not contend with that enigmatic golden-masked figure. Could he possibly defeat it? No. The golden-masked figure's movements were too extraordinary. He could not comprehend them, nor could he keep pace. Even if his absolute combat power surpassed that of the mysterious figure, it refused to engage him directly, rendering him utterly powerless against it. He felt stifled, intensely stifled. Suddenly, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted from Situ Haojie's mouth. How could a dignified 9-star martial king be reduced to internal bleeding from sheer frustration? Chapter 61. The Tavern of Slaughter. Situ Haojie cast a venomous glare at the golden-masked figure before turning to leave. He had committed to memory the figure's height, physique, and all discernible characteristics. He could not slay the golden-masked figure. Yet that figure had decimated his 2,000 city guards, leaving his lord's estate in ruins. A river of blood flowing through it, nearly obliterating his foundation. This was a profound enmity that could not be overlooked. How could he let the golden-masked figure go unpunished? He had made up his mind. He would venture to the branch of the Tavern of Slaughter in the royal capital, spending a fortune to secure the death of that golden-masked figure. The Tavern of Slaughter was reputed to be the largest assassin organization in the martial realm. Legends claimed it had existed since ancient times. The influence of the Tavern of Slaughter was said to span the entire martial world. According to tales, there was no one in the martial realm whom the Tavern of Slaughter could not kill, nor dare to kill. It was said that even the mighty gods of martial prowess had fallen to the blades of assassins from the Tavern of Slaughter in ancient times. There were countless legends surrounding the Tavern of Slaughter, yet all attested to one undeniable truth. Once one appeared on the tavern's assassination list, death was inevitable, no matter who they were. However, the fees charged by the Tavern of Slaughter were exorbitant, so steep that even a nation would struggle to bear the cost. But what did that matter? Even if he had to deplete his entire fortune, C2 Haojia was resolute in seeing that golden-masked figure perish. Zhao Fang continued his frenzied slaughter of the city guards, yet he remained acutely aware of C2 Haojia. Although he had mastered the art of teleportation, the peculiar true force field of C2 Haojia was undeniably complex. Should he be entirely enveloped within that true force field, even with his teleportation abilities, he would find himself severely constrained. Thus, he had refrained from engaging C2 Haojia in direct confrontation. He yearned to continue slaying the soldiers of the government army, thereby elevating his own level. Once he ascended to the realm of the 9-star martial king, he would then confront C2 Haojia. He had been meticulously calculating. According to his estimations, perhaps by slaying over 30 more soldiers, he would amass enough experience to level up. Yet, in that moment, C2 Haojia made his escape. Damn it! That coward! Zhao Fang was distressed. He could not pursue C2 Haojia, for even if he could easily catch up, his current cultivation and strength were insufficient to vanquish him. What use was it to chase after him if he could not kill him? Damn it all! Zhao Fang's face twitched with frustration, his heart and body ached. His primary objective in storming the city lord's manor was to eliminate C2 Haojia. The lives of the government soldiers were merely supplementary. In truth, he bore no grudge against these soldiers. Had they not attacked him, he would have found no justification to slay them. From the very beginning, his singular desire was for C2 Haojia's life. But now, the root of his troubles had fled. As he witnessed C2 Haojia's escape, the remaining soldiers crumbled in despair. The fear instilled by Zhao Fang's previous killings was palpable. Had they not seen the great offering, Ling Hu Hao, and City Lord C2 Haojia collaborating against Zhao Fang, they would have never dared to confront him. But now, with one dead and the other fled, how could they muster the courage to face Zhao Fang? They scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Flee! Flee! What good is fleeing? If he could not slay that old ghost, C2 Haojia, could he not deal with these minions? In a fit of extreme frustration, Zhao Fang's fingers danced, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that, with unparalleled speed, swiftly caught up to the fleeing soldiers, easily extinguishing their lives. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhao Fang. You have leveled up to 9-star Martial King. Just after Zhao Fang had dispatched 3 more soldiers, the notification from the Divine Martial Supreme System echoed in his mind. The surge of potent power and the exhilaration of leveling up enveloped him entirely. See, my calculations were never flawed. I have leveled up once more. C2 Haojia. You old scoundrel, where do you think you can escape to? Filled with excitement, Zhao Fang vanished from his spot in an instant. With the ability to teleport, he covered 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. C2 Haojia had barely escaped for 3 or 5 breaths, and Zhao Fang was confident he could catch up. As for what would transpire afterward, with his current peak cultivation as a 9-star Martial King, he was unfazed. The night remained pitch black, the stars and moon devoid of light. On the long street, C2 Haojia fled in panic, like a dog bereft of its home. He was racing towards the southern city gate. The 4 city gates of Biluo County faced east, west, south, and north, with the southern gate directly leading towards the royal capital. Beyond the southern gate, a mere 1,000 miles lay between him and the capital. At his speed, that distance could be covered in just over 3 hours. Damn it! Damn it! I will not rest until you and I are dead. C2 Haojia gritted his teeth, the veins on his face pulsating like writhing serpents. His entire being radiating a menacing aura, resembling a vengeful spirit poised to strike down anyone in sight. Yet, the long street lay desolate, devoid of any presence. This night was fated to be the most perilous one that Biluo County had witnessed in decades, enveloped in a thick stench of blood. On Junwu Street alone, there lay the lifeless bodies of over 10,000 city guards. Other streets bore witness to hundreds, if not thousands, of additional fallen soldiers. In such dire circumstances, who would dare to venture outside? Did they wish to court death? The South City Gate loomed ahead. A flicker of relief crossed C2 Haojia's fierce countenance. Once he passed through the gate, No matter how divine the golden-masked figure's speed or agility, it would be impossible for him to pursue, let alone discern which direction C2 would take. He could swiftly reach the capital and, within the confines of the Slaughter Tavern, procure the life of that enigmatic figure. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds cut through the air behind him, causing C2 Haojia's expression to shift dramatically. His muscles tensed instantaneously as the true power of the martial king surged within him, enveloping his form. He dared not glance back, instead honing his senses to discern the direction of the threat, twisting and darting in frantic evasion. Vibrant streaks of energy, scarlet, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, white, and gray, shot forth like a rainbow from behind him, aimed directly at the spot he had just occupied. C2's agility was remarkable. He deftly maneuvered through the onslaught, narrowly evading several lethal strikes. Nonetheless, a few grazed his body, piercing through his protective energy and shredding his garments, leaving behind a series of varying depths of wounds that bled profusely. Astonishment marred C2's features as the figure clad in a resplendent dark gold robe, adorned with an exquisite golden mask, materialized once more before him, as if emerging from the very fabric of the void. You, C2 stammered, his tongue faltering in fear. The speed of this mysterious golden-masked individual appeared even more bewildering, and the 10-colored sword energies unleashed were exponentially more potent than those he had encountered earlier at the Lord's estate. Could it be that this figure had concealed their true power? But what reason would they have to do so, if they had always possessed such lethal prowess? Capable of effortlessly piercing his protective energy, why had they opted to avoid direct confrontation? Was it possible that within this brief span of time, their strength had surged to such an extent? Yet, how could that be? C2 Haojia's mind swirled in confusion, yet his figure was remarkably swift. The moment the golden-masked figure appeared before him, he unleashed a powerful strike toward it. A torrent of profound dark energy surged from his fist, manifesting in the void as a bizarre beast of light, reminiscent of both a tiger and a lion, roaring as it charged at the golden-masked figure. Wherever this strange beast passed, the air erupted with explosive sounds, as if it could not withstand the oppressive force of its luminous assault. The cosmic martial technique, Lion-Tiger Devastation Fist. This was a signature skill that C2 Haojia had mastered over 3 decades, possessing such lethal power that even an ordinary 9-star martial king would not dare to confront it head-on. After executing the Lion-Tiger Devastation Fist, C2 Haojia immediately pivoted and retreated swiftly, maneuvering through several unpredictable trajectories in an attempt to bypass the golden-masked figure and make his way back to the southern city gate. Having witnessed the ruthless methods of the golden-masked figure earlier, alongside the fierce 10-colored sword energy it was now releasing, he lacked confidence in his ability to contend with it. His only hope of survival lay in escaping through the southern gate and closing it behind him to hinder the golden-masked figure's pursuit. C2 Haojia moved with incredible speed, yet the golden-masked figure was even faster. Dozens of 10-colored sword energies shot forth from its fingertips, instantly shredding the charging beast of light into fragments. Simultaneously, the golden-masked figure vanished from its original position and reappeared before C2 Haojia, its 10 fingers like swords, weaving a net of 10-colored sword energy that coalesced into a profound sword formation. This was the 10-vein divine sword killing formation, the most formidable technique of the divine skill. The 10-vein divine sword. The 10-vein divine sword emanated a tremendous pressure, bearing down on C2 Haojia. His expression changed drastically as he sensed the immense peril emanating from the formation. He dared not withstand the onslaught of the 10-vein divine sword killing formation and turned to flee. However, almost simultaneously, the golden-masked figure reappeared in the direction he sought to escape, forming yet another colossal and terrifying 10-vein divine sword killing formation that advanced menacingly toward him. Boom, 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 boom. The golden-masked figure appeared like a phantom, manifesting in all directions: east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and even above him. Subsequently, in each of these 9 directions, a massive 10-vein divine sword killing formation materialized, all converging upon C2 Haojia, sealing off every avenue of retreat and forcing him into a corner. With a face filled with despair, C2 Haojia shouted in anguish, "Who are you? What offense have I committed against you to warrant such merciless retribution? Not only have you slaughtered the entire 20,000 guards of my Bailuo County, but you have also left no survivors in my lord's residence. Now, you seek to exterminate me entirely." The golden-masked figure stood 10 meters away from C2 Haojia, its eyes gleaming with cold light, silent and unyielding. Why? C2 Haojia's voice grew increasingly desperate as he unleashed his true energy field, enveloping himself in its protective aura. Yet, Merely two 10-vein divine sword-killing formations utterly obliterated his true energy field, while a third formation effortlessly reduced his right arm to nothingness. The hybrid. May you meet a wretched end. I shall await you in hell. Even in death, I will not let you escape. Boom. C2 Haojia unexpectedly self-destructed, transforming into a rain of flesh and blood. A surge of blood-black radiance poured forth from his being, expanding in all directions and reaching towards the heavens. In the blink of an eye, this blood-black glow manifested into a small mushroom cloud. The remaining 6 formations of the 10 veins divine sword array were engulfed by this ominous cloud, dissipating into nothingness. The ground was violently torn asunder, creating a massive pit 2 yards deep and spanning several dozen meters in width. Damn, this fellow was quite fierce. Zhao felt a surge of frustration. With C2 Haojia's self-destruction, he would gain not a shred of experience points or mastery of divine skills. Nonetheless, it was a relief that C2 Haojia had ultimately perished, leading to the complete annihilation of the C2 lineage in the city of Biluo. Henceforth, the Zhao clan in Yishui City would no longer need to fear retaliation from the C2 family. He vanished from his original position in an instant. The power of a 9-star martial king's self-detonation could easily slay a 1-star martial sovereign. He was not prepared to withstand such force. He needed to evade the radius of that blood-black mushroom cloud. Soon, the ominous cloud began to dissipate, and Zhao reappeared, only to be taken aback as he noticed 2 tender yellow beams of light shooting forth from the nearly dissolved cloud. These beams soared into the sky like meteors, darting towards 2 different directions, one towards Yishui City and the other towards the capital of the Liang Kingdom. Zhao felt a twinge of confusion, but his expression swiftly shifted. Good heavens, that's a communication jade talisman. No wonder C2 Haojia had the audacity to claim he would wait for me in hell. It was his intent to use the power of his self-detonation to breach the 10 veins divine sword array and send out a message. Was he seeking reinforcements? What allies did the C2 lineage in Biluo possess within the Liang Kingdom? What information could that rascal have recorded in the jade talisman? Could it be that I truly am a fool? I wear a mask and a long robe, concealing my figure and face. How could he possibly know who I am? Since he is unaware of my identity, even if he calls for aid, who would they seek revenge upon? Certainly not the Zhao clan of Yishui. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water flows, I shall bury it in soil. As long as they do not target the Zhao family of Yishui. Avoiding trouble for my grandfather and father, I have no fear of him. Thus, the matter of the C2 lineage has reached its conclusion. Now, it is time to visit the Qin family. Chapter 63. Zhao Zhengfeng's concerns in Yishui City. Within the Zhao family estate, the council chamber lay vast and empty, occupied solely by Zhao Zhengfeng. He sat cross-legged at a sandalwood table, upon which rested a jade pendant the size of a fingernail, radiating a tender yellow hue. Zhao Zhengfeng's expression was grave as he fixated on this jade pendant, which had been recovered from C2 Fang, serving as a communication talisman. A few days prior, after Zhao Fang had single-handedly vanquished the combined forces of the Zhao family city guards in Yishui City and the Han family's Thunder Army, he proceeded to the city lord's mansion. There, he executed Shen Guangping and captured the already severely weakened Sidu Fang, bringing him back to the Zhao clan. According to Zhao Fang, he had vowed to the heavenly Tao of the martial world that he would not personally slay Sidu Fang in his quest for information. While Zhao Fang refrained from taking his life, the others of the Zhao clan were not bound by such oaths. Their family had established a blood feud with Sidu Fang, one that could only end in death. Thus, Zhao Zhengfeng took matters into his own hands and executed Sidu Fang. Following this, Zhao Fang made his way to Biluo County, while Zhao Zhengfeng remained in the council hall, fixated on a communication jade pendant. In truth, Zhao Zhengfeng was engulfed by fear. He worried for Zhao Fang's safety in Biluo County. Despite Zhao Fang's exceptional talent and overwhelming combat prowess that rendered him invincible in Yishui City, he was set to confront the lord of Biluo County. It was said that C2 Haojia, the lord of Biluo County, was a 9-star martial king, commanding an innumerable host of martial kings, alongside 20,000 elite city guards, instilling dread throughout the entire Biluo County. Even the Chun and Yin clans of Biluo dared not confront C2 Haojia directly. What was Zhao Fang? Merely a martial general. Before a martial king, he was akin to a mere insect. Moreover, within Biluo County lurked peak powerhouses like Chen Kaishan, who sought to eliminate Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang's venture into Biluo County was tantamount to stepping into a den of dragons and tigers, a near-certain death sentence. Zhao Zhengfeng implored Zhao Fang repeatedly, even begging him to reconsider his journey to Biluo County. He would have preferred to relocate the entire Zhao clan out of the Liang Kingdom. Yet, Zhao Fang remained resolute, leaving Zhao Zhengfeng with no recourse but to gaze at the communication jade pendant before him. This pendant belonged to Zhao Fang, and he speculated that it might yield valuable information about Zhao Haojia, thus allowing him to infer Zhao Fang's circumstances in Biluo County. Indeed, just hours prior, the delicate yellow jade pendant had received a message from someone named Zhao Fang, instructing Zhao Fang to return to Biluo County immediately. Zhao Fang was unfamiliar with Zhao Fang and had no desire to learn more. He continued to linger in the council hall, fixated on the jade pendant, indifferent to the tumult occurring within the Zhao family, even as chaos reigned in Yishui City, with several minor clans vying for the territory and resources left in the wake of the Han family's downfall. Even as Zhao Clan members urged him to take charge and direct them in seizing the remnants of the Han family and the city lord's estate, he remained unmoved. He stayed in the council hall, even choosing to sleep there. Suddenly, a beam of delicate yellow light appeared above the council hall, descending rapidly and merging with the communication jade pendant. Zhao Fang was instantly jolted, placing his right hand upon the pendant to extract the incoming message. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically, his breath caught in his throat, and a look of horror spread across his face. The mysterious figure, known as the Golden Masked Man, has eradicated the entirety of the 2,000-strong city guard, including 4 captains of the Eagle Legion, each possessing the prowess of a 3-star martial king. 1 commander of the Legion with 7-star martial king capabilities, for 6-star martial king offerings, 1 8-star martial king grand offering, and the city lord of Biluo County, Zhao Haojia, who boasts the strength of a 9-star martial king. Zhao Fang gasped in disbelief, utterly shocked by the news he had just received. A single individual had uprooted all the powers associated with the Zhao family in Biluo County within merely a few hours of this night. To what extent must the strength of this enigmatic golden masked man be? And what is the Slaughter Tavern? Why did Zhao Haojia send a message to Zhao Fang, urging him to exhaust the family's wealth to ensure that this mysterious figure was placed on the hunting list of the Slaughter Tavern? Filled with confusion, Zhao Fang continued to peruse the message. The subsequent information detailed the enigmatic golden masked man's height, build, hair color, length, the techniques and martial skills employed, his voice, and manner of speech. Suddenly, Zhao Fang lost control and let out a frantic shout, gasping for breath. His face shifted from red to pale, his eyes filled with incredulity. This cannot be. It is utterly surreal. The description of the golden masked man matched Zhao Fang perfectly in height, physique, hair color, hair length, voice, and martial techniques. Could it be that the mysterious golden masked man is, in fact, Zhao Fang? This cannot be. It is too implausible. Just a few days ago, Zhao Fang's cultivation was nearly on par with mine. What in the world is happening with this golden masked man? Zhao Fang raked his fingers through his hair, struggling to comprehend the situation. He even contemplated rushing to Biluo County to confront Zhao Fang and seek clarity. However, as he rose, he hesitated. Perhaps it is best to let Zhao Fang follow his own path. It is beyond my understanding now. Whether or not he is the golden masked man will be revealed upon his return. With a long sigh, Zhao Fang sat down again, his countenance now calm, even exuding a hint of relief, as the previous tension and anxiety dissipated entirely. In the depths of Xuanji Mountain, one of the 3 major sects of the Liang Kingdom, a young figure sat cross-legged in meditation within the old forest of the rear mountains. Rays of true energy, varying in thickness and brightness, flickered around him, exuding an ethereal yet profound aura. The stars and moon, not particularly bright, cast their light down through the dense foliage, dappling his form. This young man appeared to be in his early 20s. Yet the intensity of the true energy emanating from him suggested that he possessed at least the cultivation of a 9-star martial general. Suddenly, a muffled explosion erupted from the young man's dantian, resembling a thunderclap in the stillness of the air, causing the nearby 100-year-old trees to tremble and sway as if on the verge of breaking, with leaves cascading like raindrops. The young man rose to his feet, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. At long last, I have ascended to the realm of a 1-star martial king. With my current cultivation, no confinement can pose the slightest threat to me. Even that second direct disciple, Mu Qingxian, may not stand a chance against me. Within the entire Xuanji sect, aside from the esteemed elders, the heads of various halls, and the sect leader, it is likely that only the first direct disciple, Shang Qingyang, can surpass me. The position of the second direct disciple of the Xuanji sect shall undoubtedly be mine, Si Tu Cheng. A glimmer of light shone in the youth's eyes, and a broad smile spread across his face. However, at that moment, a faint yellow light streaked imperceptibly from the dark, azure sky towards the direction of the young man. In the blink of an eye, the yellow light descended upon the old forest, merging seamlessly with a jade pendant of the same hue that hung at the young man's waist. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze. Rage replaced his joy, and crimson fury ignited in his eyes, thick with murderous intent that began to envelop him. No. The youth howled skyward, his voice laden with boundless resentment. Hauntingly sorrowful, like a bloodied lone wolf. Father, how could you die? How could you leave me? I have only just broken through to the first Star Martial King. And I was about to claim the position of the first direct disciple of the Xuanji sect in your honor. How could you just die? Bang, bang, bang. The youth knelt in the muddy clearing. Relentlessly, the two disciples stationed at the mountain suddenly felt invigorated. At last, there was something to occupy their time, dispelling the monotony. One of them, filled with bravado, unsheathed his sword and pointed it toward the shadowy figure. According to the rules of the Xuanji sect, a curfew was enforced after the hour of midnight, prohibiting all disciples from wandering within the sect after this time, lest they be deemed disruptive to the order. At this moment, it was already the hour of and the figure clearly violated this regulation. However, as the disciple brandishing the sword discerned the identity of the figure, terror gripped him, and he hastily retracted his weapon, stammering, "Brother Situ, is it truly you?" The figure was none other than Situ Cheng. As the fourth true disciple of the Xuanji sect, Situ Cheng's status was indeed unparalleled within the sect. Except for the sect master, the elders, the heads of various halls, and the top 3 true disciples, he was the most esteemed. The 2 mountain guardians were merely outer disciples. How could they dare act defiantly before Situ Cheng? "I wish to descend the mountain," Situ Cheng stated coldly. "Pray, Brother Situ, kindly present the descent decree from the affairs hall." The mountain guardians bowed respectfully to Situ Cheng before timidly continuing. The affairs hall oversees all matters within the sect. There are explicit rules stating that disciples may not descend the mountain at will, should one need to do so. They must first obtain a descent decree from the affairs hall to pass through the mountain gates. The regulations were thus. And though the mountain guardians were terrified of Situ Cheng, they dared not contravene them. "No," Situ Cheng replied sharply. "Then I implore you, Brother Situ, do not make things difficult for us." With a resounding crash, Situ Cheng ceased speaking and took action. The disparity in cultivation between him and the 2 mountain guardians was vast. Before him, they were akin to mere livestock. With swift precision, he dispatched them with 2 punches, rendering them unconscious, and then soared down the mountain, making haste toward the capital of the Liang Kingdom. He was determined to exact vengeance for his father in the shortest time possible. He could not afford to wait even a moment longer. He had already forsaken the upcoming ranking battle for true disciples, and there was no way he would wait until dawn to seek a descent decree from the affairs hall. He would rather defy the sect's regulations. He would not allow that masked man to linger in this world for even an instant longer. In Biluo County City, for all the residents residing therein, this night was destined to be extraordinary. The stench of blood permeated the air, thick as a hellish nightmare. The commotion echoing through the city was immense, as though a war were being waged. Most residents were paralyzed with fear, huddling in their homes, trembling, as families clung together, seeking solace, believing that only in unity could they stave off their terror. Yet, some audacious souls, unable to quell their curiosity, opened their windows or cracked their doors to peek outside, only to be utterly paralyzed by horror. They beheld a gruesome sight. Corpses littered the ground, sprawled amidst pools of blood. The crimson liquid had stained and flooded the streets. This was a scene that could only belong to the depths of hell. Those were the bodies of the city guards, the Jinwu army. Was someone if not, why would the city guards' golden armored army engage in such a ruthless slaughter? The residents living on Jinwu Street and near the South City Gate are the most terrified. Zhao Fang's massacre of the city guards' golden armored army and the killing of Situ Haojia occurred in these very locations. The commotion caused by Zhao Fang's actions was so immense, and his methods so brutal, that some residents were even scared to death. However, the most fearful were the families within Biluo County City. These families were aware of a mysterious golden masked figure who was mercilessly slaughtering the city guards' golden armored army. The terror of the golden masked figure was so overwhelming that these families dared not send spies to investigate the subsequent movements of this enigmatic individual, fearing that it would bring calamity upon themselves. Consequently, they remained oblivious to the figure's next actions. Yet, upon hearing the thunderous explosion caused by Situ Haojia's self-detonation and feeling the overwhelming force it unleashed, they were utterly paralyzed with fear. They still did not comprehend the nature of that explosion, but they could distinctly sense that its might surpassed even that of a martial king. It was the power belonging to a martial sovereign. Chapter 65. Entering the Biluo Chen clan for 2 centuries, no martial sovereign had ever emerged in Biluo County City. Even the current strongest in Biluo County City, Chen Kaishan, who is renowned as the mightiest in the past century, is merely a 9-star martial king. Thus, for the families in Biluo County City, the martial sovereign is an exalted figure, far beyond their reach. Faced with a martial sovereign, they felt like mere ants. devoid of any power to resist. How could a martial sovereign appear in Biluo County City, especially one so merciless and ghostly? Is it not said that such powerful beings exist only within the royal capital, among the three great family clans? A wave of trepidation, laden with fear, surged within the hearts of the clan leaders and members of the various families in Biluo County City. They prayed fervently, hoping that this mysterious golden-masked martial sovereign was merely seeking vengeance against Situ Haojia and would not trouble them. Otherwise, their families would face annihilation. While those families remained anxious and prayed, the Chun clan of Biluo was on the brink of despair. For at that moment, before the gates of the Chun residence, there appeared a mysterious figure clad in a magnificent dark gold robe, wearing an exquisite and enchanting golden mask. The two Chun clan members guarding the entrance were instantly paralyzed with fear, despite having never encountered this mysterious golden-masked figure. However, they had heard of his infamous exploits, single-handedly slaying 20,000 members of the city guard's golden armored army, and then storming the city lord's residence, leaving a trail of bloodshed. He was a figure of unparalleled terror. Just hours prior, the clan leader had warned them in an unprecedentedly grave tone to avoid provoking this mysterious golden-masked figure, even issuing a lockdown order that commanded all Chun clan members to return to the family estate, forbidding anyone from stepping outside. The underlying fear stemmed from the apprehension that an indiscreet individual might provoke the enigmatic figure known as the Golden Mask. There was also the concern that this mysterious being, upon encountering members of the Chun clan, might unleash a wave of violence upon them. After all, to a martial arts master of such elevated stature as the Golden Mask, ordinary warriors were no different from mere ants, easily crushed without a second thought. The temperament of such formidable beings was beyond their comprehension. During the hours that followed, much like other clans, all members of the Chun family fervently prayed, hoping that after the Golden Mask had dealt with the lineage of the city lord, he would swiftly depart from Biluo County and spare them from his ire. Little did they anticipate that the Golden Mask would appear right before their very estate. "Take me to your clan leader," the Golden Mask intoned calmly. Yes, please follow me, my lord," stammered a gatekeeper. "Fourth brother, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and inform the clan leader that this esteemed lord wishes to see him." With a tremor, he urged his stunned companion. Before bowing respectfully and ushering the Golden Mask into the Chun estate, the other gatekeeper, regaining his senses, hastily rushed into the Chun residence. His frantic movements not only conveyed the presence of the Golden Mask to the clan leader, Chun Changtian, but also alerted the other members of the Chun family to the arrival of this formidable figure. A wave of profound dread enveloped the entire Chun estate. The Golden Mask was respectfully escorted into the council hall of the Chun family, where the gatekeeper humbly offered him a seat, remaining himself in attendance. Though gripped by fear, the gatekeeper cautiously served the Golden Mask, striving to ingratiate himself and ensure that no unfavorable impression was left upon the enigmatic visitor, nor upon the Chun clan itself. Moments later, Chun Changtian, the clan leader, entered the council hall. Upon first laying eyes on the Golden Mask, he involuntarily flinched, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. He quickly approached, bowing deeply before the Golden Mask, and cautiously inquired, "I am Chun Changtian, the current leader of the Biluo Chun clan. It is an honor to meet you, my lord. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting our humble clan? Are you afraid of me?" The Golden Mask's voice remained flat and unyielding. "Your might is akin to that of a dragon, your authority as formidable as the heavens. Our clan is but a small household, and I, having seen little of the world, could hardly stand before you without trepidation," Chun Changtian carefully articulated, all the while contemplating the intentions of this masked figure and pondering why he had come to their clan. "I will grant you the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea. I wish to see Qin Kaishan before me," the Golden Mask stated. "Kaishan, my lord, what business do you have with him? Has he perhaps wronged you in the past, or do you share some prior acquaintance?" Chun Changtian's tone became increasingly cautious. Though he was intimidated by the Golden Mask, he was not entirely devoid of confidence, bolstered by the strength of Qin Kaishan, who was currently a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign realm. Although the Golden Masked man is formidable and has previously displayed the majesty of a martial sovereign, Qin Kaishan may not be incapable of challenging him. However, the fact that the Golden Masked man is seeking out Qin Kaishan immediately fills Chun Changtian with trepidation. Could it be that the Golden Masked man's purpose in coming to the Chun family is to confront Kaishan? Does he possess the confidence to subdue Kaishan? If that is indeed the case, what will become of the Chun family if Kaishan cannot withstand the Golden Masked man's might? A flurry of thoughts surged through Chun Changtian's mind, leaving him in disarray. His fear of the Golden Masked man deepened further. 3 breaths had already passed. "You still have about 30 breaths left." The Golden Masked man's cold voice echoed once more in Chun Changtian's ears. "Within 30 breaths, if I do not see Qin Kaishan, The Bilawakans will find themselves unnecessary. Qin Changtian was greatly alarmed and snapped back to reality from his tumultuous thoughts. My lord, do not worry. I shall personally summon Kaishan and ensure he appears before you within 30 breaths. No need, I have arrived. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from outside the conference hall, followed by Qin Kaishan striding confidently into the room. The arrival of the golden-masked man had already stirred considerable unrest within the Qin family, and naturally, Qin Kaishan had heard of it. Aware of the golden-masked man's formidable reputation, he remained confident in his own abilities. The power of a martial sovereign is incomparable to that of a martial king. Even though he had just recently entered the realm of a 1-star martial sovereign, he could effortlessly annihilate several peak 9-star martial kings with a mere gesture. Thus, while the golden-masked man's exploits might seem terrifying to ordinary warriors, to him, they appeared rather mundane. Therefore, upon hearing news of the golden-masked man, he decided to come and assess the man's true caliber. If the golden-masked man proved to be genuinely strong, he would not hesitate to humble himself. Conversely, if the golden-masked man's strength were comparable to or inferior to his own, then Qin Kaishan's demeanor might not be so amiable. Chapter 66. Qin Kaishan. Do you remember me? Upon seeing Qin Kaishan, Qin Changtian's fear of the golden-masked man diminished somewhat. I am Qin Kaishan. What business do you have with me? Qin Kaishan met the golden-masked man's gaze directly, his eyes gleaming with intensity, his voice deep, and his demeanor neither submissive nor arrogant. What business? The golden-masked man stood up, locking eyes with Qin Kaishan, his gaze frosty, his tone growing colder. Qin Kaishan, open your eyes and see who I am. He removed the golden mask that concealed his face, revealing an extraordinarily youthful visage before Qin Kaishan and Qin Changtian. How is this possible? The sight of the face beneath the mask left Qin Changtian and the attendant beside the golden-masked man utterly astounded. He is far too young. The face was undeniably youthful. No more than 17 years old. Yet, can someone merely 17 truly be a martial sovereign? This defies belief. For centuries, not only in the land of the blazing sun, but also in several neighboring realms, there has never been a talent as monstrous as this. Even in legends, such a prodigy has yet to surface. Typically, a martial artist, at the tender age of 16 or 17, can only attain the realm of a martial master. Even the most gifted warriors, at that age, can reach no higher than the realm of a martial general. Not even the finest young talents, such as the legendary Qin Kaishan of yore, or the current Situcheng, or the scions of the 3 great families in the capital, or the true disciples from the 3 major sects, can surpass the realm of a martial king at such an age. A martial king at 16 or 17 is already an unparalleled existence. A martial sovereign at that age is simply inconceivable. Qin Kaishan was equally astonished. However, his expression quickly darkened as he recognized the figure behind the golden mask. His shock multiplied tenfold, even 100-fold. How could that wretched brat, whom I had previously crippled, still be capable of cultivation? How could he have become so terrifyingly powerful in just 2 months? Could it be that this scoundrel has encountered some extraordinary opportunity? Some ancient inheritance of great significance? As his eyes gleamed with newfound intensity, Qin Kaishan took a step closer to the masked figure, sneering, Zhao Fang, you insolent wretch. You tread the path of heaven with no regard, and dare to intrude into hell. I spared you 2 months ago, but today, your fate is sealed. With that, Qin Kaishan lunged at the golden-masked figure, appearing instantaneously before him, his hands sweeping like a fan, glowing with dark green energy as it reached for the mysterious man's neck. Fool, if I dare to come, I certainly do not fear you. Today it is you who will die? Zhao Fang retaliated with a powerful strike towards Qin Kaishan's grasping hand. The might of the stone-shattering palm. With a thunderous crash, their palms met, and the dark green energy enveloping Qin Kaishan dissipated in an instant, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. Zhao Fang, too, staggered back 4 steps. What a remarkable young man. He possesses the prowess of a peak 9-star martial king. No wonder he could slaughter the entire 20,000 city guards of the Golden Armored Army and send the useless Sichahuji fleeing. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Kaishan's eyes, yet it was overshadowed by disdain. He had initially believed the golden-masked figure would be stronger, at least a 1-star martial sovereign. After all, the overwhelming force emanating from the cataclysmic explosion at the South City Gate had truly rivaled that of a martial sovereign. But now, he had reassessed. He had discerned Zhao Fang's true capability, merely a peak 9-star martial king. Such prowess could defeat Sichahuji. But in the face of his own newfound strength, it was insignificant. He had also deduced the nature of the explosive incident at the South City Gate. It was likely that Sichahuji, in a desperate bid to escape Zhao Fang's relentless pursuit, had chosen to self-destruct, dragging Zhao Fang down with him. Sichahuji was indeed a ruthless individual. and based on Chen Kaishan's understanding of him, it was entirely plausible that he would resort to such drastic measures. With the cultivation level of situ haojia, his self-detonation indeed could generate such a tremendous commotion, unleashing an overwhelming force. Although the reason for Zhao Fang's survival amidst situ haojia's explosion remains unclear, what does it matter? A mere 9-star martial king, in the face of a martial sovereign, how could he possibly stir the waters? Moreover, Zhao Fang had just slain nearly 20,000 members of the city guard's Jinwu army and was further affected by situ haojia's self-detonation. Even if his combat prowess still lingered, he must be utterly exhausted, on the brink of becoming a spent force. In such a state, he could hardly be a match for his adversary. Little wretch, lie down for me, Chen Kaishan thought with disdain, his voice dripping with extreme contempt as he advanced once more towards Zhao Fang. Previously, his attack had not been executed with full force. Rather, it was a mere probe into Zhao Fang's depths. Now, believing he had thoroughly gauged Zhao Fang, he regarded him as a puppet in his hands, incapable of resistance. The terrifying aura of the martial sovereign erupted from Chen Kaishan, enveloping the entire conference hall, which instantly fell into a heavy silence, as if a small fragment of the heavens above might collapse at any moment. The Chen clan member who had escorted Zhao Fang into the hall began to struggle for breath, his face reddening, veins bulging in his neck. In such a brief period, he was nearly unable to withstand the oppressive force released by Chen Kaishan. Even Chen Changtian's breathing began to grow labored. Kaishan, what on earth is happening? Do you truly recognize this person? Chen Changtian inquired in a low voice. Of course I recognize him. Do you remember the extraordinary prodigy from the Zhao Clan of Yishui City? This little wretch is the son of that prodigy. What? This brat is the son of that individual? Indeed. His father once dealt me a crushing blow, but now? If I slay this little wretch, I shall see what his father can do about it. Chen Kaishan's expression twisted into a snarl, the aura of a 1-star martial sovereign surging forth like a torrential flood, pressing down upon Zhao Fang. Such an aura was sufficient to force an ordinary martial king to kneel. It could even impede a typical 9-star martial king from moving. At that moment, Chen Kaishan had once again reached Zhao Fang, his hands clasped as he aimed to seize Zhao Fang once more. He speculated that Zhao Fang must have obtained a legacy from an ancient powerhouse. He intended to capture Zhao Fang alive and claim this inheritance. Otherwise, why would he squander effort to capture Zhao Fang instead of simply killing him? After all, Zhao Fang's rate of growth was astonishing. Within 2 months, he had ascended from a mere useless being to the level capable of slaying situ haojia. If allowed to continue his ascent, it would not be long before he posed a significant threat to him. Chapter 67. Continued slaughter. Initially, the reason Chen Kaishan had merely crippled Zhao Fang and spared his life was due to his desire to toy with him like a cat with a mouse, hoping to see Zhao Fang perish miserably amidst the machinations of his clan members. Such a demise would be far more gratifying than slaying Zhao Fang with his own hands. However, now that Zhao Fang had grown to such a degree, the clan members of the Zhao clan in Yishui City could no longer pose any threat to him. Thus, to bring about Zhao Fang's demise, it could only be accomplished through his own hand. However, just as Chen Kaishan brimmed with confidence, believing that he would surely capture Zhao Fang this time, Zhao Fang suddenly vanished from his sight. Simultaneously, he reappeared beside the gatekeeper of the Chen clan. Chen Kaishan's gaze sharpened. This boy's elusive movements were so swift that even he could scarcely discern them. So, you have ascended to the rank of Wuzhou. No wonder you possess such confidence in your ability to slay me. Yet, it is all utter nonsense. Zhao Fang pointed a finger at the gatekeeper of the Chen clan, and crimson sword energy shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through the man's brow. You audacious wretch! Chen Kaishan bellowed. Kaishan, strike him down swiftly. Do not allow him to inflict further harm upon my kin. The death of the gatekeeper sent Chen Changdian's heart racing. He instantly recalled the tens of thousands of soldiers from the city guard and golden armored army who had perished at Zhao Fang's hands. The overall strength of the Chen clan was slightly inferior to that of the city guard. If Zhao Fang had decimated the entire army, how could the Chen clan withstand his onslaught? Chen Changtian possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Zhao Fang, or more precisely, the Zhao clan of Yishui. 18 years prior, that prodigious genius from the Zhao clan had overshadowed all the young talents in the entire Beluo County, and, after suppressing Chen Kaishan, a long-standing enmity was forged between the Chen clan and the Zhao clan of Yishui. However, not long thereafter, news reached Chen Kaishan that this exceptional talent from the Zhao clan had met his demise in the royal capital of the Lion Kingdom. Chen Kaishan felt a swell of pride. He had investigated the Zhao clan of Yishui and found them to be a collection of mere rabble. He believed that it would be beneath his dignity to seek vengeance upon such insignificant beings. Thus, he could not be bothered to retaliate against the Zhao clan of Yishui. It was only recently, when the Yin clan of Beluo proclaimed their intention to ally with the Zhao clan of Yishui due to the emergence of a remarkable young genius. That Chen Kaishan reconsidered. He personally delved into the Zhao clan's affairs and subsequently captured Zhao Taishu, the esteemed elder of the Zhao clan of Yishui. As for the sudden impetus behind Chen Kaishan's actions towards the Zhao clan of Yishui and the capture of Zhao Taichu, Chen Shantian remained oblivious. He could not be bothered to uncover the truth. In his eyes, the Zhao clan of Yishui posed no threat. They were mere trifles. Yet now, with Zhao Fang emerging and ruthlessly decimating the lineage of the Beluo County Lord, and subsequently turning his wrath upon the Chen clan, particularly after learning that Zhao Fang was the son of that legendary Zhao prodigy, Chen Shantian quickly grasped that Chen Kaishan's actions against the Zhao clan of Yishui 2 months prior were likely instigated by Zhao Fang. An unprecedented dread enveloped Chen Changtian's entire being. That prodigious Zhao talent had been astonishingly formidable. His achievements in Beluo County shone like the sun, rendering him a taboo in the eyes of all who were aware. Those who are even slightly acquainted with him would undoubtedly regard that prodigy of the Zhao family as the foremost genius in the entire realm of Liang. Indeed, within 1,000 miles and several nations surrounding it for the past few centuries. Yet, it came as a shock that this extraordinary Zhao Scion met his demise within the capital of Liang. Furthermore, Chen Shantian could hardly fathom that merely 18 years had passed when yet another remarkable youth emerged from the Zhao family of Yishui City. This unparalleled Zhao Fang was, in fact, tenfold more formidable than his illustrious father. In terms of ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness, he surpassed his father by 100-fold. Such a prodigy, if left unchecked, would certainly spell doom for the Chen clan. To think that he, Chen Kaishan, could stand against me? Unbeknownst to Zhao Fang, within the fleeting moment of a single breath, Chen Changtian's mind whirled with countless thoughts. His voice remained icy as he appeared before Chen Changtian. You wish to prevent me from harming the Chen clan? Then I shall slay you, the patriarch of the Chen family, and we shall see if Chen Kaishan can intervene. With those words, dozens of multicolored sword energies surged toward Chen Changtian. Kaishan, save me. Each of those vibrant sword energies sliced through the air with the speed of light, sharp as divine blades, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter, effectively sealing all avenues of retreat for Chen Chang moments later. A series of anguished screams reverberated throughout the Chen residence, accompanied by a palpable stench of blood wafting from every corner. This was the result of Zhao Fang's frenzied slaughter of the ordinary members of the Chen clan. In truth, after the annihilation of the Situ lineage, Zhao Fang felt a profound weariness. He had no desire to continue this indiscriminate killing spree. After all, prior to his transmigration, he was merely a reclusive young man who had never even harmed a chicken. Although the past 2 months had compelled him to level up rapidly due to familial pressures, he had primarily hunted beasts and ferocious creatures in the Mai Mountains, seldom taking human lives. The act of killing did not bring him any solace. Even if slaying might facilitate his ascension, he would far prefer to engage with spirit beasts or ferocious creatures, or to confront the legendary alien races that resided in other regions of the martial world. Yet, the harsh reality forced his hand towards murder. Chapter 68. Despair of Chen Changtian. Zhao Fang had initially presumed that Chen Kaishan was merely a 9-star martial king. In reality, when he had come to Beluo County several days prior to meticulously investigate the Chen clan's strength, he had indeed only uncovered Chen Kaishan's status as a 9-star martial king. With his current combat prowess, dispatching a 9-star martial king would pose no challenge whatsoever. Thus, after defeating Situ Haojia, he had confidently approached the Chen clan, harboring no intentions of slaying other clan members, as they bore him no personal grievances. However, to his astonishment, Chen Kaishan had now ascended to a 1-star martial sovereign. He had removed his golden mask, revealing his identity to Zhao Fang. If Zhao Fang refrained from eliminating Chen Kaishan at this juncture, the Zhao clan in Yishui City would undoubtedly face Chen Kaishan's most extreme retaliation, a calamity they could not withstand. He could not bring such disaster upon the Zhao clan of Yishui City. Furthermore, his purpose in coming to Beluo County was to eradicate all potential threats to the Zhao clan in Yishui City. Therefore, Chen Kaishan must die. To achieve this, Zhao Fang needed to elevate his level once more. Leveling up necessitated slaying monsters, and slaying monsters equated to taking lives. Thus, the moment Chen Kaishan exhibited the aura of a 1-star martial sovereign, Zhao Fang immediately struck down the guard who had escorted him into the Chen clan's council hall, and swiftly turned his lethal intent towards the clan leader, Chen Shantian. While Chen Shantian was under Chen Kaishan's protection, rendering him currently untouchable, the other members of the Chen clan lacked such safeguards. One man could not possibly shield all the clan members. The piercing sound of sword energy slicing through the air, coupled with countless cries of agony, grew increasingly dense within the Chun residence. The stench of blood intensified, permeating the atmosphere. At that moment, Chun Kaishan's face darkened, resembling the ash at the bottom of a pot. When Zhao Fang unleashed his 10-colored sword energy, Chun Kaishan had initially been filled with astonishment, recognizing it as an extraordinarily advanced martial technique of immense power. Those who possess such martial prowess can undoubtedly sweep through their peers with unparalleled dominance. The Yishui Zhao Clan is but a mere dilapidated family, incapable of harboring such extraordinary martial skills. Not to mention the Yishui Zhao Clan. Even with the profound heritage of the Biluo clan, it remains impossible to possess such exquisite high-tier martial arts. At the very least, these are earth-tier martial techniques. Possibly even celestial tier. With martial arts of such elevated rank, from whence did Zhao Fang acquire them? He must have obtained some form of astonishing inheritance. Coupled with Zhao Fang's remarkable transformation from a mere wastrel to such heights in just over 2 months, Chun Kaishan became increasingly convinced that Zhao Fang had encountered an incredible opportunity, securing the legacy of a mighty ancient being. He, Chun Kaishan, must acquire this inheritance. If he could seize it, perhaps even the pinnacle of the 9-star martial sovereign would not be his limit. He might even ascend to the ranks of a martial venerable, or even a martial emperor. The temptation is overwhelming. A martial venerable. That is a figure who can command respect throughout the entire Liang kingdom. A peerless individual who can defy the 3 major influential families of the royal capital. And should he become a martial emperor, Chun Kaishan dared not contemplate further, for he could not fathom the boundless glory possessed by a martial emperor. For in the 400 years since the establishment of the Liang kingdom, not a single martial emperor has ever emerged. Not even in the surrounding myriad realms has there been a martial emperor. A martial emperor is akin to a taboo force. If there exists even the slightest possibility of attaining the esteemed title of martial emperor, Chun Kaishan would spare no effort. Thus, he resolved to capture Zhao Fang at all costs, to extort the potential ancient legacy hidden within him. He was confident in his ability to subdue Zhao Fang, even if Zhao Fang wielded that unparalleled 10-color sword chi technique. The vast chasm between a 9-star martial king and a 1-star martial sovereign could not be bridged merely by martial skills. Zhao Fang, before him, could not stir even a ripple. Yet, Chun Kaishan could not have dreamed that Zhao Fang's agility could be so extraordinarily profound. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he could materialize in any location. His speed was akin to teleportation, and the intricacies of his movements were beyond Chun Kaishan's comprehension. Zhao Fang appeared as if possessed, unleashing a massacre within the Chun estate. In the span of a brief moment, he had slain over 1,000 members of the Chun clan. Blood flowed like a river. The vast Chun estate was enveloped in a thick scent of blood. Yet, Chun Kaishan found himself utterly powerless against Zhao Fang. Kaishan, quickly stop him. That little bastard is a madman. If we allow him, he witnessed Elder Chen Wanjian recklessly charging at Zhao Fang, only to be pierced through the throat and struck at the heart in a mere moment, meeting an untimely demise. The 7 elders, each a 4-star martial king, and the Grand Elder, a 7-star martial king, appeared as feeble as ants before Zhao Fang. In such circumstances, how could he dare to leave Chun Kaishan? He feared that departing from Chun Kaishan would expose him to Zhao Fang's lethal pursuit, leading to his own execution at the hands of Zhao Fang. Chun Kaishan's face twitched incessantly, his eyes darting as if electrified. How could he prevent this? Listening to Chun Changtian's low growl, Chun Kaishan exclaimed in exasperation. That little brat moves like a ghost. I cannot keep up with him. If I cannot catch him, how can I stop him? If I cannot stop him, how can I kill him? Though my combat prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of that little brat, to speak plainly, if he wishes to flee, I can only watch helplessly as he escapes. Was there truly no recourse? Their ancestors had carved a path through thorns and shed blood to establish the Chun family. And after enduring a century of trials, they had attained the current glory of the Chun lineage. The Chun family could not fall into ruin at their hands. Chun Changtian's voice was filled with despair, and at that moment, he felt a tinge of resentment towards Chun Kaishan. Had Chun Kaishan not provoked that extraordinary talent of the Zhao family for the sake of his so-called pride, had he extinguished the Zhao family of Yishui earlier, they would not be facing such calamity now. Solutions? What solutions could he possibly have? Chun Kaishan was utterly frustrated. Despite possessing greater combat abilities than Zhao Fang, he was utterly powerless against him, forced to watch as Zhao Fang mercilessly slaughtered his kin. What further aggravated his distress was that with Zhao Fang's unparalleled agility, capturing him became an impossibility. If he could not capture Zhao Fang, how could he seize the ancient legacy that might exist within him? Chapter 69. Threat without obtaining that ancient legacy, given Chun Kaishan's aptitude and the resources of the Biluo family. It seemed he might forever remain at the martial zone level. He was unwilling to accept this, especially as he glimpsed the hope of becoming a martial emperor. Yet found it just out of reach. He was even more reluctant to concede. If I must place the blame, it lies with you, patriarch. Had you not issued the command for all clan members to retreat to the family estate, our people would not be trapped there, and thus the little brat would not have been able to slaughter so many. At the very least, those who had remained outside the estate could have escaped, preserving the Qin bloodline. Qin Kaishan's face turned an ashen hue, his pent-up frustration erupting as he shouted at Qin Changtian. Kaishan, you. Qin Changtian was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that Qin Kaishan would lay blame upon him at such a moment. He felt wronged. His command was issued to protect the Qin clan. In the face of Zhao Fang's rampage within Biluo County, who among the families was not terrified? Who dared to provoke him? The command he issued was not accepted by the entire clan, yet now, Qin Kaishan dares to blame him for it. The indignation swelled within him. Yet he found himself powerless against Qin Kaishan. At this moment, his very life depended on Kaishan. All he could do was to defend himself. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. Qin Changtian, filled with excitement, turned to Qin Kaishan and exclaimed, Kaishan, that little bastard also has his kin among us. While we may not be able to touch him, we can easily manipulate his relatives. He has slain our kin, and we can retaliate by targeting his family in Yishui City, the Zhao Clan. Moreover, Kaishan, did you not capture a member of the Zhao Clan? You can use that individual to threaten the little bastard and gauge his reaction. If he values his kin, then we will have him firmly in our grasp. But if he shows indifference towards them, Qin Changtian trailed off, his expression dimming slightly. If Zhao Fang truly did not care for his relatives, what could they do? They would be left to watch helplessly as Zhao Fang slaughtered the Qin clan. Furthermore, if Qin Changtian were in Zhao Fang's position, he would never risk his life for the sake of those with mediocre talent. After all, Zhao Fang was still so young, with boundless potential. Such a prodigy would not sacrifice himself for the lives of ordinary clansmen. However, Qin Kaishan's eyes gleamed with determination. He hastened towards according to Qin Kaishan's understanding. Zhao Fang was raised by his grandfather, a member of the Zhao clan, and they shared an exceptionally close bond, far surpassing the ordinary affection typical between a grandfather and grandson. Thus, when Qin Kaishan incapacitated Zhao Fang, he subsequently injured Zhao Jingfeng, compelling him to enter seclusion. This tactic was employed to ensure that Zhao Jingfeng would be unable to assist Zhao Fang while he faced relentless bullying from other members of the Zhao clan. The capture of Zhao Taichu, the clan's esteemed elder, was also intended as a means of intimidation, ensuring that Zhao Jingfeng would dare not defy Qin Kaishan's commands. Qin Kaishan was also aware of Zhao Fang's maid, who had grown up alongside him. Although they were considered master and servant, their bond resembled that of siblings. Had the maid possessed any significant cultivation, Qin Kaishan, in his arrogance, would not have hesitated to eliminate her alongside Zhao Jingfeng. Now, Qin Kaishan found himself cornered by Zhao Fang. He could only attempt to summon Zhao Jingfeng and the maid. Should Zhao Fang continue to disregard him, he would be left powerless. However, upon calling out their names, he was startled to see Zhao Fang abruptly cease his onslaught against the Qin clan members and fix his gaze intently upon him. This was promising. The young scoundrel indeed held great regard for his grandfather and that maid. Qin Kaishan was elated, and Qin Changtian wore a look of delight. The other members of the Qin clan in the residence collectively exhaled in relief, fearfully glancing at Zhao Fang before frantically seeking refuge behind Qin Kaishan. Release our clan elder Zhao Taichu, and then you may forfeit your own cultivation. I swear to the heavenly path of the martial realm that I will spare the Qin clan and not harm a single member of your family. Zhao Fang took a deep breath and spoke to Qin Kaishan in a low, steady voice, disregarding the frenzied Qin clan members who had rushed behind him. To Zhao Fang, they posed no threat whatsoever. With the swift agility of the Lingyun immortal step and the devastating range of the 10 meridians divine sword, should he choose to eliminate them, none would escape unscathed. He scarcely regarded Qin Kaishan as a formidable adversary, although his current combat prowess was inferior to that of Qin Kaishan. He knew that with the abilities of the Lingyun immortal step, Qin Kaishan would be powerless to contend with him. Once he achieved a successful upgrade, Qin Kaishan would become as pliable as a fish in his grasp, just like Situ Haojia. Therefore, when Qin Kaishan had bellowed at him earlier, he had chosen to ignore him entirely. Yet, he had not anticipated that Qin Kaishan would resort to threatening him with the elder of the Zhao clan. Chapter 70. Better to shatter than to remain intact, a grave miscalculation. Zhao Fang's expression darkened. He had come to Biluo County City with the singular intent of obliterating the Situ and Qin clans to eliminate future threats to the Zhao family. Yet he had overlooked the fact that their esteemed elder Zhao Taichu was still in Qin Kaishan's grasp. Zhao Fang had little impression of Zhao Taichu. as the elder spent most of his time in seclusion, rarely making appearances within the clan. Thus, it can be said that Zhao Fang harbors little affection for him. However, Zhao Taichu is ultimately a member of the Zhao Clan. Given this connection, Zhao Fang feels compelled to rescue him if possible. Moreover, the most pressing issue at hand is that if a solution to halt Chen Kaishan is not devised, he may very well carry out his threat and storm into the Zhao Clan within Yishui City, ruthlessly eliminating all Zhao family members. Presently, Zhao Fang is utterly incapable of stopping Chen Kaishan, just as Chen Kaishan cannot be deterred from slaughtering the Chen clan members. Shall I cripple my own cultivation? You little wretch, Zhao Fang, are you certain you are not speaking in a dream? Suddenly, Chen Kaishan struck Zhao Taichu on the back, rendering him weak and collapsing to the ground, blood frothing at his lips. Kneel and cripple your own cultivation, surrender unconditionally, or I shall immediately slay this old man, and then turn my wrath upon your Zhao clan. Chen Kaishan's voice was filled with malice, his face twisted in madness. Yet his eyes sparkled with a frenzied delight. He believed he had grasped Zhao Fang's Achilles heel and could likely capture him. Once Zhao Fang was in his grasp, the opportunities he possessed would likely belong to Chen Kaishan, a once-in-a-lifetime chance that could elevate him to the status of a martial emperor. Zhao Fang remained silent, his gaze narrowing as he contemplated his strategy. Cough, cough. The collapsed Zhao Taichu, however, spoke up, not even casting a glance at Chen Kaishan, but fixated on Zhao Fang. Are you Fanga, the son of Zhanu? He recognized Zhao Fang. After all, Zhao Fang's father, Zhao Zhan, had once been an unparalleled prodigy of the Zhao clan, bringing glory to their lineage, although he ultimately fell within the main branch of the Zhao clan in the royal capital. Yet, Zhao Zhan remained a pride of the Yishui Zhao clan. When Zhao Fang was returned to the Zhao clan, Zhao Taichu had personally met with the mysterious figure who had brought him back. Over the years, despite Zhao Taichu's prolonged seclusion, he had kept an eye on Zhao Fang's development. He understood that Zhao Fang was also a genius, regarded as invincible among his peers within the Yishui Zhao clan and throughout the entirety of Yishui City. However, this prowess was only acknowledged within Yishui City. When compared to his father, Zhao Zhan, Zhao Fang's innate talent paled significantly. Zhao Taichu recalled that a year prior, Zhao Fang's cultivation level was merely that of a 9-star martial master. Given Zhao Fang's aptitude, in a year's time, he might at most advance to a 1-star martial general. A 1-star martial general could be considered a top-tier expert in Yishui City, yet within the realm of Biluo County, they would be deemed as a third-rate figure. A third-rate individual daring to wreak havoc within the Biluo Chen clan? That would be akin to an old man hanging himself out of a desire for a longer life. Zhao Taichu remembered that within the Biluo Chen clan, there were over 5 martial kings and countless martial generals, while the mightiest among them, Chen Kaishan, had recently ascended to the martial zone realm. Such a force was enough to instill terror. Yet, this very power now lay in disarray. And it seemed that Zhao Fang was the cause of it all. It appeared that both Chen Kaishan and the Chen clan patriarch, Chen Changtian, along with the other members of the Chen clan, were exceedingly wary of Zhao Fang. What on earth was happening? So it must be said that Zhao Fang didn't share much affection with him. But Zhao Taichu was, after all, still a member of the Zhao clan. And since he was a member of the Zhao clan, if possible, Zhao Fang still had to rescue him. Moreover, the biggest problem now was that if they didn't find a way to stop Chen Kaishan could easily do as he said, charge straight into the Zhao clan in Yishui City and slaughter all the Zhao clan's people. At this moment, Zhao Fang simply couldn't stop Chen Kaishan, just as Chen Kaishan now couldn't stop him from killing the Chen clan's people. Make me cripple my own cultivation? Zhao Fang, you little bastard, are you sure you're not talking in your sleep? Chen Kaishan suddenly struck Zhao Taichu in the back with a palm, causing Zhao Taichu to collapse weakly to the ground, blood foam continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. Kneel down immediately, cripple your cultivation, and surrender. Otherwise, I'll kill this old fool right now, and then head straight for your Zhao clan. Chen Kaishan's voice was sinister and savage, his face twisted with madness. Yet his eyes flickered with a wild delight. He felt he had grasped Zhao Fang's weakness and would most likely be able to capture him. As long as he captured Zhao Fang, the opportunities Zhao Fang carried would likely fall into his hands. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance that could possibly lead him to the esteemed rank of martial emperor. Zhao Fang didn't answer. His eyes flickered as he kept thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Cough, cough. Zhao Taishu, lying weakly on the ground, finally spoke. He didn't even glance at Chen Kaishan, just stared at Zhao Fang. You are you Fang? Zhan's son Fanger? He recognized Zhao Fang. After all, Zhao Fang's father, Zhao Zhan, was once the unparalleled genius of the Zhao clan, having brought glory to their family. Though he ultimately perished within the main branch of the royal capital Zhao Clan. But Zhao Zhan was still the pride of the Yishui Zhao clan. Back when Zhao Fang was sent back to the Zhao clan, Zhao Taishu had personally met the mysterious person who escorted him. Over the years, although Zhao Taichu spent most of his time in seclusion, he had still paid attention to Zhao Fang's growth. He knew Zhao Fang was also a genius, unmatched among his peers in the Yishui Zhao clan. Indeed, among the entire younger generation in Yishui City. But that was only within Yishui City. Zhao Fang's talent was far inferior to that of his father, Zhao Zhan. Zhao Taishu recalled that a year ago, Zhao Fang's cultivation was only at the 9-star martial master level. With Zhao Fang's aptitude, in 1 year, he could at most break through to the 1-star martial general realm. A 1-star martial general could be considered a top expert in Yishui City. But here in Bilan County City, he would only be a third-rate figure. A third-rate figure daring to cause trouble in the Bilanchen clan? That was practically like an old man hanging himself, seeking death. Zhao Taichu remembered that the Bilanchen clan had more than 5 martial king experts and countless martial general experts. And Chen Kaishan, the clan's strongest member, had broken through to the martial ancestor realm just a few days ago. Such power was terrifying enough to scare people to death. Yet, it was this very power that now lay in ruins. And the one who seemed to have caused all of this was Zhao Fang. Moreover, now Chen Kaishan, along with the Chen clan leader Chen Changtian and all the other Chen clan's people, seemed to fear Zhao Fang to the extreme. Just what was going on? Chen Kaishan gently twisted his wrist, allowing the blade to glide past Zhao Taishu's neck before the back of the knife descended, crashing into Zhao Taishu's back. The overwhelming force of the blow sent Zhao Taishu sprawling onto the ground once more. You little wretch, I shall ask you once again, will you kneel or not? Are you worthless or not? The blade gleamed menacingly, blood splattering as a piece of flesh was severed from Zhao Taichu's back. Chapter 71. Struggle. I am worthless, am I? I kneel to my father, my mother, and my ancestors, but I shall not kneel to the heavens or the earth. You are nothing. How dare you demand my submission? I will slay you. Zhao Fang exploded with rage. He disregarded Zhao Taichu entirely, vanishing from his spot and reappearing among the crowd behind Chen Kaishan, unleashing a torrent of 10-colored sword energy, embarking on a slaughter. He had come to a profound realization. He could not save Zhao Taichu, nor could he forsake his own cultivation. Furthermore, even if he were to renounce his powers, Chen Kaishan would not necessarily spare Zhao Taichu or the Yishui Zhao clan. He had descended into the martial realm, accompanied by the supreme divine martial system, and he was determined to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. To behold all its vistas, how could he allow a petty man like Chen Kaishan to threaten him? How could he perish here? Great-grandfather, rest assured. Your great-grandson shall use the lives of all the Chen clan to repay you. Zhao Fang roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. Indeed, as a man of the Zhao clan, I shall not be coerced, nor shall I bend my knees, and I shall remain true to my heart. With a grandson like this, I, Zhao Taichu, can close my eyes in peace. Zhao Taichu laughed heartily, resolutely choosing to self-destruct, facing death with composure. Boom. Great-grandfather. Zhao Fang's eyes turned crimson. Though he had little emotional connection to Zhao Taichu, the latter's actions profoundly shook him. This was a hero. Such a hero must not die in vain. Such a hero deserves to be commemorated. Great-grandfather, may your spirit observe from above. I shall use the entire Chen clan to accompany you in death. Kill, 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 kill. Zhao Fang was like a madman, a ghostly figure. His killing intent overwhelming as he unleashed 10-colored sword energy that either scattered or converged, forming a formidable 10-vein divine sword formation that enveloped the entire Chen estate. Countless members of the Chen clan screamed in agony, crying out as they lost their lives. Help! Is there anyone to save me? I do not wish to die. All members of the Chen clan, heed my command, quickly scatter and flee the estate. Kaishan, stop that little wretch, hurry. The entire Chen clan was in despair. And Chen Changtian's voice resonated with desperation. He had placed all his hopes on Chen Kaishan. Yet, in an instant, a streak of azure sword energy pierced through his throat. Bright crimson blood gushed forth, and Chen Changtian clutched his throat, unwillingly succumbing. You little wretch, you are indeed formidable. I, Chen Kaishan, vow to annihilate your Zhao clan. I shall dismember you. Chen Kaishan's eyes turned red as well, although Zhao Taichu had self-destructed beside him. The explosion of a mere martial general could not harm him in the slightest. However, he could only watch helplessly as Zhao Fang slaughtered the members of the Chen clan. Zhao Fang's speed was too swift. He could not stop him. With a fierce bite of his molars, Chen Kaishan suddenly sprinted towards the Zhao residence. Zhao Fang continued his relentless slaughter of the Chen clan members. He was acutely aware that Chen Kaishan was undoubtedly racing toward Yishui City to eliminate the Zhao family there. Yet, he felt utterly helpless. The curse system had forced him to slay nearly 3,000 members of the Chen clan, and still, it denied him an upgrade. The anxiety within Zhao Fang reached a fever pitch. He could be indifferent to Zhao Taichu's life and disregard the majority of the Zhao clan in Yishui. But he could never turn a blind eye to the life of his grandfather, Zhao Jingfeng. Even less could he ignore the life of Zishan. Yet, he was powerless against Qin Kaishan. The only course available to him was to slay Qin clan members with unparalleled fervor. Only through such frenzied carnage could he hope to upgrade in the shortest possible time. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhao Fang, for slaying 485 3-star martial artists, earning 455,000 experience points, 145, 500 true energy points, and 145, 500 proficiency in divine skills. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhao Fang, for slaying 267 6-star generals, earning 16,020,000 experience points, 602,000 true energy points, and 602,000 proficiency in divine skills. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhao Fang, for slaying 735 9-star martial disciples, earning 661, 500 experience points, 66, 150 true energy points, and 66, 150 proficiency in divine skills. The bloodshed continued unabated. The notifications from the divine martial supreme system echoed wildly in Zhao Fang's mind. His eyes grew increasingly bloodshot. Meanwhile, the number of Qin clan members within their residence dwindled. Yet, Zhao Fang still had not leveled up. Upgrade already. Cursed system, grant me my upgrade. Zhao Fang's agitation reached a breaking point. Within the Qin residence, only a handful of clan members remained. After having dispatched nearly 3,000, how could a mere few dozen bring about his upgrade? It had been 2 times since Qin Kaishan left the Qin residence. Given his speed, he must have already departed from Biluo County. In no more than an hour, Qin Kaishan would reach Yishui City, and at that point, the Zhao family there would face utter annihilation. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhao Fang, for slaying 9 1-star generals, earning 90,000 experience points, 9,000 true energy points, and 9,000 proficiency in divine skills. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhao Fang, for slaying 7 6-star martial artists, earning 42,000 experience points, 200 true energy points, and 200 proficiency in divine skills. Upgrade. Grant me my upgrade. Within the Qin residence, the last remaining clan member was pierced through the chest by the 10 veins, sword chi. Zhao Fang's expression darkened to the point of almost dripping with despair. Indeed, he had not leveled up. Cursed system, how many more must I slay to achieve an upgrade? Now, where must I go to continue my rampage? Should I wreak havoc in Biluo County, slaying the innocents there? How much experience could ordinary people possibly yield? Should I eliminate the warriors from other families? Zhao Fang's brow furrowed in a tangle of conflicting thoughts. He could not bring himself to do it. He was not a bloodthirsty man, unwilling to take the lives of the innocent. Yet, if he refrained from killing, he would not be able to level up, and without immediate advancement. Both his grandfather and Zishan would likely fall victim to Qin Kaishan's treachery. To kill or not to kill, it was a tormenting dilemma. Oh, benevolent system, might you grant me the boon of leveling up? Oh, venerable system, could you kindly disclose how many lives I must take to achieve this elevation? For heaven's sake, system, utter a word. Perhaps, could you extend a line of experience points to me, allowing me to level up now, with a promise to repay you in due time? Frustration overwhelmed Zhao Fang. He gasped for breath, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Grandfather, Zishan, I concede. For Zishan, I would willingly transform into a harbinger of death, even if scorned by multitudes. I, Zhao Fang, apologize to the innocent souls of Biluo County. Ultimately, Zhao Fang resolved to unleash a massacre within Biluo County. Throughout his life, Zishan had done so much for him, even sacrificing her purity and life to rescue him when he was entombed by Zhao Durun and his cohorts. If Zishan could go to such lengths for him, why should he not abandon some of his principles for her sake? Chapter 72. System Mission. Finally level up. Was it not merely a massacre? In the martial world, the weak are as ants, while the strong reign supreme. Some of the powerful would annihilate entire nations and all living beings within thousands of miles for the sake of their cultivation. If they could do it, why could Zhao Fang not? Zishan must not perish. Zhao Fang's countenance turned icy, enveloped in an unprecedented aura of malevolence. He hoped that this wretched system would not compel him to take too many lives. Ding! Detecting the player Zhao Fang's intense desire to level up, the system activated an upgrade mission. Does player Zhao Fang accept? Suddenly, the notification from the Divine Martial Supreme System echoed in Zhao Fang's mind. An upgrade mission? He paused, then inquired, what is this upgrade mission? Can it allow me to level up immediately? Ding! The system upgrade missions vary in difficulty and include tasks that can grant player Zhao Fang an immediate level up. Splendid. System, allow me to level up at once. But first, please elucidate the nature of these tasks that can facilitate my immediate advancement. Zhao Fang was elated, yet remained cautious, for he understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The divine martial supreme system had become increasingly challenging. He had slaughtered nearly 3,000 individuals, decimating the entire Qin clan of Biluo, yet it had not granted him a single level up. What kind of tasks could possibly allow him to level up instantaneously? One could surmise with certainty that those tasks would be far more arduous than the annihilation of the Qin clan. Ding. The system upgrade task is capricious and unpredictable, leaving player Zhao Fang with the sole option to either accept or decline. Ding. The system upgrade task is fraught with peril, posing a significant risk to Zhao Fang's very life. In exasperation, Zhao rolled his eyes. This system upgrade task is akin to a tyrannical mission, shrouded in ambiguity with no clues or guidance, and it potentially endangers his existence. To accept or not to accept, Zhao Fang wrestled with his thoughts. In a fleeting moment, the tea time passed. During this brief interlude, the image of Zishan incessantly flickered in Zhao Fang's mind, her every smile and frown, the countless deeds she had done for him. System, can you enlighten me on the likelihood of successfully completing the system upgrade task if I choose to accept? Zhao Fang gritted his teeth and inquired. Ding. The system is unable to calculate the probability of player Zhao Fang completing the system task. Damn it. Then tell me, do I stand a chance of accomplishing this so-called system upgrade task? Ding. The randomly issued system upgrade task has the potential for all players to complete. Very well. I shall accept this so-called system upgrade task. Zhao Fang clenched his jaw defiantly and declared, let me upgrade. Ding. The system has detected that player Zhao Fang has accepted the system upgrade task. Ding. Congratulations player Zhao Fang. You have leveled up to a 1-star martial sovereign. A formidable power enveloped Zhao Fang's entire being. An aura belonging to a martial sovereign surged forth from him, causing the air to crackle with explosive sounds. What exhilaration! So this is the power of a martial sovereign. No wonder even with my 10-pulse divine sword, I couldn't significantly affect that Shinkai-shan. The gap between a 1-star martial sovereign and a 9-star martial king is vaster than that between a 9-star martial king and a 7-star martial king. Thankfully, the instantaneous technique of Lingyun Immortal Steps proved effective. Otherwise, I might have been forced to kneel before that Shinkai-shan. As he felt the surge of power coursing through him, a sense of foreboding welled up within Zhao Fang. System. Reveal to me the nature of the system upgrade task I have accepted. Ding. Congratulations player Zhao Fang. You have triggered a mandatory upgrade task. Task objective. Within 6 months. Lead the Zhao clan of Yishui to return to the main Zhao lineage. Task level. A. Task reward. Divine level bloodline constitution. An elevation of 3 cultivation levels. Task failure. Erasure of player Zhao Fang. Hiss. Zhao Fang inhaled sharply. The system would annihilate him upon failure. This realization made him tense with apprehension. With the mysterious power of the divine martial supreme system, how could he possibly defend against such annihilation? This meant that failing to complete the system task would seal his doom. Damn. Regardless, my immediate priority is to swiftly return to Yishui City and thwart Shinkai-shan's impending massacre of the Zhao clan. The system upgrade task can be addressed later. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Fang vanished from the Chun residence. It was now deep into the night. The moon hung high in the sky, its light shimmering like water, and the starlight wove a veil of mystery over the dark blue expanse of the night. Yishui City, Zhao Manor. In recent days, the Zhao residence has been festooned with lights and decorations, resonating with the jubilant spirits of the Zhao clan. The cause of this elation is straightforward. Zhao Fang has suddenly risen to prominence, single-handedly annihilating the Han family and the Lord's mansion of Yishui City. Consequently, the Zhao clan has rightfully ascended to the position of the foremost family in Yishui City. Although the clan leader, Zhao Jingfeng, has sequestered himself within the meeting hall, abstaining from family affairs, the other elders have adeptly facilitated the acquisition of the majority of the Han families and the Lord's mansion's territories and resources. The smaller families and factions within Yishui City lack the courage to oppose the Zhao clan, which has effectively doubled its influence. This marks a significant victory. Never in the last century has the Zhao clan experienced such triumph. Furthermore, with Zhao Fang at the helm, this success appears to be merely the radiant beginning. It is conceivable that before long, Zhao Fang will lead the Yishui Zhao clan back to its ancestral roots, transforming them into a truly formidable family. In the Zhao family's kitchen, the third steward, Zhao Digao, was exasperatedly berating the cooks. Hurry up, Zhao Laosan. Have you not yet prepared the calming herbal soup for Miss Zishan? I swear, if you do not have it ready in half a tea time, I shall have words with you. Ertzi, is the midnight snack for Miss Zishan ready? Lao Chi, I asked for the 6 blessings vegetarian meal, and you have yet to prepare it. If you delay Miss Zishan's meal, can you bear the consequences? Do you wish to invite trouble upon yourself and drag me down with you? The kitchen staff, in a flurry of activity, scrambled to prepare the various dishes designated for Zishan. Since Zhao Fang's ascendance, Zishan's status within the Zhao residence has risen dramatically, to the point where she has become one of the most esteemed figures in the Yishui Zhao clan, her position subtly surpassing that of the clan leader, Zhao Jingfeng. It is well known that the bond between Zishan and Zhao Fang is profound. To offend Zishan is tantamount to offending Zhao Fang himself. Who would dare to provoke Zhao Fang? After all, those who previously crossed him, such as Zhao Xian and his son, have met their demise. Moreover, the Yishui Zhao clan will heavily rely on Zhao Fang's unparalleled martial prowess to sustain their continued success. Thus, despite Zishan's lack of pretentiousness or demands upon the Zhao clan, the clan members have exerted themselves to win her favor, striving to leave a positive impression upon her. Chapter 73. The mysterious slaughter in the Zhao residence in recent days. Zishan has been plagued by insomnia, frequently awakening from her dreams in the dead of night. The reason for her distress remains a mystery to many within the Zhao clan, as it has been well known that she had not suffered from insomnia for over a decade. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is who can remedy Zishan's affliction, who can attend to her with the utmost care after she awakens from her troubled slumber. Whosoever manages to provide her with exceptional service during this vulnerable time may well find themselves favored in the future when Zhao Fang returns to the Zhao family. If Zishan expresses her admiration for someone in his presence, eliciting his gratitude, the mere thought of such a scenario is exhilarating. Thus, even though the night has grown late, Zhao Digao remains stationed outside the kitchen, urging the cooks to prepare a variety of sumptuous dishes. These delicacies are specifically crafted as medicinal cuisine to alleviate insomnia and vivid dreams, which he intends to present to Zishan. This task has been fiercely contested, and Zhao Digao has exerted immense effort to secure it, as many within the family seek to curry favor with Zishan. Therefore, he cannot afford any mistakes in this undertaking. Suddenly, amidst Zhao Digao's growing impatience as he chides the cooks, wishing to personally ensure the meal is prepared for Zishan, a tremendous commotion erupts within the Zhao residence. The cacophony is intermingled with anguished howls, and a pungent scent of blood wafts through the night air. What is happening? Who dares to cause trouble in my Zhao household? Do they not value their lives? Why is there such a thick stench of blood? Zhao Digao's expression changes dramatically. The overwhelming scent of blood and the piercing cries ignite a deep sense of foreboding within him. He rushes out of the kitchen, determined to follow the source of the screams and the bloodshed. However, just as he exits the kitchen door, an unfamiliar figure suddenly appears before him. This figure is imposing, drenched in blood, and emanates a palpable aura of malevolence, akin to a demon risen from the depths of a bloody hell. The force radiating from this presence instills terror, and Zhao Digao finds himself unable to withstand its might, collapsing to his knees in an instant. What a terrifying powerhouse, stronger than even the clan leader. Zhao Digao's heart races with fear, yet he musters the courage to boldly inquire, "Who are you to dare act so recklessly in my Zhao family? Do you not know that we have young Master Fang?" Before Zhao Digao can finish his words, his head is mercilessly crushed by the figure, who then storms into the kitchen, wreaking havoc like a tiger among sheep, slaughtering everyone within in the blink of an eye. The figure exits the kitchen and continues to move through the Zhao estate like a specter, dispatching all it encounters. The cries of despair within the Zhao residence grow more frequent, and the scent of blood intensifies. In a refined courtyard, recently constructed within the Zhao estate, stands a luxurious abode. This dwelling, the most exquisite and elegant in the Zhao residence, is meticulously crafted with the finest materials and designed for Zhao Fang. Thus, it serves as Zhao Fang's exclusive sanctuary. Since Zhao Fang departed from Yishui City to venture to Biluo County, this elegant courtyard has been reserved solely for Zishan. Over the past few days, Zishan has taken up residence in this serene sanctuary. This night, once again, she finds herself unable to sleep. Since Zhao Fang's departure, she has been plagued by sleepless nights. Having grown up alongside Zhao Fang, she knows him all too well. She is acutely aware that he has gone to Biluo County to confront the Chun family and the local lordess faction. However, the Chun family of Biluo and the lord of Biluo County were extraordinarily formidable, instilling a deep sense of trepidation within her. Although Zhao Fang appeared to have grown significantly stronger, Zishan harbored no confidence in him whatsoever. She was filled with dread that Zhao Fang might encounter misfortune within Biluo County. "Miss Zishan, you have awakened," the maid Xiaozhu said gently. "Do not worry. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a soothing soup and a vegetarian meal. Zhao Digao will soon bring the soup and food to you. After you partake, you shall surely enjoy a restful slumber." Xiaozhu, the cleverest and most capable maid in the Zhao residence, had been vigilantly waiting outside the elegant courtyard. A few months prior, her status had far surpassed that of Zishan's. Yet now, she meticulously attended to Zishan, fearful of causing her any displeasure. Each time she beheld Zishan, Xiaozhu felt a pang of reflection on the unpredictability of fate. Had she known earlier that Zhao Fang would rise so impressively and swiftly, she would have endeavored, even at the risk of opposing Zhao Xian, to curry favor with Zhao Fang. Look at Zishan now. Her unwavering loyalty to Zhao Fang, their fates intertwined, had elevated her status to one of unparalleled distinction, surpassing even that of the clan leader. It was truly enviable. Xiaozhu, you have worked hard, Zishan whispered. It is nothing, Miss Zishan. As long as you can have a peaceful rest, I would endure any hardship, Xiaozhu replied, a hint of excitement in her tone. She sensed the goodwill emanating from Zishan. Though Zishan now occupied a position of immense prestige, her character remained unchanged, gentle, kind, and gracious towards others. This allowed Xiaozhu to easily win her favor. To gain Zishan's affection was to earn Zhao Fang's as well. And the mere thought of the promising future that awaited her sent a thrill through Xiaozhu. She eagerly spoke to Zishan. I shall go and urge Zhao Digao to expedite the delivery of the soothing soup and vegetarian meal. We must not delay your rest. Go ahead. Suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions reverberated throughout the Zhao estate, followed by a heavy scent of blood wafting from a distant corner of the residence towards the tranquil courtyard. Both Xiaozhu and Zishan turned pale. What has happened, Xiaozhu? Zishan inquired, her voice laced with alarm. After the blasts, her anxiety for Zhao Fang surged intensely, particularly upon catching the whiff of that pungent blood scent, which sent her into a frenzy of fear. Miss, please do not panic. I shall investigate this matter immediately. Rest assured, young Master Fang is incredibly strong. No one in Yishui City would dare to act recklessly within the Zhao residence, Xiaozhu reassured her, maintaining a level of composure. She possessed unwavering faith in Zhao Fang. Furthermore, the Zhao family was currently the most esteemed clan in Yishui City, rendering it implausible for anyone to challenge their authority. Chapter 74. Chun Kaishan's Revenge. Just as Xiaozhu prepared to exit the elegant courtyard to ascertain the unfolding situation, a shadow abruptly darted into the courtyard, swiftly approaching her. Captain Zhao, what has transpired? Xiaozhu inquired of the figure. Zhao Gu, the newly appointed leader of the Zhao clan's forbidden martial army, was entrusted with the safety of Zishan since his ascension. It is noteworthy that the leader of the forbidden martial army held a position of greater authority than several of the clan's elders, second only to the clan patriarch. His responsibility encompassed the security of the entire Zhao family internally, while externally, he was tasked with suppressing any forces daring to oppose the Zhao clan. However, currently, Zhao Gu was solely accountable for the safety of Zishan. This clearly illustrated the esteemed status Zishan held within the Zhao family. An urgent crisis has arisen. A mysterious individual has infiltrated our Zhao residence, wreaking havoc. Xiaozhu, we must swiftly escort Miss Zishan to safety and rendezvous with the patriarch and the elders at once. What? Is there truly someone bold enough to commit murder within our Zhao household? Has he lost his senses? Does he not comprehend the might of our young master Zhao Fang? Xiaozhu exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Ji's expression was grave. I am uncertain of the circumstances, but there is no time for explanations. That mysterious figure is extraordinarily powerful. In a mere instant, at least 100 of our kin have fallen victim to his malevolence. I fear I alone cannot withstand him. Quickly, take Miss Zishan and depart. Very well, I shall fetch Miss Zishan at once. No need to fetch me. I have already emerged. Captain Zhao, my gratitude, let us depart. With a solemn expression, Zishan stepped out of the elegant courtyard. Boom, boom. At that moment, outside the courtyard, a series of explosive sounds and anguished cries erupted. A figure, akin to a specter, dashed towards Zishan and the others from the distance, moving with such velocity that it appeared to traverse hundreds of meters in a single bound. Even before his arrival, a dread-inducing presence enveloped the trio like an overwhelming force. In an instant, Xiaozhu and Zishan were compelled to bow under the weight of that aura, their legs trembling, their breaths becoming labored. This is dire. My subordinates in the forbidden martial army have likely fallen prey to that mysterious figure. Xiaozhu, you must hasten with Miss Zishan to find the patriarch and the elders. I will confront that wretch. Zhao Ji's countenance was exceedingly grim, as he unleashed a formidable aura to barely counter the menacing force, allowing Xiaozhu and Zishan to straighten their postures once more. Gasping for air, Xiaozhu and Zishan struggled to regain their composure, drenched in cold sweat in that fleeting moment. Captain Zhao, thank you. Zishan offered a respectful bow to Zhao Gu before turning to flee. She sensed the terror emanating from the approaching figure. whose aura was more formidable than that which Zhao Fang had unleashed when he single-handedly vanquished the city guards of Yushui and the Han family days prior. This indicated that the approaching figure might surpass even Zhao Fang in strength. Zhao Ge stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. Thus, he was gambling with his life, striving to buy them precious moments to escape. No one shall leave. The Zhao clan must meet their demise. Just as Zishan turned, a figure suddenly bellowed, resonating like a thunderclap in the air. Both Zishan and Xiaozu were instantly rendered weak, as if the very strength had been siphoned from their legs, causing them to collapse on the spot. At that moment, Zhao Ge charged toward the figure. "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you wreak havoc in the Zhao residence? Prepare to meet your end. A mere insect dares to flaunt its might before me? Die!" The figure swung a hand, unleashing a surge of deep green energy that manifested in the air as a massive palm the size of an acre. Zhao Ge was obliterated by that colossal green force. "Zhao Ge!" Zishan and Xiaozhu cried out in despair. In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared before Zishan and Xiaozhu. He was a middle-aged man, drenched in blood, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence that chilled the air around him. "Who are you? Why do you seek to harm the Zhao clan?" Zishan fixed her gaze on the man, summoning her courage to inquire. Xiaozhu, however, was paralyzed by fear, lost in a daze. "Who am I?" The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with a fierce hatred. "I have come to collect a debt from your Zhao clan." With a swift motion, he crushed Xiaozhu's head, then seized Zishan and dashed toward the council hall of the Zhao residence. Within the council hall of the Zhao residence, as the first ominous explosion echoed and the scent of blood wafted through the air, Zhao Jingfeng abruptly stood. He had little regard for the jade stone for communication resting on the long table. Something was amiss. The subsequent sounds of explosions, the anguished cries of his kin, and the increasingly pungent aroma of blood intensified his grave concern. He realized that calamity was befalling the Zhao clan. He inexplicably connected this incident with Zhao Fang's trip to Biluo County. Could it be that the Chun family from Biluo County or the lineage of the city lord had come to seek retribution, intent on eradicating the Zhao clan? Zhao Jingfeng's expression darkened considerably. It was no wonder he thought this way. After all, no force within Yushui City dared to oppose the Zhao clan at that moment. Therefore, anyone daring to commit such violence within the Zhao residence must surely hail from outside Yushui City. For over a century, the influence of the Yushui Zhao clan had been confined to Yushui City, never having offended any major powers beyond its borders. Only in recent months, due to Zhao Fang, had their clan developed animosities with the city lord's lineage and the Chun family of Biluo County. The mere thought of them brought a wave of despair uncontrollably to Zhao Jingfeng's face. Could it be that Fang, clan leader? It's terrible, a grave disaster. Zhao Jingxing, the third elder of the Zhao clan, rushed into the council hall in a flurry. "A mysterious figure has appeared in our Zhao residence, ruthlessly slaughtering our kin. Hundreds have already perished at his hands, including elders 2 and 5. In the words of Zhao Jingxing, the second elder and fifth elder refer to the second and fifth elders of the Zhao clan, both possessing the prowess of 2-star martial generals. They stand as the pinnacle of strength within Yushui City, constituting the most formidable individuals in the Zhao family, second only to Zhao Jingfeng and Zhao Fang." At this moment, Zhao Jingxing's face was a mask of terror, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Clan leader, that mysterious individual is far too powerful. The second and fifth elders are, in fact, no match for him. When did our Zhao clan attract such a formidable adversary? What shall we do?" Chapter 75. The Despair of the Zhao clan leader. "We are beset by grave misfortune." As soon as Zhao Jingxing finished speaking, Zhao Jingxiang rushed into the conference hall in a state of disarray. Zhao Jingxiang, the fourth elder of the Zhao clan, also held the rank of 2-star martial general. Typically, he exuded an air of composure befitting a master practitioner. Yet now he appeared utterly flustered. "Clan leader, a mysterious figure has invaded our Zhao residence. The grand elder. He has been slain by this mysterious individual. What are we to do?" "Clan leader, this is dire." An increasing number of Zhao clan members gathered outside the conference hall, their expressions rife with fear and trepidation. "Silence!" Zhao Jingfeng bellowed, his voice cutting through the cacophony of panic. The noise abruptly ceased. As he surveyed the crowd, he too was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Within him, a conjecture about the mysterious individual took shape, one that filled him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even if his conjecture were incorrect, the mere fact that this being could effortlessly slay the grand elder, second elder, and fifth elder was a testament to strength beyond his capacity to confront. Perhaps Zhao Fang could contend with this enigmatic powerhouse, but the critical issue remained. Zhao Fang was not present. Zhao Fang, right? Zishan. The mention of Zhao Fang caused Zhao Jingfeng's expression to harden, and he turned to the third elder, Zhao Jingxing, demanding in a hushed yet urgent tone, "Where's Zhao Ge?" Wasn't he assigned to protect Zishan? Why is he absent now? What has become of Zishan? Clan leader. I am unaware. As you know, I have been engrossed in closed-door cultivation and have not been involved in family matters, Zhao Jingxing replied, somewhat apologetically. Fourth elder? Zhao Zhengfeng pivoted to Zhao Jingxiang. As the steward elder responsible for overseeing all clan affairs, he ought to possess clarity on the matter. Clan leader. Given the gravity of the situation, we should prioritize devising a strategy against the mysterious adversary, Zhao Jingxiang suggested. Fool. Zhao Zhengfeng snapped, his voice laced with frustration. I am asking you, do you think I require your guidance on how to proceed? He was acutely aware of Zishan's significance in Zhao Fang's heart. In the Zhao clan, anyone could perish, even he himself, but Zishan absolutely could not die. Otherwise, Zhao Fang would undoubtedly descend into madness. Zhao Fang represented the hope of the Zhao clan. Although Zhao Jingfeng was ignorant of Zhao Fang's current state, as long as Zhao Fang remained alive, the Zhao family in Yishui would endure. Thus, Zishan must not come to harm. Zhao Jingxiang recoiled slightly from Zhao Zhengfeng's tirade, stammering, I do not know. Ever since I received your command to assign Zhao Gu to protect Zishan, I allowed Zhao Gu to defer to her entirely. Thus, you are utterly incapable of accomplishing anything, yet adept at causing trouble. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry to the elegant courtyard and bring back Zishan. Zhao Zhengfeng's expression changed dramatically. The elders were no match for that enigmatic figure. If that mysterious individual truly made their way to the elegant courtyard, how could Zhao Gu possibly withstand such a formidable presence? Zishan's current situation could be perilous. In a state of urgency, Zhao Jingfeng immediately moved to personally protect Zishan at the elegant courtyard. However, just then, a voice laden with a chilling malevolence echoed from outside the conference hall. Zhao Jingfeng. There's no need for concern. I have already brought that little wretch, Zishan, for you. As the sinister voice faded, a figure abruptly appeared in the conference hall. The speed of this figure was astonishing, so much so that most of the Zhao clan members could hardly comprehend how they materialized within the hall. However, Zhao Jingfeng discerned the identity of this figure. Upon recognizing the true visage of the intruder, his face was overtaken by terror. Chen Kaishan, how could it be you? What brings you here? Zhao Jingfeng's voice trembled. He was acutely aware of Chen Kaishan's immense power. He was the foremost powerhouse in Biluo County, possessing the cultivation of a 9-star martial king. Alone, he could effortlessly subdue all families within Biluo County, elevating the Biluo Chen family to the status of a top-tier clan, compelling even the city lord's lineage to show them deference. Such an individual was far beyond the capabilities of the Zhao clan to confront. Previously, he had only harbored a vague suspicion that the mysterious figure targeting the Zhao clan for bloodshed must originate from the Biluo Chen family or the city lord's faction. Yet, he could never have dreamed that it would be Chen Kaishan himself who had come. Patriarch, who is he? Zhao Jingxing asked, his voice quavering. Zhao Zhengxiang and the other Zhao clan members looked at Zhao Zhengfeng in confusion, as they were unfamiliar with Chen Kaishan. At that moment, Chen Kaishan, drenched in blood and exuding an aura as oppressive as a mountain, enveloped the entire conference hall, rendering everyone as though pinned beneath a colossal weight, struggling to move. Chen Kaishan, holding Zishan in his left hand, scanned the room with eyes ablaze with murderous intent, his gaze emanating a blood-red light. The sight was utterly terrifying. The Zhao clan members dared not meet his stare, instead casting anxious glances at Zhao Jingfeng, hoping to glean information about this unfamiliar powerhouse and wishing that Zhao Jingfeng could lead them out of this predicament. At this moment, they were so consumed by fear that they hardly noticed Zishan, who was gripped in Chen Kaishan's hold. He was Chen Kaishan, the unrivaled champion of the Chun family in Biluo County. Zhao Zhengfeng's voice was as heavy as stone, fixated on Chen Kaishan. The Zhao clan members stood in stunned silence. And after that moment of shock, they were engulfed by sheer terror. The unparalleled champion of Biluo County. How could such a top-tier powerhouse have any quarrel with their modest Zhao clan in Yushui City, let alone deign to personally descend upon them to wreak havoc upon lesser warriors? How could I have come here? How could I have come here? Ha ha ha. Chen Kaishan surveyed the gathered Zhao clan members, first murmuring to himself, then erupting into a maniacal laughter. His booming laughter resonated through the assembly hall like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the space and rendering him almost mad with fervor. You should inquire about that with your dear grandson Zhao Fang. Were it not for him, would I have come here? Fanger. Zhao Jingfeng's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. The other Zhao clan members, too, were invigorated by the mention of Zhao Fang, the towering pillar of their clan, the steadfast anchor amidst turbulent seas. The mere utterance of Zhao Fang's name, paired with thoughts of his unparalleled combat prowess, quelled their fears to some extent. What has become of Fanger? Zhao Jingfeng asked, his urgency palpable. What has become of him? He is certainly destined for death. while you insignificant insects of the Zhao clan shall all descend into hell. Chapter 76. The return of Zhao Fang. Suddenly, Chen Kaishan bellowed. His roar was akin to a myriad of invisible lightning strikes exploding in the ears of the Zhao clan members. In an instant, all were left dazed, their vision blurred. Their bodies limp as they involuntarily collapsed to the ground. Even Zhao Zhengfeng, Zhao Jingxiang, and Zhao Jingxing, seasoned warriors, were momentarily stunned by the force of his voice. At that moment, Chen Kaishan acted. He raised his palm towards the Zhao clan members, unleashing a torrent of profound martial energy, forming massive, dark green energy hands. These energy hands cleaved through the air, crashing into the Zhao clan, with each strike obliterating at least 10 of them in a single blow. The Zhao clan members, rendered powerless by the sonic shockwave, lacked the strength to rise and flee. In mere moments, nearly 100 of them were annihilated by Chen Kaishan's onslaught. The assembly hall became a gruesome scene, filled with flying flesh and shattered limbs, blood splattered everywhere, the air thick with the stench of carnage. Beast, beast, I shall fight you to the death. At this moment, Zhao Zhengfeng finally regained his senses, horrified by the unfolding tragedy. His eyes bulged with rage as he desperately charged towards Chen Kaishan. Zhengxing, Zhengxiang, join me in stopping this beast. Zhao clan members, scatter and flee. Quickly. Though consumed by fury, Zhao Zhengfeng retained his wits. He understood that Chen Kaishan was an insurmountable foe, even if in numerous members of the Zhao clan. Blood trickled from their 7 orifices, shaken by the tremendous sound waves. Some of the less powerful Zhao clansmen were even killed outright by the sonic assault. Chen Kaishan, indifferent to the plight of the ordinary Zhao people, unleashed a powerful strike toward Zhao Zhengfeng and his companions. The immense and formidable force of his martial essence took the shape of a colossal hand, crushing toward Zhao Zhengfeng. Yet, upon barely grazing Zhao Zhengfeng's body, it suddenly expanded violently. A mere fragment of the dark green martial essence struck Zhao Zhengfeng, but even that slight impact sent him careening backward, blood gushing from his mouth, with sharp, cracking sounds echoing within his chest. His ribs were nearly shattered by that minuscule force, the broken bones piercing into his internal organs, inflicting grave injuries upon Zhao Zhengfeng. Had he not been a martial general, endowed with far superior vitality and physique than an ordinary warrior, this single blow would have been enough to claim his life. As for Zhao Jingfeng's companions, Zhao Jingxiang and Zhao Jingxing, they were instantly engulfed by the expanding dark green martial essence, subsequently obliterated in a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. The sound of gasps reverberated throughout the assembly hall. In that moment, the surviving Zhao clansmen were engulfed in sheer terror, gazing at Chen Kaishan as if he were a harbinger of doom emerging from the depths of hell. He was overwhelmingly powerful, truly formidable. Zhao Jingxiang and Zhao Jingxing were esteemed elders of the Zhao clan, both second-star martial generals. Yet, despite their full-throttle assault against Chen Kaishan, they couldn't even graze his clothing before being utterly annihilated. Chen Kaishan was as strong as a deity. His combat prowess far surpassed that of Zhao Fang just days prior. Faced with such an adversary, could the Zhao clan possibly endure? A profound sense of despair surged within the hearts of those who remained alive in the Zhao clan. They were even bereft of the will to escape. Old wretch, come forth. After dispatching Zhao Zhengxiang and Zhao Jingxing, Chen Kaishan reached toward Zhao Zhengfeng, lifting him into the air. He spared Zhao Jingfeng's life, much like he had with Zishan, opting to capture her alive. He understood that within the entire Yishui Zhao clan, Zhao Fang held the deepest concern for both Zhao Zhengfeng and Zishan. Thus, he intended to keep them alive, only to subject them to every conceivable form of torture before Zhao Fang, ensuring that he would deeply regret crossing paths with Chen Kaishan and annihilating the Chen clan. Zhao Zhengfeng's body ascended as if seized by an invisible force, drifting slowly toward Chen Kaishan. In his current state, gravely wounded and on the brink of death, he was utterly powerless to resist. Zishan watched with tears welling in her eyes, yet she could offer no assistance. Lacking any martial prowess herself, she realized that had it not been for Chen Kaishan's protective essence, even his earlier roars could have claimed her life. All she could do was watch helplessly as Zhao Zhengfeng drew ever closer to Chen Kaishan, fully aware that once captured, his fate would be nothing short of horrific. As Zhao Zhengfeng stood less than a yard away from Chen Kaishan, a sharp sound of slicing air suddenly resonated. Almost simultaneously, a scarlet sword aura abruptly materialized within the conference hall, aiming directly at Chen Kaishan. This scarlet aura moved with the swiftness of light, yet it seemed devoid of any menacing power, appearing as an ordinary beam of red light. However, Chen Kaishan's expression changed dramatically. The Zhao clan members, who had already succumbed to despair, were similarly struck by astonishment upon witnessing the crimson flash. Subsequently, Flickers of hope began to illuminate their despondent faces. Could it be? Was it truly Zhao Fang? They recognized that scarlet sword aura, belonging to the prodigious talent who had risen like a comet just days prior. This remarkable individual had wielded such sword energy to vanquish the Han clan and devastate the Lord's mansion of Yishui City. Since then, this prodigy had become the pillar of hope for all the Zhao clan members in Yishui. With his presence, they firmly believed that the future of the Yishui Zhao clan would be resplendent. This prodigy was named Zhao Fang. The emergence of the scarlet sword aura signified that Zhao Fang might have returned. With Zhao Fang's return, would the Yishui Zhao clan still face annihilation at the hands of this mysterious powerhouse? No, certainly not. The remaining Zhao clan members, along with Zishan, felt their expressions grow increasingly hopeful. Chapter 77. Slaying Chun Kaishan. Chun Kaishan had no time to concern himself with the changing expressions of the remaining Zhao clan members. His full attention was fixated on the scarlet sword aura. Although its power was not overtly displayed, Chun Kaishan, with his keen insight, could discern that the aura contained an immense force and lethality, meticulously harnessed to its utmost potential. The most terrifying attacks often manifest in such subtlety, devoid of any fiery presence. In just a few short hours, how had that wretched brat's power ascended to such heights? Puzzled, Chun Kaishan struck out with his palm toward the piercing scarlet aura, his hand enveloped in a dense, emerald-green martial energy that exuded boundless might, causing the surrounding air to rumble and thickening the atmosphere of the conference hall. With a sharp sound, the clash of palm and sword occurred. The emerald-green energy that enveloped Chun Kaishan's hand was swiftly pierced by the scarlet sword aura. The remnants of its momentum continued unabated, puncturing Chun Kaishan's palm and leaving a gaping blood hole the size of a thumb, blood flowing profusely. How could this be possible? Chun Kaishan's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, a figure appeared out of thin air before him. "You wretched eye?" The suddenly materialized figure roared. Emanating ripples of golden sound, the roar resounded like a majestic waterfall crashing against the mountains, causing Chun Kaishan, despite his formidable cultivation, to momentarily lose his composure. By the time he regained his senses, the hand of the suddenly appearing figure was already less than an inch from his heart. Chun Kaishan's heart was compelled to halt its beating by the overwhelming force emanating from that figure, causing his face to flush a deep crimson in that fleeting instant. Terrified, he realized that if that palm were to strike his heart, it would surely shatter it. He hastily retreated, attempting to evade the impending blow while simultaneously launching a fist to deflect it. In his frantic retreat and counterattack, his body became slightly unbalanced, while the figure's palm, aimed at his heart, suddenly redirected towards the captured Zishan. "Damn it, how dare you!" At this moment, Chun Kaishan understood that the assault on his heart was merely a ruse. The true intention was to rescue Zishan. However, his body was already off kilter, and in his hurried attempt to pull Zishan back, he found himself too late, as the figure moved with such swiftness that even his keen eyesight struggled to keep up. In the blink of an eye, Zishan was snatched away by that figure, who then retreated, stopping only when it reached Zhao Zhengfeng's side. It was not until this moment that the remaining members of the Zhao clan, along with Zishan and the severely injured Zhao Zhengfeng, finally beheld the visage of the figure. "Young master, it truly is the young master. The young master has returned. Our Zhao clan is saved." The expressions of hope on the faces of the remaining Zhao clan members transformed into palpable excitement. Although the clash between Zhao Fang and Chun Kaishan had unfolded too rapidly for them to comprehend, they could clearly see the bloodied wound in Chun Kaishan's hand, and it was evident that Zhao Fang had successfully reclaimed Zishan from his grasp. The outcome was unmistakable. Zhao Fang had gained the upper hand. "Young master, you have finally returned." Zishan stood beside Zhao Fang, tightly clutching his arm, tears welling in her eyes, finally spilling over uncontrollably. "Do not cry. It is my fault for returning late and allowing you to suffer," Zhao Fang said, his heart aching for her. Yet, he felt a profound relief that he had arrived in time. Had he delayed any longer, Zishan and his grandfather Zhao Zhengfeng might have met a tragic fate. Gently patting the back of Zishan's hand, he bent down and, using the few remaining supreme coins he possessed, purchased a healing elixir from the divine martial supreme system's marketplace to administer to Zhao Zhengfeng. "Grandfather, I have come too late. I am sorry for your suffering." Observing Zhao Zhengfeng's pallid complexion and the blood seeping from his orifices, Zhao Fang felt a mix of gratitude and fury. "Fanger, kill Chun Kaishan. You must kill him." Zhao Zhengfeng's voice was filled with unbearable grief and rage. The elixirs produced by the divine martial supreme system were indeed miraculous. As soon as Zhao Zhengfeng consumed the potion, his internal injuries were swiftly stabilized, and his fractured ribs healed almost instantaneously, restoring the color to his previously ashen face. Zhao Zhengfeng rose from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Kaishan, his eyes brimming with resentment. The members of the Yishui Zhao clan were already few in number, and Chen Kaishan's ruthless slaughter had rendered their population even more sparse. Had it not been for Zhao Fang's timely return, the Yishui Zhao clan would undoubtedly have faced annihilation. The enmity of clan extermination is a grudge far more profound than that of a father's murder or a wife's abduction. It is a hatred that cannot be washed away even by the vast waters of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes, an eternal vendetta. Initially, when Zhao Fang had just returned to the family, Zhao Zhengfeng was filled with apprehension. However, upon witnessing Zhao Fang effortlessly reclaiming Zishan from Chen Kaishan's grasp, Zhao Zhengfeng understood that Zhao Fang's combat prowess had undoubtedly progressed significantly. Zhao Fang would surely be capable of subduing Chen Kaishan. Grandfather, just watch. That scoundrel Chen Kaishan will not live long. Zhao Fang also turned his attention toward Chen Kaishan, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. While he could disregard Zhao Zhengfeng and dismiss the entire Yishui Zhao clan, he dared not overlook Zhao Fang. During their earlier confrontation, he had distinctly sensed that Zhao Fang now possessed the strength capable of threatening his life. While Zhao Fang was occupied administering a medicinal pill to Zhao Zhengfeng, Chen Kaishan scrutinized him closely. Yet, the more he observed, the grimmer his expression became. You have actually ascended to the martial zone realm? Chen Kaishan's voice was a heavy mix of bitterness, jealousy, and a tinge of fear. He prided himself on being the foremost genius of Biluo County. Yet it had taken him 3 long years to rise from a 9-star martial king to a 1-star martial zone. But Zhao Fang had, only a few hours prior, been merely a 9-star martial king. How could he have broken through to a 1-star martial zone in such a brief span? What extraordinary talent was this? Each time he contemplated this, Chen Kaishan felt a wave of dizziness. Moreover, even when Zhao Fang was still a 9-star martial king, Chen Kaishan had been unable to contend with him. Now that Zhao Fang had become a 1-star martial zone, how could he possibly stand a chance against him? Was retreat his only option? Chen Kaishan's heart brimmed with unwillingness. But what could his unwillingness achieve? Should he follow Zhao Fang's example? Utilizing strange speed to continue his slaughter within the Zhao clan, ruthlessly eliminating the remaining members before Zhao Fang's very eyes? The issue was that his speed simply could not compare to Zhao Fang's. Even when Zhao Fang was a 9-star martial king, his speed was vastly superior, and his movements were unparalleled. Now that Zhao Fang had ascended to a 1-star martial zone, it was reasonable to assume that his speed and agility would be even more terrifying. And then there was Chen Kaishan, resolute as ever, uttered a harsh remark before turning to leave, a rich emerald glow radiating from his form, akin to a verdant meteor, swiftly exiting the assembly hall. Attempting to flee? Remain here and pay with your life for the Zhao clan. Zhao Fang's voice was cold and sharp, vanishing in an instant only to reappear, blocking Chen Kaishan's path. In rapid succession, a myriad of sword energy shot forth from Zhao Fang's fingers like a net, sealing off all avenues of escape for Chen Kaishan, front, back, sides, and even overhead. Left with no choice, Chen Kaishan braced himself against the 10-colored sword energies. Yet, at that moment, such formidable forces were far beyond his capacity to withstand. In the blink of an eye, Chen Kaishan's body was riddled with countless sword energies, leaving him lifeless on the ground, his eyes wide open in shock, his body growing limp. Damn it! If it weren't for the system's task compelling me to act swiftly, I would never have allowed you to die so easily. Zhao Fang seethed as he approached Chen Kaishan's lifeless form, delivering a brutal kick that shattered his skull, ensuring his demise was complete, thereby alleviating his pin-up rage. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhao Fang, for slaying the boss Chen Kaishan. You have gained 3,000,000 experience points, 300,000 true power points, and 300,000 god level proficiency. Congratulations, player Zhao Fang, for acquiring a character summoning card, green. The remaining members of the Zhao clan stood in stunned silence, some too intimidated to meet Zhao Fang's gaze. After all, this was Chen Kaishan, the one hailed as the strongest in the Biluo County by the clan leader. With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate the clan leader or elders. Yet before Zhao Fang, he appeared as weak as an infant, unable to withstand even a single blow. Just how powerful had Zhao Fang become? Some astute members of the Zhao clan recalled that Chen Kaishan had mentioned Zhao Fang's ascension to the martial sovereign realm. Their eyes widened in astonishment and fervor as they regarded Zhao Fang. Could it be that Zhao Fang had truly reached the martial sovereign level? Was this even possible? The martial sovereign was a rare and formidable presence throughout the entire Liang kingdom. It was said that apart from the 3 major families in the royal capital, no other martial sovereigns existed in the realm. Could their humble Yishui Zhao clan produce a martial sovereign? Did this imply that they might one day rival the superpowers of the three great families in the royal capital? For those discerning Zhao Clan members, their breaths quickened, and the fear and despair born from Chun Kaishan's slaughter dissipated entirely. Disperse, Zhao Fang instructed softly as he re-entered the assembly hall. His standing among the Zhao clan was unprecedentedly elevated, akin to that of a deity. How could they dare to defy his words? They promptly rose from the ground and began to scatter. Zishan, you should return to the Qinya courtyard, Zhao Fang gently advised the nearby Zishan. Young master, Zishan wishes to speak with you. Her voice, gentle yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve, caught Zhao Fang's attention. Noticing the shift in her tone, he replied, Zishan, please hold your words for a moment. I have urgent matters to discuss with grandfather. Very well, Zishan acquiesced, leaving the grand hall. The vast chamber now housed only Zhao Zhengfeng and Zhao Fang. Grandfather, there are matters upon which I seek your counsel. Zhao Fang approached Zhao Zhengfeng once more. The elder scrutinized his grandson closely, finding him increasingly inscrutable. In a mere 2 months, Zhao Fang had transformed from a person with severed meridians and a shattered dantian into a martial general, sweeping through the entire Yishui city, annihilating the Han family, and toppling the city lord's estate. In just a few days, he progressed from a martial general to a martial sect master, effortlessly vanquishing Chen Kaishan, the strongest warrior in Biluo County. This was nothing short of astonishing. Such feats seemed to belong only to legends. What had transpired within this brief period to render Zhao Fang so remarkable, so prodigious? Zhao Zhengfeng pondered deeply, yet could glean no understanding. With a soft sigh, he acknowledged his uncertainty regarding the implications of Zhao Fang's transformation. He understood that in this world, nothing comes without a price. And he pondered what cost could allow a once-fallen individual to rise to the status of a martial sect master in merely a few months. The enormity of it surpassed his comprehension, and he feared for Zhao Fang's well-being. Grandfather, why the sigh? Do you harbor concerns that weigh upon your heart? Speak freely, and your grandson shall address them with utmost diligence, Zhao Fang asserted confidently. With his current prowess, he felt he could traverse much of the Liang kingdom with ease. Child, I wish to inquire about something. If you feel comfortable sharing, please do so candidly. If not, I shall not press you, Zhao Zhengfeng stated, taking a deep breath as he prepared to voice his worries. His anxiety stemmed from the fact that Zhao Fang was not merely his beloved grandson, but also the last hope for the Zhao lineage in Yishui. Grandfather, why the formality between us? Feel free to ask whatever you desire. I promise to answer truthfully and comprehensively, Zhao Fang replied with a smile. Very well then. Can you enlighten me on how you achieved such remarkable prowess in such a short span of time? Zhao Zhengfeng looked intently at Zhao Fang, his tone serious. Why do you inquire about this, grandfather? Zhao Fang's brow furrowed, sensing the gravity of the question. Is it inconvenient for you to share? Zhao Zhengfeng pressed, a hint of urgency in his voice. Of course it's inconvenient. Am I to disclose that my extraordinary abilities stem from the divine martial supreme system? You would undoubtedly ask. What is the divine martial supreme system? Zhao Fang found himself grappling with the enigmatic concept of the divine martial supreme system, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He inwardly lamented, I am not your dear grandson. I am a soul that has transcended realms. Despite the influence of his predecessor and the attentive care bestowed upon him by Zhao Zhengfeng, Zhao Fang had genuinely come to regard him as his grandfather. However, the divine martial supreme system remained his most profound secret. He would not reveal a single detail about it, not even to his beloved wife. Seeing Zhao Fang's silence, Zhao Zhengfeng sighed, his eagerness intensifying. Grandfather, there is truly nothing I cannot share. The reason for my recent transformation stems from having acquired the complete legacy of an ancient superpower. Observing the urgency in Zhao Zhengfeng's eyes, Zhao Fang quickly discerned that the elder's inquiries were rooted in genuine concern. Thus, our protagonist concocted an elaborate tale. Having traversed the martial realm for several months, Zhao Fang had garnered some understanding of its intricacies. The ancient era was renowned as the pinnacle of martial prowess, a time when powerful beings flourished like stars in the sky, giving rise to countless invincible entities whose names echoed through the annals of time. Even in the present day, legends of that epoch continued to circulate, recounting tales of ordinary martial artists who, through fortuitous circumstances, inherited the legacy of formidable ancient warriors, soaring to unprecedented heights in a remarkably brief period. Such narratives were far from uncommon, for the ancient era boasted an abundance of supreme beings, each leaving behind a wealth of legacies. Is what you say true? Zhao Zhengfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it is true, grandfather. You must recall that a few months ago, I ventured to the Moya Ridge, where I obtained that ancient legacy, Zhao Fang declared earnestly, convincing even himself with his own words. After all, the divine martial supreme system, with its unparalleled might, surely rivaled the powers of those ancient titans. By acquiring the divine martial supreme system, had he not, in essence, obtained the entirety of an ancient supreme's legacy? Ah, I am indeed a clever and astute young man. Zhao Fang exulted. Moya Ridge, how splendid. Zhao Jingfeng's eyes gleamed with increasing fervor. Moya Ridge was one of the 3 most treacherous locations in the martial realm. Existing since ancient times, stretching for billions of miles, and serving as a formidable barrier between the territories of humans and demons. Only the mightiest could dare to traverse it. Legends spoke of countless wondrous regions within Moya Ridge, where even the most powerful beings of antiquity rarely succeeded in crossing. Thus, if one were to speculate about the most likely site for the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, Moya Ridge would undeniably be at the forefront. Indeed, 3 centuries ago, an ordinary martial artist attained the legacy of an ancient supreme being within the Moyan Ridge, soaring to unimaginable heights. This event ignited the ambitions of countless warriors who ventured into the Moyan Ridge, yearning to acquire the inheritance of the ancient powers. However, since that ordinary martial artist, there have been no credible reports of anyone successfully inheriting the legacy of the ancient beings. In fact, throughout these 300 years, no one in the martial realm has been known to have received such a legacy. Yet now, Zhao Fang has confided in Zhao Jingfeng that he has obtained the inheritance of an ancient supreme being. This is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Does this not imply that Zhao Fang could potentially ascend to the ranks of those ancient titans? Zhao Jingfeng's breath quickened at the thought. According to legend, the ancient supreme beings could command the sun and moon with a mere gesture. Their roars could shake the stars from the sky, and their breath could summon winds or bring forth rain, truly divine entities. If Zhao Fang were to become such a figure, the future of the Yishui Zhao clan would be resplendent. Thump, thump. Zhao Jingfeng's heart raced fervently. He found no reason to worry about Zhao Fang now. It has never been heard that those who inherit the legacy of ancient supreme beings face peril from it. Fawner, listen closely. From this moment forth, you must not utter a word about your inheritance to anyone. Keep this matter locked away in your heart. Do you understand? Zhao Jingfeng admonished, suppressing his excitement. The allure of the ancient supreme being's legacy was too great. If word of this leaked, Zhao Fang would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of innumerable powerful figures, and potentially face dire consequences. Those mightiest beings are not comparable to the likes of Qin Kaishan. Even the 3 prominent families of the royal city would pale in comparison before such powers. Grandfather, rest assured, I know how to handle this, Zhao Fang replied languidly. Exhaling a breath, he was not foolish enough to disclose this matter indiscriminately. By the way, Fawner, did you not mention that you had something to consult with your grandfather? Speak, what is it? Zhao Jingfeng's mood brightened considerably. It's not a significant matter. Merely that I wish to guide our Yishui Zhao clan back to the main lineage of the Zhao family in the royal city. However, I lack knowledge in this area, hence I seek your guidance, Zhao Fang articulated. You wish to lead our Yishui Zhao clan back to the Zhao main lineage? Zhao Jinfeng's interest was piqued once again. For a branch family to return to the main lineage, it is essential for someone from the branch to place within the top 30 at the triannual clan competition of the main Zhao lineage. In each iteration of this competition, while a plethora of youthful prodigies emerge, those so-called talents are utterly insignificant compared to Zhao Fang's current cultivation and combat prowess. Zhao Fang indeed possesses the capability to lead the Yishui Zhao clan back to the royal Zhao lineage. Indeed, I recall you mentioning that my father, in his time, endeavored to rise from Yishui city to the royal capital of the Liang kingdom, aiming to restore our Yishui Zhao clan to the main lineage. Yet, he ultimately failed, severely wounded by a prodigy from the royal Zhao lineage, and has been missing ever since. This fills me with a sense of regret. Thus, I am not only determined to lead the Yishui Zhao clan back to the main lineage, but I am also resolute in finding that prodigious figure who once gravely injured my father. I shall exact vengeance upon that scoundrel in the very manner he inflicted harm upon my sire. As a son, I will accomplish what my father could not. I shall avenge my father's grievances and reclaim the lives of those who harmed him. Chapter 80. The way to return to the main lineage. Zhao Fang spoke with fervor. However, in truth, he felt no connection whatsoever to the father he had never met. As a traveler from another realm, the previous patriarch bore no relevance to him. His declarations were merely for dramatic effect. Excellent. Truly excellent. Zhao Jingfeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The return to the main lineage was the utmost aspiration of every branch of the Zhao family, and the Yishui Zhao clan was no exception. Yet, their strength was woefully inadequate. Among the hundreds of branches in the royal capital, the Yishui Zhao clan was nearly at the bottom. Having migrated to Yishui city over 2 centuries ago, the clan had failed to produce any noteworthy talents during that time. Just as despair began to envelop the Yishui Zhao clan, extinguishing their hope of returning to the main lineage, an extraordinary figure emerged 18 years prior, Zhao Zhan, the father of Zhao Fang. He displayed unparalleled talent and combat prowess, carving a path from Yishui City to the royal capital of the Liang Kingdom. Yet, fate was cruel. Zhao Zhan encountered a prodigious youth from the main lineage, one whose brilliance and strength surpassed his own. It remains a mystery how Zhao Zhan incurred the wrath of this exceptional young man, who, devoid of familial loyalty, ruthlessly struck Zhao Zhan down before he could participate in that year's clan tournament, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Zhao Jingfeng's heart brimmed with resentment. Zhao Zhan was not only the sole extraordinary talent the Yishui Zhao clan had produced in over 200 years, but also their beacon of hope for rejoining the main lineage. And he was Zhao Jingfeng's beloved son. With his son rendered incapacitated and missing, Zhao Jingfeng's anguish was profound. Yet, he dared not investigate the circumstances surrounding Zhao Zhan and the prodigious youth from the main lineage. Whispers spoke of a gag order issued by the young prodigy, forbidding any inquiries into Zhao Zhan's fate, with dire consequences for those who defied it. Thus, even now, Zhao Jingfeng remained in the dark about the events of that fateful day. He could only stifle his sorrow and devote himself to raising Zhao Fang, channeling his guilt for Zhao Zhan into love for his son. In fact, Zhao Jingfeng had resolutely decided never to speak of Zhao Zhan to Zhao Fang and had extinguished any thoughts of the Yishui Zhao clan's return to the main lineage. For the prodigious youth from the main lineage was far too formidable. Although Zhao Fang possessed some talent, he could not even compare to Zhao Zhan, let alone contend with the extraordinary youth from the main lineage. Moreover, 18 years had passed. Who could say how powerful that prodigious youth had become by now? Years ago, the events that transpired between Zhao Zhan and the extraordinary youth of the main lineage remain a mystery to Zhao Jingfeng. He cannot ascertain whether, should members of the Yishui Zhao clan venture once more into the capital's main lineage, that remarkable youth would unleash his wrath upon them. Consequently, for the past 18 years, the Yishui Zhao clan has abstained from participating in any clan martial gatherings held by the main lineage in the capital. It seems as though the Zhao clan of the capital has forgotten about their branch entirely. However, fate often unfolds unexpectedly. Zhao Fang has unexpectedly acquired the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, his cultivation progressing with astonishing rapidity, achieving the rank of a one-star martial sovereign in mere months. Such a legacy and such a pace of advancement have ignited hope within Zhao Jingfeng's heart. The extraordinary youth of the main lineage, though formidable and brimming with potential, cannot possibly surpass Zhao Fang, who possesses the inheritance of an ancient power. Zhao Fang's future is boundless, and the extent of his growth is beyond Zhao Jingfeng's imagination. Leading the Yishui Zhao clan back to the main lineage is merely the beginning. With Zhao Fang at the helm, the Yishui Zhao clan may swell to a size that even the capital's main lineage would regard with awe. It is time for the Yishui Zhao clan to rise. The aspirations of their ancestors are on the verge of realization. "Fanger, my good child," Zhao Jingfeng exclaimed, patting Zhao Fang's shoulder with great affection, tears shimmering in his aged eyes. "With a son like you, even if Zhan'er has passed, he can rest in peace." Subsequently, Zhao Jingfeng shared every detail regarding the return of the Zhao branch to the main lineage, along with the pent-up frustrations he had harbored and his resentment towards that extraordinary youth from the capital's main lineage. "Grandfather, do not worry. That scoundrel who harmed my father will not escape unscathed. Regardless of his so-called extraordinary status, I will make him kneel and sing conquered." Zhao Fang's voice resonated with fervor. With the divine martial supreme system at his disposal, how could he ever regard that so-called extraordinary youth with any seriousness? "Kneel and sing conquered? Conquer what?" Zhao Jingfeng inquired. "Oh, that's nothing significant," Zhao Fang replied, somewhat flustered, before furrowing his brow and asking, "Is it true that returning to the main lineage can only be achieved by securing a place in the top 30 at the martial gathering held every 3 years? He felt a twinge of frustration. Zhao Jingfeng explained that in 6 months, the new martial gathering of the Zhao clan would commence. And if Zhao Fang could place in the top 30, he would successfully lead the Yishui Zhao clan back to the main lineage. Yet, Zhao Fang could not wait for 6 months. The system had assigned him the task of leading the Yishui Zhao clan back within that time frame. If he failed to meet the deadline, the system would annihilate him. Annihilation. How could he, a traveler, not yet have reached the pinnacle of the martial realm, nor married a multitude of exquisite wives, be faced with such a fate? He cannot afford to lose that person. However, there exists another method that could enable the Zhao branch to return to the main lineage. Zhao Jingfeng cast a curious glance at Zhao Fang, sensing the urgency in his voice. Yet, he could not comprehend the source of Zhao Fang's impatience. "Please enlighten me, grandfather," Zhao Fang implored, his joy evident as he spoke. "Fanger, This alternative approach is significantly more challenging than merely placing in the top 30 during the clan's martial assembly. Are you certain you wish to hear it? Why not quietly wait for 6 months until your cultivation and combat prowess have improved a few levels, and then participate in this year's main lineage martial assembly? Wouldn't that be far more prudent? Zhao Fang advised. Please enlighten me, grandfather, Zhao Fang reiterated, fixing his determined gaze upon Zhao Fang. Very well. The alternative method involves defeating the most powerful and exceptionally gifted contemporaries from the main Zhao lineage of the royal capital, Zhao Fang explained. Aware that he could not dissuade Zhao Fang, he sighed gently and divulged the alternative. Chapter 81. The request of Zishan, Zhao Fang elaborated extensively. He informed Zhao Zhan that the main lineage is considered paramount precisely because it is the strongest. The reason the main lineage holds its martial assemblies every 3 years is to assimilate the talented individuals from the branches, ensuring the main lineage maintains a robust reserve of strength. Therefore, for a branch to reintegrate into the main lineage, it must demonstrate its own power. The simplest way to prove such strength is for a branch member to surpass their contemporaries from the main lineage. This requirement is exceedingly stringent. After all, the main lineage's influence far surpasses that of all branches, and the resources and various cultivation techniques it possesses far exceed those of the branches. What could the branches possibly use to compete against the main lineage? In truth, since the Zhao main lineage and branches separated, no branch has ever managed to return through this means. It is, for all intents and purposes, nearly an impossible feat. Yet, Zhao Fang listened with eyes alight with excitement. Just because others cannot achieve it does not mean he cannot. After all, who is he? He is a traveler from another realm. What does being a traveler entail? It signifies a destiny to shatter the impossible and create miracles. Furthermore, he possesses the divine martial supreme system, a golden key, or rather, a golden leg to stand upon. Grandfather, if I choose to employ this second method to assist our Yishui Zhao lineage in returning to the main lineage, can I challenge the so-called strongest contemporary of my age at any time? Indeed, that is the stipulation set by our ancestors. Zhao Fang nodded in affirmation. Then it is settled. The brilliance in Zhao Fang's eyes intensified. With this method in mind, the tasks set forth by the system would pose little difficulty. Zhao Fang was confident that he could emerge as invincible among his peers. And even if the contemporary strongest individual from the main lineage currently surpassed him in cultivation and combat strength, he still had a full 6 months to prepare. In less than 3 months, he transformed from a mere wastrel to achieving the first star of the martial sect. Within half a year, he possessed unwavering confidence that he could ascend from the first star martial sect to the martial sovereign realm, and even reached the martial emperor realm. He harbored disbelief that among his contemporaries in the Liang kingdom, there could be anyone else capable of attaining the martial emperor status. The task set forth by the system was assuredly within his grasp. Zhao Fang, perhaps you should reconsider. Our Zhao family of Yishui has waited all these years. We wouldn't mind waiting another 6 months, suggested his grandfather. Moreover, the attitude of that unparalleled young prodigy from the main lineage, who incapacitated your father, towards our Zhao family remains uncertain. Thus, I advise you to wait another 6 months to enhance your cultivation and combat prowess. In this way, should that prodigy harbor any malice towards our Zhao family, you need not fear him. Zhao Fang could not help but urge Zhao Fang once more. Yet, Zhao Fang waved his hand confidently and replied, Grandfather, there is no need for concern, nor should you worry about that scoundrel who harmed my father. I am well aware of my path and know precisely what to do. Rest assured, it will not be long before I capture that scoundrel and compel him to kneel in our ancestral hall, repenting for his misdeeds. Seeing Zhao Fang's confidence, Zhao Fang swallowed hard, but ultimately refrained from further persuasion. As dawn approached, the two emerged from the council hall after conversing through the night. Zhao Fang wore a broad smile, having gained a clearer understanding of his grandson. He realized that Zhao Fang had reached a level of extraordinary prowess beyond his imagination. The entire lineage of the Lord of Biluo County, along with all the members of the Qin family, had been annihilated by his grandson in merely a few days. That amounted to over 20,000 individuals, not just ordinary people, but seasoned martial artists, including generals and kings of martial prowess. Yet, they had perished. Even though Zhao Fang was aware that Zhao Fang had attained the first star of the martial sect, such a feat was rarely accomplished. Not even by a second or third star martial sect practitioner. It could only be said that his grandson was truly exceptional. Remarkable individuals naturally achieve remarkable deeds, beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists. Thus, with Zhao Fang's decision to adopt the second approach in leading the Zhao family of Yishui back to the main lineage, he felt no lingering worries. Furthermore, he no longer feared any retaliation from the Lord of Biluo County or the Qin family against the Zhao family of Yishui. With their clan extinguished, what retaliation could there be? The Zhao family of Yishui could now rest easy. Zhao Fang's spirits were equally high. Although he had spent the entire night conversing with Zhao Jingfeng, resulting in a sleepless night, he found that even if he were merely a martial apprentice, enduring a few sleepless nights was an effortless endeavor. Staying up late had no adverse effect on him whatsoever. When he recounted his illustrious achievements in Biluo County to Zhao Jingfeng and beheld the astonishment etched upon Zhao Jingfeng's face, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. It was no wonder that so many individuals in his past life reveled in the art of boasting. The exhilaration of such ostentation was indeed intoxicating. However, it was not merely Zhao Fang who indulged in this bravado. Zhao Jingfeng also imparted a wealth of information regarding the Zhao clan's main lineage to him. This knowledge would undoubtedly facilitate Zhao Fang's endeavor to challenge the most formidable peer of his generation within the Zhao clan. In fact, at that moment, Zhao Fang had already devised a rather comprehensive plan for his impending challenge. After bidding farewell to Zhao Jingfeng, Zhao Fang returned to his serene courtyard. He initially intended to set forth without delay towards the capital of the Liang kingdom. However, Zishan had previously mentioned that she had something important to discuss with him. Given Zishan's significant standing in Zhao Fang's heart, he could not overlook any of her words. Upon entering the courtyard, he found Zishan waiting for him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, revealing that she had spent the night awake in anticipation of his return. "Young master, I wish to cultivate martial arts," Zishan stated directly, her gaze resolute and her voice unwavering. Zhao Fang was momentarily taken aback. Then he offered a wry smile. "My dear girl, what has prompted this thought? Are you not aware that your constitution prevents you from practicing martial arts?" The memories left to Zhao Fang by his predecessor indicated that Zishan possessed an extraordinarily peculiar physique. As a maid closely bonded to Zhao Fang, her position within the Yishui Zhao clan remained unique as long as Zhao Fang's meridians were intact and his dantian unbroken. Naturally, her desire to cultivate martial arts would seem easily attainable. Yet, each time Zishan succeeded in channeling the first thread of martial energy within her meridians, it would inexplicably vanish, seemingly devoured by her own body. Undeterred, Zishan would recommence her training whenever her martial energy dissipated, only for the newly cultivated energy to similarly vanish without explanation. Over the course of 3 years, she diligently cultivated her martial energy over 100 times. Yet, after 3 years, she remained devoid of any trace of martial energy within her. She was still an ordinary person. Chapter 82. The truth behind the Yin family's cancellation of engagement. Regarding Zishan's peculiar constitution, no one in the Yishui Zhao clan could unravel its mystery. Not even the most knowledgeable elder, Zhao Taichu, had encountered such a condition. Zhao Fang had previously beseeched Zhao Jingfeng to find a solution to Zishan's predicament. He had scoured countless ancient texts in hopes of discovering records pertaining to her condition, seeking a way to alter her constitution. Alas, all his efforts proved futile. Consequently, Zishan resigned herself to her fate, abandoning any thoughts of cultivation. Yet unexpectedly, she now expressed a desire to train once more. "Young master, I am aware of the challenges, but I wish to cultivate martial arts," Zishan reiterated, her eyes glistening with tears that threatened to spill. "Young master, do you know how deeply I felt when you brought me to Mayun Ridge, tirelessly building a shelter for me, only for me to be captured by Zhao Xian's subordinates due to my utter lack of martial strength? The guilt I bore was immense. Young master, are you aware of the depth of despair that consumed Zishan when she was delivered to Sidu Fang by Zhao Xian, enduring his wanton humiliation that nearly shattered her virtue? Young master, do you know how heart-wrenching it was for Zishan to witness Commander Zhao Gu perish at the hands of Chen Kaishan while striving to save her? Had Zishan possessed martial prowess, she would not have been so easily abducted by Zhao Xian's subordinates. Had Zishan possessed martial prowess, she would not have been subjected to such indignity by Sidu Fang. Had Zishan possessed martial prowess, she would not have had to helplessly watch Commander Zhao Gu die before her very eyes. Young master, Zishan yearns to no longer be a burden. Tears glistened as they cascaded from Zishan's eyes, her voice sorrowful, akin to a cuckoo mourning the loss of its mate, filled with heart-wrenching lament. Yet, she resolved to remain silent, for there was no further need for words. Zishan would not weep, and the young master promised to spare no effort in aiding her martial training. Zhao Fang's expression shifted slightly, but ultimately, he spoke with unwavering resolve, drawing Zishan into his embrace, gently patting her fragrant shoulder, offering her solace. "Thank you, young master. I will strive diligently and will not disappoint you again." Zishan continued to sob, yet a smile gradually illuminated her delicate face. "Silly girl, why express gratitude to the young master?" Zhao Fang affectionately teased as he playfully brushed Zishan's jade-like nose, the warmth of her presence causing an unexpected stir within him as he gazed upon her tear-streaked, enchanting visage. "Young master, I feel weary. I shall retire for the night." Zishan shyly extricated herself from Zhao Fang's embrace and hurriedly fled. Ha ha, dear Zishan. In just a few months, you shall celebrate your 16th birthday. I promise to prepare a grand gift for you. On your 16th birthday, my Zishan will be the happiest person in the world. Zhao Fang laughed shamelessly, calling out to the direction in which Zishan had run. Zhao Fang did not linger long within the clan. Having seen Zishan, he departed from Yishui City. For Zishan to cultivate, she must first address her peculiar constitution. Within Yishui City, there existed no solutions to her condition. In the past, Zhao Fang and the Yishui Zhao clan lacked the means to find a remedy. However, the present circumstances were different. He could seek solutions in the royal capital of the Liang kingdom. In the royal capital, 3 prominent families held vast resources and a rich heritage. If he were to approach these families, it was likely that a solution to Zishan's condition could be uncovered. Even if the 3 major families could not provide an answer, there were still the 3 great sects to consider. If all else fails, he could seek out superordinate forces that transcended the 3 sections. Zhao Fang was resolute. In the expansive martial realm, a solution to Zishan's condition must exist. In order to seek opportunities within those formidable factions, one must first elevate their own cultivation and combat prowess. Otherwise, they would lack the qualifications to step into such esteemed circles. Zhao Fang has devised his own strategy. He intends to challenge the most formidable prodigy of the Zhao clan in the royal capital, confident that upon his success, he could lead the Yishui Zhao clan back to the main lineage in the royal capital. This would enable him to easily find solutions for Zishan within the Zhao family of the royal capital. Even if he were to find no remedy for Zishan's condition there, he could leverage the Zhao clan's influence to explore avenues within the other 2 major families or even the 3 great sections. However, Zhao Fang did not immediately head to the royal capital of the Liang kingdom. Instead, he returned to the Biluogwen city. His first destination was the Yin clan of Biluogwen. The Yin clan is a prestigious family in Biluogwen city, rivaling the Qin clan. In the past, the Yin clan had intended to form a marital alliance with the Yishui Zhao clan, proposing to marry their 3rd young lady, Yin Wanjun, to his unfortunate predecessor. Yet, after his unfortunate predecessor was crippled by Qin Kaishan, the Yin clan callously annulled the engagement. This incident was a profound humiliation for both his unfortunate predecessor and the Yishui Zhao clan. Nevertheless, despite the disgrace, what could be done? The Yin clan stood high above, far beyond the reach of the Yishui Zhao clan, and no matter how deep the humiliation, they had to swallow it whole. Yet, Zhao Fang did not dwell on this matter. After all, he, the esteemed official, is now a married man, and his wife is a distinguished 2nd-generation disciple of Xuanji sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Liang kingdom. In terms of status and rank, his wife far surpasses that 3rd young lady of the Yin clan. Moreover, his wife is as beautiful as a celestial being, her beauty unmatched, causing Zhao Fang's heart to flutter at the mere recollection. Although his wife has left, no matter where she may wander, she remains his wife. Such a spouse is incomparable to the 3rd young lady of the Yin clan, whom he has never even met. What if she were a hideous creature, more grotesque than a dinosaur? Thus, Zhao Fang occasionally found himself feeling grateful towards the Yin family. Hence, during his rampage in Biluogwen city, he refrained from seeking trouble with the Yin clan. However, last night, Zhao Jingfeng informed him that the annulment of the engagement between the 3rd young lady of the Yin clan and his unfortunate predecessor was not solely due to the latter's defeat at the hands of Qin Kaishan. Rather, it was because the Yin clan had chosen to align themselves with the main Zhao lineage in the royal capital. This implies that regardless of whether Zhao Fang's unfortunate predecessor had been crippled or not, the Yin clan would have annulled the engagement. In fact, at the time the engagement was rescinded, Zhao Fang's unfortunate predecessor had not yet been incapacitated by Qin Kaishan. Zhao Jingfeng simply feared that the news of the annulment would be too much for his unfortunate predecessor to bear, and thus did not inform him in a timely manner. After a prolonged wait, Zhao Fang learned that his unfortunate predecessor had been disposed of by Qin Kaishan. Indeed, it was a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Fang couldn't help but reflect on the sheer ill fate of his predecessor. The Yin family's approach to annulling the engagement was decidedly arrogant. They dispatched a servant to inform the Yishui Zhao clan of the decision, disregarding any response from them, as if to conclude the matter without a second thought, showing a blatant disregard for the Yishui Zhao clan's dignity. In truth, the Yin family possessed the power to act with such impunity. Zhao Jingfeng was incensed at the time, but dared not openly defy the Yin family. Instead, he covertly infiltrated Biluo County, intending to orchestrate some petty schemes to vex the Yin family and relieve his pent-up frustration. By a fortunate coincidence, Zhao Jingfeng uncovered the true reason behind the Yin family's decision to annul the engagement. They had forged a connection with the Zhao clan of the royal capital. a development seemingly linked to the third miss of the Yin family. To confirm this information, Zhao Zhengfeng lingered in Biluo County for several additional days, during which he learned that within a few months, members from the royal Zhao clan would indeed descend upon Biluo County. The situation was clear. The Yin family had indeed established ties with the Zhao clan of the royal capital. With this revelation, Zhao Zhengfeng dared not pursue any further conflict with the Yin family. In fact, he refrained from even the slightest act of retaliation. The might of the royal Zhao clan was far beyond that of the Yin family, and Yishui Zhao clan, unable to contend with the Yin family, certainly could not provoke the royal Zhao clan. Moreover, their lineage had long been forgotten by the royal Zhao clan, having previously encountered severe friction with them 18 years ago due to Zhao Zhan. Heaven knows what calamity might befall the Yishui Zhao clan if they were to draw the attention of the royal Zhao clan again. Thus, despite his inner turmoil and indignation, Zhao Zhengfeng was compelled to suppress his feelings. Zhao Fang, however, was well aware of these developments. While Zhao Zhengfeng feared the royal Zhao clan, Zhao Fang, the esteemed gentleman, held them in utter disdain. He now returned to Biluo County with the intention of meeting the members of the royal Zhao clan who were likely to arrive. Uncertain of the exact timing of their arrival, he had gathered information suggesting they would come within the next few days. Zhao Fang planned to use these individuals as leverage to gain insights into the royal Zhao clan and, at the same time, to vex the Yin family and sever their connection with the royal Zhao clan. After all, Zhao Fang now inhabited the body of his unfortunate predecessor, and it was only fitting that he sought to avenge him. Furthermore, the Yin family had also caused significant distress to his grandfather, Zhao Zhengfeng. If he did not reclaim their honor, how could he still be considered a dignified traveler from another world? Above all, he was eager to understand the circumstances surrounding the most formidable young prodigy of the royal Zhao clan. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to prevailing in countless battles. Though Zhao, the esteemed official, brimmed with confidence, he remained astute. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed since Zhao Fang's return to Biluo County. He had chosen a tavern in close proximity to the Yin family estate, ever vigilant of any developments within. Occasionally, during the night, he would stroll around the Yin residence, eager to ascertain whether the Zhao clan from the royal capital had arrived, or to discern the timing of their arrival. What vexed Zhao Fang was the fact that even the Yin family was unaware of the precise arrival time of the Zhao clan from the capital. A bunch of inept individuals, unable to grasp the specifics of their movements. Yet they had the audacity to claim connections. Clearly, the Zhao clan from the capital did not regard the Yin family with much consideration. Lying on the bed in his lodging, Zhao Fang cursed under his breath and resolved to wait 3 more days. Should the Zhao clan from the capital remain absent from Biluo County after this period, he would set forth directly to the capital of Liang Kingdom. After all, the stronghold of the Zhao clan was situated within the capital. He would merely need to disguise himself, find a member of the Zhao clan, deliver a swift blow, and drag them to a secluded spot. By employing certain methods, he would undoubtedly extract all the information he desired. As for the Yin fam at this moment, Zhao Fang had donned a resplendent golden robe and adorned his visage with an exquisite golden mask. This attire was undeniably flamboyant to the extreme, capable of instilling sheer terror in the hearts of the Yin clan members. With a mischievous grin, Zhao Fang shook with excitement and strode purposefully toward the grand entrance of the Yin residence. He was determined to enter through the front door with unabashed confidence, convinced that no one from the Yin clan would dare to obstruct him, given his ostentatious garb. However, just as Zhao Fang was about to make his move, a radiant green streak of light suddenly traversed the darkened sky and descended upon the Yin estate. Shortly thereafter, a series of rustling sounds echoed from within, accompanied by the furious bellowing of the clan leader, Yin Donghan, who commanded his kin to hasten their actions in anticipation of the imminent arrival of an envoy from the illustrious Zhao clan. He warned that any delay would result in severe consequences for the sluggish. Chapter 84. The unique and mysterious physique. Zhao Fang promptly halted in his tracks, who claimed that fortune did not favor him. The Zhao clan from the capital was indeed making an appearance. With a chuckle, he retreated into the shadows, where the night cloaked his flamboyant golden robe and mask, rendering him virtually invisible. The rustling sounds from within the Yin residence eventually faded, suggesting that preparations were underway. Before long, Yin Donghan, accompanied by several esteemed elders of the Yin clan, appeared at the entrance, awaiting the arrival with utmost reverence. After a brief interlude, 5 elegantly attired youths, exuding an air of superiority, approached from afar. The modest Yin clan of the small town humbly welcomed the esteemed envoy. Zhao Fang observed with amusement as Yin Donghan's demeanor shifted to one of delight upon sighting the 5 youths, his face betraying a sycophantic expression. He immediately bowed in greeting, while the 6 elders behind him followed suit, displaying a blend of respect and humility. In Zhao Fang's estimation, the Yin clan's strength was rather unimpressive, easily eclipsed by that of the Qin clan. The 5 youths were, in his view, equally unremarkable. From his concealed vantage point, Zhao Fang discerned the cultivation levels of Yin Donghan, the 6 elders, and the 5 youths from the Zhao clan with ease. Yin Donghan was merely a 5-star martial king, while 5 of the elders were 4-star martial kings, with one slightly more formidable elder boasting a 7-star martial king prowess. As for the 5 youths, the strongest among them was merely a 3-star martial king, and the others were but 1-star martial kings. In Zhao Fang's presence, they were nothing but insignificant beings. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He could easily vanquish such lowly cultivators with a mere flick of his hand. As the 5 youths from the Zhao clan were respectfully ushered into the Yin residence by Yin Donghan, Zhao Fang swiftly leapt over the estate's wall, remaining hidden in the shadows as he stealthily followed the group. He was in no rush to reveal himself. He was keen to discover how the Yin family had conspired with the Zhao family from Wangdu, and what purpose the 5 young men and women had for arriving at the Yin family in Biluo County. Once he unraveled these mysteries, he would take action. After all, he had already waited 5 days and could afford to be patient for a little longer. Yin Donghan led the 5 young men and women into a pavilion known as Yinfu Tower. This exquisite structure boasted intricately carved beams and painted rafters, adorned with gold and jade, and its design was nothing short of magnificent. The guests and hosts soon took their seats. Yin Donghan indeed lowered his status significantly, allowing the 5 young individuals to occupy the seats of honor, to which the 6 elder members of the Yin family expressed no dissent whatsoever. Clan leader Yin, you must be well aware of our intentions. Why have we not yet seen your 3rd young lady? As soon as they settled in, the young man among the Zhao family, who possessed the cultivation of a 3rd-star martial king, directly inquired, his tone somewhat indifferent. The other 4 young individuals turned their gazes toward Yin Donghan, their looks imbued with a sense of interrogation. Yin Donghan's expression shifted, and he straightened his posture, responding respectfully. Your Excellency, it is important to note that 5 days ago, a notorious individual suddenly appeared in Biluo County, wreaking havoc and killing indiscriminately. Within a single night, he eradicated the lineage of the county lord and the Biluo Qin family, resulting in nearly 30,000 deaths, with bloodshed reaching the heavens. My daughter, Wanwan, was overwhelmed by fear, causing her inner energy to become agitated and injuring her constitution. Therefore, she has been in seclusion these past few days, striving to recover her health so she may meet your Excellency. Waste. The young man with 3rd-star martial king cultivation retorted sharply. As a martial artist, to be frightened by slaughter? To be terrified to the point of your inner energy becoming agitated before even confronting the bloodshed? Truly, one cannot rise from the mud. How can such a useless individual possess a mysterious constitution? The heavens are indeed blind. As Yin Donghan concluded his explanation, the 5 young men and women rebuked him, causing Yin Donghan and the 6 elder members of the Yin family to tremble with indignation, a hint of embarrassment flashing in their eyes. Enough. The young man with 3rd-star martial king cultivation waved his hand, silencing the others. He fixed his gaze on Yin Donghan and declared, regardless of whether your 3rd young lady has been frightened or injured, I demand to see her immediately. Yin Donghan hesitated, but before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the young man. Yin Donghan, you must understand that a single drop of blood from your 3rd young lady merely serves as preliminary evidence of her possessing a mysterious constitution. Preliminary evidence does not equate to conclusive proof. I must see her in person and employ certain methods to ascertain whether she indeed possesses a special and profound constitution. Yin Donghan, you are aware of our identities and should also recognize the identity of our elder from the Yuan zone. It is solely based on a drop of blood from your 3rd young lady that our elder dispatched the 5 of us back from the Tianhe sword sect. However, do you truly believe that your Yin clan's 3rd miss, who is yet to be unequivocally proven to possess a unique and profound constitution, merits our patience? Have we the luxury of allowing her to waste our time and delay the significant matters of Brother Yuan's zone? Can your Yin clan bear the repercussions? The voice of the young man, who wielded the formidable prowess of a 3-star martial king, grew increasingly frigid, culminating in a low, thunderous growl that caused the entire banquet hall to tremble. Indeed, your admonition is well taken. I have acted foolishly. I shall summon the young lady at once. Yin Donghan's countenance shifted dramatically, cold sweat pouring down his back as he hastily rose to take his leave. The other 6 elders of the Yin clan fervently offered their apologies to the 5 young men and women present. The expressions of the 5 gradually softened. As the formidable young man continued, you have but 15 minutes. Should I not behold your Yin clan's 3rd miss within that time, there shall be no need for you to bring her before me. Yin Donghan departed from the banquet hall, concealed in the shadows. Zhao Fang was left bewildered. The Yin clan's third miss possesses a unique and profound constitution? Why had he never heard of this before? What precisely is this unique and profound constitution? And what of the Tianhe sword sect? He had never encountered such a name. Were not the three great sects of the Lian kingdom the Xuanji sect, the Emerald Gate, and the Qingyuan Valley? Moreover, a sense of disquiet began to gnaw at Zhao Fang. His wife, Mu Qingxian, was the second true disciple of the Xuanji sect. Yet when she battled the four purple Xian lions in the Maui Ridge, she had only recently attained the rank of one-star martial king. The influence of the three great sects in the Lian kingdom seemingly surpassed that of the three most prominent families. This implies that his wife's combat prowess, when compared to the younger generation of the three great families, should be regarded as exceptional. However, now, 5 young men and women hailing from the Zhao family in the royal capital, each possessing strengths that rivaled, if not exceeded, those of his wife, had emerged. Furthermore, the young man whose capabilities far surpassed those of his wife spoke of a figure referred to as Brother Yuanzong, who appeared even more formidable. What on earth is transpiring? Chapter 85. The abandoned lineage. Zhao Fang suddenly sensed that the current Zhao family in the royal capital was likely far more complex than he had envisioned. He resolved to observe discreetly for a while longer. Before long, Yin Donghan re-entered the banquet hall accompanied by a young maiden. The girl, appearing to be around 16 years of age, was slender and graceful, adorned in a flowing crimson gown that accentuated her beauty. Her bright eyes sparkled with a hint of alluring charm, making it difficult for anyone to tear their gaze away from her. What a remarkable beauty! Although Zhao Fang had never encountered the Yin clan's third miss, Yin Wanjun, he could discern from her demeanor that this enchanting girl in the red dress must indeed be her. Greetings to all esteemed guests. I am Yin Wanjun, she said, with a graceful bow as she entered the banquet hall alongside Yin Donghan. Not hastily taking her seat, but instead acknowledging the 5 young men and women from the Zhao family with a courteous gesture. Her speed was commendable. There remained but a short while before the 15 minutes elapsed. A slender young man clad in black martial attire nodded and remarked, "Humph. With those bewitching eyes and an alluring physique, she is undoubtedly a temptress, not to be trusted." A young woman in a pale yellow form-fitting dress coldly interjected, "Indeed. If such a seductress were to approach Brother Yuanzong, it might adversely affect his cultivation. In my opinion, she should be eliminated to prevent future troubles." Another young woman, adorned in a tricolor flowing gown, shot a displeased glance at Yin Wanwan, a hint of murderous intent flickering about her. Yin Wanwan was visibly frightened, while Yin Donghan and the 6 elders of the Yin family cast anxious glances at the young man who possessed the formidable prowess of a 3-star martial king. "Ha ha, Jiao. Ache, who is unaware of your hidden affections for Brother Yuanzong. Now that you see someone more beautiful who might become his concubine, you wish to resort to murder to silence her? Must you be so juvenile?" One among the 5, a youth in a wide robe trimmed with gold, with a slightly plump figure and a rosy complexion, suddenly laughed. "Bear, you scoundrel. Do you dare to provoke me?" Zhao Jiao and Zhao Ke shouted angrily at Zhao Xiao. "Enough." The young man with the 3-star martial king cultivation suddenly darkened his expression, striking the table with his palm and growling in a low voice. "Ah Jiao, Ache. You must correct your attitudes. Regardless of your personal motives, remember, we are here to serve Brother Yuanzong. If Yin Wanwan indeed possesses a unique and profound physique, she is the woman designated for Brother Yuanzong, and you dare not act recklessly." Whether it was the imposing presence of Brother Yuanzong or the young man's own authority, his words silenced Zhao Ku and Zhao Jiao instantly. Yin Donghan and the others let out a breath of relief. The Yin family aspired to ally with the Zhao family of the royal city, not to create enmity. "Yin Wanwan, come here." The young man beckoned her, and she dared not refuse, approaching him with a mixture of trepidation, anxiety, and excitement. He then placed his right hand upon her forehead, emanating a pure, crystalline orange glow that enveloped her entirely. Yin Wanjuan's body trembled slightly as her companions watched her with bated breath. After approximately 7 breaths, the young man withdrew his hand from her forehead, and the orange light dissipated. "Brother Zhao, what is the verdict?" The slender man in black immediately inquired. Zhao Xiong, Zhao Ku, and Zhao Jiao gazed at Zhao Qing with serious expressions, while Yin Donghan and the 6 elders of the Yin family felt their hearts leap to their throats. Even Yin Wanwan, regaining her composure, focused intently on Zhao Qing, her heart racing in anticipation of his declaration. A smile graced Zhao Qing's face as he revealed, "Indeed, she possesses a unique and profound Yinding breeding physique. However, it is regrettable that it is not an innate Yinding breeding body, but rather one that has undergone transformation through acquired means. However, esteemed clan leader Yin, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you and the noble Miss Wanwan. who has been granted the honor of serving as a concubine to my elder brother of the Yuan clan. Your esteemed family shall now be an affiliated clan of the Zhao family. Truly splendid. Truly splendid. Yin Donghan and the others were instantly filled with joy. The Zhao family is one of the 3 most powerful clans in the Liang kingdom, and in recent years, their development has been nothing short of remarkable, subtly positioning themselves to become the foremost family in the kingdom, with the Yin family now allied with the Zhao family. Which other clan or force in the Liang kingdom would dare to provoke them? Even the other 2 major families would likely show the Yin family some respect from this point forward. Henceforth, the Yin family could develop without restraint, effortlessly extending their influence beyond the borders of Biluo County. The Yin family is on the rise. Yet, clan leader Yin, do not let your joy cloud your judgment. There are certain matters that warrant your attention, Zhao Qing suddenly interjected. Yin Donghan promptly subdued his elation and respectfully inquired, might I ask what you refer to, esteemed envoy? Please enlighten me. Yin Donghan understood that even within the Zhao family of the royal capital, Zhao Qing held a prestigious position. And despite the Yin family now being an affiliated clan, he could not afford to disregard Zhao Qing's words. Upon our arrival in Biluo County, we discovered that the Yin family and the Yishui Zhao family had prior interactions, and Miss Wanwan had once been promised to a member of the Yishui Zhao family. Zhao Qing spoke gently. However, to Yin Donghan, these words struck like thunder, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. The 6 elders of the Yin family were equally taken aback, and Yin Wanjuan's charming visage paled dramatically. Just as their affiliation with the Zhao family of the royal capital seemed assured, would it falter due to Miss Wanjuan's previous engagement? Do not be alarmed. Since Miss Wanwan possesses the Yin Ding breeding body, her becoming a concubine to my elder brother of the Yuan clan is already a foregone conclusion. However, the Yishui Zhao family is a lineage that our Zhao family of the royal capital has chosen to abandon. There are significant figures within our Zhao family who harbor disdain for that lineage. Clan leader Yin, do you understand what I am implying? Indeed, I comprehend. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed envoy. In the past, the Yin family acted with ignorance, but we now understand the appropriate course of action, Yin Donghan replied, continuously wiping the cold sweat from his brow and profusely expressing gratitude to Zhao Qing. In his youth, he had traveled throughout the Liang kingdom and, by chance, forged a friendship with a scion of the Zhao family from the royal capital. Through that individual, he learned that the Yishui Zhao family was indeed a branch of the Zhao family from the royal capital. It was precisely for this reason that he had betrothed Yin Wanwan to Zhao Fang. Recognizing his extraordinary talent and the fact that he had reached the realm of a 1-star martial general at such a young age, Yin Donghan had devoted considerable effort to researching the clan martial events of the Zhao family in the royal capital and was certain that with Zhao Fang's qualifications and combat prowess, he had a strong chance of securing a place among the top 30 in the clan martial events. Chapter 86. You should remain according to Yin Donghan's expectations. Should Zhao Fang place within the top 30 in the clan martial events of the Zhao family in the royal capital, he would be able to lead the Yishui Zhao family back into the fold of the Zhao family of the royal capital, merging their lineages into one. At that time, Zhao Fang would be regarded as a direct descendant and a prodigious talent by the Zhao clan in the royal capital. Naturally, Yin Wanwan, as Zhao Fang's wife, would occupy a relatively elevated position within the Zhao family. By then, the Yin family would have firmly allied with the influential Zhao clan in the royal capital, thus rising to prominence. However, shortly after the Yin and Yishui Zhao families forged their marriage alliance, Yin Wanjuan's physique underwent a sudden transformation, endowing her with an exceptionally unique and profound constitution. While Yin Donghan had limited knowledge regarding such special constitutions, he understood that every martial artist possessing a unique physique was undeniably a genius. Moreover, these gifted individuals with extraordinary constitutions were far more precious than the conventional notion of genius. The realization that his third daughter had become a special constitution genius ignited a spark of ambition in Yin Donghan. He was reluctant to let Yin Wanwan marry Zhao Fang. Instead, he aspired for his daughter to wed directly into the Zhao clan of the royal capital. He had learned that within the current youth of the royal Zhao family, there existed a prodigious talent whose qualifications were not inferior, and perhaps even superior, to that of the unparalleled young genius who had been incapacitated by Zhao Zhan 18 years ago. Although Zhao Fang was indeed remarkable, he could not even compare to Zhao Zhan. How could he possibly stand against that exceptional talent of the royal Zhao clan? Even if Zhao Fang were to lead the Yishui Zhao family back to the royal Zhao clan in the future, his status would unequivocally pale in comparison to that unparalleled genius. The disparity in strength was clear to any observer, and Yin Donghan knew precisely how to choose. Thus, he immediately journeyed to the royal capital of the Liang kingdom, seeking out a relative within the Zhao family with whom he had established a rapport. hoping to facilitate an introduction. Previously, when his daughter's qualifications were ordinary, Yin Donghan lacked the confidence to engage directly with the royal Zhao family. However, now that his daughter had become a special constitution genius, he believed that even a colossal family like the royal Zhao clan would not refuse such a remarkable individual. His confidence was unwavering. Upon understanding Yin Donghan's intentions, the relative of the Zhao family requested a drop of Yin Wanzhuan's blood for verification. Subsequently, he instructed Yin Donghan to await further news. Shortly thereafter, Yin Donghan received word that the royal Zhao family had preliminarily confirmed that his daughter, Yin Wanwan, possessed a special constitution, and the most extraordinary talent of the royal Zhao clan had expressed keen interest in her. This remarkable genius proclaimed that, in a few months, he would send someone to Bailuo County to thoroughly verify Yin Wanzhuan's physique. Should it be confirmed that she indeed possessed a special constitution, he would take her as a concubine, and the royal Zhao family would accept the Bailuo Yin family as a subordinate clan. Yin Donghan was elated. Although the genius merely promised to take Yin Wanwan as a concubine, whose status was significantly lower than that of a primary wife, who could deny that the concubine of a transcendent genius would hold a higher position than the primary wife of an ordinary talent? This was a conclusion that could be easily drawn. Most crucially, the royal Zhao family had pledged to accept the Yin family as a subordinate clan. This was the ultimate objective of Yin Donghan. Thus, Yin Donghan unhesitatingly severed ties with the Zhao clan of Yishui, promptly dispatching his subordinates to annul the marriage contract. He then awaited the arrival of the messenger from the Zhao clan of the royal capital in silence. Little did he anticipate that, although the messenger had indeed arrived and his third daughter, Yin Wanjun, had passed the examination, the incident with the Zhao clan of Yishui nearly jeopardized everything. No wonder, since the battle led by Zhao Zhan against the royal capital culminated in the defeat of that extraordinary young prodigy from the royal Zhao clan 18 years ago. The Zhao clan of Yishui had not participated in any clan martial assemblies hosted by the royal Zhao clan. How naive I was to think it was due to the lack of talent from the Zhao clan of Yishui over the past 18 years, leading to their reluctance to attend the assemblies. I never imagined the Zhao clan of Yishui had been completely abandoned by the royal Zhao clan. What a close call. It is no wonder that during my inquiries in the royal capital, I could find no information regarding the battle between Zhao Zhan and that remarkable young prodigy from 18 years ago. Perhaps there are even more secrets hidden between the Zhao clan of Yishui and the royal Zhao clan that I am yet to uncover. Yin Donghan felt a surge of relief in his heart. Zhao Qing observed the changing expressions on Yin Donghan's face, but remained unfazed. He rose and addressed Yin Donghan. Clan leader Yin, let us proceed. We shall take Miss Wanjun with us. Zhao Jiao, Zhao Ku, and the other two also stood up. Yin Wanjun glanced at Yin Donghan before silently moving to Zhao Qing's side. Why the haste, esteemed messengers? We, the Yin clan, have prepared a welcoming banquet for you. You have traveled from the royal capital, and it would be a disservice to leave without partaking in a meal. Surely, there will be those within the Zhao main clan who will hold my Yin clan accountable for such an inadequate reception, Yin Donghan implored urgently. As the other 6 elders of the Yin clan echoed his sentiments in a chorus of persuasion, keeping Zhao Qing and his companions would provide them an opportunity to cultivate a rapport, or at the very least, familiarize themselves with them, which would greatly benefit the Yin clan. Naturally, they were reluctant to see Zhao Qing and his party depart so swiftly. No need. Zhao Qing waved his hand dismissively. We have pressing matters to attend to at the Tianhe Sword Sect. Clan leader Yin, you need not worry. We are here on behalf of brother Yuanzong. And who would dare to speak ill of us? However, Yin Donghan was about to voice further objections when Zhao Qing and his companions had already escorted Yin Wanjun out of the banquet hall. I believe it would be best for you to remain. A clear voice suddenly resonated from beside the banquet hall. Did I not make myself clear? We have urgent matters. Zhao Qing's voice turned cold as he shot a glare at Yin Donghan. Clan leader Yin, is your hearing impaired, or? Zhao Jiao's expression darkened as she turned to reprimand Yin Donghan. Yet, her words faltered midway as she realized the voice did not belong to Yin Donghan or any of the 6 elders of the Yin clan. Who is it? Step forward. The faces of Zhao Qing and his companions transformed, their expressions now grave. Zhao Qing fixed Yin Donghan with a chilling stare. Clan leader Yin, is it not said that your Yin clan is the most esteemed power in Bailuo County? Does the most esteemed power truly harbor the habit of allowing sneaky individuals to spy from the shadows? This esteemed messenger, please temper your anger. Allow me to explain. Yin Donghan's heart, which had just begun to settle, soared once more, cold sweat breaking out anew. Explain? Is it not intentional for you to let me observe from the sidelines? A mere swarm of ants like you presume to discover my presence? I have allowed you to remain, so you shall obediently stay. The ethereal voice echoed once more, imbued with disdain. Suddenly, A golden figure materialized before Zhao Qing and his companions. Chapter 87. The grand entrance of Zhao Fang. This abrupt apparition, clad in an opulent dark gold robe and adorned with an exquisite mask, seemed to be in his 20s. His aura was elusive, and coupled with his attire, he exuded an air of profound mystery. The moment Zhao Qing and his companions beheld this enigmatic figure, their hearts inexplicably raced. The mysterious man appeared so bizarrely, as if he had emerged from the very air before them. Even Zhao Qing, with his keen perception, could not discern how this golden figure had manifested. It's you. It's truly you. Yin Donghan's reaction was even more pronounced upon seeing the masked figure, as though he had encountered a ghost. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Not only Yin Donghan, but the other 6 elders of the Yin clan and Yin Wanwan displayed expressions of astonishment. A closer look would reveal that beneath their astonishment lay an inescapable flicker of fear. It seems someone recognizes my presence. Thus, it appears that my dealings in the city of Biluo 5 days prior have indeed borne some influence, the golden figure remarked with a smile. This golden figure was none other than Zhao Fang, who had been lurking in the shadows. His purpose for visiting the Yin residence was to impede Zhao Qing and his companions in order to extract information about the Zhao family in the royal capital. However, he found himself intrigued by the conversation between Zhao Qing and Yin Donghan, prompting him to indulge in the role of an eavesdropper. Now that Zhao Qing and his companions were concluding their dialogue with the Yin clan, Zhao Fang had no intention of allowing them to depart easily. Thus, he made his grand appearance. It seems my entrance is rather striking, captivating these feeble beings in an instant. Quite commendable, Zhao Fang mused, pleased with their reactions. Your Excellency, today our Yin clan extends hospitality to esteemed guests. We implore you to show mercy. Should you require any service from us, please do not hesitate to express your needs. We would go to any lengths, even to the point of exhausting our family wealth. Yin Donghan took several deep breaths to suppress his fear, bowing deeply to Zhao Fang with utmost respect. He then turned to Zhao Qing and said, esteemed envoy, this noble guest is beyond comparison, an unparalleled powerhouse. Not only our Yin clan, but even the Chun clan of Biluo and the former city lord's lineage would seem like mere clay dogs before him. I urge you not to offend this illustrious guest. Little did Yin Donghan know the true identity of the golden-masked figure before him. Although he had never encountered this mysterious man, he had certainly heard tales of him. 5 days prior, the lineage of the city lord, Situ Haojia, along with the Chun clan of Biluo, was uprooted entirely. That fateful night, the death toll approached 30,000. At that time, the Yin clan had dispatched scouts to gather intelligence, and the reports revealed that the individual, a ruthless fiend who single-handedly annihilated the Situ and Qin clans within a single night, was clad in a resplendent dark golden robe and adorned with a mesmerizing golden mask. His gaunt figure and clear voice were strikingly reminiscent of the enigmatic figure before them. The attire and silhouette of this mysterious golden-masked person were almost identical to that of the notorious killer who had wrought havoc in Biluo County just days ago. Moreover, this very person had been lurking among them unnoticed. Yin Donghan, astute as he was, promptly deduced that the golden-masked figure before him was indeed the same superlative villain responsible for the carnage in Biluo County 5 days earlier. Yin Donghan's words were exceedingly polite and tactful, yet Zhao Qing grasped his underlying intent. The heinous incident that transpired in Biluo County had long since reached the royal capital of the Sunlit Kingdom, where the royal family had issued a stringent order to the newly appointed city lord of Biluo County to thoroughly investigate the matter. Thus, Zhao Qing was not oblivious to the situation. However, he did not regard the enigmatic golden-masked figure with any measure of respect. The Zhao clan of the royal capital was not to be compared with the humble Qin clan or the former lineage of the city lord of Biluo. To put it bluntly, there were individuals within the Zhao clan capable of single-handedly executing the same level of massacre in the span of a single night. Such prowess was not uncommon among them. Hence, the mysterious golden-masked figure did not pose a significant threat in Zhao Qing's eyes, having listened intently from the sidelines. It was apparent that the esteemed individual understood Zhao Qing's background. Zhao Qing then solemnly declared his intention to depart with his companions. Is there any objection? His tone was rigid, and after casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Fang, he turned to leave. Is my voice too soft, or are your ears deafened? You will all stand aside. Zhao Fang's voice suddenly rose in pitch, emanating waves of golden sound that reverberated through the surroundings, causing the ground beneath to shatter. Fortunately, the bystanders possessed considerable cultivation. Even the weakest among them, Yin Wanwan, held the rank of a 9-star martial master. Otherwise, merely the force of that voice could have been lethal. Your Excellency, enough? Do you wish for the Yin clan to follow in the footsteps of the Chun clan and the Sita lineage? Yin Donghan felt a surge of panic. Today was a momentous occasion for the Yin clan, who sought to align themselves with the Zhao clan of the royal capital, and everything was progressing smoothly. Yet, he had not foreseen the emergence of this fearsome golden-masked figure at such a critical juncture, who immediately revealed hostility towards Zhao Qing and his companions. As the host, and a member of the Yin clan striving to ingratiate themselves with the Zhao clan, Yin Donghan could not allow any misfortune to befall Zhao Qing and the others. Despite his profound fear of the enigmatic golden-masked figure, he felt compelled to intercede. He contemplated that since this mysterious being had appeared yet refrained from harming the Yin clan, it likely harbored no ill intentions towards them. Thus, he pondered whether he should facilitate a reconciliation between this golden-masked figure and Zhao Qing and others. However, as soon as he began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the mysterious figure, gazing into the cold, gleaming eyes behind the exquisite golden mask. Yin Donghan felt a shiver run down his spine, silencing him completely. The other 6 elders of the Yin clan were equally mute, paralyzed by fear. Indeed, what a pitiful lot they were. A family like yours hardly deserves to be a vassal of the Zhao clan in the capital. When Zhao Qing returns to the capital, he will formally report the situation to the family and to Elder Yuan. You, Yin clan, should brace yourselves for the family's judgment. Zhao Qing's voice was frigid, causing Zhao Jiao, Zhao Ku, Zhao Xiong, and the others to instinctively distance themselves from Yin Wanwan. Chapter 88. The terrifying Zhao clan of the capital. Yin Wanjuan's complexion turned ashen, and the expressions of Yin Donghan and the others were equally grim. The family judgment from the Zhao clan in the capital served as a punitive measure directed specifically at its vassal families. Those subjected to such judgments often saw their power and resources plummet, sometimes even worse than before their vassalage to the Zhao clan. Yet, despite the presence of the golden-masked figure nearby, Yin Donghan and the others dared not side with Zhao Qing. The Yin clan could endure the family's judgment. At worst, they would be weakened but still have a chance to rebuild. However, should they truly provoke this fearsome golden-masked figure, the Yin clan might very well face annihilation at its hands. Yin Donghan understood the gravity of the situation. Your Excellency, please elucidate your intentions clearly, Zhao Qing said, no longer sparing a glance at Yin Donghan. His gaze was fixed on Zhao Fang, his tone cold and cutting. Zhao Jiao and Zhao Ke focused intently on Zhao Fang, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords, ready to draw at the slightest provocation. What, do you wish to engage with me? It appears you are unaware of my capabilities, Zhao Fang replied, his voice devoid of warmth. Though he felt little attachment to the father he had never met, that father was nonetheless connected to him by blood. The Zhao clan's actions against his father had robbed his unfortunate predecessor of the chance to even lay eyes on him, leaving Zhao Fang with no fondness for them. Particularly Zhao Qing and his companions, who, despite their limited abilities, possessed an audacious temperament and dared to challenge him. Was this not akin to courting disaster? As Zhao Fang spoke, he subtly extended his right hand, and in an instant, sword energies of red, orange, yellow, and green coalesced and struck the sword hilts held by Zhao Ku and the others. Clang, 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 clang. A quartet of metallic clangs resonated almost simultaneously, as the long swords suspended at the waist of Zhao Ku and his companions were forcefully sent flying by the 4 streaks of sword energy. Blood flowed profusely from the hands they had pressed against the sword hilts. Your Excellency, you have gone too far. Do you truly wish to completely offend the Zhao family of the royal capital? Zhao Qing's complexion shifted dramatically as he bellowed at Zhao Fang. The other 3 members of Zhao Ke glared menacingly at Zhao Fang, while the fear etched on Yin Donghan and his companions' faces deepened. They had heard reports from spies within their clan, who spoke of a mysterious figure with a golden mask wielding an unfathomable, extraordinary sword energy known as the 10-colored ethereal sword chi. The power of this 10-colored ethereal sword chi was unparalleled wherever it traversed. No one could withstand its onslaught. Even the commander of the city guards, Pei Zhiqiu, could not endure a single strike. Moreover, the killing speed of this 10-colored sword chi was horrifying. A single strike could slay several members of the city guards, while a more powerful blow could decimate dozens. Faced with such terrifying sword energy, how could Yin Donghan and the others not be afraid? Yin Donghan even felt that if that 10-colored sword chi were to come for him, he might truly be unable to withstand a single blow. Too far, Zhao Fang replied. This is merely a small lesson. Should you dare to glare at me again, or prattle on foolishly in my presence, I possess far more extreme methods to demonstrate to you. Prattle on foolishly? What do you mean? Zhao Qing was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Zhao Ku and the others, only to find them equally perplexed. Do not concern yourselves with such trivialities. From this moment forth, I shall ask, and you shall answer. Do you understand? If you do not comprehend, I would not mind letting you experience my methods again. Zhao Fang's expression grew awkward, but thankfully, his mask concealed it. What do you wish to inquire about? Ask away, Zhao Qing replied, his face ashen. Yet he dared not flaunt his status as a scion of the royal capital's Zhao family. He understood that the enigmatic figure before him possessed a fierce temperament, and, judging by his earlier treatment of Zhao Ku and his companions, it appeared he did not hold the Zhao family in high regard. Or rather, this mysterious figure with the golden mask had utterly disregarded all 5 of them. Now, let us proceed. How many martial sovereigns does your Zhao family in the royal capital currently possess? And who are they? What are their respective realms of cultivation? Additionally, how many exist beyond the martial sovereign level? And what are their specific cultivation realms? Who are you? Why do you seek to pry into the depths of my Zhao family? What are your intentions towards us? Zhao Qing's expression shifted once more, alarmed. Smack. Before Zhao Qing could finish his sentence, he was struck and sent flying. The mysterious figure with the golden mask remained steadfast. And had Zhao Fang not gently raised his hand, no one would have believed it was he who had struck Zhao Qing. The speed was astonishing. I have stated before. I ask you answer. Should you continue to be dishonest or utter any more nonsense, it will not merely be a matter of a single slap. Zhao Fang lightly blew on his palm, casting a cold gaze at Zhao Qing. Now, answer my questions. Zhao Qing rose from the ground. Half of his face swollen from a forceful slap. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared with bitterness, Our Zhao clan in the royal capital possesses boundless heritage. Among our 9 esteemed elders, all are martial sovereigns. The eldest is a 9-star martial sovereign. The second elder is an 8-star martial sovereign, while the third and fourth elders are both 6-star martial sovereigns. The 5th through 9th elders are all 5-star martial sovereigns. Aside from these 9 elders, we also have martial sovereign Qing, but I cannot divulge more. At this juncture, Zhao Ku and the others simultaneously shouted at Zhao Qing. While Zhao Fang's expression shifted, a trace of malevolence bubbling within him as he prepared to retaliate against these ungrateful fools. However, before Zhao Fang could act, Zhao Qing shouted at Zhao Ku and the others, Silence, you fools! Do you not see the gravity of the situation? Do you wish for death? I do not. Furthermore, what does it matter? With the strength and background of our Zhao clan, how could any insignificant character threaten us? The 4 fell silent instantly. Zhao Qing then shot a provocative glare at Zhao Fang and continued, In addition to the 9 elders, our Zhao clan in the royal capital boasts 3 4-star martial sovereigns, 1 3-star martial sovereign, 6 2-star martial sovereigns, and 4 1-star martial sovereigns. Above the martial sovereigns, we have 3 martial monarchs, including our clan leader, who is a 2-star martial monarch, our hidden elder, who is a 3-star martial monarch, and our unparalleled prodigy, Lord Zhao Yuanhao, who has already attained the rank of 5-star martial monarch. As for the martial sovereigns and monarchs within our Zhao clan, I have laid everything before you. Do you have any questions? Zhao Fang was somewhat astonished. He had known the Zhao clan in the royal capital was formidable, but he had not anticipated their strength to be so profound. 23 martial sovereigns, with 19 of them exceeding the 1-star level, and 3 martial monarchs to boot. It would indeed be a challenge to reclaim his father's honor in such a short time, Zhao Fang thought to himself. Feeling even more incensed by Zhao Qing's slightly provocative gaze, no wonder he dares to disregard me. It is because of his formidable backing. Yet, no matter how strong, he would eventually have to kneel before him. However, one must take things step by step. It was prudent to first ascertain the strength of the most formidable individual within the Zhao clan in the royal capital. Thus, Zhao Fang asked, What do you mean there are no problems? I have countless questions. Pray tell, who among the martial artists under 30 in your clan is the strongest? That would be our brother Yuanzong. Although unclear as to why this mysterious figure in golden attire posed such a question, Zhao Qing was prepared to speak freely. Eager to leave this tumultuous place, he promptly replied, Brother Yuanzong? Pray clarify this for me. Who is Brother Yuanzong? What is his full name? How old is he? What is his cultivation level? Zhao Fang felt a surge of unease. While he had been lurking in the shadows, he had overheard Zhao Qing and the others mention this esteemed figure, Yuanzong, more than once. It appeared that Yuanzong held considerable influence and a high status within the Zhao family of the royal capital. The Yin family had managed to become a vassal of the Zhao family precisely because Yin Wanjun was set to become a concubine of this Yuanzong. Your Excellency, please show some respect. How could our esteemed Yuanzong possibly be a ghost? Zhao Qing exclaimed, his forehead glistening with perspiration. Yuanzong is the most formidable genius among the younger generation of the Zhao family in the royal capital. His full name is Zhao Yuanzong, and at the tender age of 23, he has already attained the rank of a 3-star martial sovereign. Such talent is comparable to that of Lord Zhao Yuanhao, perhaps even surpassing him slightly. Zhao Qing's voice brimmed with reverence. The 4 of them, including Zhao Ku, wore expressions of awe. A 3-star martial sovereign was indeed a notable figure. But where is Zhao Yuanzong now? If there exists a clan member under 30 years of age within your Zhao family in the royal capital who can defeat and subdue Zhao Yuanzong, would that clan member not be able to lead their branch back to the Zhao family in the royal capital? Yes, but also no. Zhao Qing's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiarity. Please do not play riddles with me. Clarify whether it is indeed so or not. Of course not, he replied. Although according to the ancestral rules of our Zhao family, it is true that any clan member under 30 who can defeat Yuanzong would have the right to lead their branch back to our family. However, to my knowledge, in recent years, not only has there been no one under 30 capable of such a feat, but even those over 30 have proven no match for Yuanzong. With no one able to rival Yuanzong, the question posed by your excellency was naturally a moot point. Zhao Qing's tone grew increasingly proud. What a ridiculous claim. It's like a toad yawning with such grandiosity. Zhao Fang scoffed. Do you not agree with my assertions? Of course not. While I may not be familiar with the other branches of your Zhao family, I have a younger brother from the Yishui Zhao Clan, just past 15, nearing 16. He would dispatch your so-called Yuanzong as easily as one would slay a chicken. Impossible. Zhao Qing retorted vehemently. Why is it impossible? My younger brother, Zhao Fang, possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled grace. He is the very embodiment of charm and charisma, captivating all who cross his path. Even I, in comparison, fall short. I dare say your Yuanzong is not worthy to carry my brother's shoes. The grand official Zhao began to extol his own praises with exuberance. This is simply unfathomable. Just as Zhao was caught up in his own self-adulation, Yin Donghan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Zhao's boastful tirade. Zhao's expression turned sour, glaring at Yin Donghan, while Zhao Qing and the others looked on in confusion. Upon noticing the gazes of Zhao Qing, Zhao Ku, and the enigmatic figure with the golden mask directed towards him, Yin Donghan involuntarily shuddered. He then feebly attempted to clarify, esteemed ones. Perhaps you are unaware that just over 2 months ago, the Zhao Fang you mentioned from the Yishui Zhao clan was grievously injured by Chun Kaishan of the Awaken clan, leaving him with shattered meridians and a ruined dantian. Moreover, to my knowledge, there is only one Zhao Fang in the Yishui Zhao clan. Therefore, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Zhao Fang is no more than an ordinary martial artist. How could he possibly be compared to a transcendent powerhouse such as yourself? Preposterous. You know nothing. Zhao Fang retorted coldly. How could he allow anyone to tarnish his illustrious name in front of so many witnesses? Thus, Zhao Fang continued to extol his own virtues. Yin Donghan, is it? What you say may be factual, and I am well aware of it. But do you understand the concept of breaking before establishing? 2 months ago, my younger brother Zhao Fang was indeed incapacitated by that scoundrel Chun Kaishan. Yet this brother of mine is a prodigious talent. Though his body may be broken, his spirit remains unyielded. He is resolutely determined to start anew in his martial journey. Indeed, it is said that when heaven is about to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, it first subjects them to hardship and toil. My younger brother Zhao Fang has already endured profound sorrow and setbacks. Naturally, he shall soon encounter great opportunities and transformations. The intricacies of such fortuity are beyond your comprehension. You are all dim-witted fools. Just know this. My younger brother Zhao Fang, at this very moment, shines like the radiant sun in the sky. As Zhao Fang grew increasingly animated in his proclamations, spittle flying from his lips, he turned to Zhao Qing and exclaimed with fervor, "That brat from the Zhao clan in the royal capital, listen closely. Within a month, my younger brother Zhao Fang shall embark for the royal capital of the Liang kingdom to challenge your so-called elder brother, Yuanzong, and subdue him. You had best inform this Yuanzong of the matter, regardless of his current whereabouts or his level of cultivation. He must be present in the royal capital of Liang 1 month from now. My younger brother Zhao Fang is destined to use him as a stepping stone, making a resounding debut that will echo throughout the Liang kingdom, soaring to great heights and illuminating the heavens." Chapter 90. After the bluster, they flee. This is impossible. How could such a prodigious talent emerge from the Yishui Zhao clan, a lineage abandoned by our Zhao clan in the royal capital, nearly reduced to a mere remnant? Zhao Qing was rendered speechless by the grandiose claims of Zhao Fang, his expression one of bewilderment as he muttered to himself. Zhao Ku and the others shared a similar dazed look. What is impossible? Do you not realize that in this world, anything is possible? Such a shallow understanding. Zhao Fang scoffed. You speak of the Yishui Zhao clan being forsaken by our royal capital Zhao clan. I have heard of this as well. The root of this issue likely lies in the battle between the Yishui Zhao Zhao and your so-called unmatched young genius from the royal capital Zhao clan years ago. Zhao Qing and the others once again changed their expressions. Zhao Fang glanced at them and realized his conjecture was correct. He continued, though Zhao Zhan was defeated back then, that battle must have been rife with dishonor. Otherwise, The so-called peerless young prodigy of the Zhao clan in the royal capital would not have gone to such lengths to suppress all information regarding that confrontation. Moreover, the Zhao clan in the royal capital would have no reason to abandon the Yishui Zhao lineage. You speak nonsense. Our Lord Zhao Yuanhao is a figure of great valor. In that battle, he triumphed with utmost integrity. How could there be any dishonor? Zhao Qing and the others' expressions shifted even more dramatically. A flicker of confusion passing through their eyes. No dishonor? Surely, you cannot believe that yourselves. Zhao Fang knew he had struck the mark again, his voice rising in fervor. As for the sordid matters of your Zhao clan, they are of no concern to me. Regardless, in a month, my little brother Zhao Fang will be heading to the royal capital of the Liang Kingdom. Zhao Zhan is the biological father of my little brother Zhao Fang. And the grievances between Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Zhan will naturally be addressed by my little brother. At that time, retribution will be exacted, and grievances will be avenged. Humph. Addressed? Your tone is rather presumptuous. Even if the Yishui Zhao Fang is exceptionally gifted, he is merely a boy of 15 or 16. Our Lord Zhao Yuanhao is a 5-star martial grandmaster, wielding power over the entire Liang Kingdom. What ability does Zhao Fang possess to handle matters concerning Lord Zhao Yuanhao? Zhao Qing retorted defiantly. A 5-star martial grandmaster? Indeed, this Zhao lad has mentioned that among the 3 martial grandmasters of the royal Zhao clan, there is indeed Zhao Yuanhao. Alas, Zhao Yuanzong is a 3-star martial grandmaster, and Zhao Yuanhao is a 5-star martial grandmaster. This poses a significant challenge. Zhao Fang began to feel the pressure. But he would never concede verbally. What ability does one possess to manage affairs of a 5-star martial grandmaster? Is a 5-star martial grandmaster truly so formidable? Before my master, even martial emperors are not but ants. My little brother Zhao Fang is backed by my master. A mere 5-star martial grandmaster is insignificant. Zhao Fang asserted. Your master? One who disregards even martial emperors? Zhao Qing and the others' brows furrowed, their expressions turning grim. Even a 1-star martial emperor could easily sweep aside the 3 great families of the royal capital. If Zhao Fang indeed possesses such a mysterious and formidable figure as his backing, the royal Zhao clan would likely. Silence. My master is not someone you are fit to discuss. My inquiries have concluded. Now you may leave, Zhao Fang declared haughtily, raising his chin. He chose to remain silent about the identity of his enigmatic master. To boast is an art. It requires the ability to pique curiosity while leaving the mystery unsolved, allowing the listeners to indulge in their own wild imaginings. Human imagination knows no bounds, and as for what Zhao Qing and the others might envision regarding his alleged master, or how they would report it to the higher-ups of the royal Zhao clan, such matters were of no concern to the esteemed Zhao Fang. With a sigh, the mountains and rivers shall meet again. Your Excellency, I hope that when we next cross paths, you will retain your current vigor. How dare you threaten me? It appears that you have no intention of departing. Zhao Fang glared fiercely. Zhao Qing and the others instantly refrained from making further threats, turning to leave, completely disregarding Yin Wanwan standing beside them. Esteemed envoys, please wait for a moment, Yin Wanwan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before hastily following Zhao Qing and the others. Yin Wanwan, do not follow us any longer. Your Yin family's actions tonight have rendered you unworthy of being a vassal of my Zhao family in the capital. As for you, whether you can still become the concubine of brother Yuanzong shall await our report to him, so that he may decide your fate. Zhao Qing's cold and harsh voice echoed, leaving Yin Wanwan stunned in place. As for Yin Donghan and the others, they were utterly bewildered. In truth, they had been dumbfounded since the moment they heard the enigmatic figure in the golden mask first mention Zhao Fang. They could never have imagined that Zhao Fang, who had been thoroughly defeated by Qin Kaishan, would rise anew, and in such an astonishing manner that even the formidable golden-masked figure before them felt inadequate in comparison. A bunch of fools. Allow me to reveal a secret. Do you know why I unleashed a massacre in Biluo County 5 days ago? Are you aware of why I annihilated the Chun family of Biluo and the lineage of the former city lord, Sidu Haojia? Gazing at the dazed Yin Donghan and the others, Zhao Fang prepared to deliver another blow, seeking to vent his frustrations on behalf of his unfortunate predecessor. It was because Chun Kaishan of the Biluo Chen family had crippled my brother Zhao Fang, and someone from Sidu Haojia's lineage had offended my brother. Therefore, they deserve to die. Their kin must perish as well. As for your Yin family, humph, by rights, your withdrawal from the engagement is a great humiliation to my brother. I should uproot your family entirely. However, out of compassion for my brother Zhao Fang, and considering the prior engagement between our families, I have chosen to spare your lineage. Otherwise, humph, what a bunch of blind fools. Zhao, the great official, spoke with fervor, reveling in his own satisfaction. The feeling of displaying such bravado was immensely gratifying. Then, Zhao the great official vanished before Yin Donghan and however, In his relentless pursuit of the far more promising Zhao Yuanzong, he unhesitatingly abandoned Zhao Fang. In the end, it was because of Zhao Fang that the Yin clan failed to align themselves with Zhao Yuanzong, ultimately incurring the wrath of the Zhao family in the royal capital. Regret consumed him, a remorse so profound it felt as though his insides had turned to jade. Who could have anticipated Zhao Fang's astonishing rise? Who would have thought that even the enigmatic, formidable figure capable of eradicating the Chun and Situ clans acknowledged his inferiority to Zhao Fang? Who could have surmised that the mysterious master of that fearsome figure appeared to favor Zhao Fang? It is worth noting that this fearsome figure claimed his master regarded even the martial emperor with disdain, with the admiration of such an unparalleled powerhouse. Zhao Fang alone wielded a presence that eclipsed the combined might of the three major families in the royal capital. Had he not been so blind as to send someone to the Yishui Zhao clan to cancel the engagement, perhaps Zhao Fang would have already become his son-in-law. What splendid prospects might the Yin clan enjoy now? Father, it is all your fault. It is all your fault. What am I to do now? What shall become of our Yin clan? Yin Wanwan suddenly burst into tears, directing her accusations towards Yin Donghan. Had it not been for your indecisiveness, perhaps your daughter would now be the wife of Zhao Fang. You have deprived her of such a wonderful husband. Father, I despise you. I despise you. Esteemed elder, I believe Yin Donghan may no longer be suitable to serve as the patriarch of our Yin clan, spoke the clan's eldest elder suddenly. I second that, echoed the second elder of the Yin clan. One by one, all 5 elders of the Yin clan voiced their agreement. No, you cannot do this. All decisions made by our clan have been agreed upon by you. You cannot treat our clan in this manner. Yin Donghan's eyes reddened as he cried out in anguish. According to the customs of the Yin clan, if 3 or more elders jointly submitted a motion to depose the patriarch, the proposal could be presented to the esteemed elder. Should the esteemed elder consent, the patriarch would be deposed. Now, the 5 elders of the Yin clan were united in their proposal to strip Yin Donghan of his position. After a brief silence, the esteemed elder finally spoke. Yin Donghan, during your tenure as patriarch, you have not made any significant contributions to our clan. In fact, your actions have led us to offend not only the Zhao family in the royal capital, but also the immensely promising Zhao Fang. Especially considering that Zhao Fang could have very well become a part of our Yin clan. Thus, you have committed a grave transgression against our clan. Therefore, I consent to your deposition as patriarch. No, you cannot treat our clan this way. Everything we have done has been for the sake of the Yin clan. Yin Donghan's voice grew increasingly desperate. Yin Donghan, I will promptly convene the clan members to announce your deposition. Furthermore, you are no longer the patriarch and have no right to refer to yourself as part of our clan. No, I do not agree. Yin Donghan attempted to resist further. But suddenly, 2 glaring crimson beams shot towards him from beyond the walls of the Yin residence. These 2 crimson rays moved with incredible speed, devoid of any accompanying aura, exuding a chilling and sinister coldness. As the crimson light faded, 2 figures emerged, one tall and one short. They were clad in black martial attire, their chests emblazoned with a menacing green-eyed skull, wielding blood-black scythes, their eyes gleaming with a ghostly gray light. Upon their appearance, Yin Donghan fell silent, and the faces of the elders of the Yin clan turned ashen. Although they did not recognize these masked individuals, they were acutely aware of their identities. These 2 were assassins from the infamous Slaughter Tavern in the royal capital. The black garb, the skull insignia, and the Grim Reaper's scythe formed the standard attire of the Slaughter Tavern's assassins. The Slaughter Tavern was a legendary superpower that permeated the entire martial world. Even the Zhao family and the other 2 great clans of the royal capital appeared as insignificant as ants in its presence. It was said that once an assassin from the Slaughter Tavern took action, there was no one in the martial realm, whether in the heavens or on the earth, across the vast expanse, who was beyond their reach. No one dared to confront them. No one could escape their grasp. How could such fearsome harbingers of death descend upon the Yin clan? Moreover, the green-eyed skulls adorning their chests bore a distinctive eye pattern, indicating that these assassins were of the one-pattern green-eyed rank. The assassins in the Slaughter Tavern were graded from low to high as red-eyed, orange-eyed, yellow-eyed, green-eyed, blue-eyed, purple-eyed, black-eyed, and white-eyed, corresponding to various levels of martial mastery, from martial apprentices to martial gods. The number of eye patterns on the skull insignia represented the star levels within each significant martial realm. Therefore, a green-eyed one-pattern assassin held the rank of a 1-star martial sovereign. It was rumored that assassins from the Slaughter Tavern possessed unparalleled skills within their tier. A green-eyed one-pattern assassin could effortlessly slay a 1-star martial sovereign. The presence of 2 such assassins within the Yin estate signified dire implications. Yin Donghan and the elders of the Yin clan were paralyzed with fear. Who among you can make decisions? Step forward, the tall assassin rasped. The elders immediately turned their gazes toward Yin Donghan. No, you have already stripped me of my position as clan leader. I am no longer the head of the Yin clan. Thus, I cannot act as the clan's decision-maker. The Grand Elder must take the lead, Yin Donghan replied, glancing at the Grand Elder, feeling an unexpected relief at being ousted from leadership. In the entire Liang kingdom, including the three great families of the royal capital, no one possessed the courage to confront the assassins of the Slaughter Tavern. No, we have merely proposed a suggestion. We have not yet summoned the clan members to announce it. Therefore, you are still the leader of the Yin clan, and you can still make decisions for us, Donghan. Do your best. I assure you, if we survive this ordeal, you will remain the leader of our clan forever, the Grand Elder said, his brow slick with cold sweat. Who can make decisions? Step forward immediately, or face death. The short assassin threatened, his voice sharp and haunting, reminiscent of a wailing specter in the night. The tall assassin's gaze fixed upon Yin Donghan. The elders of the Yin clan collectively exhaled in relief, while Yin Donghan, filled with sorrow in his heart, steeled himself to step forward. I am Yin of the Yin clan. Speak only when I ask, and you shall respond. Yes, yes, Yin Donghan nodded repeatedly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, trickling into his eyes, causing them to sting, yet he dared not wipe it away. He refrained from any unnecessary movement. His entire being tensed. Has this individual not appeared here moments ago? The tall assassin continued to inquire, a scroll materializing in his grasp. Upon this scroll was depicted a gaunt figure clad in an opulent golden robe, adorned with a stunningly exquisite golden mask. Yin Donghan's eyes widened in astonishment. The figure illustrated on the scroll was none other than the enigmatic golden-masked fiend. He nodded fervently. To report, my lord, this individual indeed appeared here just a moment ago, and he departed less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Excellent. Elaborate on his purpose for being here, the words he uttered, and the nature of his voice, the tall assassin replied, a hint of delight lacing his tone. The short assassin remained sharp, interjecting. Should you omit even the slightest detail or harbor any falsehood, you shall face death.